once they amp the frequencies and people start dropping, they're gonna be like, "We told you so. Should have stayed
Well,
home."
I missed the
I'm
word.
just
I
messing.
Did you say frequent something?
The frequencies. I'm just
Okay.
saying.
Yeah. That's a stretch, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be like, that's impossible.
It goes deeper than a stretch. I mean, I can't make any claims, but it, there's something to that. It's just that we can't talk about it.
No, that's why I didn't expect you to. I understand that, but I mean, if it's at that kind of level already, I mean, really, it's just like you said. If it's not being done, there is some kind of internal resistance that's stalling things, and your only hope then at that point is for them to succeed, because once it's past that point, there's no turning back.
A lot of people think that with this new automation that their job won't get replaced. They think they're still going to need humans, but really, I don't see what they would need humans for as far as to run the country. Very few.
I don't doubt the plausibility of it. It's just the timeline you're giving me is like it's like wow, they must really be ready to go. I mean, I get technology is ahead of things, but to be able to manufacture it and utilize it, in that capacity takes time. And they got to do it in secret because that gives away the game, right?
I don't know the timeline. I'm just guessing. I hope it never happens. But if you want to stand up, now's the time because all
Oh
these
man,
jobs are getting
I'm
replaced.
prepared. I'm just curious as to how far it's going to go. I mean, I know in my mind when I know I'll know it's time. I'm not worried about that. But it's just watching people around you just willfully ignore what's going on. It's tough because you want to help people, but if you even try to bring it up to them, it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland. They just open their mouth and point at you and scream like you're one of
Oh my
one of
god,
the.
it's funny. I just thought about that. Invasion of the Body Snatchers was like the scariest movie when I was a kid.
Oh man, that
I
final
had
scene is
nightmares of
so
that. I
unfair
thought
for a child, dude. That's fucked up to let a kid see that ending.
I thought somebody was gonna like take my body when I went to sleep. Man, it was crazy.
But that's how you feel when if you try to you got to pay attention to what's going on in the world. What, you don't trust your government? Ah! It's like, oh my God. But a lot of it's posturing, I think, at this point, because they don't want to admit it, because it's scary implications of, my God, my government's out to get me. Just like the flat Earth, the implications are what keep people fighting the losing fight. They got to admit it to themselves.
I think like they have grabbed a lot of the power that they wanted already, and now all they gotta do is introduce the new economic system because right now what's happening they collapsing kind of collapsing the old system to introduce the updated new system. and that's why we're gonna get into some issues that have happened in the past, and they're gonna say, you see, we gotta, this old system is kind of out of date, so we gotta update it, and they're gonna introduce the new stuff. Also with the jobs that people are getting, they're just making new long-term customers for the pharmaceuticals. So a big percentage of people are gonna take it, then eventually, hopefully, who knows, they might not bother too much with it. They're just gonna keep offering it and say, um, making a keeping it an option, because right now they're using a lot of fear, and fear is a strong weapon that is always used. So a lot of people are gonna take the product, and they're gonna keep being customers, long-term customers for the big guys. But
I
the
think I
new
heard this.
economic system they're offering is gonna, in a way, fix a lot of the issues that we have economically and make everything more balanced. But it's just gonna be part of the whole plan, because a lot of the things that we're mentioning, a lot of the jobs of the past and stuff that they're replacing, it's gonna be based on services that they're offering. So you're gonna be paying for these services, and deliveries of food for your house, and delivery of this, and entertainment services on the TV, and a lot of uh receiving your medicine on the mail, stuff like that. A lot of that stuff is big business, and it's just gonna be part of the new system. But the liquidity of money that the new system is offering, because there is actually a parallel economic system already in place. It's just that it's not being used at the moment. We still are on the analog old system in a way. They just gotta, open up the doors, and everybody's gonna participate in the new system. And who's if you want to go to the market and buy things, and everybody's using the new economic system, how are you not gonna use it? To participate, you're gonna need it. You're gonna if you want to go to Target or Walmart, or even to the mom and pop's shop at the corner and buy something, you're gonna be participating.
Yeah,
You want to put
that,
gas on your vehicle, you're gonna participate.
this all sounds eerily biblical to me, though. That's why I don't want to get involved with it. Why I'm willing to just say, go fuck yourself. Because it's too, with everything else that we know about being lied to and the nature of what we can test, and I can't see all this as being for nothing. This could be the fucking reason we're all here, is how you fucking handle this situation. And unfortunately, it looks like nobody really gives a shit. They're just here for the ride.
Well, the
Yeah,
people
I
are all.
think if you say biblical, I'm sorry, if you say biblical, I think the time that the whole thing is gonna be, I guess, fixed and reset is when the day of God, the promise of God, that day that um the city of God will come down from heaven, and I guess the Messiah will walk out and come to claim this place again.
What was
That's when it's
what,
really gonna be fixed.
what was supposed to happen after the 1,000-year reign of Christ?
The city of God will come down from heaven, and everyone is gonna see it.
Isn't there a second tribulation though?
I don't know the order of
I,
things, but I
I thought
know
I
there's
remembered
a
that.
place up in heaven.
I'm gonna read Revelation again, man. It's been a
Yeah, I'm a
while.
poor
Sheesh.
Catholic. It's
I
been a
think what I
while.
was taught might have been wrong. I was taught the Ib version. Before the tribulation happens, there's gonna be a rapture or catch. One's gonna get caught up. Uh, and I heard there was a different, and there's a different interpretation. So
So what if we
the
missed
assembly God.
Christ? That would have sucked, huh?
But that
Yeah, I don't think.
How do you know we didn't miss that whole thing and we're just reading the remnants of it afterward?
But because the Holy Spirit is still here, and it's what's holding back the powers that be. The new order is still forming, right? Like what Revelation shows. I think it's still unfolding in the Bible.
I'm gonna go back and read it.
How do you explain a cell phone to a person in Jesus's day? How do you explain to them what a cell phone is? You can't. You can't explain to them what a car is. You call it a chariot, right? How do you explain to them what an airplane is? Can't.
Well, I mean, these things can be
You know?
done. It just takes a long time. A person's intelligence doesn't change because they were, from back then.
Right.
If you can speak their language, you can explain things. Start with a base of knowledge and work your way up, but it would take a long time.
I'm saying it's hard. It was difficult. I couldn't see how you could give any more details, but the information that we have been given, I think, is still unfolding. Like man of lawlessness, it still hasn't been built, right? And we're talking about AI, and Elon Musk is saying things like, with AI, we are calling a demon. He says things like, it might be even a new species of human, and we might even have to, upgrade, to adapt, to integrate it into a, you know what I mean? Like, so these kinds of like technologies that we're seeing and people developing is still, you know what I mean? The new world order, like Babylon.
Pretty ballers. We've been off topic for a while. Want to make sure I'm not eating up time.
Yes, yeah.
Bone is a
I
baller.
no matter, I say like, all right, let's say the new world order is a flat Earth. Now, what do we say about the creator? Like, because if the earth is a ball, then the creator is science, and everything
No,
else
because
is a
science
religion.
science is the
It's
natural
fake.
world, right?
Right.
God is
Everything.
supernatural. God is
Well, that's what I
supernatural.
mean. The knowledge
He's
of the creator is what we are doing and what we call science. We study things and we try to figure out how it works, how it was created. Right? So we're learning about the creator. So talking about the creator, if the God of Abraham is the creator, we're fully on topic, in my opinion. But I digress.
Once you drink all that water from the cup of science, at the bottom you're gonna find God.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. First sip of
and the
science, right?
the water in that cup is level.
This is just making too much
Yeah, and
sense.
once
I
you
don't like
drink all the
this.
Kool-Aid, and once you drink all the Kool-Aid, then you're dead.
Kool-Aid. Flavored water.
The Heaven's Gate Kool-Aid.
What do you think of these mud flood things with the
Very
buildings?
interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
I've heard people make the claim that it's just that's how you make uh, foundations, and I have to point out to them I've never seen anybody build a foundation with a pre-set door and windows all the way around it that you then brick in and then bury. That's kind of strange.
I mean, a lot of the records shows that a bunch of structures and buildings were digged out of the ground.
Yeah.
So if there was a flood in the past that is in the record as well in probably all nations, that water from the bottom and from above probably stirred a lot of soil. Water movement. When you move water on top of
Yeah,
soil, it moves the soil too. So
yeah.
whenever that water
Creating silt.
recede, it recede, and a lot of the structures and buildings of the past were under the dirt for a long time.
Would seem to make sense.
And recent people dig some dig some dirt out and found lots of buildings. Maybe saw, something coming out above the ground, and then digged and found a bunch of buildings. And even if you dig in many places these days, you'll find tunnels and stuff underground. So it's something that has been going on for a long time. There's a lot of structure are still on the underground. So not a
So,
surprise.
But if that was
well,
from the flood, right? The biblical flood, that's supposedly, was it 4,000 years ago? How long was it? The flood?
It was probably 400 years ago. Who knows?
No, but I mean,
yeah, I,
most what we were taught in like Catholic school years ago, what they said the flood was after Noah, which was, I think it was like 4,000 something BC. I don't remember. They tried to
yeah,
give
it
you a
could be four
roundabout,
thousand years. It could even
yeah,
be
something
three
like that.
thousand years ago. Yeah. Um.
But yeah,
Could be
it could
1,000
have
years.
been, but it could have been 400. We wouldn't know, right?
Yeah.
I'm just now looking into the Tartaria again.
But
Looked into it a little bit, but now I'm just taking it seriously. So yeah.
it seems like during the 1800s, that's all people were doing was digging. You see all these photos of cities, and there's always muddy roads and ditches. And I get there'd be a lot of digging building a city, but there's also photos of what looks like just a field, and there's these big ass holes in the tops of buildings being dug out. So it's like, what the fuck? All around the same time period, and it's got to be something to it.
I
There's
even
even
found
buildings under the waters of the sea,
yeah, off the coast.
yeah, of the coast of many
They
nations.
they even found human giant bones, and those are gone, replaced with giant lizard bones in this.
Yeah, fossils are obviously all crazy bullshit. That's not hard to
Yeah.
figure out.
But giant human remains, the Human Genome Project, aliens, and who the hell knows what's going on today? It's like, yeah, we don't know
Is it
shit.
possible, like we live in this environment of gases around us and levels of nitrogen, oxygen, CO2. In the past, if let's say these levels of gases were different, and maybe
Mm.
plants were bigger and fruits were bigger and maybe
People lived
bigger
longer.
animals, it was probably people, there was bigger people as well. People lived longer
Yeah,
too.
yeah, like hundreds of years longer. mean,
Yeah.
we've only been alive for what, like, when we look at the last 100 years and the advances that man has made, in technology and science, right? And you think we only live today, only live like 80 to 100 years, but if those people lived hundreds of years, well, can you imagine how much more they were able to learn than we, right? How much more capacity, how much more refined their science and their understanding and how they would do things is today. Like, they would probably know some science versus and they probably master 5, 7 trades in a lifetime, maybe even more. You know what I mean? Depending on how fast, because of how long you
But
live. Isn't that crazy?
something one that we might have to take into account, the let's say the creator, the designer, maybe he designed this place to work in a certain way, and the cycles of the heavens and the cycles of the climates down here and all that kind
Yep.
of stuff. All the stuff that happened in the past, including the flood and let's say the giants and big plants, it's almost like it's being reduced into the moment that we are at this point, and that clock that is in the sky is, I guess, going towards a specific time that is maybe the time that the creator
It's a
designed it to be
countdown.
at that moment, like a countdown, yeah,
Yeah.
some
Just
sort,
scaled down, or
Well, that would explain
yeah,
why
like
they
a
don't want
scale
us
down
looking
or
up and seeing anything with all these chemtrails, so you can't see the clock and know how much time you have left.
oh, it's
yeah,
interesting how he
speculation
used
here,
water the
Steve.
first time. You know how he used water to destroy like the God of Abraham. Um, and yet that's the evidence we see today of the world. Is that there's been blood. There's fish bones and the Grand Canyon and on mountains.
So what
People
does he
can't
do to wipe?
explain.
What does Jesus do to wipe Satan off the planet? Coming. I'm waiting. What's the next disaster? That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, I don't. What do you mean?
Like I know the
Like
flood. God made His promise. I'll
yeah.
never wipe out the world with water again. So like,
It's
how is He gonna wipe
it's
us out this time?
fire. It's gonna be fire. It's
Fire.
gonna be fire. Yeah, and
Awesome.
everything is gonna get burned up.
Volcanoes.
Yeah, a cleansing fire.
Second Peter chapter 3 goes over it a little bit.
Yeah,
Side goes
please.
over
Yeah,
it a little bit. Revelation 18 through 22.
water and then fire. Isn't that cool? It's like baptism, right?
I mean, there's a lot of forests burning right now in the U.S., Greece, I think, Russia. A lot of houses burning at the moment in
So is it
Siberia.
possible that the flood doesn't happen all at once? It happens like there's a flood here over a few years, like 10 years. Everything gets flooded, but over a 10-year period. Same thing with the fires. Not everything's on fire once, but the West Coast is going to burn, then the middle of the country, then the East Coast, then South America. Then, it takes 10 years to burn everything. Would that fulfill it?
Well, I think the flood was all at once. Everything was unleashed all at once,
Oh, yeah, it
and I
could
think
have
that's
been, but we
and
weren't
the
there to
end
see
would.
it.
Well, that's what the Bible says, and
I
the
know.
end. I think the end is after he comes back and does war world. Armageddon. After Armageddon, I think that's when he's gonna do the judgment, but I think he's gonna destroy heaven and earth with fire and create a new one. This old world. Or that's what the Bible says. I
Yeah,
mean, that's how
I
I
mean, the
read it.
Bible, since we're on the subject of the creator of the flat earth, um, in the
Yes.
Bible, yeah, and the Bible contains flat earth cosmology, so we're going to stay on subject. But I don't believe that the claim that it's an unaltered record of what God wants us to see is very likely because been too many evil men with their hands on it and in control in the meantime. I think enough survived for you to know what you need to know, but I wouldn't take it word for word because
I
I always think that you're given the knowledge you need to do what you need to do if you choose to do it. That's what I think. But
do you, do you guys reckon the end days, the last, because he says it's going to be like days of Noah, but do you reckon the people living in the last days are probably going to be living in the hardest times Earth has ever,
I
experienced?
don't think
People,
Noah's
I mean,
lived in the hardest times. Like people were partying
you
their
reckon
asses
this
off.
time?
That's why.
Right. But I'm talking about the people who are trying to hold on to to their faith. Like, it's gonna be the
Noah.
hardest for them because I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my faith sometimes. Sometimes I feel like God is so far away because of all the crap that we're being surrounded with, and I try to think about God, but it's like, what do you guys
Uh,
go ahead, say?
What kind of test would it be if it was
Yeah.
easy? That's the point, right? You're supposed to be tested.
True.
Yes, I'm glad, like you guys are here, can talk to me. Yeah, I think the victory has already been, he already won on the cross, so that's the win. I think, live or die. It's for the believer, the follower, and the Son of God. They've already won. If you live, you're a living sacrifice, and if you die, you die for the cause. Like because you believe. Is
Well,
there a better hope?
think about our consciousness, how it does. We know, and it's been tested and proven that our consciousness, our awareness affects things. So knowing how the metaphysical and the physical are connected and intertwined, and that there are systems of equilibrium. It's very synergistic in nature with all of the world. If having like a shift in consciousness and their awareness to be shift onto things that are lies, and like the energy that will be changed, what will heaven bring forth to create the balance of this? And I agree that they are trying to hide things in the sky, which is our clock. I believe they've been trying to do that, and they were preparing to do that because after 2017 I have noticed some new things, and I won't get into that here. I'm just saying that when I did notice it, I captured pictures of it. There's it was like total
Why are you
coverage.
dangling these carrots? What are you doing?
Like, what you
Well,
see? What you mean? What's the hurt?
I'm just saying, don't, okay, so what our carnal minds automatically go to and what we see and experience, but we also know that there's a metaphysical nature, and we know that our awareness and our consciousness is connected, and that there are systems of equilibrium. So it's like the more toxic something becomes, then there's a way to purify it. And if we think of the awareness of all the people, if it's not set on things of truth, and it's set on, there will be something. There always has been. And then the last thing I want to say, because I am kind of busy, but I do want to like share this and put my thoughts out there to think of what the heavens would bring forth to create this equilibrium, to create this balance, to purify that which is toxic. But also, like if we're going by what's written and what comes next, like one thing to look for that's unmistakable is, and it's pretty specific, are the two witnesses that are supposed to walk the earth and testify.
Yeah.
Anyone that comes against them, they'll breathe fire and devour them, and then they will lay their bodies in the end of their walking the earth and witnessing to the entire earth. Their bodies will lay dead in the streets for 3 days for everyone to see. So, I mean, that's pretty specific.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
Anyway, I'll be quiet now.
No, it's good info.
Yeah.
What was that? Sorry. What was that last part? 3 days and bodies
Yeah,
laying down.
it's well, if the text is correct, and I mean that's what was being discussed, is what is written, like what's to come and what to expect next. So it is written that there will be two witnesses, and I'm saying if the text is correct, because I question everything. I
Right.
don't know what's right, but it is written that there's supposed to be two witnesses that will come, and they will testify to all the earth. They'll walk the earth testifying, and anyone who comes against them, they'll breathe fire out of their mouths and devour them. At the end of their walk on the earth, witnessing to the world, their bodies will lay. They will be killed, and their bodies will lay in the streets dead for 3 days. So, as far as I know, that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Right. And
Not
how do
forget
you?
too that
Who
they'll
do
get
you?
up after that 3 days.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah,
How
that
do
too.
you?
Nobody's gonna miss that one.
Who is those two branches, or who do you think
The two witnesses, I don't know, but it's
are
very
two
specific.
witnesses?
It's very specific that, like, to think that it's an analogy, that it's symbolic. I mean, when it says that they will walk the earth and breathe fire, devouring those who seek to destroy them, and that they will their bodies will lay dead for 3 days. That's pretty specific. It doesn't say who they are.
It doesn't sound symbolic, eh? I mean,
Does it sound like you're gonna see two dudes
Sounds very
or
literal.
ladies walking down the street breathing fire?
well,
No one's gonna miss that. That will be very, very
Exactly.
obvious.
it also says that a sword comes out of his mouth, right? And gonna slay, Armageddon, and I'm imagining birds coming out of his mouth. So I'm imagining fire could be worse, but
Well, that was when
dead in the streets for 3 days. I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry.
that was when he
But,
saw Jesus, right? That was the word, the sword that came out of his mouth in the vision,
Oh, that's
Revelation.
no. This is it's in Revelation when he comes back with the with the for the battle of Armageddon with he's gonna have a sword that's gonna come out of his mouth and destroy all the armies of the
Oh,
world that gathered against him, and the blood gonna be up
think
to
of
the horse's neck. So much blood. Go ahead.
can we think of maybe something symbolic that could be representing it going on now? Like if it was other two countries going around
Well,
destroying anybody who
the way
proceeds
it's
against them.
the way it's
Like,
written, it says 2 men walking the earth, testifying, and it says breathing fire out of their mouth, and their bodies will lay dead in the streets for 3 days. So
does it
to me,
say
that
men or does it call them witnesses?
witnesses.
It
I'm
says
pretty
witnesses.
sure. I'm pretty sure it says 2 men that will witness to the earth. Now,
Oh, okay. Right. I
now
didn't read it.
I may be wrong. This is for everyone to read and do their own discernment.
Yep.
Of
100%.
course.
I've heard some translations. Some people interpret it as Enoch and Elijah because those are the
Elijah.
2 people because those are the 2 people that never died, that we know of, that
Yeah, but aren't
has
they in
not seen
heaven?
death. Yeah, that's the only reason why I think they um came up with that interpretation, but I could be wrong, so
There's another interpretation where they say that I believe they're the branches, or I forgot, like one branch or one tree, 2 trees. Like one of them was like burnt, like not burnt up, or I guess it was almost dead, right? And that's like a symbology of Jews, like they believe in God, like that's their chosen people, but they're like dying off, right? Because they don't believe in Jesus. And the other one is like growing, and that's the one that believes in Jesus, and that tree is grafted in to God's kingdom. So where it says witnesses, it also refers to those branches, those trees or something. I'm not really sure
Well,
how it
that's
goes,
with
but
the
that's the
olive
other.
branch. The olive branches is it's like
There you
that.
go.
That could be analogous, but you can discern whether or not, like, contextually, if it's analogous or if it's literal, and so that's just out there for everyone to read themselves and do
Right.
their own discernment. And I think it's also because I've been listening to a lot of what's written in the Quran too, and it's written across different texts, and there's some consistencies across all of them, right? And it's the same. It seems to mirror the same story, but there's different information in each. There's like the details are a little bit different. So to me, it seems beneficial to me to kind of get the full picture to see what the differences in the details and take the pieces that are separated, because it seems like they've taken a lot of the information and just separated it to where one set of people do not have all of the truth, right? And divided it out. And then they keep the people divided so that they don't share the knowledge of the truth. But it's just, for each person to just read and get their own discernment.
Right. Of course. But
but
I mean, that would be still cool. That would still be cool, right? I mean, either way.
Something you wouldn't miss. It's something you wouldn't miss, and they really couldn't hide, right?
Breathing fire on
Want us
these fools.
prepared for
Like,
a reason. That's why they hide the clock. There's a reason they don't want us prepared. So it's not like everything is set in stone. You can still either, win or lose this game, I think, and they're trying to get us to lose.
Well, I saw there was another light. Now, look, you guys, I don't really care if people, I am so desensitized from people thinking that I'm crazy or far out there that I don't really care anymore, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. The truth is the truth. And what I saw and what I observed and experienced is what I saw and what I observed and what I experienced. And I captured pictures of it. This was in 2017. Remember, okay, so it's written, okay, the signs in the heavens with the woman clothed with the sun and a crown of stars on her head, giving birth, and so this constellation, it was said to have happened on September 23rd of 2017. After that, I know it's like by that time they've been covering the sky pretty heavy, right? And I think they use it for multiple reasons and for whatever benefit that they can. But after that, this was like between November and December of 2017. I saw the sun rising and I saw another light, it looked like another sun, but it was not as bright. It was less, it had less light. And the closer it was to the sun, it passed in front of the sun. I took pictures of it, and you can take the pictures, and it's with a crappy phone, so just deal with it. That's all I know. Right,
This is gonna
but you
sound like
can.
a horrible question, but you weren't looking through a pane of glass, right? I know it's.
No, I walked.
Yeah.
I saw it through a pane of glass, but I walked outside and I watched it come and approach
Okay, so you did see
from.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it approach from the horizon, and I saw the sun. Right, I saw where the sun was at, and in the pictures you can see where the sun was at because it's much brighter, so the light was much bigger. But this other celestial body, whatever it is, it approached from the horizon and it passed in front of the sun. And honestly, when it got to noon position and it moved, it only took 20 minutes. Okay. It only took 20 minutes for it to go from horizon to noon position. Right. It was much faster than the sun,
Yeah.
much faster than the sun. And I saw it pass in front of the sun. And not only that, but it seemed to move a little bit like almost as if it appeared as if it was slowing down and speeding up, which makes me think it was possibly moving in a spiral corkscrew motion as it went up from horizon to noon position.
Yeah. I can imagine that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if this has anything to do with, I mean, I'm thinking that it is closely related to, the signs that we saw in the heavens. And I do agree that they are trying to hide the clock so that we can't see these things.
Yeah.
But I'll post a few of them. You can take the images and you can take the pictures and invert the colors and see where the lights are and where they go. But I mean, if you want them, I can do that. But I'm not going to. I don't want to flood the live stream text with it, but I do have, there's like 16 of them because I took pictures as it progressed from horizon to noon position.
Can we see a few?
Yeah, I'll post them.
I'd like a good example
Awesome.
or two of what it is if you don't want to throw them all up, but yeah, I'd like to see two.
Well, yeah, okay, so if I don't put them all up, you just have to keep in mind that what I'll do is I'll try to put the ones that are where it's distinctively in a different position and also in a different position relative to the sun so that you can see its, movement like somewhat or whatever.
But it was a little smaller.
Well, so when you're looking at a light, it's like the brightness of the light will make it. Yeah. So, but yeah, it was a lesser light.
Welder's glass, right? You didn't get a good look at it through anything like that. Yeah.
No, but since then, I've been noticing it seemed like it was a different spectrum of light. Like, okay, so the moon seems more silvery white, right? And the sun seems more reddish and then turns white. And then this one was more bluish. Like it makes me think it was like a blue. It reminds me of the blue Kachina, like what's written about the blue Kachina and things like that. I don't know. It's just that that's the only thing I've ever heard of anyone talk about being written about a blue light, and it's bluish. And not only that, but I've seen this. I know what the light spectrum looks like because I saw it right after this. It's like when they really, really chemtrail, when the sun sets in the west, you can look to the I look to the east, and I can see that there, and I can post some of those pictures too. I actually post. I don't know which one's to post first, but this one is like you can see the light rays. You know how you see crepuscular rays come out of the clouds from the sun. Well, when the sun sets in the east, there is another light. I don't know if it's going the opposite direction or if it's just follow it. I don't know. I don't know what it's doing, but when it's in the sky and it's not in the east, then it's like overhead. It seems like they try to chemtrail a lot. But when the light does come through, it's like everything, the colors of everything looks different. It looks way, way, way different. Like the green, it looks green, but it's a different green. It's like all the colors just look different when this light's around. It's like a different spectrum of light. So you can take this information and, do discern what you will with it. You can think it's, nuts or not. It doesn't matter to me. I know what I saw and I know what I experienced. And if you notice, like from here on out, when they do the heavy, like just start noticing, at sunset, when the sun sets in the west, look towards the east and see if you see any anomalies there, is all I say. Just look for yourself, do your own observations.
Oh my goodness, why can't I navigate this damn app? You posted it in chat, right? Yeah. I can't find it now.
I've not posted it yet. I was talking.
Okay.
I'm grabbing them right now.
No, I'm hearing rings, so I'm lost on this thing. I apologize. Why can't I find the chat now? I want direct messages. I want.
And I'll tell you something else I noticed about it too. Like it seemed like the further away from the sun, the more transparent it was. The closer to the sun, the more, which was weird. That could have just been my perspective too. I couldn't really tell because you'll see how many clouds there was. They were really trying to cover this up, whatever it is, which is this actually. The sky, how much they'd cut, is what got me looking. That's what had me looking. That's the only reason I even saw it.
You saw the excessive amount of chemtrails they were throwing up? Yeah, that's like a red flag. It's like, oh, they're up to something.
I shared this with someone before, and they actually inverted it. Now, see, when I first start taking it, I'm looking through a utility window, so you can see how it's all like scratched up and stuff. But someone did take these photos. I was in speculation, and we were talking about different things, and they inverted the colors, and you can see where the light emanates from because it gets darker. And so you can do that with these if you want to. It'll probably show you more. But anyway.
Truth, I was gonna ask you that if you had the picture that they did that with, because I saw it really well when they did that. The other light.
Yeah.
It was, what was it, like a negative? It almost looked like what a negative would look like.
I think that when you look at the picture, if you just grab the picture, I think you can invert it. yourself, I don't know if I guess I could try to invert it and post it, but so you can see like at the top left corner of that house is like a bigger circle of light, which is the sun, and to the left of that is the smaller circle. That's the light that I'm talking about, and you can see it progress and it gets closer to it. And some of the top upper photos, you know, I actually have it brighter, but there's a few more, and I think that's all of them. And then I'll post the one where I actually see, like in the east, you know, the light showing. There's actually, you know, shadows through the clouds. It's like crepuscular rays shining out of the clouds. But this is to the east after sunset. So it's definitely it's not the sun. Now I'm just going to post all of them. All of them doesn't show it very well, but I'm just going to post all of them, so I'm not
How much of this
picking them.
cloud cover is the chemtrailing?
All of it.
This is like all of it. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Holy Jesus!
Very low. Yep.
It's like right over your head.
I wished I'd gotten it out of a better window because this is out of a utility window and it's
disgusting. It looks like somebody took a greasy, dirty, oily rag and wiped it across the sky.
yeah, that's pretty much what they do. But you can grab these and invert the colors, and you can see some of them show it really good. But do you see that other light?
Yeah, I can see it in let's see, from the top one when you have basically the sun. Let's start at the top here. Yeah, 1, 2.
Yeah, I see it.
Third picture down in that frame. Look at that's supposed to be one source of light, and I can see a perfectly circular, which is that I assume that from one from above just moved. So that has to be at least one light source. Where's the rest of this light coming from? And then when you move down. Oh
yeah, and just think about it though. This smaller light, it moved from horizon to noon position in like 20 minutes. It caught up to the sun and passed the sun up.
Oh, okay. Because I thought the sun was the other one at the back, and the light
sun's
was
the sun's the larger one, and it's
at the back, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Okay. This little light in the front is the yeah. Oh yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, that was the moon.
There's
But
definitely two lights. They did their best to make it look like, oh, you're just seeing a reflection off of a cloud layer. Just look away. But
yeah.
Again,
I
you
can see it.
scrutinize what's going
there,
on. You can see it.
You reckon it's a balloon? Nah, it's a light. Hey, it looks like some kind of trans.
It looks like a lesser sun. It looks like a lesser sun. I mean, in real life, like when you do the observation, like when you're seeing this happen in real life, I mean, you see it moving. I don't know what it could be. I mean, maybe there's some.
But it's not illuminating the clouds around it the way the moon does, or the way the sun does. You know, it's like
so. There's patents for artificial suns.
Hologram.
Maybe they're just flying one of their artificial suns around to see how people will react.
I saw an artificial moon. It was like in front of the carnival. You know that big wheel, the carnivals. It was in front of the car. I was like, wait, is that moon in front of the car? I don't know if it was. That was a long time ago.
Now, see, that's during the sunrise. You can see those two houses. That's towards the east. And these other photos that I'm going to post is towards the same direction. The house that you see to the left, it's over the house to the left. Behind it is at sunset, right? The sun's behind me in these other photos that I'm going to post. The sun is behind me to the west, setting. This is to the east, towards this direction, behind this house. Yeah, this is like it, and then this is at sunset. So this light that you see behind that house is not the sun, but you can see where. I'll show you. Here's
it's
one
lighting up the whole sky.
Here's one of them. I'm going to try to find the one where it's actually got the beams of light or rays of light. But that's
What
the
was
house to the
this?
left.
You know what? Now that you know what they can do, they can claim. You know what this is? This is an overexposed picture of the moon lighting up the sky as it
Yeah.
approaches the sun.
But
You
I've
reckon?
got the date and time, and the
Nah,
moon
nah,
was
nah.
not there. So
The moon doesn't light up the whole the horizon like that.
so this is facing
That last
the
one looks
opposite
crazy.
direction.
that's in the east at sunset. The sun's setting behind me. And I don't know if you can notice or not, but
So who
the
set
light.
off a nuclear weapon on the horizon
Hey,
over there?
that's what I was thinking.
What's going on?
It's like what kind of create? Oh yeah, like a little nuclear like
It's supposed to be dark over there.
reaction.
What's going on?
Man, they've
That's
got these
insane.
drones that can light the sky up, man. That's why I'm
Oh, you know, you missed an
hologram.
opportunity here. You could have captured the image of the other sun in one of your windows there while you had that going on. That would have been stellar, but it is still a good shot.
It's got the time in the metadata. I'm sure it's got, like, you can see those clouds in front are not lit up, and the clouds behind it are.
Yeah, it's clearly way
But
back there.
you can get the time of day and the date, from the metadata. I'm sure if anyone knows how to do that, I don't know how to do that, but it should be in there because
I don't need that level of scrutiny against your photos. I trust it.
Well, you can take the date if you remember the date and try to match it up with any projects or any exercises or anything that the military or the local government, whatever it could have been. You know what I mean? Could have been causing that. Probably. That's a lot. If you remember the day.
Only be
I
long. It might be what they're
I,
racing against. They might be trying to gain control before it's time to fucking end the party and start all over.
I believe they can do that today. I mean, I believe they can control. You know, yeah, possible. Yeah, I'm just checking it off as easily done. Yeah, but why? Why? What? When? How? Why?
Well, they got
How?
all the info. Well, they have more info than we have, so they can make plans that we have no idea about motives, all that's all speculation, but you can kind of guess that it's got something to do with something. I mean, if they are prepared for this, then they are aware of the nature of the universe. They know what's going on. There's got to be some kind of a, you know, I don't want to make it sound grand or anything, but it's like a cosmic struggle. There's something going on that's not
Or
just my personal struggle with the environment I was thrust into to see, hey, how are you going to do? I think it's more about something bigger.
see how bright that is, though. Look at that. It's like the second one to the last. So
Is
this
that
last
raining?
one,
What is that demarcation line? Is it
that
like
last
rain falling?
one's the what do you mean
yeah,
It's
demarcation?
like
what
a
is that?
yeah.
Is this east?
Yeah, that's east at sunset.
This is sunset. Yeah, something's
No,
definitely
that's
happening.
shadow. That's
Yeah,
shadowed. That's where the light's shadowed.
man, something's happening there. And look at this guy's. Look at Royals.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
something's
Well,
happening there that's causing that light. Yeah.
okay, Royal, you can get rid of that picture because that one is actually to the west. That's why I'm removing it because I grabbed the wrong ones. That one's to the west, but the other ones that I left up there, those are to the east. Look at how bright that light is coming out of those clouds. There's
You
no
see how
mistaking.
the light is like it's like
A bluish light. It's got a
yeah,
blue. Yeah, it's a spectrum, a different spectrum than what the sun is.
it looks artificial in a way. It looks like
It
and
looks
it
like an
also looks
LED light.
yeah. It's got an intensity that's like it's just strange. If
Well,
that
they're
was
trying too
Like
hard
a
to hide it.
glass.
right? They're not putting it. They're trying too hard to hide it, and no, they don't. There's not any controlled opposition out here saying, oh, look what I've captured. Matter of fact, I don't see anyone. Like I have seen where people have posted like pictures of two suns, but they're not really like not much is said about them. But this
Would you
is
say it was like right on the sun's path, or did it just cross where it was at that time, like, a random event that's not random? Was it
well
following
when
the path consistently?
I don't know if it's going the opposite direction or going with it. I know the first ones in 2017, it came from the same direction and was going in the same direction as the sun, but it appeared to slow down and speed up and then go from left to right, which makes me think it's doing a corkscrew pattern. But it did come from the same direction and go in the same direction as the sun.
Generally followed the same path then, but in this
Yeah,
weird
but this
way.
is like I'm seeing this in the location where the sun rises at sunset, at the time of sunset. And I've seen
I've
it at
seen
different
this
times.
phenomenon. I've seen this phenomenon, but I didn't see the source of the light. I've seen at dusk a rising sun that was not like red like a rising sun. It was more like what you're seeing here, which is like a cleaner light, a more intense, not it's so low on the horizon. I should have been seeing like red and purple on that, but it was glowing like it was daylight. I don't know how to explain it, but it was too bright to be. I mean, there's cities down there, but it was intense compared to what is normally seen. So it could have been something similar.
And Royal, I don't know, man. It's like, look, it's hard for me to think that it's not happening anywhere else, that it's not there for someone else to see. I've been screaming about this for 2 years, so, or three, well, since 2017, I've been, telling people, trying to get it in their awareness hey, just do pay attention towards the east at sunset. See what you see. See if you can see any other light. And even if I don't tell them that, just look and see what you can see. But I don't think anyone else is like even trying to observe it. I don't think anyone else is looking for it. And if you're not looking for it, then you're not even going to notice it.
Some
Which
people
that,
might have it and not realize it if they're not
yeah,
looking for it because there's dedicated sky watchers that just, tape things for no reason and stuff like that, and they may have captured it and not realize it.
yeah. But I mean, I was already looking at the sky anyway, and see, when people they have this story out here too of with the heliocentric model, and then they have this fringe story for conspiracy theorists, and I hate using that term, but we know what they mean when they say it. Those who are looking into these fringe topics, right, so that they can bite on this Nibiru thing, this other, coming from some, from outer space or whatever. So when people do see something, they just, superimpose that story onto it and say, hey, this is what that's, anyway, I'm just saying that
No, I see what you're
for the
saying.
most,
They're saying it's
yeah,
4D chess. Don't pay attention. It's not worth your time. It's just a move to distract you.
yeah, for the most part though, if you were to see this and not uh like and not be questioning anything, you would just assume or think that, hey, well, those clouds are really reflective, but yet the sun is setting. Okay, the sun is already setting. It's like there's not really much light behind me coming from the sun left. It's like far enough away from me. The sun is damn near gone, but this is way too bright, and nothing in between gets lit up. The clouds in front of it never get lit up, and it's always right there in that one spot. And you can see between those houses when I first captured the picture where it came from between those two houses, so it stays within that general area.
Well, is there a reason you're not showing people these photos?
Oh, I
No,
do
you're
show them.
telling them about it. Oh,
I
okay.
don't
You
I
sounded
don't ever.
apprehensive to do it.
Well, yeah, of course, because you'd be surprised how much you can get attacked for things like that. I mean, literally, it's like, I mean, they
For
they
for
will
an
literally
observation that
uh,
you want explained, that's kind of rough. I mean,
the
that kind of
well,
stands
it is.
that needs an explanation. It's out of the ordinary.
It
Look
is,
at
yeah,
that shit.
it
How do
is
you
what it
explain
is, though.
that? Oh, it's
Yeah,
the
I know.
lens.
Oh, it's an optical. You just think you're seeing it.
I
It's
saw it
not
with my
really
own eyes.
happening.
What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
It's like, but I have shared it quite a bit in other rooms in
Because
speculation. But since
even
we
if
were
a
all talking
massive,
about it, I figured I would share it in here.
even if it was as
Nice.
blatant as that last picture there that somebody posted with the two golden orbs flying, and it made a clear path across the sky one day for everybody to see. They would just get on TV that night and say, scientists are excited to say they captured the rare weather phenomenon called the blah blah blah, and everybody would just go right back to sleep.
Have you
You'd be
have you
surprised
also
how much.
go ahead.
I'm just gonna say you'd be surprised how much cognition exists in like people who are talking about break away from your cognition. Well,
Yeah.
it's like there's cognition in flat Earth too. It's like I'm just
Oh
saying.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because well, that's the other thing too, is once you think, oh my God, I found the secret, you think you know everything, right? And a lot of people, I think they were talking about some of that today, in some of the moderated drama stuff. But it's like people do, get this sense of I now know, and uh, I'm the keeper of secrets. And if you bring something that now suddenly challenges that a little bit. Wait a minute, I just found out the secret. You can't challenge that. I know it. Yeah, but we weren't 100% right on that. And they forget that, yeah, we're still trying to figure this shit out.
Right,
We
those things
we
that
know for sure something's not right, but what exactly it is, we all still have to kind of figure out together.
once you realize that heliocentrism is a lie and you discover other truths, and then you have like in your mind this story of how things are working now, but you can't verify that that's how they're working, and then you see evidence that contradicts what you thought and what you believed, and when you don't look at that evidence and you just assume that you know what's going on, that's cognitive. So
Yeah, that's why I've been actively looking at just about anything everybody gave to me. And a lot of it's got a lot of stuff it's definitely worth my time, even though it's way, way out there and probably not all true. At least some of it has something, worth looking at. And it's not worth discounting unless you look into it. You can't just
well,
do that.
it makes me think, okay, if some things, I mean, the sun comes from okay, if the sun returns, if it's written like the sun will return, it'll come from the east as it'll the sun will return as lightning cometh forth from the east. Like I think about that sometimes, and I'm like, I just wonder. I don't know, man. I just wonder about some things, and I'm not making any claims with any of this. I'm just sharing my observations. You can take it and
Yeah.
do
It's
your
very
own
it's very
experiment.
strange that we Jesus is the Son of God, and we call the thing that is very important to our existence the Son. And now, you know, I mean,
Well,
all
I'm not.
the
I'm
words
not
have
taking.
meaning. I'm not saying you're making a
Yeah.
claim. I'm just
No.
saying
No.
in
No.
general, words have meaning, and coincidence only goes so far, and then things are starting to not be a coincidence, and
Yep.
it has to be some kind of an order to it. Whether or not you can figure it out doesn't really matter. It's there. There's an order there.
Well, he seemed to be a man that really did live, and I do believe that. And Lord of righteousness, I do believe that he achieved that. But I'm not saying that that there should be that connection. I'm just saying that look, I've been there's so much that we don't know, so much that we thought we knew that we were wrong about. I'm just like the things that I observe and I experience. My mind is open to to know. Like I want the truth. That's all I want. I just want the truth. In the end, I want to know what the truth is. But there's definitely something going on. There's a change in the heavens, and there's definitely something different. And we should just be paying attention. So just do your own observations. Look towards the east at sunset. See if you see what you see. See if everybody does that, and
Yeah.
then maybe someone else will notice.
There
Notice something.
wasn't there wasn't a correlation the two times you saw it, right? As far as like the date, it was how far apart?
I
3 years, you said?
honestly haven't really seen a pattern because I've noticed that like in the east tons of times that I haven't taken pictures. I was actually
Right.
driving
How often? Is
pretty
my
often,
question.
pretty often. Like
It could
it's
be
on a
constantly
regular
lapping it.
basis.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And you're only catching it when whatever conditions are right near the horizon. But you said you did see it traverse over your head, right?
That day, the first one with where I took the the one with the
Yeah.
utility went.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did because
So it
when I
could
stopped
be.
taking it was really cold, and that's why I was pissed because I was wanting the sun to shine in, so I was purposefully like in the utility room waiting for the sun because it always beams in nice and hot and it feels good and I wanted some of it and they were chemtrailing the hell out of the sky and that's why I was looking. That was actually the day that I called the White House and bitched about them chemtrailing the sky, you know.
How'd
But
that go?
anyway, but yeah, they just hung up on me. But
I'm sure they
Something's
have a
going on in your
chemtrail
area.
line.
Yeah, some kind of
but
tests or something happening
I don't know.
in your area.
I ended up walking outside and watching it, and it's like I didn't see it anyway. Actually, I couldn't even see any light from it when it got to about noon position. So, but that, like I said, I see it on a regular basis. And one day I was actually driving, and like my vehicle was pointed towards the east, and it was getting late in the evening. It was getting around. It was around sunset, but it wasn't sunset yet. But the sun was far. It
The
was
sun is
behind me.
behind you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the sun was behind me, and you know how you can have crepuscular rays coming out of the clouds. Well, there was like a beam of light coming out of the clouds and down,
in
and
front
it's
of
like,
you.
and I'm looking around and I'm thinking, am I the only one that's noticing that there is like, it looks like the sun is shining right through those clouds, but it actually the sun is setting over here, and this is a different light. And I'm amazed that no one else is paying attention or even notices this. It's like this light was beaming right out of the clouds. And it made me pull over and stop and just look. And I'm looking around and no one else is like everybody's just going on about their business, not paying attention to anything. So I see it on a regular basis. So it's not like you have to wait for a certain time of year for it to happen.
Yeah, that's my
Just
question. So I'm gonna try
just
and see
start.
if I can see it out here on the East Coast. I'm gonna
Yeah.
start looking.
I have
Doesn't
ocean.
surprise me most people don't see it though because everybody's looking at their hand at their phone. So go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I said I have ocean, the sea on my east. So yeah, I'll have a look
That's a
too.
good observation point. Yeah.
Hey, not to change the subject or anything, but have y'all seen that video that's going around? Supposedly lightning hit a building in China, and that thing looks like it's like fire. Like it looked like it melted the building, but it didn't. Like
Have you got the video?
Oh, I
I
think I saw
I
that.
tried posting it. I tried posting it on here, but it only lets me put the link. I don't see the
DM
poll.
it to me.
Oh, 1 second.
I'm
Let me
pretty
look for it
sure it
again.
hits like either a clothesline or a utility line that's connecting two buildings, and the whole line goes up at once, and that's what you're seeing.
Okay. Well, it looks crazy though.
If it's the same video, I think that's what I'm seeing. But I'll look
Oh,
at it. I haven't seen it.
okay.
So.
See, copy link.
You know what they say about these aliens, right? Like at the Area
Who
51 is
said?
that
Oh, my bad. So,
the government says their planet has two suns. It's a two-star planet system.
All that
And
leaked
I was
information
looking,
we get from the government is
yeah, all right.
always suspect.
Well, now that I'm seeing two suns, pop up here and
Oh
there,
yeah,
it's like,
it's interesting,
predictive
right?
programming much or
Yeah.
does it? Yeah,
It's a reflection of the sun. It could be a reflection. If you think about like if you shine a light
binary.
through a glass bowl, yeah, but the bowl has two, like a front and a back, like a
Yeah,
Pyrex that has a gap in the middle. If you shine the light through that, you would get two separate suns, right? And if as you went, the angle changes, though, one will look like it's crossing the other, and they'll be going,
yeah.
but they would be going in
All right.
opposite directions, I think.
What's the term for that? There's a term for that. I forget. Not crepuscular
Someone's
rays,
typing.
but
It might tell us.
sun
Someone's typing.
dogs, right? Those are called sun dogs. Are you talking about?
Yeah, wait a minute. It can't be a reflection because they're both casting light rays down across the water at one observer.
Yeah,
The
the
same
angle
observer.
would the angle would be way different if it
Yeah,
were.
that doesn't seem right. Uh, Unless that picture's got a super zoom and those two lines come together at this guy's feet, and even then, I don't know.
Oh, that's right.
Which one? Did you get that video or what are we looking at this photo? The sun, the
Oh,
two suns?
Yeah, the sun,
yeah,
the
because
the
we're
one that
waiting on the other thing to come up.
the one that
The
Royal
Canada? Yeah.
posted.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that he sent was on Facebook, and I don't do Facebook, so he's trying to extract it
Yeah,
and then send
yeah,
it
I
to me.
found it. It was a lightning strike under like a building for construction. But I'll send it right now. But this was like a year ago though. Hold on, let me see. There you go.
It didn't pop up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
He
Oh.
sent it to me. I've got to
yeah, I
grab
sent
it.
it. Yeah.
Okay, okay. All right.
I'm slow, Bong.
I saw him typing
Here.
and he stopped
But
typing and nothing came up. Oh,
There you
there it
go.
there you
goes.
go. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like what would happen if there was a line connected to where the lightning
Damn.
struck and it traveled down that line and it just ignited. And all that stuff flying off of it just could be the water igniting around it or lighting up. I don't think that's all fire. I think that's light from the lightning kind of like diffusing in the water, right? Because this is during
Right.
a rainstorm.
Looks
Right,
like a
right.
sword
When you
cut and
notice,
sliced.
yeah, right. Like when you mentioned that it might have been like a wire or something that it hit, I'm like, oh, then that's probably what it was because it did look like that, you know?
It's a cool thumbnail though.
Yeah, it looks sick.
Yeah, sun dogs. Like,
Now imagine Doc Brown connecting that to the ground just as Marty drives up to hit 88 miles per hour. I don't think Doc survives.
Well, we can't go too far. We can't go this far into this convo without me posting these. So I've got to post these, and that also seeing these two. It makes me think that it's not
Nice.
an actual thing. That it's like some kind of effect that where it manifests as a light that we see as sun. Which I don't know, man. It's just like still up for grabs. What's really going on? But
Where's the video taken? Is this America? What does it say?
if
It just
if
says
it's in the description, then if
it
it's not in the
doesn't.
description,
Okay.
then I couldn't tell you.
I'm just curious. It's all right.
But
I'm just curious.
but that's where it's inverted, and it also makes me think, like seeing the different light sources like that makes me think of this conceptual idea of the Earth. And I'll post this here in just a second. And when I first watched this, I'm like, oh man, this kind of fits a little bit, but it doesn't mean that it's true. I don't know if it. I don't know what the truth is. I'm just not closing my mind, and I'm looking to see what I observe and what I experience and what reality presents itself as. Now, whatever fits, fits. You know, I don't know, but And then there's the story, like I don't know if you've read the Smoky God or if you've listened to the audiobooks or whatever, but in the Smoky God, and I don't even know if it's true, but on the journals of those who claim to have taken trips to the north, with the fresh water flowing over the salt water, they were like the
What
closer
am I
there
looking at? The sun just rose between two trees.
look what,
Is that what I'm
yeah,
seeing?
It's an
I'm not
optical
saying
effect.
what you're seeing. You just
What the fuck am I
you do
looking at?
use your own discernment. But
What is going on?
but there's like the journals of the journey to the center, and these guys have claimed that there is another sun, a different type of light, and another sun that the sun is always shining there. It never gets dark there, and like you'll just have to listen to the Smoky God and
That
hear
looks like
it
it's
for yourself.
manifesting out of the center of the hill.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah, I
rising
know.
up from behind it.
Yep. And that's not the only one. There's other ones like see, let me find it. Where you can see it appears, I'm not saying it is, but it appears to be setting in the water. You can see the horizon behind it.
There's no way the light should be doing this. It shouldn't look
Well,
like that.
You know how when something is too thin and the light is too bright, the light just shines. It looks like it's shining through that thin object, or even the object disappears altogether because the light's so bright. That could be the effect. Pretty good.
But that would
And plus
imply
the
that the
yeah.
the brightness. Think about that. The brightness is so bright that it's going through 2 feet of wood. Right. So
Yeah.
You talk
if I
like
held
the
up
washed
Because
out. You're talking about the washed out effect, right? Where the where the light's so bright it washes out the.
when there's less humidity, it looks like it's very dry, so the sun would appear really big in the sky. I don't know what kind of other
Are you
optical
watching this
effects the
video? Did
lens
you
is
see it
doing
yet?
it. Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
god.
Oh, this is a crazy ass video.
yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. It's like, wait,
Wait.
because it's so big, the sun is so big because of the humidity, the conditions of the
Fraction.
Okay, here's my
you know,
problem.
you're gonna
5
have all
minutes and 10
kinds
seconds
of
in that video.
optical illusions effects. Yeah. I saw. Yeah,
5 minutes and 10
it
seconds
looked like the hill
explaining
was on
that.
fire, man.
Yeah. How
But
can
see,
the
listen,
trees be behind it and
Well,
in
that's what I
front of it?
mean. Yeah, it has to be the
How are the
size of the
ones
sun. Yep.
Refraction.
well, simple. We don't know. Like it's
Exactly.
not what we think. It's what we think, and we don't know because even with the annular eclipse, like you can see, which I'm getting ready to post, which is my profile pic. You can see directly through it, and you can see the clouds through it. You just see like a ring of, and there's like one little spot
Hold on,
there
I haven't even gotten there yet. Oh my god. I'm still
at about
stuck on the first one.
at about the 10 o'clock position on the annular
It-
eclipse there. It looks like looks like a ring where the ring connects. Like whatever is causing this effect that
Wait,
manifests
what?
as the sun. It's like we don't know what it is. Maybe it's look. I'm not claiming anything. You just can look at the information and do your own discernment. Because I'm not going to get thrown under the bus for making any. Because I don't know. I can't claim.
yeah,
Because I don't know.
that's,
Of
that's
course, yeah.
the perks of flat Earth. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
what could it be?
Yeah, right. It leaves like a lot to the imagination.
Yeah, because you don't know. Yeah, it's like an adventure. Like, remember that
You,
feeling
you,
when you were little
you,
in the backyard?
you know,
It's like,
Well, it's
you,
like puzzle pieces. It's like puzzle pieces, and you got to figure out which pieces fit. And if none of
yeah,
them fit, then you have to look for another piece. It's pretty much okay.
you know
So
what's crazy
a
is
clue.
that we actually like accept it, like that we don't know, but
have
everyone
to,
else is like, what is it? What is it? You're wrong.
What is this filter that's on it now? What is
and then check that out. The horizon behind it.
I was Glober. I'd be like, That's what you get for being a flat
No,
earther.
no. First of all, what are all these lines I'm seeing? You see, what's it? I mean, if that's I guess it could be an artifact of how the digital camera's working, but
I think it has to do with the size, because the humidity. You know how it makes
oh,
the
bird
sun
flew
look
by. I want to see that again. Hold
bigger.
on. What's the bird look like?
Oh, horizon behind the sun. Just saw that.
That's the thing. If there's not a ball, then we're gonna see all kinds of, like, why, what are we looking at anyway?
Re-
It's not a
But the
ball in the
refresh.
sun is
sky.
washing out all the trees in
Right?
front of it
What
up
kind of
until that point.
what kind of light? It's not fire.
Oh,
That's
you
why
guys still on that one?
that's why the inverted one is so important. Right. Just saying.
I'm trying
Oh,
to.
Is it a nuclear light in the sky? I don't think so. I don't know. Who knows? It's up there, not down here. Yeah, right. Where stuff is. And yeah,
that's crazy.
there's so much we don't know about the sun.
These color assignments aren't random, right? They're supposed to show shifts in this negative, or are they just artful?
What do you mean?
In the negative of the sun rising in the middle of those trees, there's all these.
It's just
You
it
know,
looks to me like where the negative is, where it's the colors are inverted, that it's the different levels of intensity of.
yeah. So it is right. So it is the wavelength we're seeing. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you see with your eye too in the real world. It could be the glass or the
because
lens. I mean,
because the colors are in the right order. So what could be happening
On the
is that it's
trees
just
too?
losing intensity all the way through. If that's the case, it will always be darkest in front. Is it all the way through? Let's see.
and his exposure is a bit,
But still,
So
why would it just?
the thing that got me looking and paying attention to this years ago was flat Earth photography. I'm pretty sure that they are the ones that did it. They've done a lot of um, sun.
Observation.
Yeah, flat Earth photography is done. I don't even know if. Let me see if I can find their channel. But I watched. They were at a higher vantage point. Like it was at some island because there was water. It's like over water, and they were filming the water, and you could see a lot beneath the water. And you could see it get bigger, and then you would just think like, well, what is that? And they were filming it, and then it broke through the surface of the water, rose out of the water, and it dripped kind of like. And I can't find that one. That's been years ago, but that's what got me started looking at it. And I'm just saying that if you want to know what I mean by it looked like it dripped water, it was like really wavy, and it didn't really take like an actual appearance of a shape until after it completely
Right, it was
broke
like
away and left
liquid
the
until it.
surface. Yeah, it's
Right.
like, so whatever the manifestation is,
Maybe
it's
like a
like
soap bubble.
I call it a manifestation of light. Like whatever's causing it, I don't know, but I have, if you want to know, like I have an idea that just came to me in the past day or two. So have you seen the one? Okay, did you see the one with the solar eclipse where they show the different orbs around the sun during the solar eclipse, where it's like possible explanation is what they're saying? I'll post it. Hang on a second. I'll just post it again instead of asking if you've seen it.
Where's the Gemsy? Where's the source? Is that what the red dot there is? What are we looking at in that? What is that?
Now these are
Infrared,
just
negative?
speculation conversations amongst friends. Okay, don't like claim that I'm not claiming anything, guys. Just sharing.
What do you mean? You have indoctrinated us into your agenda. What are you talking about?
Shut up. Let me find it. Dang it. Where is it? Okay, I have 2 more things that I need to post finish this up. The one is, why can I not
I
find
know,
it?
right? Since
I've got so much stuff I can't really find anything. And I even have it organized. Are you serious? Okay, here we go.
So it's casted down from there, and then all these. I'm talking to Gemsy, sorry, and then all these effects are just the light reflecting and refracting around the container. Gotcha. Makes
Now,
sense
if
because that coffee cup one is fucking perfect. That is exactly what you're looking at. I mean, or the glass of water. I mean, that is a perfect representation of what you're seeing on the sky there.
so, the one I just posted about the solar eclipses, those orbs around it that are captured around the sun during the solar eclipse, like, so we don't know. Since we don't know, like, I have speculated.
What?
It's pure speculation, and it is fringy. And I'm so apprehensive right now of even saying it. But oh well, whatever. So these little orbs around it. What if? What
the
if?
fuck am I looking at now? What are these orbs?
I don't know. You tell me. But they're captured during the solar eclipse. So these orbs, they seem to be like, it reminds me of like bubbles, like you blow bubbles with soap bubbles or something. But anyway, they're transparent. You can see through. But what if those things are the things that we see moving that appear to be as the sun, and there is an electrical effect. There is an effect that causes them to shine brightly and manifest light as the sun, because there's a lot of shit that doesn't make sense,
Oh shit!
right?
I was gonna say this
I
is
mean,
all
I
on
don't
the
know.
window, and
Yeah,
then the
I don't
guy
know
shows exactly why it's not on the window. It's
because
not
it
on the
doesn't.
window.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because when you move it, it doesn't move relative to
right.
it being
The
a flare.
parallax
Yeah,
doesn't work.
yeah,
Right.
it doesn't work out. It stays in the same position relative to the sun, and it should
So
move,
the
and it doesn't.
so these things are flying around then, and
I'm not saying
occasionally they.
anything, man. I'm not
I
claiming
know.
nothing.
I'm
Just sharing
saying
it.
it. You can throw me out. I don't care. I'll make the claim just to open people's brains. It looks like these things are flying around, and sometimes they light up, or they
They-
capture the light of the sun and reflect it,
Dude, I
or
don't know. Remember
focus
that?
it.
Remember the pictures that I showed you of that one light? It's like the closer it got to the sun, the less.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was lit up, and then as it moved, it got close to the sun and then moved away from it. Then you couldn't see it anymore. So
Wait a minute.
I
What?
don't, dude. I don't
They
know.
all look at right there. As I'm saying it, he showed it. As you cross a certain position, they all kind of light up, and then if you change your angle a little bit, they go dark as you're
And
looking
and
at
in
it. So they
and
can't.
in Japan, I'm in Kentucky, and in Japan, my son, it was like it was around between 2 and 3 p.m. for me. So it's just a little bit past noon. Okay. And I could see the sun passing through the clouds, crepuscular rays. Jin CBR was in Japan taking his morning run and was seeing his sunrise. Explain that one. That's why I'm saying we don't know, man. We don't know. Okay. What we see, it's like it seems very localized. That's all I'm saying.
He was seeing sunrise, and what time was it in? Where are you, Kentucky?
He was, yeah, and it was just a bit. It was past just a bit past noon. It
Right over
wasn't.
your head. That's his sunrise. That would
It
mean. Well, wait
a
a
little
minute.
bit
Then we can
a little
figure out
bit
how
past
high it is.
a little bit past overhead. Well, that's if it's the same one, man. It's like not really, because
Well,
it's
that
in it. Okay, so you tell me this: are the clouds that are over my head also over his head, because the sun was within the clouds? There were
no,
crepuscular rays
no, no,
coming out
no.
of the clouds.
The clouds over his head were on your horizon. The clouds over your head were on his horizon, right?
He didn't say anything
But
about
that
clouds.
distance, but that
I don't know.
distance is so big.
Yeah, for real. It's like my brain's been turned inside out. now for years. So
Ah.
it's like, and it's hard to look. I'm not claiming anything. I don't know. I'm just saying, it's everyone can do their own observations, and we can figure out what's not going on, eliminate, deductive logic, but I don't think we'll ever really truly know this side of life.
I want to
But-
see some shit in the sky with my own eyes like this. That's what I'm looking for. This is blowing my mind right now. These things flying around.
These things fly. I mean, I don't
No,
know,
because
man.
that's
It's like
what is the Indian story about the other sons?
the blue
and-
kachina, and
Yeah.
I don't know it very well. Battlemod would be the one to ask about that. He knows those. There are a few people that know these stories. It's like I've heard a little bit here and there about them, and just the fact that this other light seems to have like a bluish tint to it, and that there are some Native American stories that are verbally passed down that involve a blue sun, like a blue kachina.
Can you put the picture in the live stream, Truth, please,
Of what
of what you're seeing?
I've posted all the pictures that I've.
Yeah, they're if you scroll up, they're
How far back?
oh, it's not far. It's like
There's a lot of
just
them
above the
though.
bubble, just above the bubble pictures is one of the videos, and then more pictures. They're all in succession from that point up.
But here's an idea. Here is an idea of because the moon seems to do the same thing. What I was saying about when I said that it appeared to rise out of the water and it appeared to be dripping water and like it didn't take shape till it separated from the water. When it does that, like when I see a sunrise, I have actually observed a sunrise myself where you could see the ridges, the ridge tops. I was on top of the mountain, okay, looking out, and you could see the ridge tops out in the distance. One ridge top, another one behind it, another all the way out to the horizon. Okay, when the sun rose, it didn't cross all those ridge tops. It rose in front of the ridge top in front of me. Okay, and the light shined. I've got pictures of it too, and the light shined beneath the cloud of fogs, and the ridge top was above the
Yeah.
the cloud of fogs, right? And it seems to be that that every time this happens or wherever this happens, there's water involved. So whatever it comes out of seems to be water. It's like that one video. It's like I wouldn't doubt it if beneath that ground there wasn't like a water table. But all I'm saying is this is the moon seems to do the same thing. So, and to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, Richie from Boston actually captured the moon rising, and it does what I'm talking that I saw the sun do. I didn't see it myself. It was in the video that I told you about that I can't find from years ago. So, and this one is Richie from Boston. He's in Boston, and he was looking out the East Coast into the waters, captured the moonrise. So there you go. Chew on that for a while.
I thought his channel got deleted.
He's got more. He has had his channel deleted several times, several different ones. But he's got RFB, Richie from Boston, RFB2, RFB1, just different ones.
Yeah, I know about him. Dang.
It looks like a chocolate ball dipped in chocolate and then pulled out of the chocolate.
So, and something else that I noticed the day that I did see the sunrise is it seems to have like a pulse, a vibration, the vibrational frequency of it. When it's red, it doesn't really give off heat. You don't feel that intense heat until it gets the higher up it goes. It has a vibrational frequency to it that is very low when it's rising. Then it beats faster and it continues to increase in frequency until the vibration is like the frequency of it is so fast that it looks like it's a solid hum. And at that point, it's white. And then that's when you start feeling heat from it. But what I saw the sun. Yeah, what I saw the sun do is the same thing that the moon's doing right here. So they both seem to do the same thing. And whatever that is, I'm not saying what that is, but there you go. Chew on it.
When you saw the sun do it, was there
And when I saw this video of the sun do it, like he had the camera pointed down onto the waters and you could see the light beneath the water. The light got bigger till it broke the surface of the water and it rose out of the water just like the moon's doing right here.
What did the ray on top of the surface that normally would be running from the sun to his feet do during that? Was it apparent the whole time, or did it only appear after the sun broke through the water?
And it just like, well, I mean, it just had like it wasn't a line like you see on the reflection of the water. It didn't make a line
Yeah,
across it. It was
it
just like
didn't.
it was just like red beneath it because he was like right there at it. It was like so close to it that it looked like it could almost touch it. But he was also zoomed in on it, so maybe he wasn't that close to it. You know, it's and
Yeah.
this, yeah.
Huh.
Just saying, the only thing that'll keep you from finding the truth is to think that you already have it.
Yeah.
And I don't
I
have
mean,
it.
it would be easy to say that, oh, that's just atmospheric interference and clouds and moisture just kind of screwing up the image, but it appears
Doesn't
to be
fit.
morphing. It's morphing in a
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, those explanations don't fit. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like they can claim whatever, people can say whatever, they can't demonstrate it, they can't recreate it, and it don't fit. It doesn't fit. They don't fit.
Yeah, the moon's a fucking mystery. The sun, mystery. All these brand new things flying around now.
I
It's
do believe
clear
it's
that the
definitely
sky is the
a.
most important thing. I
I do
mean, we
believe
say
it's.
don't look up to go look down, but I think the sky is super, super, super important.
I do believe it's definitely they're electrical in nature in some way. I don't know how, but not just electrical, but I believe there's other energy fields that we don't even know about. Not to mention the electromagnetic and that I don't know, man. It seems to be, and there seems to be an effect that just causes the manifestation of light. The moon is very mysterious, just because once it takes shape, it appears to be physical, but I don't even think that it is. I don't know, man. I don't know what neither one of them are. I don't think I don't want to say they are or they are not physical. I think it's something that we won't be able to understand. But I can tell you that through deductive logic, we know some things that are not happening because, it just, the puzzle piece doesn't fit. So you've got to look for another piece.
The other piece is the source from where
Yep,
they come from.
I would agree. And in the book of Enoch, talks about gates and portals, um, and in the Quran it talks about it too, but it actually says that it bathes in the waters. And some people,
I did run across a channel that was talking about gates and portals and how the sun kind of this like teleports at certain points when things are aligned. There's
yeah.
like a dedicated whole thing to it if you want to look for it. I'm sure it's not hard to
But
find.
you know what it makes me think though, if it is going like through, if there is any passing through the waters, right, and if there are any gates and portals, which I mean I believe that there are, it makes me think of where they went into the ocean. Did you see? Have you seen the video where they went into the ocean and they call it the firmament beneath the waters, where there's a boundary, there's this real thick viscous material that they can't penetrate.
Yeah,
It rises.
they claimed it was super salinated water or something, and
And that's
that
what they
was the
claim,
reason.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But with all that, I mean, it's like I'm not even going to go into why I don't think that that's a good explanation. I think everyone can use their own
No, I
common sense.
don't. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd love to know how the salt decides to stay right with that water
So
and not spread to the rest of the water.
what I'm thinking is if there are portals like that, that could very well be what they encountered is one of those portals. Like maybe this thick
We
viscous material is maybe that's one of the portals that it passes
they
through.
like
Who
they
knows?
like to shove it on our face, and if you think about how media has been portraying like portals and that kind of stuff, it's always a shimmering, watery like surface that you walk through. If you remember Stargate in the '90s, that was a good example of a water portal.
And
Um,
it's
Go
written
ahead.
that the moon I can't remember if it's the moon or the sun or both, but that it goes to its place of rest, that there is a place of rest or something. So I don't know. But
Pretty
I'll
sure
post.
the original magic mirrors and scrying devices were not hard mirrors. They were always reflective pools. So water plays a big part in that, you know, mysticism type of explanations of how the universe works. But as you can't discount, like you said, you can't discount anything because things have been hidden on purpose. You got to find truth wherever it lies. Yeah, there's that water.
Saying, yeah. So, I'll post a couple more that flat Earth photography captured of a sunrise, and in his video, you can see the birds fly in front of the sun and pass directly in front of it from one side to the other. It never gets washed out or anything, and then it goes back and does it again. Only when it does it again, it goes behind it, and then it flies through and pops out the middle of it, like it flies through it and comes out the middle of it. So I don't even think like until the vibrational frequency increases enough to where it starts producing heat when it's rising, I don't believe it will hurt you because it doesn't seem to hurt. It doesn't seem to hurt anything else. It doesn't seem to hurt the trees. It doesn't seem to hurt the birds. And so if you really want to call me crazy, then I'll give you a reason to call me crazy. Before I die, if I feel my bucket list, I want to fly in a wingsuit. I want to wear a wingsuit and just fly into like the rising sun, or get in a boat. Now, Rakia Life, he's not in here a lot, but he sails the seas with his wife. They take excellent photographs and videos of the sun. Like, you should check some of his stuff out. He's got some good stuff. Rakia Life. And
Oh,
that's how,
yo,
that's how you spell his name.
that
Let the truth fly.
that firmament beneath the oceans. I feel like that can be a set as well, like setup, you know? Maybe
That
I don't know
are
why.
with the are you referring to like a pre, you know,
To the video,
conceived event? Like it's all fabricated?
maybe it could be. I wouldn't know why like
Yeah.
they would do that, you know? But I feel like wouldn't they like dug through it? You get me? Like kind of like scraped
That
it,
was gonna be my next question.
take
Did
a
they grab some
sample,
of this to go right to
like
go test it?
because they never said anything like that. They just said they just tried to go down and that's it, you know? And they couldn't because it was too saline or something.
Well,
And,
if they did,
and
they're not going to tell us anything about it, right? They're just going to tell us it's real thick saline water, you know.
true,
Uh,
Well,
true.
there's the waters above and the waters below, right?
Right, right.
So what if it's a different type of water? What if that's what's the, you know, we're talking about domes. What if it's made out of this shit? You get up there and it's not a hard berry at first. It's this kind of,
Liquid.
you know, gelatinous-y type of
Uh,
well,
thing.
there's speculation about that too, and I don't know how credible the source is, but have you seen the one where they claim that they have a piece, they call it sky ice. Have you
Yeah,
seen
it's
that?
supposed to be
like
pure
that
oxygen or
bluish.
something.
Yeah, and then it never goes into like it goes from solid to vapor.
The blue ice, sky ice.
Yeah,
You think that's legit?
don't know. Don't know, man. Couldn't
It
tell
could
you.
be a whistleblower on
Or
the
maybe, or maybe
southern
if like,
ring that hit
sorry,
the dome.
Got to be
or maybe,
skeptical of everything.
or maybe that
Yeah,
gelatinous, you know, underwater thing, you know, like you take a piece of that, take it up to the air, it turns into solid, and then it just goes
yeah.
on to like
Maybe under low
air.
pressure, that's what happens to it. It gets solid or something.
That'd be crazy. Just thought about it right now. I'm like, huh, that'd be crazy. Like they did actually get samples and it turned into solid.
Here's these guys. Now, I don't pay any attention to anything they say or don't say. I just like to catch their videos and their documentation of the sunrises. But that's flat earth photography. They do a lot of
Oh
crazy.
yeah, I was seeing this the other day. Yeah, they have good observations, like beautiful too.
Trying to figure out how the sun could light up the clouds that are in front of it in a way to make it look like it's behind it.
What do you mean? Light it up in front of it and make it appear to be
The
behind it?
clouds you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what it would have to be doing, right?
Oh, yeah, because it does look like they're behind it. But then, the claim is like, oh, the sun's bright, so it kind of like makes things disappear. I don't
Yeah,
know, man.
there is a washed out effect that light can cause, but it's not like if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. Is all I'm saying. Like when that happens, you can kind of tell that that's what's going on.
That's crazy.
Did you see the photos of the Twin Towers washed out by the sun? Those fucking buildings were hollow from top to bottom. Nothing but the elevator shafts and then some offices near the bottom and a couple at the top. While they were standing. Pre-bad times. Very strange.
Trying to see if I've got some of Rakia's photos that he took. It's pretty telling. Dude, he knows. He's been like, I'd like to get, honestly, so when Richie from Boston captured that video of the moonrise, like theoretically, the same day in the following year, someone should be able to be at that location and actually be in a boat and just go out there and get closer to where he was zooming into. You should be able to see the same thing happen again on the same day the next year, or at least within a 3-day period, right?
I think people who are doing these planned observations, you just start taking multiple angles of it so we can see if
And
that changes what it is you're seeing.
Here's the sunrise I saw in real life. One of the photos, anyway. You can see the sun rays shining up out of the clouds, dude. And that was on June the 20th of last year. We were all doing sun and moon observations, and everyone else is focused on the moon. Of course, I'm always focused on the sun.
Oh, let me I'm over here like thinking about what the time that I went to Central America a while back, and I was taking some photos of the sun, and all of a sudden I started capturing it set while in the air. It was nowhere near, well, kind of
Okay,
near
so
the horizon.
yeah, I know what you're talking about, where it looks like it. Okay, so if it's not like if it sets far enough away from you, and like the actual land, you're not going to actually see the land that far. However, the light, you can see the light for a much farther distance than you could the land. And perhaps it could be, right, that you just can't see the land and that there's land. Do you see what I'm saying? That,
Um, yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that it's up in the air. The sun is in the air, like up above, like above the horizon, like way above. You understand?
yeah, I've seen. I think I've seen what you're talking about.
Because watch,
But I'm
I'll
probably not explaining what I'm trying to explain. I'm very bad at trying to. I'm very bad at
Nah, me too.
articulating.
Me too. But watch, I'll show you all. But I don't know. I don't know if this thing isn't gonna let me post up some pictures like you can. Every time I post something, it just kind of blocks it. I'm not really sure. Um,
Now, see, it was really foggy in that picture, but when the fog clears, so there's ridge tops that go all the way out to the horizon till you can't see anymore. Because I'm on top of a mountain. I'm on top of a ridge. It's actually the mountain that I drive across when I go get my spring water. And those clouds were rising up in between two ridges. So I'm assuming that they're probably from water, that there's probably water there, and it's like extremely foggy in the mornings. And you can't really see past that with the camera, but as it rose, like with the naked eye, you could see the ridge tops go all the way out when it's clear. But it's obvious that that's that's really close. That is just in between the ridge top that I'm on and the ridge top behind it, and there's like a series of ridge tops that extend all the way out to the horizon. And it's obvious it's not crossing the ridge tops because it would light up the ridge tops.
Oh wow! Did you see this Flat Earth Brothers video where they have the moon and the sun next to each other, the actual sun through telescope and filter, not NASA? What the sun looks like? It's
Yeah,
got
I
a
think I've
hole in it.
seen that one.
It looks.
Wait, I don't know. Post it because I don't know if I've seen that one. What do you mean it's got a hole in it? What's got a hole in it?
It's at the 5 minute mark. It's already up there. It's in the. It's like two videos. It's the one with the two suns over the high altitude balloon shot. At the 5 minute mark, it shows you a close up of the
Oh,
sun
that
through
one.
the telescope, and it looks like a fiberglass ball with a coating on the outside of it that had something puncture it from the inside out. That's what it looks like in a few places. It looks like I don't know, solid for sure, but
Or look at the annular eclipse, that's on my profile pic, like that. You can see directly through that. You can see the clouds through it. Just looks like it's a manifest. I don't know, man. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. At 5 minutes, did you say?
okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just
Yeah,
want to see what you're
that
talking
looks
about.
solid. Looks like a crater, you know?
yeah. Well, I think that looks more like a burn,
Like a yeah, that too.
like a chemical burn or something, like acidate it or something. I don't know.
Oh dang, that just reminded me of something.
Too
Okay,
many
I
weird
can't
observations.
I can't I
To
can't
say the
post
least.
the
Who,
pictures on
who is this talking?
Will Brax. Willy.
Well, I can't give you link in bed perms. So if
No,
you
no.
want to send it to me and I'll post it for you.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to post some pics. That's why. But
Are they safe for work?
That last photo, I haven't taken those photos because I have a series of these because I took photos from the beginning of the first sign of light all the way up until it got high enough to where it was getting bright, and I've not posted them all, but I haven't inverted the colors or anything on that. You have perms now, Will. You can post. Thanks,
oh, cool.
Jimsy.
Thank you. Let me see if I could
Use
post
them wisely, he says.
Let me see. Oh yeah, you're all gonna trip. Okay, let's see. There.
So also, I need to try to get a Nikon P900. I was supposed to do that this year, and I didn't do it. But I need to, because the location where I saw this happen, I should be able to. I kind of don't want to go by myself, though. I'd rather get someone to go with me. But I'd like to hike to that on that same day, because it was on June the 20th. So it should like repeat the next year, theoretically, right? I mean, I should be able to go to that location and hike to it and document whatever I see.
I
You could
was gonna
figure
get
out
a.
when it should cross it again if you could have, if we could have figured out in the. Well, how long
What
is the video? You can
what
see how
city
fast
are
it's
you
moving
near?
by its arc minutes, right? So we can figure out how much faster it's going than the sun, and figure out how many laps it takes and when it should come back around again, whether it's a year, 18 months, in a
What are
day,
you
whatever it
talking?
is.
You talking about the moon?
Yeah, no, your second sun video,
Oh,
to figure out when it's gonna cross it again. You could figure it out by how fast well, but you said the speed kind of changed. If it was
yeah. Don't
constant,
know.
you could
Don't know
figure
its
it out,
path
yeah.
and don't know its speed, because if it does a spiral, because
Yeah.
that's what it appeared to me to do. I don't know, man. Just
Yeah, well, it's a good spot as any to check the same time next year.
yep. Because there
Actually,
is the
I would do it in 6 months, the 3 months, and 3, 4, and 6 months, just to be sure. Or every 28 days, right? Because that's the real months, supposedly. This is just a standard, like, no filter lens picture.
tell you something else to keep in mind, trying to understand what is what and how it works or whatever. But the moon, if you'll notice, during its waxing phases, let's see, is it right? Is it waxing, waning? Yeah, during the waxing phases, up until it becomes full, is when you can see through it. Once it becomes full and it's waning, then it's like that's when you can start seeing the outline or the silhouette, even when it's not lit up, like the area that's not lit up. You know how sometimes some photos you can see the outline of all of it, and in other photos you can
Right, you see that
see,
circular edge of what you're not
yeah,
getting
and
light
in
off
other
of.
it's as if once it becomes full, then you can see the silhouette of all of it. But as it's becoming full, you can see directly through it.
And then it recharges or resets when you're at the new moon, and it starts over again. Yeah, it bothered me that during the day sometimes it seemed like you were seeing sky through the moon, and I was told no, it's just that the light's reflecting at the same color, so it looks like you can see through it. Awesome. And then I saw like 3 videos of the moon passing by stars, and you can see it, 10% into the moon before it disappears.
I know that bugged the hell out of me, and I was like, okay, so I started doing really paying attention attentively, and that's what I've deduced from it. That during the waxing phases, you can see through it. During the waning phases, you can't.
So yeah, those are the pics. Um, I mean, it looked like it was setting, right? Like in mid, like in the sky.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
setting early for you probably because of all that cloud cover. So you're
Well,
looking through
yeah,
those clouds up at the sun, so it's creating an
exactly.
artificial deck
Well,
for you to set at up there.
well, what
Well,
they
not.
call lumen is where the sky is cast down and it appears to be below an object when it's actually not. It's just cast. It's some kind of optical effect. I mean, that could be what's going on. You could be seeing, like, that could just be a very, very, very far off distant end to an horizon that you can't see, right? Due to the sky being cast down in front of it. That could be, I don't know, man. It's like, it's hard to understand. It's hard to explain. It's like,
It would be easier to accept that though if it wasn't so high off the horizon.
I
and
know it's
starts
pretty
getting deeper
freaking
in
high up,
color.
though, isn't it?
Yeah. So I just think it's just atmospheric effects, you know? Just like brother said right there. He said the clouds are making it seem like it's setting, and that's all that we need for a sunset then, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well,
That
that's a
effect
little
is
different
known.
from some of these other ones, though.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That's clearly not going on in some of these other videos and photos.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean,
It's
when
the
I was taking a picture of it, I was like, damn, I was tripping out, you know? I was like, whoa, what am I capturing here? And like, and this was
But
a
that's a
few years
shit
back.
ton
This
of
was like probably
pollution
like
in the
3,
air.
4. Yeah, that too.
That's not rain, right? It's not about to rain. It's got to be
Oh,
some kind
well,
of a
no,
forest fire or city
I
smog.
actually around that area, I'm not sure how the weather is, but yeah, there was a lot of pollution though. You know, I'm
So
not sure if it rained earlier or
there's one
after.
there's one photo that Rakia took. I don't know if let's see.
How come the sunlight from 93 turn this picture on its side, everybody. Just turn it on its side so the water's on the left, okay?
Which one?
This picture of the I'm
Hot
sorry.
spot.
Oh,
Yeah, the hot. I want you to imagine that hot spot now and move the sun away from the surface, because that's what it looks like it would do. It would just start to that hot spot would get bigger and bigger as the sun. If you moved it to the top of the screen, that hot spot would get wider, and that shouldn't be possible if it's 93. That hot spot shouldn't be there to begin with, but they're going to give you an explanation as to why. But as it moves around, why is all that light focusing from the sun to that one spot? Why? The majority of the light hits a spot. What is that? Maybe 100
Thinking,
meters wide.
I'm
100
thinking,
meters or some shit.
I'm thinking electrical fields, energy fields that it's following that allow it to focus. Maybe I don't know. So I've thought about that too. Like, is it because there is like an energy field that it's aligning with, right? And that's what's like, and it helps direct and focus the light. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. It could be like
The electromagnetic fields, the electrostatics, that just and in whatever fields, there's other fields that we don't know about, obviously,
yeah, and that's
because
the path of the field. Yeah,
yeah.
and it just follows the path. But that light, yeah, that bright light, I can't imagine should be there. It should be. It's 93 million miles away. All those rays should be equal and spread out to the point where it's an even wash across the entire eyesight that you can see from horizon to horizon, and as far back as it's lit, all the way up to your feet. It all should be washed in the same level of light, because the distances between where it appears on the horizon and you is minuscule compared to the distance it traveled to get to you. It should change in intensity none. So how does it focus to a dot, a relative dot? That would be like if if I had a flashlight and I pointed it across the room, and that wall, that big giant ring of light in the center had a hot spot that would burn a hole through the wall because it's all focusing there. How the fuck is that going on?
I've got a lot of different ideas that I don't really care to share in here right now, but sometime or another we can always have a discussion in another room.
Yeah, I'm mostly just verbally illustrating to people who might be like, "Oh, this is crap." Well, explain this.
Oh yeah, I know.
You know.
But what was revealed in the eclipses in that solar eclipse play a huge role in things that it's like when I saw that, and then after considering these other things, it's like it opened up. It's almost as if it takes the right information and the right, like, receiving the right information without superimposing any ideas of what's going on, without thinking that you've already got the truth. receiving the right information to unlock an entire realm of shit in your mind. Okay, and yeah, so. But it does,
So that
like what was revealed in the solar eclipse, those other orbs like play a huge role in what I've been
Oh,
thinking.
you mean the orbs they caught when they were in the plane while the eclipse was going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was crazy. I remember the first time I saw that. I showed one of my friends. She was like, "Nah, that can't be true. That's from the glass, you know." But then like she looked closer and she's like, "Oh no, it's moving. It's not moving like with the glass, you know. It's just staying still like relative to the sun." Um, or I'm not sure how it was honestly, but
Yeah, I did it.
figured
She
that.
just did this to me like 10 minutes ago. When I saw it, I was like, oh, that could just be nicks in the glass. And then the guy immediately, as I'm thinking that, highlights
Oh, I
that
didn't
no,
either.
because there are nicks on the glass that are moving in parallax and they aren't. So it's like shit.
Yeah, that's exactly what like she started saying. Yeah, later on she was like, "What? Can I see that video again?" I'm like, "All right, here you go."
But see, there is a difference between when it appears, when we see this, when we see this effect, and then when we see the sun move away from us, move overhead, move away, it shrinks in angular size and it just continues to um, travel away from you until it gets into a pinpoint and it disappears. Like there is a difference between the two effects. It's
Yeah,
different
the
things.
last few frames of this red one, is that the very end slowed down? Is that what that is? The last few frames where it's real bright? At the very end, yeah, that's what it looks like it is. Yeah, it just slowed down. But
Yeah.
that, okay, so that's the same effect as just reaching, what did
Hello.
what did Mod called it? It's not angular resolution, it's the whatever the effect is, not due to distance, but because of the interference of the atmosphere. There's a term for it, and I should have paid more attention. But if it was the same effect doing that, what is the explanation for it melting into the ground at the beginning and spreading out and then
You
turning
should have.
into a blob
You
instead of
should have.
just
Oh,
slowly fading from a bigger circle into a little circle and then just kind of fading out like a Star Trek, transporter or some shit like the other one.
Well, now sometimes there are effects that atmospheric magnification uh, and atmospheric lens, and it's kind of like, but it, you can tell, like there's sometimes that can't be the answer because it just doesn't fit. It's not like you don't have the conditions for that. You don't have the, I
well,
don't know. It's like maybe some of these are those things, but
well,
not every
what?
one of these things are that
What
obvious.
if? What if he would have like zoomed in while it was like at first like looking like a blob? What do you think he would have got? Would have gotten the same effects as the
Yeah,
last few frames, or
it's as it was melting. If you had changed the zoom, I wonder what would have happened
yeah,
in and
that's
out.
kind of interesting.
That would prove whether or not it was something that was due to your perspective, or if you're seeing an
I
effect
don't
on the object, right?
I don't know if it would prove anything. I would just think it would have a different effect, maybe. Probably because the whole sun is almost like all is still visible. But I wouldn't know what what to think of it, anyways.
Well, I don't know. This is strange. Huh. Let's see if I'm seeing this right before I say anything and make myself sound stupid. All right, so it's disappearing.
Spiral he captured a good sunset too with his drone. Spiral of Love did.
Is there a mod awake?
Well, yeah, there's one in here. Wow, what do you need?
I got a
Just
question here. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting. Go.
just need my alt unbanned.
Your alt?
Yep. I was goofing around, got unbanned.
Well, I mean, what's wrong with this account? Because you're only supposed to have one account in here.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, so choose one, whichever one you want. I mean, you can talk to a mod and see if you can get, like, for whatever reason that you want to do that, and then just discuss it with them. But, you know, it's not a common thing.
It's more like a backup account. You know how Discord is.
I might change my name to Don Pettis if it's available.
Yeah, now check that out with the sun fade out. That's good night, Toby. It doesn't reduce an angular size. It doesn't squish up. It doesn't. It just look at that. It just freaking fades out, man.
Which one? Sorry.
What's going on there? It's like in the one New Perspective posted.
Oh yeah. Wait, the last one, sun fade out. Yeah, it just disappears, huh? Oh, by DITRH. Yeah.
And see, I've never observed that with monos, but that's
So
interesting.
there seems to be a lot of, and this is just from observations and hearing people talk again, because I've never ever spoke to flat earthers before, but it seems like the extended flat earth community don't like each other at all.
I mean,
Everybody's got beef with somebody.
I mean, you get it's dynamic, man. It's like each person is their
yeah.
own individual, and
Yeah.
and you do get LARPers, you do get people pretending to be flat earthers, and you do get people purposefully spreading misinformation, and then you do get
Yeah.
people that want to control everyone else. So, I mean, it's just you're gonna it's
the
normal.
nature
Yeah.
of the nature of the topic is like I mean, you can't blame a flat earther for being paranoid to begin with, right? You know, and then secondly, you can't blame them for sending in shills to try to cover this up, you know?
Yeah.
I wonder if they get paid, or if this is just like for
Oh, yeah.
clout.
Bro,
No, there's definitely paid shows.
yeah. I mean, it's
They've
kind of
got
hard
armies.
not to think. You know?
Well, they're all
Well,
sitting on unemployment anyway. They
I don't
need the money.
consider them like if they're pretending they're getting paid and they're purposefully trying to make it look better or spread misinformation. To me, that's agent material, not shield. Like I don't even think like is a shield even a real thing? Because if they're getting paid at that point, they're an agent
I would
or
think
a,
you'd have to
a
be very good
What's the
for
facilitator.
them to
difference?
pay you.
What's
I
the
know
chill
that's
difference?
what I'm
back.
saying. What's the difference? Shield is more of a like it's too vague for me, and it's more forgiven. An agent is what it is. It's like call it
Like
what it
if
is.
they're
I think maybe you
shilling,
got
Depends
chill
on
agents and
back.
fanboys that want to be
Imagine
agents.
imagine a factory-sized level of bots shilling for flat Earth.
shilling for flat Earth.
Yeah, if they're shilling, why don't we show back?
Oh, okay. You're suggesting
Fight
that as
fire
a
with
way.
fire.
Well, we are shilling for flat Earth right now.
Yeah, but you're in the
We're
minority.
doing it.
Think of the ass
we're-
conformity
Yeah.
experiment. You just got to increase the numbers.
You mean like have like just like just a massive like disbursement of information through bots,
Oh yeah.
that kind of thing. Yeah, if they don't kill the bots off somehow, yeah, there's some kind of dump, something that dumps a bunch of information in regular mainstream areas on a regular basis. Yeah, I guess that would be. I mean, I don't know what the goal is. I mean, that's something we could talk about as well. But this sun close sun topic's interesting because I've come across some of the same videos Truth Prevails is talking about, especially that one that the really close one with the sun just like seeming to be right there in the clouds. There could be a lot of illusions going on, refraction. That's an interesting couple shots with the telephone wires seeming to just split the sun, because of obviously there's some kind of optical illusion going on there, right? So it could be a similar effect going on with the clouds, like just the splitting apart of I don't know. It's just crazy. But the sun does go up and down in the sky, which we know from the analemma, right? You guys all are hip to the analemma and how that works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is a rising and falling of the sun over time.
So hey, if
Our
anyone
view of
gets
it's
any,
two-dimensional. How do you know it's rising and falling? It's not just taking a different angle from you.
Well,
yeah,
apparently it's an
well,
apparent
because
rise and fall.
Right.
well, okay. So all I've got to say to that is when you see it pass through the clouds, and you see it illuminate the center of the clouds and shine out of the clouds. I mean, it's pretty conclusive at that point that whatever is going on and whatever manifests this light that we see as the sun, whatever that is occurring in the center. Like like okay, so for instance here, I've posted it before, I'll post it again.
You said the analemma might just be an angle type thing. What did you mean by that?
Well, I mean, we're observing it from a fixed point, and to our perspective, we might as well be staring up at a two-dimensional screen, right? And then if that's the case, it doesn't need to be rising and falling. It just needs to be taking a slightly different angular path, right, to make that figure eight. Because it would be a two-dimensional representation of what you think is rising and falling.
That's if
You mean if it's a
two-dimensional.
reflection or a projection of some sort?
All right, check that video out.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's not a solid object. I do that by default, and I apologize.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
all
just
good.
trying to
Check
figure
that
where
video
you're
out.
at.
Globe Derp. And your name messes with me, by the way, just so you know. I'm a Globe Derp.
His name does what for you? What's his for you?
Messes with me.
Oh, okay.
He's flying so
it's such a
part that
troll
makes
name.
this a better observation. He's above the clouds when he takes it. So how is this going on? He's above the clouds. Now it's a problem.
And then check that other video out. That last one I posted.
3 million miles away.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. It's the second one.
So this is something
he's above it on the first one too. Yeah.
There should be lots of this. Okay, so I've talked about this with people before. A lot of skeptical people are just like, oh, obviously it's fake because we would see that all the time. But this is a really good fake. And this channel does have a lot of this on there too, right? There's more than just this one. But yeah, there should be many channels, many people capturing this exact thing, their cameras all the time. If this is the case, you'd think.
And they do, actually.
Do they? There are lots of people showing this exact kind of thing.
How many pilots take the time to take chances with their jobs by filming shit they know is going to get them in trouble at work? I mean, it's not like it's
whether they share it or not is a different story. Like
trying to make sure
people see it and they observe it, but whether they share it, that's an entirely different story. And it also depends on who they share it with too, whether or not it gets talked about.
Yeah, and this, but the pilots getting this effect or filming this, which a lot of people might just look at this if they don't have any idea what flat Earth is about. They would just be like, wow, what an illusion, I guess. But, I don't know, they would make them lose their job necessarily, but are these guys flat earthers that are posting at these pilots? Are they just kind of an anonymous source. It doesn't matter. It's just interesting because we're talking about people that might be paid shills within the flat Earth community that may be giving disinformation. So the investigation would be, is this a good fake or is this something that actually happens? So how many other channels are showing some of this is the question. I haven't done a deep dive quite yet on that.
I think information
Amazing
needs to be
footage.
sorted just like in science, like, you know, what's a theory, what's a law, what's a hypothesis, because there's some things I think that just about everybody can agree on. That's what should be put out front, right? And then the rest of this, I mean, you have to have, you know, mental exercises to continue to figure out what's going on, but that's not what you want to show people who are on the fence of whether or not, or they
Yeah,
think you're crazy.
exactly. Yeah, that's why I don't talk about it a lot. That's why it's amongst, you know, friends and amongst,
Yeah.
you know,
But
people
you
that
know
already
what the thing
know.
about it? The thing about it is that I understand
But
exactly
well,
what you're
well,
saying.
before
But
hang on, I
come on.
want to say one thing, new perspective before I go because I'll forget it and it's really short, right?
Okay, go ahead.
It's addressing what you said about the misinformation. So these agents or facilitators or whatever, it's like some of these videos and these individuals that share this and post this, for all they know, and the information that they filter this through, they're just catching beautiful sunrises and sunsets, and they're not involved or affiliated with any quote community unquote.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, now hush. Go ahead.
The
Sorry.
guy with that last video you put in there, he's definitely a flat earther. You hear him talk, he's like, "This is what I've been trying to show people." But it's like if he's the only one showing it, and or one of only a few, there could be something like this put out there to as disinformation to make us look stupid for thinking it's real, right? But then you'd think that it'd be a little bit more in our face, you know, like this would be out there as like some this flat earther thinks the sun's in the clouds, and they're not doing that. These are kind of subtle channels, so I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't. There's no way to know. That's like you said. That we don't know if it's just an apparent sun or if there's an object there. We can't confirm it. Sun's not tangible. You can't ever touch it. You can't get close enough to know exactly what it is. But it
And then
seems like you could if they were in the clouds that way, right?
You know, it would be
that
crazy if they
and
take like
and
different angles of this.
and then there's the aspect of correlation. So you've
Like,
got all these different observations, all these different videos and photographs that correlate with one another. So it's consistency, correlation, circumstantial, supporting evidence. None of it like there's. It's kind of, you know, if you get this one like observation or video or whatever, if someone like shows a demonstration of one time and it's the only time you ever see it, no one else ever, like, yeah, I would question it, but there's an increase in probability and likelihood of truth, right? And when it's correlated across people who are not affiliated with one another and they're not involved with any quote community unquote.
Right.
And I say
What
for
was it you were
everyone do
saying? I
their
was
own
trying to.
observation.
what?
You said there was something that looked like something that was dipped in chocolate or something. Somebody was saying that, and I was like, "What is he talking about with something dipped in chocolate and then taken back out?" I think it was
He was
you.
talking in reference to like the moon, the moon with the Richie from Boston one of the moonrise.
Oh, it was the
Like,
Richie one? Okay, I didn't look at that yet. I was just trying to look for that illusion.
like what it reminded him of. It reminded him of like dipping candy in like chocolate and dripping. I'll repost it.
I bookmarked it already. I was gonna go back and watch it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And yes, every bit of this is just sharing, right? Sharing observations, sharing information, and it's all speculation. So
Oh
no
yeah,
one
that's
is
what I was gonna say. I'm sorry.
making any
What I was
claims.
gonna.
I was just saying no one's making any claims. And anytime anyone wants to get back to verifiable, concrete evidence, undisputable stuff, they can feel free to. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, as long as you're making sure to say this is speculation that about all this, obviously, and The reason it being that we didn't want to have like new people think that this is what we think or that we're trying to make a claim here, right? And so as long as that's, clear to whoever you're showing information from, it's not like, oh, somebody's on the fence. We got to get them on our side by making sure we do the exact right thing, which isn't, doesn't matter because we know that it's not a spinning ball. They can figure it out, let them have their own discernment. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like a win for us just if they decide that it's flat because they have to realize it's flat.
Yeah,
It's not about like the strategy here because it's just, all this thing is one person at a time realizing that we're not on a spinning ball. It's not
yeah.
about sides
Well,
and taking tallies and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
well, when someone new is coming in, it's hard enough to get their mind unwrapped off the globe
I
and
understand that.
to realize. So it's like that's why I never and really still being honest because it does happen and it is what we observe. When you say that it's when you can observe the sun moving away and it just shrinks into. But honestly, okay, and when new people do come into it, it's like I don't want to discuss these speculative things with them. I really don't
Not
because
with new
it's hard.
people.
Yeah, no. I mean, we've actually over a year ago we had the live stream was kind of dead, and we were all in speculation. This is when I was taking those photos of the sunrise that I shared with you earlier. We were all down in speculation. They were like, man, it was full down there, and the live stream was dead, so that they wanted to move the someone there were a few that wanted to move the live stream down there, and I'm like, but we can't because if you do, we have to change topic. We can't talk about this to the people who don't realize what reality is, and when they still think that the sun is, it's hard enough for them to come to the realization that they've been lied to. So yeah, and you're still being
Yeah.
I'm still being 100% honest when I say that when you see the sun move away and it shrinks in size, it just disappears into pinpoint, right? Because depending on where you are in its circuit or in its path, that is what's going on. However, if you're like also depending on where you are in its path, whether it's rising or setting, you may experience something different. And in that case, it'll be a different story, So
It's amazing the inconsistencies with the sun and then as opposed to the sheer complete consistencies with the stars. I mean the wandering stars, of course, have a little bit of a different. Um, they have the retrograde and everything, but the stars. I mean, the clockwork of the stars, and the rotation of them is 1 degree faster than the sun or slower, one or the other every day. That can be measured too. But it's amazing. This is also the kind of thing that might show somebody that's new that we're still trying to figure it out. And these are all things that are on a totally different basis now that we know we don't know. You know, somebody that comes in as a flat earther saying this is exactly how it is with the map or any of these things. I think there's definitely been some disinformation put into the lexicon on purpose, it seems like, or subjects seemingly avoided, and it bugs me. Like I was talking with Whitsitt on here the other night, and he was saying, what's the deal with the southern star rotation? What do you guys think about that? And some of the typical answers that are always given are just, well, the stars move east to west no matter what, right? But they all move that way in the sky. That's the typical like answer. It's like a hand wave dismissal of the idea that there's a southern set of stars rotating counterclockwise as opposed to clockwise. And if you're talking about circles, you're not talking east to west consistently. These are circles. So let's not avoid the little details here as if there's some kind of winning the argument, but that's more important than acknowledging what the fuck are we talking about? There seems to be two consistent star trails in the sky. It doesn't mean it's a globe. In fact, this is something I used to talk about with my friend E1 a lot. He's old school flat earther. It's kind of just taking a hiatus these days with this channel and stuff, but he really got into this and made some really great maps, like some overlays that are showing that, yeah, what makes more sense is that if there are two star rotations in the sky, that they're adjacent to each other and they work like thermodynamics, just like your lung circulation, constantly moving in and out and in and out. And if you can get far enough out past Easter Island, you might even see these stars separate and go 360 degrees separate from each other, and then circle back and then meet at the celestial equator. I got a friend that lives in Australia, and she's constantly doing star trails of the celestial equator, which she can get a good angle at. So it seems like these stars do move east to west through the celestial equator, but you're talking about rotations, not just a consistent east to west movement. So let's just make sure that we're not trying to just like avoid something with just one answer when it's something that could actually work for our side. Ballers think that they have a win with the southern star rotations, and that's something that flat earthers just avoid because they have no answer for it.
Yeah, well, they can explain being able to see the full Southern Cross viewed from 27 degrees north latitude. And like that one that I just posted where the stars are going in opposite directions, like you said. What is the Earth an Easter egg
think
now?
about it, there was a positive, negative, right?
Do what? New perspective.
If it was a positive and negative, we have a North Star, and the other one could just be an empty, like no star. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it seems like there is definitely two sets of stars. But there's other that actually works in our favor. They're adjacent in the sky. They don't have to be on the top and the bottom of the ball. In fact, that doesn't even make any sense at all.
Where did this time lapse get taken? Of the star trails?
Truth prevails.
Let's see. Is it? Does it say on the photo? Because I honestly don't know.
I'm sorry.
On the, it looks like some other observatory on the bottom right, like it's JC something. Maybe someone can get a better look at it than I can. But there's others that people have posted. That's not the only one. I think if you type in the XO up in the search and look at his post, I think he posted a couple different ones earlier.
I think the problem I'm trying to figure out what it is that you mean by two separate star trails. I see this and I start to see, okay, yeah, this could most likely not be, because you see what appears to be two central points for it to spin around. But then I look at the width of this photo and it's got to be a wide angle lens, right? That's distorting this.
Yeah.
So I want to see what it looks like before I start, without a wide angle, before I start trying to pick apart any arguments. That's what I'm looking for now.
Because if getting both poles, whether there's a pole star or not, getting them both in one shot, even if it is a wide angle, you would never be able to do with the ball.
But even a panoramic will give me a better idea of what's going on.
And it could just be an optical effect. There could be, I mean, they literally could be going the same direction, and it just could be an optical effect where, like what this guy demonstrates in this video. I mean, we really don't know.
I'm a globe derp. What do we call you? I'm a globe derp or what? How do we address you?
Just call him Derp, I guess. I don't know.
Derp? You want to go by Derp? I sent you a DM, by the way. Do you want to check your DMs? I know you're kind of.
What are you guys on about?
I'm a G. I'm a Gene. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like all the names are offensive. I'm a globe derp sounds offensive to me.
You can watch. I sent you that video, and I just put the video. This is the only thing you can see from E1 right now because he doesn't have a channel up. But he did a presentation on the sun and moon, and he explains that it works a lot better as an adjacent thermodynamics. Just two sets of stars constantly moving in and out. Kind of feeding off of each other, like the filings on a paper where you put the two diodes and you see that array.
Yeah.
On either side, it's the same kind of thing.
I'll tell you what does get under my skin though is when you hear the same, like you hear someone say, okay, the stars move this way, they all move in the same direction, and they don't go in different directions. And then later on, they'll be in an argument with someone, and they'll say, then they'll like use one of these demonstrations as evidence or supportive evidence or whatever for the fact that what we're observing is not due to Earth rotation, because if it was, this wouldn't make sense. And then later on, then they'll revert back to, and they'll say no, they all go in the same direction. It's like they contradict themselves, and that gets under my skin. So we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. It could be an optical effect, and they could be going the same direction. But what we observe and what we see are like definitely different directions. Like depending on where
Ultimately,
you're
it makes
looking at.
somebody. Go ahead.
No, I was finished. Depending on where you're looking at them from.
Yeah, ultimately, the easy way to prove if there was a second set of star rotations is to go south far enough where you can be underneath that star and identify what constellation it's in and show that it is not the North Star that these stars are rotating around. That's
Well,
easy to
whatever
prove, right?
observatory that is, that should be able to be done there. Like if
Right.
someone
That's
could
why
like
that's
look
why I
at
said if
that.
you could track down, right, that's what I'm saying. Just track down where
Yeah.
it is. Find out which star it is, and then check to see if it's repeatable.
I got a lot of links I'm going to drop on this topic for people if they want to look into it more. One of the other things that we seem to think about the star rotations, the two sets of stars in the sky, is that they break apart the Milky Way. And half of the Milky Way goes in one direction, and the other half of the Milky Way goes in the other. And then it meets up on the other side again, where the celestial equator starts, and it becomes one again. And this kind of goes along with the myth of Quetzalcoatl, with the dragon being torn apart in the sky. And the only three stars that we seem to think that don't do that are the Orion's belt, which goes straight through the middle of the celestial equator and almost seems to have like a Pac-Man effect that reappears and goes through and reappears and goes through. Not to say that that's actually happening or it can become planned. This is just something that he was speculating about. If these are the only three stars, plus those are the only three stars you're supposedly able to that are able to be seen anywhere on the area of Earth that we know about. But if that also is the case, it's interesting that Orion's Nebula seems to be mimicked by monuments all over the world, not just Giza, where there's the two, that people have lined up the three stars of Orion with the pyramids in Giza. You guys have
Yeah,
seen
there's
that.
that one minor offset that nobody
Yeah.
who's making art would consistently do over and over and over at the same rate. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're all over the world. And so if
Right.
you were able to align Orion's belt with all of these monuments, and that is still consistent where those monuments are in relation to the stars over thousands of years, not only is it a great flat Earth proof, but it would show you where the continents would be on some type of a map that would be the distance of the continents. Because if you could somehow align those stars, make sure that that's where they are. Also, you'd be able to look at the sky and know something about where you are on Earth. Like you were saying earlier, the sky is going to tell us all these things. We always say, the sky tells us nothing about where we are. But in a way, it does if this is the case, right? The Orion's belt could be the key, the real key. Just look up Easter Island, Orion's belt alignment. We go all the way over to the other side with a perfect alignment. So my friend made his map with this in mind, and it totally, was the key to his as far as the celestial equator goes, aligning with those monuments. And then there's another guy called Jaslov 111 that I'll link that has a theory about the sun not only making a figure eight with its impression that it would leave in the sky if you took a picture every 24 hours to make the analemas, but that the sun might also move in a figure eight into the southern area and then into the north. And there might be like a figure eight actually made with its rotations, which would explain a lot too, if that's possible. It goes across the celestial equator and then heats up the southern area more so in the winter for us. But I'll put a video he put out by that. Speculation, what's it going to be? All speculations. Just some ideas of what it might be. But the fact that the North Star could be seen consistently through the Arches National Park, there's one video by this guy that's good, short video you could show people, because if the North Star stays within that arch in over a 24-hour period, boom, there's no way that, or even over years, you know, you can look, I guess the Georgia Guidestones, there's a hole you can look through that stays aligned with the North Star, right? 24/7. There's no way that could be possible.
Yeah, and you know what else that debunks? This idea of, which, I mean, we have no evidence. we have nothing to support the claim of tectonic plates moving on molten rock, right? I mean, they went 7 3/4 of a way deep into the earth, and when they went 7 1/4 miles deep into the earth, they still hadn't hit this molten rock. So, yeah, we have lava, but so the lava could very well just be like tables of kind of like, you know, how you have tables, they could just be the deep, like coming from the deep tables, just like we have tables of water. And I'm trying to not make too much of an assumptive speculation on it, but there is no evidence of any like tectonic plates floating on molten rock or anything like that. If the earth were shifting that way, then these alignments wouldn't happen, but we really don't know how long these structures have actually truly been there, because they distort everything. All of history is distorted.
I brought this up yesterday, but what does anybody know offhand how long it takes the zodiac to do a rotation in the sky supposedly?
Well, there's different cycles. So you have your month to month, and then you have your like 12 to 13 month cycles, which is your year to year. You have your like diachronic and synchronic, right? Yeah, it's like the short term frequencies kind of
I'm talking
repeat over the long
specifically
term.
about the house that the sun rises in. That procession.
Well, I would say that would be like what, your winter and your summer solstice, the shortest and longest days of the year, repeat on the same. Like I think that would be
I think
markers for
they
that,
tell
wouldn't it?
us that because of the Earth, you know, precession, that eventually the sun starts rising in the next house after a certain number of years, then the next house at the same time during the year at the solstice, and then the next house at the same time every year for the
Hey, Derp,
solstice. And it's yes.
have you seen the Lost History of Flat Earth? I know I asked you this once, but I don't know if you heard me. The Lost History of Flat Earth, the series. You know what I'm talking about? I sent you the part 7 already in DMs, because it answers your question, or it gives a possible answer to what you're just talking about right now. Do you know what I'm talking about? Can you hear me? Can anybody else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I don't know why he looked quiet. Anyway, yeah, the changing of the ages. It's an interesting concept in that series, that about the changing of the ages and how that might be a huge thing. You know, the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn.
Yeah, but as far as I could tell, there has to be a claim, right? Because we're still in the tropic of Capricorn and Cancer. We don't seem to be any closer to Aquarius or whatever, and there's no
You
thing
were
on any
muted.
old maps.
We couldn't hear anything you were saying until you just said something. Did you see the series that I was talking about? I didn't hear your answer.
Am I
The
am
Lost
I still
History of Flat Earth.
muted? Hello,
No, I
hello.
can hear
Am I
you
still
now.
good? Oh, okay.
If you were talking before,
No,
we couldn't.
yeah, I got the video. It's just that I was scanning through it, and the guys, it's mostly like lecture as far as I could tell. So I skipped away from it. I was going to save it for later, so I had
Oh,
time to
okay.
focus on what he was saying versus trying to listen to Chad and him at the same time,
No worries. I
or
was just
her
asking
rather,
because he
her.
does talk about the zodiac, and he does talk about the changing of the ages, and that the
Yeah.
prog clock the Prague clock might be a clue as to how there's a rotation of the whole sun and moon system that goes in.
Oh,
like
that big
clockwork.
fancy seasonal
Right.
and
Yeah.
all that clock. Yeah.
Yeah, the astronomical clock. And if that is the case, then that's it's just kind of a new mind-blowing possibility that people are talking about right now with that series. But
we'll
the changing of
definitely
the
check that out.
ages, it's huge. That was funny with Matthew earlier, by the way. He was so pinned so many times earlier. He got so pinned. I don't know. I mean, that's what interests me more than anything at this point is the psychology of the people that are arguing for the globe side still. Like they've been in this conversation for more than a month. What is the deal with them? Do they really believe it?
It's
How
one of
could
two
they?
things. It can only be one of two things. It can either be that they have not yet cognitively realized it, like something has not clicked in their little brain because they're not used to critical, and they just don't know how to turn that on yet. Or B, they figured it out, and the implications are so scary that they would rather pretend. And we live in a society where pretend rules, so they figure as long as I can pretend longer and harder, it's true. Just like if I say, I'm a unicorn, mommy, make me a unicorn. All right, we'll sew a horn on your head and give you hooves. You're a unicorn. That's the society we live in today. So these people think that that's as long as they stamp their feet and no, it's true, that wins. And then they don't have to face the negative consequences of you've been lied to, you've wasted your life, you've done horrible things that you may never be forgiven for, that kind of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I value him coming in here and at least giving somewhat of an honest answer, even if it contradicts what he says in the next sentence, because he's not at least saying some of the fallacious things that other people are saying. Like he'll let himself get pinned, but then still say, "Oh, but I still think it's this." I mean, I don't think that he really thinks that. I think he has more common sense than that, So I just find it interesting. Like, is he really?
Yeah, he may be smart enough to know that
a true
there's a
believer?
problem, but he's hoping that he can find that we're wrong and that, he hasn't figured it out yet. And he's just slowly seeing that all the people who are proclaimed experts on the ball side are not coming up with satisfactory answers. Because if they were true, they
Teaches
should be
math.
able
He's
to
a math
answer.
professor. He's a math professor?
No, I didn't know that.
His
No.
channel.
Who
Yeah,
are we talking about?
He's got 33,000 subs on his channel, and he's done like a flat Earth video recently that was not just like talk. It wasn't bad as far as calling us out, as far as being like just making shit up, but he definitely didn't do it do his justice in the way that we might have deserved.
Who is this?
Check out his channel. Matthew Learns.
Oh, yeah.
What's up? Who's that?
Solar.
Oh,
Matthew
hey, Solar,
Learns.
what's up?
He comes along with the point for 95% of the way. And then the last 5%, he just stumbles into a ditch, claiming that it's still a ball, even though he's agreed on all the points that show that it can't be. But it's like that last 5%, he does a 180 degree and goes back to the starting point.
He is in the club. How can he go back to work the next day, look his colleagues in the face, and say, guess what, guys, we've been wrong? He can't.
Right. That's why I'm trying to, get it to the point. There has to be an argument, and I think the one about the that's why I was pushing the plane landing on a spinning ball earlier with them, because that's one of the ones that they can't really make up some excuse with refraction. I mean, there's ways that they can get themselves to believe some of the other claims that we have, like they can claim refraction, even if it doesn't make sense. But this one, you have to do the math of landing a plane on a spinning ball, and there you go.
I can tell you how they're going to do it. They're going to say, they're going to keep hopping around reference frames as you discuss it. They're going to keep putting themselves from one reference frame to the next and then invoking a reference frame that doesn't exist to obfuscate, and it'll just be a circular argument that they'll never admit. I've seen it done. That's how they deal with Coriolis. They just They just
Yeah,
hop around
right,
from one reference frame to the
right.
next.
But yeah, and exactly. And it is a gotcha though. It's one of the big gotchas, at least in my book, because it's like that right there. He was trying to explain that okay, so if you're, it's just funny the way he avoids it. It makes me think he's not being intellectually honest at that point, because to think that it wouldn't matter which way the runway's facing when you're at different speeds with the plane and you're at different latitudes on the ball is just insane. And it makes me think that you're not acknowledging how that's a problem. So there you go.
It's the indoctrination because in their mind, it's somehow you are compensating for that during the trip. You're either speeding up or slowing down gradually enough so you don't feel it in perfect balance. It's that bullshit romantic story they're sold. It's hard for their brain to let it go.
Yep.
So they will make every excuse they can for it. And then you have the implications factor. It's just a tough, it's a tough road. I don't know anybody else's attitude in here, but I'm an asshole. And that's how I was able to get over it in like, I don't know, maybe a month, 3 weeks to a month. And that's all it took me. But some people it would destroy them, For years, they would look around, looking over their shoulder if they figured it out and they couldn't let it go and they knew it was true because the implications are just too fucking scary.
Yeah, I
Some
was
people
looking for that
need.
quote the other day. There was a quote about that, like make the conspiracy so big that the average man would be paralyzed at the sight of it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have heard QE's latest response to the whole Coriolis effect, but it really is a nail in the coffin. Once again, they talk about conservation of angular momentum. If you're conserving momentum, you're talking about one reference frame. So if that object is moving and anything above that object is moving in lockstep with that object that's moving, that's one reference frame. And their whole argument about the multiple reference frames, or that there are many reference frames, and that you conserve momentum while you enter the second reference frame. If you're conserving, it's one reference frame. When you ask them, is there two reference frames, they normally say yes, until they start double speaking and going back on no, but you're conserving the momentum from the first reference frame. There has to be two reference frames for Coriolis to appear or for it to be apparent. So it's like just another one of their double speaking. So you ask them, do they have two reference frames? If they say yes, then you ask them, how does conservation of angular momentum then work? And conservation of angular momentum is the conservation of rotational movement. So for example, if I spin a gyro and then I try and stop the gyro and it continues to spin, that's conservation of angular momentum. It's the rotational spinning of an object that wants to continue rotating even once you try and stop it. Now, when we're on this earth, we're not said to be spinning or conserving angular momentum because we're not spinning and we don't continue to spin once we leave the surface. But even the angular momentum is the wrong definition. So they're up a creek without a paddle. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, it's my favorite one because it's something that even for new people, I mean, everyone's been in a plane and seen that the ground is perfectly still as they're landing. There'd be a real problem if it wasn't. You would crash. I thought it'd be cool to have like a flight simulator that uses the spinning ball model, and you would just like crash every single time you try to land, but you get unlimited lives. It's just like there's no way this is possible. You would never be able to land the plane if it's in a separate reference frame, and if it's in the same reference frame, you're fucked even more because then you could never fly against that reference frame. And we know the plane supposedly flies in the opposite direction of the spinning ball. It would have to, right? And it gets all fucked up for them right there. The planes kill it more so than anything else in my book because everyone has that experience.
Yeah.
And it's just impossible.
So
it's like
what is it?
landing a drone on a treadmill. It's like take it back to a small scale demonstration.
There
Can
you
you
go.
land an
That's a good one.
airplane on a
Yeah.
treadmill? Can you land a drone on a treadmill? No. If the ground was moving, you wouldn't be able to. Full stop.
Yeah, the two ballers that have the math down, or actually, I've proposed this to Rumpus, who said it's just like tossing a ball on a train. And it would be like it didn't matter. It doesn't matter where the other person you're tossing the ball to is because you're on the train. You're on the same train. Well, that doesn't work, because it's not the same thing. It'd be like if the train was a spinning ball, and it was somehow flying in the air, and you were trying to land, toss the ball to a guy that's somehow spinning at a different latitude from you and going a different speed from you. I mean, there's all these other things that just aren't encompassed within this idea of the train. The other guy
But
said, "Oh, it's just like a drone on a plane. If you were to fly a drone on the plane, it wouldn't matter where the drone lands because it treats everything on the plane the same." No, that's
yeah,
not a good
that's
comparison either.
No, because that's a
closed and
closed.
open.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe if you were
Yeah.
flying the drone off the roof while it was flying, that'd give you a good indication of what would happen.
Right.
But that's it.
I'm trying to land on a train that's going by you in the other
Yeah.
direction. Right. I mean, come on.
But again, like I said, they try to use your position and your perspective against you all the time. That's and then obfuscate you by moving you around when they describe stuff. I mean, at first it's a little confusing, but after like 2 or 3 minutes to listen to him, it's a trick you pick up immediately. That Rumpus dude, oh my God, I have to turn off anything I'm listening to when he shows up. I can't take him. I want to choke him through the internet. Yeah, that.
Utter moron.
Moron. Absolute moron. Oh God.
Yeah. I thought Rumpus it'd be great to have Flat Earth the musical, and Rumpus is like the tragic figure. It's like he's got like all the ballers on his side totally laughing at him because he's like the only true believer, and they're all just giving the arguments because they're hired to be there, and he's like the only, like a soliloquy at the end and shit.
He's got a song and dance called "You Morons." You morons. You morons.
Yeah, the people are satisfied with these simple answers, like just we were talking about planes in one linear direction being the same as spinning on a ball in several different directions at millions of miles per hour. Right there, it's like, okay, for new people, that this right there is something that you cannot be satisfied with. Let's just point that out right away. These are the simple gaslighting excuses that you have to get over to even figure out that what we're talking about is possible. You're going to accept the whole idea that one rotation is a way of making 1,000 miles an hour seem slow, then let's just start there because it's not. They're tricking you. That's the trick. It's a relativity trick. If it was as small as that, a watch on your arm, then it would move slower than the hour hand, right? Right? It's just because it's a relativity trick. If that watch was as big as the circumference of the Earth, that hour hand would still have to be moving 1,000 miles an hour, literally. It's faster than the speed of sound. Let's just get it straight. These are ridiculous gaslighting excuses that they've been getting away with for how long? I thought this was going to be over in like a couple months once I realized it, because how can people accept these answers, continually?
Yeah, and then you get guys like Akumu and them that come in and repeat those fallacious arguments diligently. So much so that they show that they understand the argument being raised, but yet they've only got this one song that they basically sing, repeating the same.
Who are you talking about? Who comes in
like,
and says that?
Like a Kumu virus or Zanuck or these guys who come in all the time, repeating the same shit that's been disproven 1,000 times, but they just continue to assert.
That's how then it becomes apparent they're not being intellectually honest because they're strategizing on how to win the argument, not because they're trying to figure out the truth.
Well, just like that plane demonstration, if you're throwing a ball in a plane or flying a drone in a plane, is it an open or a closed system? If the Earth is a closed system, yes, then we can use a closed plane as an example. But then what's containing the Earth? What's making it a closed system?
Moron. Of course,
well, it's an open and a closed.
No,
it's
yes,
open
it's
and
both
closed.
simultaneously an open and a closed. You utter moron.
Fuck, when did Rumpus get on the call?
Why do you guys hate Rumpus so much?
I just.
He's my favorite Hober.
You think he's funny? He's entertaining?
Yeah.
I find him irritable to the point where I would
Yeah.
rather drive nails into my own teeth.
I don't even know who Rumpus is. Like, I've never even heard him, to be honest.
Oh, you're just kidding. Did you just say
I mean,
he's your
from
favorite?
the way you guys speak about him, he's probably pretty interesting.
Okay, you have no idea who he is. Okay.
Somebody pull up a clip of Rumpus just saying utter more.
To rumpus means to make
You kind of secretly like it, don't you?
to rumpus means to make a loud, uncontrollable noise just to drown out the conversation. And there's
Yeah,
no
he doesn't,
better description for the rumpus than that he rumpuses.
and he admits that
he
he's
chose
not
his own
out to
name.
find any truth. Right, exactly. He knows what he's up to.
Yeah.
He has no intention
So
of
he's
trying
rumpusing.
to help find the truth.
So is he a Glober or is he a troll or what is he?
That's where
He's
the
anti.
term rumpusing comes from. If you don't know who he is, that's when people say it in here all the time. Sorry to rumpus you. That's where that comes from. There's a whole verb.
Wait, isn't he banned? Isn't this guy banned?
He was banned when I was asking him about the rotation, the question I was just going over. And I think it was Mimas or somebody came in and was like, if you say that again, I'm going to ban you for life. You'll never be able
Say
to get
what?
back in here.
Say what? Of course I'm going to say it.
And so is he permaban now?
Permaban, yeah.
And then he probably immediately went off and told everybody how you couldn't stand up to his argument, so you just kicked him out and banned
exactly.
him.
That's what he wanted,
Yeah.
right? That's what he wants.
Well, you guys
He
should
wants you to
unban him. He sounds kind of...
Yeah, unban him and invite him back. I'd love to talk to that motherfucker, please. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
want to globe smack him.
Who you guys want to talk to? Who's banned? You want
Rumpus.
Dude,
Oh,
Rumpus.
Rumpus. Let me check if that is allowed or not. That's a big fucking list. I have to scroll through to see if Rumpus is there.
We know from many, many observations that
Assuming
you are a moron. It's just ridiculous.
The Rumpus? Yeah. He's
From
not.
the band.
Yup. Can't even do it.
You gotta
Can't
plan
even
ahead.
do it.
Yeah,
Talk to an
that's all
admin
right.
upon
Yeah,
an admin actually added him to the list, so it's like, all right, you know, there you go. You guys talk to the admin that banned him.
I'll beg. I would
Hey,
pay.
maybe.
I would
Yeah,
pay
no,
cash
it's cool,
money.
dude. You never know.
I'll make a
Maybe they're like,
donation to
okay.
somebody's PayPal account. Goddammit. Just if you guarantee you had to sit there and listen to me for 3 minutes. But he couldn't. He would immediately start yelling into his mic, even if you muted him, just so he could hear his own voice, like la 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 la. That's why I can't stand him. You can see what he's doing, and it's so obvious. And I don't know how all these people, they sycophant for him. It's crazy. They're like, oh, Rumpus. Rumpus is sick. He demolished their argument. Did you hear Rumpus? Oh, God.
Yeah, he dominates the conversation so much that it pisses me off because I'm like, I wanted to hear a good show, and all I heard was Rumpus. It sucks. But he definitely would make a funny tragic character for the musical.
Yeah. He would have to carry like a pacifier in the shape of a dick labeled NASA that he sucks on the entire time when he's not speaking. Because that's all he does is suck the balls of NASA. He loves them, loves them, loves them. His idol is Don Pettis. He wishes he could be Don Pettis. Or
I think
Pettit,
you should go with
whatever his name is.
Don Penis. Don Penis.
Penis, yeah.
Yeah.
But these are the smartest brains, everybody. Don Pettit. This is the smartest brain we got.
That dude's
blows my
super
mind.
smart, man.
Well,
Oh, man.
I think Don Pettit proves that they're gaslighting us. Like that they're not casting this guy to represent them on an act. Like they're totally gaslighting us with that guy.
Yep,
That's
yep,
not.
I agree,
That's
man.
not a real dude.
Yeah.
It's not a real dude.
They're like,
It's not
look, 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 we're gonna put this fucking retard up front,
Yeah.
and we're still gonna fool everybody. How about them fucking apples? That's
You
exactly
think it was like
what
an
they're saying.
office pool?
It's part
like,
of the
all right,
perversion.
who do we throw out there that nobody's gonna believe? Fucking, let's throw retard Don out there. No, they'll never
That's
buy
it.
it. I got
Retard
$500
Don,
to say, yeah.
Right? Right?
Somebody
I-
take
I
jerk
even-
off
that's
Don's
how it is.
mop from him and throw him in a fucking
what I'm
suit
thinking,
and give him
man.
a clipboard.
Right. I think it might even be Steve Jobs. You know, if he's still alive, never died. You know, Steve Jobs, like as a joke, right? He's playing that part now. Looks a little bit like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Kennedy played Jimmy Carter for years.
That's a theory. I think they might be related. I've looked into that one pretty deeply. It's a pretty good one if that's the case, and the eyes look similar too. But
How about the
Yeah, it would've-
Paul McCartney?
yeah, I've looked deep into that one. He's still alive, the original Paul
Yep.
McCartney, in my opinion.
I think he's alive, but I don't think that's the guy who plays with Wings
No,
and
no.
gets together with the boys. No.
In my opinion, he's still living in Liverpool, going by the name of John Holliday, and he gives tours of the boyhood home of Paul McCartney, who he's the tour guide of, and or what do they call it, the curator.
I mean, this is crazy off topic, but it jumped into my head, and I have to think if anybody else is as dumb as me to think this is possible. But so you're aware that Michael Jackson was like burned horribly, right, during a commercial shoot back in the 80s. Horrible facial burns. His head caught on fire, and they brought him to the hospital. They gave him surgery, and they basically saved his face. That's when he started wearing the glasses and the veils, was because of these burns, right? And then he started showing his face slowly over time, presumably to let everything heal up. You can go look this up if you've never heard it, because I understand
Yeah,
that
that's
for some
where
reason
skin
nobody's
turned
heard
mold.
this.
Yep. Mhm.
So
I have.
Michael Jackson gets into all that trouble, and then he dies, right? The next day, his friend, apparently,
Dave.
who I'd never seen before, no one's ever heard of, his name is Dave. Strange, eclectic name, Dave. You can look this up. And Dave gives an interview about his good friend Michael Jackson's passing. Now, Dave just happens to be a severe burn victim. And Dave has a very peculiar sounding voice. And I'll just leave it at that, and you can go watch the interview and tell me what you think.
Yeah, that interview was on Larry King Live, and
Yeah,
it was
there you go.
during the procession of the hearse that supposedly had Michael in it, and he's saying things that only Michael would say in the way Michael would say it. And at the end, he gives like a this is why
Wink
I
and a
had to do
nod,
this,
yeah.
basically. Yeah, it is totally like that. And there's other video of Dave where the voice is not the same, and the look is not the same, the face is totally different. And
Right.
you can
There's
just
an
see him
actual
taking this
Dave.
chair.
Right.
Yeah, there's an actual Dave. And so that's
That
an
is not
interesting
the
thing.
guy
And
they interviewed.
yeah, if I had to call it, I'd say that's Michael. It's obvious, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot more to it if you look deep into that one. And Prince, same thing. It seems like he's playing the part of his sister Tyka. Did you know that?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't even think of that.
Oh, you have to just look into it. It's like him in a fat suit.
Yeah.
And his sister comes
I know
out.
yeah.
You know who Tyka is, right?
Yeah, I've seen her picture.
Okay.
It could be him in prosthetics.
Yeah.
And
Well,
a fat suit.
there's an actual Tyka too, which is another weird thing about it, right? It seems.
Yeah.
Or there's another woman that's in some of the pictures.
But if you wanted to fake your death, you could do it, because you could make yourself look like this person with very little effort, and nobody would know the difference. That's the point.
Here's some unarguable circumstances that surround that. His last tweet to his fans was, "I've transformed." He supposedly died in an elevator. Very coincidental. Not going to let the elevator take me down, right? So he just dies in an elevator, really. Tyka inherited all his money and his estate, and his brothers and sisters got nothing. She was supposedly a crack whore that was, never taken a picture with. There's no pictures of the two of them together, right? Him and his sister.
That's
Who
the
gave all
one.
his
That's
money
the
to, right?
right. That's the
And
part that I'm like,
and
oh, okay, convenient.
yeah, and she comes out with an album after he dies called A Brand New Me.
I got to hear
And if you
this.
listen,
All right.
if you listen to, I'll send you the video of her singing at his original memorial.
If
And then she
you
does
if you
another.
got a clip of
There's a
her fucking wailing away on an electric guitar, I'm sold. That's it. If
No,
she
no,
can play
I don't think
guitar,
she's.
all
I
right.
think that would be a giveaway. I think that'd be a giveaway. But if it's him, then there's just one example of her singing where it's maybe he's going through some voice changes because of the hormones or whatever. If he's actually transformed,
Michael and I.
but
Michael and I.
she starts talking in the way it's his voice. She's talking in this amphitheater. And I think they use a different woman too to kind of cover it up. But you look at the picture comparisons, and it could totally be him. And why is it all these other things that are possible coincidence theory so blatant, right? I get into this subject. I've got a lot more I could go on about, but it's totally not related to flat Earth.
It is related to flat Earth, I think, but in a very abstract way.
I found one, in fact, that nobody knows about. Nobody says anything about, except for me. In fact, I kind of confirmed it with a Freemason who knows the guy. I'm not going to talk about it. But he said, I said, would this be something they could hurt me for knowing? He said, depends on how vocal you are. I'll send you the pictures. They're just retiring their name. I mean, it's not. There's nothing illegal about what's being done in a way, because propaganda is legal, right? So if they print that someone died, that star's name has died. And even in the court sessions that we're seeing on TV for some of these things, like I guess there's a whole thing about it. They have one more star in the plaque or whatever the symbol they use for the court system. It's just like the people's court. It doesn't have to be real. The whole O.J. Simpson trial could have been that. O.J. Simpson's the whole thing could have been just a farce, just for our entertainment and to stoke race relations, which it did. There's money to be made. And then the same thing with if Michael didn't really die, then that whole trial case with the doctor was a fake, right? And there was some really weird shit about that. What some things he was saying to the kids and stuff. It was just, there's something weird about that doctor and that whole court case and the way the sisters and brothers were acting afterwards and some of the things they said. They sold out 50 concerts in a row at the biggest arena in the world, right? O2 Arena in London. Like his dad even said in an interview afterwards, like he didn't plan on doing 50 shows. He was signed up for 13, and then they added a bunch all at once. And it was like as soon as they had their whole thing figured out, they added all of these concert ticket sales to 50 concerts. Michael Jackson was never going to perform 50 concerts in a row in one arena. He never does that. He would go around the world in different areas, and there's no way, right? So it was just a way of like making as much money as possible. The This Is It film came out like almost immediately after he died. Right? There's people talking about how it wasn't just happened to be like some people were filming backstage. It was full on.
Yeah, they were just in the middle of that documentary. That's all.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. No, total money making scheme. And you know what they offered the people for their like they knew people weren't going to turn their ticket in to get the money because it's a souvenir. Michael just died. Who's going to turn their
I got a
ticket
ticket to one of Michael's final concerts. Yeah.
Yeah, and they even offered those people if they didn't want their money back, they could keep their ticket, and we'll send you a brochure or a pamphlet that was handed out at his memorial, right?
Oh,
Like
memorabilia.
Yeah, the souvenir, right? We'll give you some more souvenir items if you don't want to keep if we can keep your money for the sold out concert that was never going to happen.
Yeah, all the world's a stage.
Mm-hmm.
They can just right out in the open kill Jeffrey Epstein and then get away with it, and then now it's like a meme. It's like when it happens to the next guy, John McAfee, we made it a verb. You got Epstein, and everybody just laughs and continues on. Like what?
Right.
You all just acknowledged what was going on, and you're not even joking, and you're just shrugging shoulders and going, "What you gonna do?" That's
Oh, there's
insane.
something else I'll send you about Epstein on the same topic. In fact, I'll have to just DM you some stuff. But the other thing I was going to say about the Paul is dead thing, like this is a perfect example of the subterfuge that's involved in the whole thing, right? So they're admitting that Paul's dead on the album covers and giving us clues the whole time, right?
Yeah.
So and it's something they played with, and some people theorize, well, it was because then if they got caught, they could say, oh, we were telling you the whole time, right?
Yeah, we told you the whole time.
Right. But the whole idea that he's dead is the whole lie to begin with, because if he's this guy that seems to be the case, John Halliday, living in his boyhood home, then it seems like they gave him a choice at one point. And his wife also looks like the girlfriend, by the way, that Paul had. But then the fact that you're saying he's dead, it's kind of like confirming that he's dead rather than acknowledging that he's this guy, right? So it's like kind of like based on this lie within a lie within a lie. And then also John Lennon seems to be this guy also living in Liverpool who takes care of a place called Strawberry Fields and makes sure that it's kept up and does the maintenance for that. And he seems to be the original John Lennon, going by the name of Colin Unwin. And these guys are
The
also friends.
original John Lennon.
Yeah.
All right.
John Lennon was definitely not the same person throughout his career, even though we'd all love to hope so.
When was the transition?
Seems like there might have been a lot of transitions for all of them.
Oh. Multiple actors or just?
Yeah, multiple. Either stand-ins. They all had identical type people around. As
Do you think Bill Shepard ever played Paul McCartney, or did he just cover with the band for their album?
No, it definitely whoever that guy is seemed to be playing the part for a while, for sure. Yeah, I don't think it's still him. His eyes turned from brown to blue.
One of them turned all goofy. Yeah.
Yeah, there's multiple people playing the character. They always replace them to keep them younger. I mean, look at Paul McCartney now. How old is he supposed to be? 80 something. There was a video that there's a music video just came out with a deep fake of him as a younger Paul, as the old Paul, which is kind of interesting.
I saw an interview with him where he's sitting there, and I swear to God, he puts his hand on his face, and his whole face slides like he's wearing a rubber mask. And
There's a lot of weird stuff. Yeah. And there's some weird stuff when you see them performing too, where there's some slippage of weird shit. It's interesting.
Yeah, nothing would surprise me at this point. That's the point.
Yeah.
Oh, here she is.
We can get back to flat Earth now. We should probably stop this topic.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna pass out soon anyway.
I'll send you some shit that's gonna blow your mind right now. I'll send you one pic that's gonna blow your mind. Check out your DMs. Sorry, go ahead. Let's talk about flat Earth. I just want to hear your reaction to this real quick.
Oh, I'm stuck in YouTube again. I gotta get an actual tablet. This thing is a piece of shit.
Yeah, your phone.
No, I'm on like the world's smallest tablet, and it's old. I'm the cheapest bastard on the face of the earth. I will use something until I got it taped together, rewired. I don't like to get new things.
Yeah, because they're like outdated a year after you get it anyway, right?
Yeah. Not having a smartphone is like people look at me like I'm a crazy person, and they're like, I need to get a hold of you. I go, no, you fucking don't. That's the joy of this. I get to pretend you all don't exist from the time I walk away until the time I gotta come see you again. Yeah, but I need to. You don't need to do shit. If you need to get a hold of me, you can get a hold of me when I'm here at work or when I'm wherever, whoever it is that needs to get a hold of me. You guys don't get to see me if I don't want to be seen. I'm like a fucking ninja.
Nice. Yeah.
If you posted it, I don't see anything in my DMs.
I'm looking for it right now.
Oh, okay.
I've almost got it. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of these theories, and it seems like there's some put out there as disinformation. Back to the topic we were talking about earlier, just to throw people off, you know.
Oh yeah, for anybody who might be interested, so that they can be thrown off.
And it's like when you mention this type of a topic, you know, people are like, oh, I bet you think Elvis is alive too, right? Like that's been put through the media as something that people automatically refer to with any kind of conspiracy theory. Like
Yeah.
that one is obviously not true. So all conspiracy theories are obviously not true too. Yeah.
The obvious part
But
is what gets me. Who the fuck would believe that it's obvious? If you know the witness protection program exists, you know it's not illegal for them to lie to you or trick you or give propaganda. You know, it's like, where is this trust coming from? I don't get it.
exactly, people automatically think that, but then they'll acknowledge that, oh yeah, they don't really care about us. They're putting poison in our water. They'll go that far, or that the food here that you know has got, you know, Monsanto chemicals, whatever. You know, they'll accept all of those. But when you're talking about possibly the shape of the Earth, there's a cutoff point, man. They can't go there. It's just too paradigm shifting. Makes them.
When people talk back to the globe Earth, when people talk about the why, I love this part of the globe Earth because this is the most, this is the most, you know, free thinking part of it. The why, would they do it? But people forget, like, we are shitty civilization. How many fucking unborn babies are slaughtered without a second thought every goddamn day? People think that they're never going to be held to account for the things they do. That's why they act the way they do. That's it. If it wasn't for that, they would straighten the fuck up. They never sit long enough and think about it, reflect on it long enough to understand what it is they're doing and why it's bad. So they need a consequence to help them understand that.
Any Globers?
Any Globers? Black Swan. I got it.
I'm a concave earther, if that counts.
Huh.
Chris,
Huh.
You're a concave earther now. Is that what you said?
I'm just kidding.
What the?
Oh,
how are the?
What do we
I
call
mean,
you?
it could
I was
be.
asking.
Go
We
ahead.
call you Derp, or what do I call you? You go
You
by
can call me
Derp or
Derp. Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Derp. Okay. Do you know who Issa Mahalski is?
Easton Halsey. No. It sounds familiar though.
Because he reminds me of you a little bit. He's funny dude. He's lives in New York. He's really awesome musician, and he used
He's
to
a
do hangouts
musician.
a lot. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's not somebody super
I'll
famous.
send you his channel.
Ah.
No. He's flat. He's like he wrote like the Flat Earth theme song in my mind. It's called "Welcome to the Show," and it's a great song because it's so descriptive of the time that we were going through back in the day when, you know, it was like we don't know who's real. Like we were talking about earlier, we don't know who's real in this game. Why are they letting us know? Did they roll Flat Earth out? Is this just us figuring it out? Are we going to get in trouble? It was like a little bit more of like a hot topic that people were shy of talking about, you know.
Yeah.
And the lyrics is like, "Welcome to the show," where you don't know if you're part of the show, you know, because we're part of the show in a way, you know, of this
Right.
whole revealing. And you don't know who to trust or who's real, who's not real. It's a great song. You should check his channel out. He's also doing some hangings these days.
That's just a great topic in general to talk about, I think.
Specifically, which? As we're talking about like 3 things right now, but.
Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
No. I was just curious as to which you thought was the good topic. That's all.
Oh, mainly the one that perked my ears up was talking about how we're in the game and like where we are, and
Right.
they obviously use us as a chess piece, but they have to be careful themselves because they've been on the back foot before the 1900s, right? So they've been trying to cover things up that were already true in the beginning. And then they showed in the Illuminati card games, a couple of clues, conspiracy theorist and all this type of stuff, They have to make us look crazy, otherwise it doesn't work.
But it's a balancing act. Like they have one foot on the pedal and one foot on the brake, and they like that it works into the Hegelian dialectic because they got people fighting with each other over this topic that doesn't really threaten them because they can just control the masses through the mainstream media's take on things. They probably did all kinds of litmus tests about this topic, either knowing that it might get out because of the internet's information possibilities, or planning for it to come out so they could use it like possibly in the future as some other deception, like reveal the truth about it and then sell us a bunch of other lies attached to it, which is part of their whole transformation type.
I mean, we
strategy.
know that they do this, right? That
Yeah,
they even
exactly.
I don't. This is the last thing I'll say on it, but in terms of specifically this, the Fauci ouchie, but there was a website that I saw ages ago, and they were literally doing tests on how people react to different types of advertising. So fear, encouragement, important, stories told before. They've already figured this out.
Yeah, they do studies on
That's why they're so
psychology.
good at it.
Yeah, that's amazing. I did a reenactment of this. I've told this before, but long story short, I did a reenactment of this for film in college of the Stanley Milgram trials that he did in 1969, 67, 76, doesn't matter. He did this experiment where he was testing the person that was giving the test to somebody else that was an actor, acting like they were being shocked when they got the answer wrong on the test. They were seeing if the person would continue shocking them, right? Yeah. But the interesting
Most
part
of them.
about it is, the people that continued on with the test after they were told to continue and knowing they were hurting the person, it was like some 50% or something. But of the people that continued on with the test, once they did that, they became an agent to the experimenter, and they had to do everything after that. Like the person's screaming, and they assume the person's dead, but they go all the way up to the 450 level because they can only get out of that by doing everything they're told after they cross that point of responsibility, where if they stop at any point for the end of the experiment, then they could have stopped before they continued on to begin with, hurting the person, right? So the psychology of that is they get into what's called the agentic state. That's what I named my film, because that's what he called it. Like they're an agent to this person after they've crossed that line. And that's totally what they use to manipulate us and manipulate people, especially when you're talking about this jab. Because once a person's committed to the first one, then if they were to go, oh, wait a minute, maybe that wasn't a good idea because of all the results I'm seeing on the internet now, and maybe I should not take the next one, they would have had doubt their commitment in the first place and start to get scared about what they did. So to relinquish all responsibility, they just have to continue on with the program.
I almost feel like that's the same thing that NASA has to deal with, though, to be honest, because they've gone to a point now where they're having to cover this lie and then they cover that lie with another lie. And then now they're in this continuous loop of just they have to cover up every story.
They know they don't have to put that much effort into it. They just got to wave hands at it for now. And I think the clock is ticking. They know they don't have to hold it up very long. It doesn't need to be maintained forever. You just got to keep waving hands at it.
Well, exactly.
Keep putting out propaganda pieces. Get most of the populace, when they hear the word NASA, they get this little fucking chill up their quim, and it's like, what the fuck?
And I think it's strange that they would even be worried or have to cover up anything because they're faking it poorly on purpose. That's the other thing. Like we're talking about.
Yeah, they have no fear.
They have no fear. That they know they can. They're reeling us. It's like someone like a human with a ball, holding it up for the dog to jump at. He knows he could always pull the ball higher, but he's got to show the ball to the dog to have his entertainment or whatever the perversion is about the whole thing, right?
Yeah, they've got a whole team of Pavlovian defenders that are willing to jump at the drop of a hat anytime we say something. So
yeah, they got them all hungry and tired and all amped up, ready to go. Look at
yeah,
the whole world's falling apart because of the people like these idiots who think the world is flat. If we don't get rid of them, oh, it's easy to make an enemy out of us.
They don't want to get rid of us. We serve a purpose because we're causing the disruption, right?
Right, but they want us to be
causing
the enemy. They don't want to get rid of us, but they still like the fact that we are the bad guy right now. That's a plus.
Yeah, they're playing with it. If they could have killed it, if they wanted to kill it, they could have done that a long time ago or a while back. They could have done a better job. Like even just putting the documentary on Netflix, even if it's a hit piece, they're getting people to see that there's people that actually think this, and then they'll look into it. It's like Obama would have never said we don't have time for a flatter society unless they were planning on having this be something as one of their strategies for the social construction during this era. And I think it's going to be what they use for the changing of the ages and the age of Aquarius and the manipulation of society, maybe even blaming us for the destruction of our society because of this revelation. Who knows what they're planning on doing, but it doesn't seem like they wanted it just to go away. I put a link in the live stream just now, which is my favorite example of this for the ISS, because they could come up with this excuse for them being on the harnesses, which is an interesting way of explaining, but it makes sense in a way because then they could say, well, they were just on the harnesses so they would stay stationary for the cameras. They were being interviewed. And I'm like, it's bad. So you're going to try that? Okay. Well, this one is really hard for anyone new to look at and give an intellectually honest answer with this gaslighting about the bathroom tour. Have you seen this? I'll put a screenshot of the toilet they're supposedly using for months on end, right? There's no seat. You have to hover over this like 3-inch pipe hole. And the way she presents it, it's just obviously gaslighting. She's got the dupers to light and everything. But just this toilet is ridiculous. Can anyone imagine going in there with no gravity and explosive diarrhea and fitting and trying to aim for this pipe hole? And she even says at the end, here's where we keep the wipes because things do get a little messy.
I had a bad space burrito.
Yeah, right? And I think this also gives them like the way of feeling like, well, if you believe that, then we don't feel so bad. Right?
It's fucking insane.
Here's the screenshot. I'll put it in live stream.
I remember watching that actually as a Glober.
Yeah. And trying to make excuses in your mind, like, well, that makes sense. It's suction, right?
I was just thinking to myself, like, you'd have to literally just plant your anus on it. Like, what?
Yeah,
impossible. Like, so you just got to commit sodomy every time.
Right, and they say it costs like $5 million, like some like $25 million new toilet, or something like ridiculous. Like, there's no seat. There's no seat, and you have to hold this cone in front of you to pee in while you're trying.
There's not even a bidet.
Yeah, there's not even a bidet, right? To help you out.
Space bidet.
And there's no seal to the door. It's just like at the end she's pulling back this like
you're just in a corner.
This screen. Yeah, there's like all this fumes and stuff would be leaking out through the thing. It's just one of those curtain doors,
You're much better off just wearing a nappy in space.
Right? Oh, that's another good one. The nappy, the bags that they supposedly wore over their anuses while they're inside the suit.
Just sitting in your own shit for 3 days.
Right. Yeah. Like, how does this hook up to my butt, right? None of it works, people. None of it. It's all ridiculous gaslighting show. It's stupid. And it's so funny to laugh at it. That's what I hope for some of these people that are genuine coming into this, and that eventually they can just laugh at themselves. Forever.
They love talking about brushing their teeth as well. What's that fucking obsession?
Oh yeah,
and then we just swallow it.
washing their hair, water just like floating in the air with all this like exposed electrical cord stuff going on. It's so stupid. Intentionally. And
Yeah,
same
it
with the
does
last
seem
two
it, doesn't
things
it?
they did. The last two supposed trips to space, how blatantly bad both of them were. You know, the Virgin Airlines and the Virgin Space mission, as well as the other one.
The Blue Origin
So
was at Amazon.
stupid. The Blue Origin, yeah, Blue
Yeah,
Origin.
yeah.
I've made some memes of that actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw you posted the screenshot.
That toilet.
I bet that's just like a Heinz Beans baked bean can in there.
Right.
$25 million.
And there's two different versions of it too. Like the other one's talking about how there's a pouch that you have to put in there beforehand, you know, and then you replace a new one when you, like, out of courtesy, when you leave the toilet, right? So somehow you got to run in there and get your pouch put in there, and then aim for this thing, hold your cone, you know, months, and they're
People
supposedly on there
believe
for
this
months
shit.
and months, you know.
Do you guys know Rodrigo Ferrari Nunes?
Rodrigo
Yes.
Ferrari Nunez.
Yeah, he
No.
talks about the sodomy in his streams.
Oh, is this Terra Plana?
No,
Guy?
I
Sodomy
don't
like
know
a
exactly.
hobby,
No,
or
I don't know.
Did he used to be on Globebusters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's the Argentinian.
he talks
Well,
about
you have two.
sodomy.
He's funny as fuck.
Yeah, you have two guys, right? You have Ferrari and you have the other guy. I can't remember his name now.
Maybe I'm thinking of the other one. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the Rodrigo. He mentioned this a couple of times, where the astronaut Cassidy, Chris. What's his name?
I think it was Chris
Hatfield. Yeah,
Hatfield.
he has a book where he writes that in the final stages of their training, they need to be sodomized.
What the
An
fuck?
anal exam. Yeah.
Whoops! Wasn't supposed to tell anybody that, Chris. You dumb shit.
That's ridiculous. I mean, that is the kind of,
Wait,
that's how you get into the gates of hell.
Chris Hadfield said this?
Oh yeah.
It was in one of his books. I had it. I got it from Rodrigo. So.
Hey Don, is that
his
true, Don Pettis? Do you guys get sodomized in the final training? Oh yeah. I liked it when they put the penis in my butt, and it was so good, and it makes for good astronaut poopies when the penis is in your butt. Thank you, Don.
When you
Appreciate that.
enter onto space station,
And you have a leak.
I guess you have a leak, and there's a procedure to fix a leak. Maybe. I think.
Oh my god. Well, that's
Yeah.
just called really good engineering.
It would be harder to fake the moon landing than to do it. But we lost the technology, and it's really hard to build back again.
It's really good, man. It's really good, dude.
Dude, you went 100% effort, and I love it.
Yeah, that's a good Don Petit.
That is very
I
good, man.
honestly thought about deleting my channel names just so I could get Don Pettit and come back and do his voice a lot as a troll, but I figured I'd get banned or something.
You could just get a mod to
For
change your name.
impersonating somebody. Yeah. I think you only have one account, right? Or can you have multiple? I just gotta get a different email, right? Send it to a different email. Yeah.
Right.
Not that I would do that, terms of service, if you're listening.
don't think I don't think it's against Discord's policies. It's just that they
Okay.
like people in here to just keep one name unless you're trying
Gotcha.
to be funny. You're one of us.
Does anyone else find it weird that they never refer to it as the space station?
Yeah, because it's not really in space. Actually, it's still in the upper portions of the atmosphere.
Thank you, Don.
What do you mean the space station?
What, me?
Yeah, like what else would they call it? Like what do they
Well,
call
what they say is like, again, I'm just being pedantic, but what they say is space station. So when I'm going to space station, you know,
Oh,
Yeah, he
to
doesn't
the
say.
space station.
Yeah.
That's
When
weird.
we go to the space station,
I like the upward inflection at the end of every sentence too. Like his dream was to be a valley girl in the 80s.
Yeah, Valley Girl in the '80s. Have you ever seen any of the old pictures of what's his name, the English astrophysicist that they always what's his name? Oh fuck,
Mick
he's got
West.
long hair. No, not Mick
Oh,
West,
no.
the other guy. He's an English guy that got really annoying short brown hair. I'll think of his name. Just give me a minute. Sorry. He was in the '80s band with his long hair, totally femmed out. It's not funny.
Peter. No, not Peter.
English guy.
Does he look like an actor from that movie called? Fuck. I think I know who you're talking about. He's a physicist, right? Does a lot of TV stuff,
Yeah.
like Mick West style.
Are you talking
Frumpy
about
older
Brian
guy,
Cox?
50s.
You talking
Brian
about Brian?
Cox. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Fuck knows how I'm
Look
remembering all these names.
Look up Brian Cox, young band, long hair, whatever you know. He's a guy who plays the keyboard in some '80s long hair band that is just he's found out playing.
Yeah, how did he transition from doing that to becoming some sort of renowned space?
Hormones. Oh, my bad. I thought you meant from Brianna. My bad.
Yeah, poor choice of words there.
Yeah, it seems like they find these guys as fronts for their propaganda.
Well, you got the science guy. You
Bill
got
Nye, yeah.
NDT. These are all like failed comedians, right?
All failed actors and comedians, yeah.
Yet they are allowed to spew their nonsense on national television,
They're
right?
spokespeople.
Yeah.
Spokespeople. So
they're a face.
So
of
whenever,
the
whenever we tell these globe zealot trench level these trench level globies, right? That come here and tell them, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you that the Earth turned underneath a football and that you wouldn't see curvature from the bezel's parabolic flight. Nah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is just there for the money. He's just he's wrong, right? Funny how that goes.
Yeah, it's convenient, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And it is these high-end priests that don't touch the topics that the globe, that the trench level globies are touching, right? So they will say, well, the Earth is a globe, obviously, because boats go over the horizon, and then we debunk this, and then the trench level zealots need to come in and then say, no, it's refraction. But when did you ever hear Michelle Thaler or Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse or the other English dude? What's his name?
Cox.
When do those guys come in and tell us how it's actually
Never.
happening, right?
They will never, because it would ruin their credibility. They would never do it. They can't be caught on record having to explain themselves to somebody and in the least bit look like they're fumbling, searching, not sure themselves, confused. If any of that happens on tape, they know their career's over, so it'll never happen.
So why is Neil deGrasse Tyson allowed to tell us that the Earth turned underneath a football? And he doubled down on this.
He's allowed
That's
to
what I
because
mean.
they know nobody's going to check it. Nobody's going to go against him in the populace right now.
That's
Nobody's
This
gonna
is the
read it.
Globe claim. This is the Globe claim, right?
They
Coriolis.
just accept it. They just accept it. They don't have to check anything. The Globe Masters figured that out.
He needs to say this because it is the Globe claim, right? Coriolis.
You would think so, but because he's so trustworthy, he doesn't need to. He doesn't owe you shit. That's what they're going to tell you. He doesn't owe you nothing. You stupid flat earther.
Right.
You think he's going to waste his breath explaining shit to you? No, we know. We, as in me and Neil, we know these things because of science.
Well,
And then
Neil
they march
doesn't
off.
because they throw him under the bus. They say, well, Neil was wrong because Earth didn't rotate underneath the football.
Oh yeah.
The air is in Velcro, so we wouldn't expect the Earth turning underneath stuff, right? This is what
Wait a minute.
the trench level globe zealots will tell
When
us.
did that start? When did this anti-Neil regime begin? I thought he
This
was
year, wasn't it?
infallible.
This year, wasn't it? Or
He
last
must
year?
have said something silly. That
Well,
you
what
guys
it was
latched
is that
onto.
every time that was brought up, you'd have a flat earther basically come back and say, "Well, we don't see the same with helicopters, hot air
This
balloons,
is
and
specifically the famous. Oh, I was watching football and I saw that the football made it. Yeah.
So when we came back with that, then they
Uh-huh.
have to, they have to form very agile arguments and backtrack, and
But
the
they went with
arguments are
Neil.
agile.
Neil was just fucking with you. They didn't even accept that. They just went with, nah, Neil's wrong. They didn't want to bother.
Well, it's like another example of them gaslighting and doing a poor job on purpose. They put Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye out there, these clowns representing their side of the argument more prominently than anybody. I mean, really, they couldn't find better argument people than that. I mean, you got Bill Nye saying the Earth is blah. It's like the shape is blah, and he's also saying we live in a closed system. I mean, blatantly. You can show it to Wallers though, and it doesn't make any difference. And that's part of their litmus test. Lowering expectations.
I bet you if you ran a battery of fucking tests on all NASA employees, their IQ would float right around 90. I'm being serious, just under average. Smart
To the
enough
point
to
where they
fucking
think they're actually up there.
Right, just smart enough to be convinced that they are smart, but dumb enough never to realize it.
That's what I think about the whole joke of. Well, I'm no rocket scientist, all right. But that was put into the kind of the joke on us too, because the rocket scientist is smart enough to build a rocket, but not intelligent enough to realize it never goes to space.
Yeah, it's hilarious how widespread that saying is. Well, it's not rocket science.
Exactly.
It used to be brain surgery, though, to be fair.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Well, when I was young.
Well,
rockets were only 9 or 10 years old when I was a baby. So
NASA scientists are on the top left hill of the Dunning-Kruger line. Dunning-Kruger curve.
NASA what? I heard the Dunning-Kruger, but you said NASA who?
They're on the top left of the Dunning-Kruger curve, which is like very high belief in their skills and intelligence, but very low actual competence.
That's the upper left.
Yeah.
I'll have to look it back up. I remember I'm in the really good corner. That's all I remember. I'm in the
That would
awesome
be the
corner.
top right.
I'm just kidding. It was a joke. Oh, fuck. I haven't slept in 2 days because of this stupid channel. So if I'm overtired, it's because I'm ready to pass out. And if I just disappear and stop talking, you hear snoring, just boot me.
Welcome to the group, bro. You're a good addition, bro, for sure.
I had to vent it all. So seriously, 16 years of it pent up. I needed to get it out.
Said Chris Hadfield.
Giggity.
Oh, there was another thing about that I was going to mention when you brought up that sodomy thing. Wasn't there like a Backstreet Boy that went up in the shuttle in the ISS supposedly and talked about being sodomized?
That is double ironic. Backstreet Boy, sodomized in
Yeah, there you go.
space.
Right.
That is a story that you couldn't fucking make up with an ad lib.
Right. Backdoor Boy. He became the Backstreet Boy. Became the Backdoor Boy.
Give me a noun. Give me a verb. Give me a proper noun. Backstreet Boy is sodomized in space by Don Pettit. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oops, I did it again.
Now you've got a leak.
Backstreet Boys. All right.
Oh, Globers.
Yeah, the micrometeor thing. I literally just dropped my hands to my side and looked around at all my roommates when he was explaining that on the TV. Like, come on, somebody say something. I'm standing there, all looking at me like, what? What's the problem? I go, what? I'm moving out, cocksuckers. You're all morons.
So your roommates are all Glovers. So you tried to
This
talk
was
to them,
back
but
in
they
the
won't
day.
listen.
Yeah, this was way back in the
Oh,
day.
okay.
I was way a glober by that point when Don Pettit was talking about micrometeors busting through the ISS, but I was still under the impression that I could change people's thoughts with logic and just show them stuff. Because it only, like I said, I mean, I accepted it, but it was like, how do I go forward? I accepted it almost immediately, like overnight, once I saw the evidence and I couldn't dispute it. But to process it and everything that came along with it, a couple weeks. But some people, it's never going to happen. That's it. They just don't have it in them. They don't want it.
So surprising too, because even like I said earlier, like they can accept other conspiracies that you've told them about, and they'll come back and say, "Oh, you were right about that," and then this
This
one,
one
or
leads
you
to
think,
God,
"Oh,
though.
okay, this one,
This one
yeah,"
leads to God. That's the difference.
or they have to rethink every decision, every significant decision they've made up to that point in their lives, to a certain extent, because they may not
Yeah.
have made the same decision if they had known this.
Right.
Past a certain age, especially, they just rather die not knowing than to acknowledge that their whole life might have been a lie.
That's so pessimistic.
Life, I know
Around the
I
room.
have family members who died the most miserable fucks on the planet because they were pessimistic, but it's not because of nothing. It's because of their life experience. I mean, I live in the first world country with basically every advantage and could never get a foot up. Every time you start to get ahead, some kind of a accident, tragedy, something, and that's with good life. So, it's life is not great. Imagine being a sub-Saharan African diamond miner or a fucking sand digger, in a sand pit somewhere. Fucking that living on grubs, that could be my life. So I try not to, be too negative, but at the same time, I see suffering where there needs to be none, and it's very hard to accept.
Do you guys ever get the urge to raid Gem Panda's server and just flat smack all of them?
No. So the talking about that is against Discord in terms of service. So let's
Wait, I
refrain.
don't think that's actually against TOS, is it?
Attacking other property is against.
Well, that's not attacking their
With
property.
the intent of harassing. With the intent of harassing.
No,
That's what they say.
It's a flat Earth debate server, so it's not like we're attacking them. They welcome us.
That's how they'll interpret it to you, though.
You used a certain word, which is highly flagged in.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe that word. Maybe I should say. Do you guys ever feel like joining Gem Panda server to flat smack them?
Man, I mean, that place is for Globers. I mean, they won't allow you to.
They're not intellectually honest, so it becomes a waste of time.
It would be funny though to argue with them. I just feel like, you know what I
I
mean?
don't think so.
No, more
It'll be
frustrating
more
than
earlier
funny.
tonight when the guy brought in his two friends. It's just pointless. It's a waste of time. They're just there to scream, make fools of themselves, and laugh. That's it. They're not interested. It's a waste of everybody's time.
Yeah, it's best to stay in the place where sincere people are gonna, consolidate.
Okay.
I mean, if you're bored and you just want to spend some energy and just have people scream and yell at you, that's
Well,
if that's what you think. Yeah, great.
yeah.
If they know the
Sometimes, well,
arguments, they just are either lacking all common sense. They can't even acknowledge that what you're saying does seem troublesome for their side. They can't even say something like that. They're not trying to figure it out. They're just defending.
have you
Just
guys ever
defending.
done that in the past where you argue with their server?
Oh, always. Like we all go through that stage where we have to go out and fight these people.
Oh
And
yeah.
then you realize that they're just there to obfuscate.
I tried it a little bit by myself, but it's a lot harder when you're on your own.
Well, look, watch some of those videos I sent you. I sent you a whole list of them. I can tell
Oh
from
yeah,
some of the
I'll
things you
watch.
say you haven't watched any of them yet. You need to
You
watch
have to
those.
recognize when somebody's really not invested in finding out whether or not something's true or not. It's kind of clear after the first 2 or 3 questions. If they ask you a question, so what's the deal with this, and you start to give them an answer and they interrupt you in the middle of it, they're not interested. They didn't. They're not. I mean, you can remind them once or twice. Listen, I'm not done talking. But once it's clear that they're not interested, and when you give them the rebuttal, which is clear logic, they should have to come back with some kind of rebuttal. They just let it go and then move on because it's too hard. That's
They're not.
somebody who's clearly fucking with you.
Yeah, they're not your average Globers, anyways. They're like hardcore Glober, anti-flat earthers.
Trench level zealots, yes. So these are the guys that will throw Neil deGrasse under the bus, right?
Wait, they throw Neil deGrasse under the bus?
Yeah.
Sure.
They'll double speak.
He makes them look bad. They're saying he makes them look bad on purpose. Like he's hired to make them look bad.
Are you serious?
Well, I think that's true. He is
insane.
hired to make them look bad, but it's not because he's a flat earther. It's because there's a show going on. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, we talked about
And I did
this,
hear
right?
that song. That song was on Infinite Plane Society, wasn't it?
Yeah, you watch IPS too?
Back in the day, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. I still tune into him for some of the information that other channels don't talk about. I like his deconstructing the narrative type stuff.
No homo. I like his voice.
You mean
Yeah, he's got a great
Isa?
voice.
Yeah.
Isa.
We're talking
Isa.
about Issa. Yeah,
Yeah.
Issa. Welcome to the show. I sent him that
Mhm.
song. He didn't know who Issa was.
I don't know him either. I've just got back. Who is it?
Issa
Sorry.
Mahalski.
Okay, is this
He's
YouTube?
He's kind of a flat Earth legend, actually. Back in the day, he did something called Flat Earth Court, where he was bringing the ballers in, and he would actually have Jim Panda on a lot because he liked his personality and thought he was a funny guy. Didn't care that he was arguing that side because
Who
for
posted
whatever
the picture of
reason,
this ugly lady? Oh wait,
I put my
that's not an ugly lady. That's Izzy Pop.
my
Iggy Pop.
Bezos memes in there.
Iggy Pop looks like a Nick Cage impersonator there.
Looks like your typical Glober to me. I don't know. I get
But
bad
like
vibes.
Marilyn Manson too.
Well, people told me when I had my profile picture on, everyone would tell me that I look like Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, you're better off.
Do you have one blue eye or something?
Is that you actually in that profile picture that people were talking about?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
I had to change it.
Yeah, it's better not. But I think you're better off without it. It just,
Is it that bad? Maybe if I take another photo, it will be better.
it looked like you were trying. It looked like you were trying to be a troll in that picture. You probably got called out as being a troll just for the picture.
Yes, I've posted Isa's channel in the live stream for those who are interested. It's filled with his music.
Thanks,
and stuff.
Roger.
Yeah,
All
sure.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
So he hasn't posted it in a while, huh?
No.
He's been doing a couple short live streams. He doesn't keep those posted though. When he does the live streams, he'll go live and
Is this guy an OG flat earther?
yeah. He comes in here sometimes, talks a little bit. He knows a lot about the law, and that's one of the most interesting things because he got kind of called out by other flat earthers for being on the side of, or seeming to be on the side of the government, but he was never on the side of the government. He just was really into the law and how it could work in your favor, and talking about that as the system is beautiful if you really know what you're talking about. There's a lot of advantages people don't even take into account. And of course, there's, like I said earlier, flat earthers are the worst when it comes to paranoia. Oh, he must be a government shill. He's talking about how the system could work for you. But he's just
It's best to assume everybody's my enemy, but try not to worry about it. That's my policy now.
He's more like we need the system is here, so this is how the system works, and this is how you can win from the system, right? Use the system against them. That's more.
Can you use evil for good?
Well, no, not that kind of thing. Not that kind of. No, more like know the law so that you can use it to your advantage and not be taken advantage of.
Right.
But the whole system is flawed from top to bottom. We know this because just people go behind bars and die. All right. So it doesn't matter right or wrong anymore.
But a lot of those people are only there because they don't know the law. Is his point,
Well, that's a flawed system. I shouldn't have to know anything for the law to protect me.
True. But the only way is like there's some strategies of the system that seem to be there as a remedy because the system's fucked up. It is fucked up, but there are remedies that people aren't told about because if everybody knew about it, then the system wouldn't work the way it does.
This is a real simple remedy. They're cheap. They go really fast. Of course, I'm talking about Roadrunner birds and nothing else. But in any case, I wish the guillotine would make a fashionable comeback. That's what I wish.
I was going to mention his analogy.
It's coming.
That what we have available to us is not known by so many people as far as the system goes. It's like you're sitting in a Ferrari in your driveway of your car, and you could drive it and be badass, but you're not. You're just sitting in the passenger seat with like a fake steering wheel going. Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Yeah, I miss being two. No, I get it, but your government, you should not be having to worry about fighting against your government at every turn like that. It shouldn't have that much power to begin with.
Well, our government compared to a lot
opinion.
of other governments, it could be worse, I guess. Is one of the
Well, our government's the most powerful government in the world.
I beg to differ because I think our government takes orders from a certain other government.
Well, one of the things
Making
that
them
Flat Earth does
the
is
most
it makes you
powerful.
realize that there's a world government that people aren't even talking about.
I know what government you're talking about.
Well, if they're all in on the space lie, then it kind of gives you it breaks a lot of illusions, like countries warring with each other over these things. Is an agreement behind doors for this to happen to manipulate the masses.
They who shall not be named are doing awful well right now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're doing very.
Pharmaceutical companies, money lenders, pornographers, all the major industries doing well.
Technocrats. Yeah.
Social media.
All right, guys, I gotta say goodnight. Good talking with you.
You too, man. Take care.
Take care. All right. What would you think of those pictures?
Yeah.
I'll send you more if you.
Clint Eastwood one is a little intriguing too.
Doesn't. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. I'll send you some more things about that later.
Oh, he's gone. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
that was a loud ding. That caught me off guard.
Have a good night, my good sleep well, sweet prince.
Good night, sweet prince.
Good night.
Oh man, ballers. I wish
You
you were
guys should
here.
not call them ballers, because usually that's a compliment.
Globies.
Globers. Globies.
Globies. Well, I call them globetards.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between globers, right? That believe that they're on a globe, which is perfectly fine for them. And you have anti flat earthers that
Probably
that
no, they don't, but are just in it for the fucking win it.
The anti-flat earthers are what I call globetard. You know.
yeah, these are the guys that are in the trenches, right? Defending the priests.
Yeah. They'll defend anything the government says.
I wish there was a way to just like go into like Rumpus's room and just play 5 minutes of him contradicting himself for his audience so they can see what an asshole he is. But he wouldn't allow it, and they won't follow you anywhere to hear him, do it somewhere else.
Yes.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. See what I'm saying? They put these autistic people in NASA. This woman is not normal
Is it a
intelligence. Have you ever heard
woman?
her talk? Yes.
Is it a woman?
Dr. Michelle something.
Yeah, Michelle Fowler, I know.
Yeah, she's
It
one of
doesn't
the
look like
brainiacs too. And then she says things and she has this air of arrogance about her as she says it, and it's logically inconsistent. And she doesn't even fucking realize it.
And she's
And
kind
she
of
says it with
fat
such
also.
conviction, like why would you even consider that fire could come from both a candle and a torch? That's insanity. Something like that. It's so illogical. It's like Rumpus. Of course, we wouldn't expect to see the horizon. Why would you ever see it? What the fuck?
Yeah. And before Black Swan, right? They told us the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere where boats and buildings should get blocked by. And then after the Black Swan, nobody said that the horizon was Earth curvature.
Physical. Yeah, it's
Oh,
just concept. It's imaginary.
Well, why would you say that? Well, nobody said that.
Well, if the horizon's not Earth curvature, they're kind of admitting to flat Earth in the first place.
It's just the point that they spent 5 years screaming Earth curvature at it, and then think the next day nobody's going to remember when they say, well, "Of course not. Who said that?" And they look around all confused. Come on, it's such a level of dishonesty
I
that,
mean, no one's falling for their tricks anymore. We've heard it all before.
well, none of us, but unfortunately, they're not here to trick us. They're just here to trick those who might be persuaded but can be dissuaded. That's who they're here for.
Yeah. So is a referee a moderator that's like on trial?
The referee role was for the arena. So if somebody wanted to have a one-to-one debate in the arena, then there would be a referee. If there was an objection, then the referee could step in.
The arena. How many people get to go hash it out in the arena? Does that ever happen,
You're
or
in the
do
arena
ballers?
right now.
Am I?
I
Didn't
think
know I
so.
joined that. Did I join
This
that
is the
channel?
arena, right?
Oh, I thought I was in Flat Earth 2 or something.
The arena. Yeah, it was like a year ago, or was pretty filled like daily, but yeah, these Globers got spanked all around. They don't want to do it anymore. So
It's not fun for them.
Yeah, I can imagine. But it's not supposed to be about fun. I was not having fun trying to prove the fucking ball. Going, oh my god! Every time I try to, okay, it should be the. Oh no, oh no, oh Jesus.
Well, that's what you get for being a Glober. It's part of the process.
The trust in government is the tough part, especially when they're throwing money at them. That's the cognitive break you got to make.
yeah, and I think something has to do with it that they have to make these illogical jumps and fallacious arguments, and then when they get caught and pointed out by QE, for instance, in his numpty clips, then yeah, they're they
They don't know how to react.
they've been made a fool, right? So I guess they don't want to lose face again, because they know that when they enter these arguments in, for instance, the arena, that they have to say such stuff.
Oh.
What's up, everyone?
Good evening.
It is currently like 6 a.m. 7 a.m. Holy shit! I gotta work in a few hours.
It's quarter
What do you
past
do
one.
for work? How do you work after staying up so late?
I don't know, especially after yesterday when I didn't sleep at all and went to work and then came right home and did it again.
Oh my
You should buy
goodness.
some of my coffee.
I actually might call out today. I don't think I'm in any shape to fucking go in.
Yeah.
Learning about the globe being flat.
No. I just I had a shit ton of anti-baller energy in me for the past number of years since I've realized I've been lied to, and I've never joined a chat room before, never really spoke to anybody about it.
Yeah,
Except
man,
for
we've
like
been
close
lied
friends.
to for a long time.
You're finally discovering that you're not alone in your belief. Or your
Well, I didn't
knowledge.
expect it to be that many people who, I knew flat earthers, there was a lot of them, but there's a lot of people, more than I thought, that are at least not just like willing to just hand wave, dismiss it, and walk away without hearing what's being said. So that's a positive.
I have a question. When is the Flat Earth Revolution coming?
Hey man, you're back.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I
So what do you
predict
think?
that the flat Earth revolution will come
Yeah,
in the
when
year.
everybody thinks it's flat, when everybody knows the truth.
Maybe you could convince everybody to start. Go ahead.
Well, your name is Soviet Dom, so first we need to wake up the proletariat. The proletariat in this instance is the flat earthers. And the, what's the other word?
Sasha Ivanov. Nice name.
Oh, thank you.
I love your name.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
Yeah. So what do you think we're doing here, right?
Yeah, but when is it coming? I need the exact date so I know when to get into the bunker.
Okay.
I would say it's going to come in the year 2039.
Oh, that's pretty long time. Damn.
Well,
We'll have
first
time
we
to
have
build
to wake everyone up.
Wake up. Yeah, I agree.
Wake up. Wake up.
Yeah, wake
you
up.
Know,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you believe in the ball?
I love balls.
So you're
How
a
about the
baller.
one-
Yeah,
the one you
I
stand
play
on?
ball.
So you're not even a flat earther
Football?
and you still want to be a revolution?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the revolution, of course.
I think this might
I'm
be
an
a spy,
anarchist.
guys.
I'm a communist anarchist.
I think he's
Oh, you just look.
trolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he is.
What? I asked a simple question. I don't know how am I trolling.
Yeah, so speculation, right? We can go into speculation all
Yeah,
day.
of course. Go into speculation. That's really, I think, a pretty important part of the revolution. To know exact dates.
There needs to be
So
a
all the people can
catalyzing
come
event,
together.
right? That's how every major government does it with their false flags. So we need a catalyzing event. I'm not saying we should set one up, but that's what it's going to take.
True. So
Well, does there actually need to be a real revolution, or could it
course.
just be like
Against
an
the government that
information?
lies to you. Yeah.
Well, I don't think we actually need to do a revolution, because once everyone knows, then we won't elect the globe government.
But they still have
then you got to
influence.
deal with
They have
them until
money.
the next election, and they're not going to fucking leave.
They still have a lot of influence in the world. So how do you think they're gonna lose the influence? You need a revolution. You need
Tell
to
you they're
take
not going
down
to
the
leave because
government.
you asked them to. That's
Yeah,
not happening.
yeah. So you need to take it by force. That's what I'm saying.
No, we don't. No, we're not going to.
First is to
No,
expose them, right?
we're not going to incite to violence or
Yeah, how much
whatever.
does the FBI pay you to come in here and say this shit, by the way? Because it doesn't work.
We're
You
not
can
going
tell
to.
your handler to go fuck himself. How about that? Tell him I said go fuck yourself.
I don't think I can
Personally.
legally get a job. I'm 16.
It doesn't mean shit. The United States will
It
hire
means
you.
a lot.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not in the United States, and in my
I said that
country,
you don't
I
have to
cannot get
be.
a
You
job
don't
right
have
now.
to be.
What
You've
country?
never heard of a foreign agent? You never heard of a foreign agent before? You
Yeah,
don't think
but
there's
this,
16-year-old Americans living as Russians in that country right now, pretending to
Oh,
be your
he's trying to
comrade?
make us start a revolution. So
no. I'm
because
asking you
he's
when is
working
the
for a
date?
foreign government.
I know you want to go and return to,
But you
your
have to
Führer.
understand, no kind of change, almost no change happened with peace.
I know
Yeah,
that.
but
has to be
that's
some
something
kind
an FBI agent would say.
Exactly.
True, but I'm not.
Hey, do you know where I can get some inciting
It's a simple
materials,
logic,
Mr.
a
Not
simple,
FBI agent?
history.
Yeah, you're Fed posting right now, buddy.
True.
Hey,
Have you
listen
ever
up,
heard of
Fuzz. We ain't buying your cheese. Get out of here.
Yeah, get out of town, guy.
Yeah, beat it
Yeah,
there,
man.
buddy.
I'm actually not FBI. KGB. No, KGB. Yes, Russian spy.
KGB?
Yeah, he doesn't even know what kind of shit he's pulling. He's just
KGB.
Yeah.
KGB.
Да, я люблю Россию, да.
Spetsnaz.
I think that's two different things, actually.
He's a
I know.
Ruski.
Yeah, да, я не русский, but я понимаю по-русски.
Да.
Да.
I speak Polish.
Oh, really? Я perdono.
No, I don't speak Polish.
Oh.
Pivo. I know Pivo.
I have no idea what that means. I know я perdono, kurwa.
I know. Go be,
No, that's Russian. That's Russian.
The only Russians I know is Grute Groot, because I'm a wrestling coach. Chest on chest. What else? Stavai, get up.
Yes, very
Wait,
good.
Soviet, did you play CSGO?
Of course I play CSGO. What do you mean?
The Russians always say, go B, go B.
Rush B, by P19 Rush B.
Go B.
Please. Yes. Of course.
Part of Russia you from?
The cold one. The cold one.
I didn't mention. I just meant, are you in the country or are you in the city?
Sibir.
Like a city?
I'm from Sibir. Yes.
Sibir?
Yes. The cold, the up of Russia, yes. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, no, not really. It's very cold. You die. A lot
Cold,
of people
yeah.
die.
Cold can be beautiful from afar, where I'm at, watching it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
America. Yeah, very good one.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah.
America's a dump. Don't come here.
I would agree.
Don't believe the FBI agents. There's nothing here waiting for you. Just stay in Russia.
I would rather live in Russia than in America.
Oh, no. You wouldn't.
Yes, I would, bro.
How about Ukraine? Would you live in the Ukraine?
Yes.
I think it's maybe same or even worse than Russia.
I'm pretty sure it's worse, but yeah.
Oh, I would love to live in Belarus. Very good country.
Belarus? Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
love that country. Yes, very nice.
I hope I bring a couple of cans of ammunition with you for the trip.
Yeah. It's already controlled by Russia, so who cares? It's basically a part of Russia already. Belarus.
What's the next expansion?
Probably the Baltic states.
See, this is how a spy works, dummy. I'm doing it to you. You're supposed to be doing this to us. Come on. I'm getting all the good intel.
Probably the Baltic states. No.
Yeah.
The Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania.
You're trying to get them all back, huh?
Of course.
Yeah.
From Lithuania, there's a lot of export, you know. They have to go through Lithuania first to go to Russia.
Right.
So we need to take over Lithuania. You know?
Need that guy back first, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
What are you waiting on?
Don't want to start a World War II, you know, but we're just gonna take over by controlling every
I like
first
that you call it
energy.
two. It's the only second time, right?
Yeah, only second.
We're on three.
Wait, is Russia and China, are they friends?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay.
It's basic knowledge.
I thought Russia and China were like frenemies, where they kind of like each other, but not really.
Everybody's frenemies. Everybody's frenemies.
Maybe, but they're I think more friends than enemies.
Does
Oh, yeah,
Russia like United States or China more?
I think I have no idea actually.
More
have no idea.
capitalist than communist right now, I think. I think you got a lot of Western advantages right now in Russia that you'll lose soon.
The problem is I'm not in Russia. I'm in a very, very secret place right now.
Good, good.
Yes, yes.
It's in the Netherlands right now.
Oh shit! How do you know? Oh no.
Copy that. We have the Winter Soldier. Stand by.
Yes. Please don't shoot. Please don't shoot. I have family.
I love America. I love America. Fuck
Please,
Putin.
please. Yes, yes. Of course.
Putin, Obama, vodka.
Everybody hates Putin. Only the old people don't like Putin. Yes.
Putin, Obama, vodka.
Oh yes. All the good words in Russia. Oh damn. Hollow Earther. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So who hollowed out the Earth?
God.
Oh.
Godzilla. When he was looking for King Kong. You didn't see that movie?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I have pretty bad memory actually. So. Unlucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
American government, they don't fuck around with their indoctrination.
For real.
I'm sure it was tough.
They indoctrinated me. I'm eating McDonald's every day now.
People
You
on
had
this
that.
server make fun of me for thinking the Earth is hollow. They make fun of me.
Yeah, they're not very friendly. Some people are not very friendly in the server. I'm very friendly actually. Any information you give me, it's safe, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe your bank account, you know, your social security number and stuff like that, you know. It's safe with me. Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent.
Excellent. Yes, of course. I'm gonna keep it very safe, you know. You can give everything to me. Oh my god. So, what do you think about gay people?
Bad.
Pretty gay.
Well, yeah. Well, this server is the Flat Earth Discord server, right?
Yeah, but gay people are on the
No,
flat Earth.
no, we're not going to.
Yeah, they're on the flat Earth, and they're like,
Yeah,
you know,
so-
we gotta fix that. We gotta take them off the flat Earth.
Whoa.
Everybody lives on the flat
Write that
Earth.
one
I
down.
agree. We're not here to judge
No
anybody.
discrimination. Okay, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
So, We don't need to build a wall then.
We don't need to build what?
A wall.
Thought you were not. I mean, oh, secret location must be somewhere in the U.S. Huh? Okay.
A wall.
Yeah.
Maybe close to US, Canada,
Yeah.
Mexico, maybe
Mm.
close.
Ready to jump that border? Bay of Pigs. You're Cuba.
I love Cuba.
Yeah.
I
Cuba loves
love-
Russia.
Cuban cigars.
That's true. Don't they make tequila in Cuba too, or some shit like that? I might be wrong.
Make the what in Cuba?
Tequila.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly Mexico. They make rum
Oh.
in Puerto Rico, Haiti, and Cuba.
Interesting.
There may be Cuban tequila, but it's not like noteworthy that I'm aware of.
Do you drink a lot?
Not a lot, but I enjoy the taste of hard alcohol.
Oh damn,
like most
that's
people.
right. Same. Say, oh shit, I cannot say that.
In the winter, especially, I love that warm down the throat into the gut. Boom.
Yeah. Can I tell you my favorite alcoholic in the server?
Please do.
Helio Skeptic.
And why is he your favorite?
Because he's funny.
Oh,
Yeah. Very funny guy.
yeah, I like him also.
Yeah. I would like to touch his bald head.
You would like to touch his bald head.
Of course. So, who do you
Yeah.
think is gonna win the election in 2024?
Flat Earth related? Anything flat Earth related? No.
Sure. If there's a president that says
He's the
flat
president of the
Earth,
flat Earth, right? Yeah.
yeah. If there's somebody like that, yeah, of course. Would you vote for him?
Yes,
Oh,
Of course.
without a doubt.
not if he was actually, if we vetted him and found him to not be a controlled opposition, we might allow him.
Yeah.
But he's got to go through all the secret,
Well, I
Yeah,
would
he-
rather.
He has to tell about all the, blood rituals and stuff.
Right.
True. Yeah, of course.
You don't think there's blood rituals, huh?
I didn't say anything about that.
You just said blood rituals. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I didn't say they don't exist.
Oh, okay. So
I
you
might
said
be
that.
in one. Wait. You didn't hear that.
I did hear you.
No, you didn't. Tell me your address right now. You will
I'm
not
making
hear
a
it.
sacrifice. Hold on.
Bro, what? Fuck.
All right, all set. Here we go. What's up now? All right.
So, you want to be young forever then, don't you?
Not young, just powerful.
Powerful.
I could be old and powerful
You can
forever.
go to
I
the
don't
gym
mind.
to be powerful.
Not like Russian powerful, like
Oh,
small.
Russian is pure genetics. You cannot get that.
Yeah, I
You need
know.
to.
Oh, I have some Russian in me. I have a little bit of Russian in me.
I believe you. A lot of immigrants in America, so I believe you. Very
Most
good
of my
country.
parents. I'm sorry. Very good. What?
Very good. A lot of immigrants, very good. In our country, yes. Yes? No?
Apparently, we're not a country. We were being educated earlier on someone who's more versed in actual law and all that. And apparently, we're a whole bunch of little countries that our federal government has actually been dissolved and no one knows it yet.
Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. That would be
Return
pretty
that
hard
to your
to.
allegiance.
Who said
hide.
that? Was that Cuddles who said that?
Can't remember. It might have been Cuddles. I'm not sure.
That would take a lot of people to lie about that.
Why would they lie?
I don't know. You tell me. Why would they lie? Why? That's the question.
That's the question all flat earthers have.
Why did my mom leave me? Wait, what? Okay. Are you thinking of making a Discord, Flat Earth Discord Minecraft server?
Yeah, we should.
Flat Earth SMP. That would be pretty fun.
Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah,
I
100%.
don't play Minecraft. Sorry.
You should try. It's really fun.
I've tried it. It's
Well,
interesting.
you should get good at Minecraft, and then you'll like
Yeah,
it more.
get good, of course.
I should get good scrub. I know.
Yeah, of course. So how many guns do you own?
I I would I would prefer not to say that to the FBI informant, but yes. You can assume it's not zero.
Oh, so not zero. Okay, I understand. So maybe okay.
21.
Let me guess. You have like at least one pistol, and like a shotgun.
Everybody thinks every American's got a shotgun. Why is
Yeah,
that?
it's a very effective gun.
It is effective, but not every American has one. Not everybody lives in the country, and you can't really. Well, I guess you could use like bird shot in the residential areas I live in. If you shot a shotgun at a wall, it would go right through it into your neighbor's house. So
Oh damn.
any slug or triple, yeah. So it's probably not the best weapon for home security.
No, what's best security? Police. Call the police.
Oh, is that right? The ones who have no obligation to help you. We'll be right there. We're on another call as I'm being stabbed to death. That's a good plan.
Or maybe just get good. No.
I am good. I'm not
Learn to
worried about it.
defend yourself without a weapon.
I can defend myself.
Or maybe ban all weapons in America. That would be cool.
I could still defend myself, and banning weapons does not remove weapons. You should know that.
Just kill everybody that has weapons.
Everybody's got weapons.
So kill everybody, I guess.
No, not everybody.
Everybody wants to.
Who's a villager?
Hey guys, I want you to introduce you to my new friend. He's not
Hello.
FBI agent. He has
No.
bombs for sale. Hey, meet Ivan.
You want to start a nuclear war army?
I could get the plutonium.
Yes. I'm
Fair
turning into
enough.
Borat. Oh my god.
I went Polish on you again, I know. Or Kazakhstani, sorry.
Kazakhstani. Oh my god, Borat.
Jak zamaj.
Oh my god. I never watched Borat, so I don't know what he says. I didn't watch Borat. Oh, yes, 100%. 100%. What any kind of questions I have? Let's see. What questions I have? What did they give me? Wait, what? No.
Let me see. Let me rifle through questions, guns, plans, money, accountancy.
Do you have insurance? Do you have insurance?
Are you guys
Do you have
insured?
insurance?
What
Medical
shape do you
insurance?
think
No,
the
any
Earth
kind of
is?
insurance.
Hmm?
Imagine needing insurance for your health. Imagine paying hundreds of dollars to get into an ambulance. Oh my god.
Hundreds, try thousands. It's not
Yeah,
hundreds.
thousands. Of course, I didn't want to exaggerate, but
You're not. It's a couple $1,000 for
imagine.
Well, it depends. You might get lucky if you can convince the fire station with their emergency service to pick you up because they're covered by taxes, but usually they're busy. And there's usually only one or two.
That would be good. Just everybody pays more tax and everything is just free.
Yeah.
Easy.
That's a good
Just
yeah,
like
everybody should
in
live
every
the same
European
house.
country.
Yeah, everybody should live in the same size house, have the same amount of shit, and it should be identical. That's what I think.
For real. Now
Yeah.
that's white culture. Now that's
Base.
culture. Base, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Based in red pill.
Yeah, true. So what is white culture in your opinion?
What is what?
White culture.
Inventing things.
Well, white is kind of broad. I wouldn't say because you're white, right?
American culture, I say. Let's say American
Okay.
culture.
All right, American culture. American culture is just garbage. It's a collaboration of everything horrible in the world thrown
Yeah,
in one
American culture is trash, dude.
Oh, so like, okay.
Basically, no redeeming qualities in the last 20 years.
Of course. I believe you. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Another question. Let's see. Flip a page.
You forgot to ask us if we had any aliases.
Oh yeah. What's your real name? First and last
Yeah.
name.
It's Mike,
Okay.
Mike, Mike Ockaslong,
Oh, Mike.
OCKL.
Oh,
Yeah,
same.
OCKL. ONG. Yeah.
Yeah.
My partner here is Hugh.
Humongous.
Humongous.
Yeah, I know him. I know him. He's my partner.
Long lost friend, maybe. Yeah.
Let's see. What can I ask more? Hmm. Do you think Olympics are what brainwashing?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. Let's see. Do you think we should put like a social credit score like in China on people?
Yes.
It's
Oh,
way too soft. There's no way that'll work here.
Based.
We need like social caning, not social points. Like instead of points, you get whipped with a cane for every point.
Oh, but that's okay. Let's see. What can I ask more? Um,
In our system, you don't want points.
If
Do
you
you
say
think?
so.
Oh, I cannot talk about that. I forgot. Do you have a phone?
No.
That's cap. Let's see. Um, what can I ask more?
Is there like a blizzard going on over there? Is that why you're stuck inside? You got nothing to do? Is that what's going
No,
on?
I have a fan on. I'm very hot boy. I'm a hot man. It's very hot
You
for
run
me.
hot? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a naughty boy, that's what you are.
Whoa, I'm 16. Chill, bro.
Easy now.
Chill. Chill.
Uh,
Let's see.
Say chill again. I'm trying to pick up where you've moved to. I can hear an accent and you're American. Say chill again.
Chill.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
You sound yeah. I don't know. I think you've transplanted to the West Coast somewhere in the United States.
For real.
But in any case, for reals. What
I
else you
think
got
you're
for
a
us,
glober.
comrade?
You sound like you're a glober to me.
I'm not a flatty. I have boobies.
Oh,
Yes.
so you think there's a curve?
Yeah, on my chest.
What the heck, dude?
Dude, you're about to be banned. Can you be a bit
Okay,
more
I'm sorry.
serious, please? Thank you. We don't mind fun and jokes and games, but could you be a bit more serious, please? Thank you.
Well, he's a naughty boy, so you should know that.
Chill, you cannot call me that. That's illegal.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, no problem, man. What is the best kind of what do you say? How do you say it? Fuck. I don't know how to say it in English. Fuck it. Let's see. What is the best music? What kind of genre? American music, goddamn right. That's what I'm saying.
That was good. A good accent.
I don't know what to say anymore. Nobody's talking, and it's very boring.
Well, it's because you haven't said anything of any actual
Well, it's because we like to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so can you show me the proof of Hollow Earth, please? Please?
Mate, shut the fuck up.
Yo, chill, man. Chill your boobies.
Chill, you naughty
I'm too
boy.
tired to be angry.
Sasha, Ivanov, please.
Привет.
Привет. А ты понимаешь по-русски?
Yeah.
Да.
Ага. Почему ты не говоришь по-русски?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Just speak Russian on this server, my friend.
I know what
Okay.
you just said.
What?
Yo,
I know what you just said too.
come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Chill.
I'm chill.
I mean, old dude just warned you.
Can you just
and
ask
then-
one serious question for us? You've been here 20
I already
minutes.
did. I asked
You've been
Sasha
paying you.
Ivanov a serious question.
All right.
And
Yeah,
he
he
hasn't
did.
answered.
I can vouch for him. He did.
Okay, I missed it. I'm sorry. Thank you for playing along.
Whoa, we're playing? I
No,
need to
you
get
are.
this.
But,
You think this is a game, kid?
No,
fucking
I thought
game.
this was reality.
Yeah.
It is reality.
So what does Putin say about America right now when it's not on American television? Is he talking like we're gone crazy, or what's the deal there?
He's not saying anything. He's just
About
controlling
America
his
at all?
country. He's gonna be president for his whole life. He made a
Yeah,
new law, so if you're president, you're gonna be president for until you die.
Well, I mean that's a good law, especially since he's such a good president, right?
No, he's not. No,
But
he's not.
he doesn't. But America isn't in the news right now for you guys. It's not like on the horizon at all.
No, he doesn't want us to get brainwashed by American thingies, by American
It's
culture.
pretty smart.
Chance is true. Yeah. But I'm a spy, so I have to know about America. So I know a decent amount, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Are there a lot of flat earthers over there, or no?
No, there's a lot of gay people.
What? No, there's not.
What do you mean?
In Russia?
Yes.
It's illegal, bro.
I know.
And you think it's a lot? Come to America, see what a lot
Rules
is.
are rules are made to be broken.
Yeah, but in Russia, they're less broken than here. I can guarantee you.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, well, in
Very
America,
corrupt.
we have gay pride festivals, so.
Yeah, same here.
What? I thought they.
Stop the cap, bro. Stop the cap.
Just Google Russia gay, and you get.
Just Google Russia gay. I bet you're gonna get nothing but safe for work pictures.
No, like in YouTube, not in Google.
Russia gay. Russia.
Oh my god. Let's see. I want to say. Wait, where is Becky? Oh shit. That's so cute. Where is Becky? I love Becky. She's my favorite Australian.
Becky?
Yeah, Becky. She used to be a mod, I guess. I don't see her anymore.
Are you talking about Jenny?
No, Becky, I think.
Damn.
Becky? Yeah, Becky K in Australia. Is she even here?
I don't think so.
Oh, she is, but she doesn't have mod anymore. Unlucky.
Oh, rip. Did she lose her
Rip.
mod?
Rip?
Mod
Sad.
privileges?
Rip.
Yeah, it's super weird. A lot of people get their mods off and on the server. It's very weird.
Trying to find the right fit, I guess. Or maybe people don't have time. They think they do and then don't.
One thing cannot fit everyone, if you know what I'm saying.
What is boosting the server? What the hell does this
Nitro
mean?
boost.
Boost, it just boosts.
It's like a nitro boost.
Yeah, it gives you you can upload bigger pictures and stuff, or more emojis.
It's basically paying Discord.
Yeah,
Oh yeah? I don't think that's happening.
basically giving money to Discord, yes. And Discord is run by a gay furry, if you didn't know.
Is it run by what?
The creator is a gay furry.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What is your obsession with with everyone's sexual
No, but
preference.
he is actually.
Be a
I'm not
furry.
lying. I
Like,
literally
the
since
sexuality has nothing to do with the Earth being flat, bro.
Right.
yeah,
That's
but
true.
every person in this Earth, flat Earth lives, so we have to talk about them too. People on the Earth are more important than the Earth, You know what I'm saying?
Listen, even in Russia, I'm sure there's somebody that they have you can go talk to about being gay. It's gonna be okay. You don't need to come here. There's specialists.
No, it's an important thing right now in this time of day.
So, do you have any questions about why we think? I mean, you can ask us why we're so stupid if you want. I mean, it won't offend us. Honestly, ask us a question.
Sure, go ahead.
No. I mean, I want you to ask. I mean,
You already
I
asked my
honest,
question.
I didn't hear it. That's why I asked you to repeat it, but you never did.
No.
So,
Why are you so smart?
me particularly, I'm
Of course.
guessing a combination of genetics and my parents' need for me to read at a young age. Why?
True. Same here. I'm retarded. Let's see.
So you can't even do one serious question. Huh? Is your whole life a
I
joke,
can.
or is it just when you sign
I'm
into the
just
internet?
thinking of a question right
He's
now.
in Joker mode.
Let's see. About the flat Earth. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Um. So do you still do the laser test?
Yes.
Oh my god! Incredible.
A great test. Proves
True.
there's no curvature.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's see. What can I ask more? I know basically everything.
I think you got it covered, man. It was
So
great
are you
talking
a
to you.
flat earther then? But you said you're a glober, so how could you know everything and be a glober?
Because I'm autistic.
Oh, okay. Me too.
Let's see. What can I ask more? What can I ask more? What more? What more? What more? About flat Earth. There isn't really anything that I'm interested in, so I don't know what to ask.
Besides trolling.
Who said I'm trolling?
You're a troll.
No, trolling is against the rules.
You're a troll.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a troll. I just want to lighten up the room. I heard it's very quiet, so.
It's okay.
It was
I don't
bothering
think
me
you're actually a
all night,
troll.
Sasha. It
You're
was
just a
bothering me all
glober.
night. Your voice has been reminding me, and I couldn't figure who your voice reminded me of. You sound like Tony Hinchcliffe. Do you know that? The
I don't
comedian?
know who that is.
Yeah, look him up online. That's who you sound like.
Is it good or bad?
It's pretty good. Not all of his comedy is my taste, but like when he's talking in conversation and like roasting somebody, he's like quick. He's on.
And what's his name again?
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Tony Stark.
He's like one of those Joe Rogan and Ari Shafir dude, like that whole crew of comedy guys.
Okay.
Hmm. Let's see. So what do Americans eat usually in a day?
Pasta.
In breakfast, pasta.
Oh, in breakfast I have egg.
What? You cut off.
Eggs.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. That's cool. That's cool.
What do Russians have for breakfast?
Let's see. Where I live, I don't usually have breakfast.
Borscht.
Oh, borscht, very good, very tasty.
Yeah, usually I don't have brotas either, but when I do, I have eggs.
Borscht, but if you put eggs in borscht, you're fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Let's see. I like pelmeni,
Paninis are good.
not paninis. Pelmeni, like dumplings. Dumb fuck. Are you even Russian, man?
No.
He's not.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, very very tasty, very filling. You put some maybe sour cream or maybe butter on it. Very tasty, very tasty.
Very nice.
Very nice. And maybe for dinner, you have. Let's see, what can you have? You know those Jewish pancakes, the potato pancakes, latkes.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, those are very tasty. The sour cream too. You put some sour cream on that shit. It's very good.
Doesn't surprise me.
A lot of sour cream, very good. We put sour cream on everything. It's very tasty.
What about crepes?
Crepes? Oh yeah. It's really
Very
good.
nice. Very
With
nice.
sour cream too, it's very good.
Sour
What
cream
about
on
hell?
crepes, bro? Are you serious?
It's really good, bro. I don't know.
No, I could see that actually. Sour cream on crepes. That doesn't
Or
sound
maybe you
bad at
could
all.
mix like jam with sour cream. I did
Yeah,
that
I was
too.
gonna say sour cream and like orange. I mean, strawberry preserve or raspberry
Yeah.
crepe. That'd be great. Blueberries.
It
Actually
is-
sounds good.
You should try like pancakes with sour cream. It's very good.
Yeah. Have you ever had like a sour cream chimichanga?
No, I don't
Ivan?
have that shit in my country.
No. I was asking Ivan because he said it sounded gross, but this is very similar, except that the crepe would be deep fried, wrapped around the cheese and the fruit.
Man, you can't say a chimichanga is shit until you have one, bruh.
I didn't say shit. I don't have that shit. I don't have that stuff. By shit I mean stuff.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
I thought you were calling it shit.
Sure. Wait, no. Let's see. What is very good Russian food? I don't know. I'm not Russian, so I don't know. I guess.
Moldov?
What?
You Moldovan?
No.
Trying to think of all the people I know that's kind of speak Russian or can know some Russian.
Beef stroganoff.
That's stroganoff.
It's gonna be bad because you're American and you don't know geography. It's gonna be
First
very
of all,
hard.
that's a broad generalization. Secondly, you're
Not
absolutely
really.
right.
I think
wouldn't
that's.
know. You're right.
Wait, beef stroganoff is Russian.
What the fuck is that?
Is that not
Oh,
like
meat jello. Very good. I don't know how to say it in Russian. Meat jello. Very good.
jello.
Yeah.
That sounds fucking putrid.
Yeah, you put some meat, and you made the jello by boiling the bones, and you put the bone juice with the meat, and very good, very tasty.
I know how it's made. I just don't think it sounds very good.
Yeah, it tastes like shit.
Yeah.
I don't eat it. I used to eat when I was a kid, but now I don't eat it. What else? Nothing much, I think.
A lot of McDonald's, right?
I don't have McDonald's in my city, where I live at least.
No, huh? That's good.
So you must not live in the United States.
I definitely not live in the United States, but I have a Hesburger, but I don't eat here because it tastes like shit.
A what burger?
Hesburger.
It
It's
must be European.
Yeah, probably. Hesburger. Very, very shit, actually.
Or like Hezbollah burgers? Is it like terrorist burgers?
Now that's It's called like this. Yes, very shit. Let's see. Uh, yeah, I usually eat at home. I don't go outside to eat.
That's very good.
Yeah. I don't know. Very quiet. I don't know what to say. Nobody's saying anything, bro.
Right, because we're here for a specific reason. We're waiting for people that have questions about the flat Earth.
But
That's
I
why.
already did. But yeah, I didn't really answer it.
You asked one question about a hollow Earth. I heard that.
Yeah, but he didn't answer, so it kind of feels.
Yeah. Best to give up. You're right.
But the Earth is hollow.
No, where?
In the middle.
In the middle.
Now
And we
that's
don't know geography, so
that's interesting.
Just
Hey, what's the name of that borehole that you guys dug?
Bro,
Like
imagine
8
not
miles.
knowing geography. No, that's sad.
I know geography, bro.
Okay.
I know where fucking China and Russia are. Isn't that enough for you? What else do you want?
No. Do you know all the continents?
Yes, dude. We're not fucking retarded.
Shoot.
I probably know more than you think. I don't know a lot, but I bet you I do better than you think. Go ahead, ask me where a country is.
Okay. Let me. Okay. Let's see. A country. Let's see a country.
Let's see.
What continent is Puerto
Continent?
Rico? Puerto Rico.
It's not
Yeah.
on a continent. It's an
South
island, dumb
America,
shit.
bro.
It's an island in the Caribbean.
I got fucked. Let's see. Um. Let's see. What country? Let's see. In what continent is Lithuania?
Lithuania is on the border of. There you go.
Yeah, it's next to Poland.
You kind of guessed it right, actually.
It wasn't
It is
a
next to
guess.
Poland, but it has a
It
lot
wasn't
of.
a guess.
It has a bigger border though with. Let me think. Poland, Lithuania, and
I can tell you how many countries there are with border with
not-
Lithuania.
Europa.
Yes,
Well,
Europa.
Europa.
Yes, country. Very good.
Yeah, I'm Romanian. European.
There's 4 countries that border Lithuania. Tell me all the 4 countries.
Syria.
Oh,
Bro, Syria. That's literally in
Australia.
Asia. I think that's Asia.
Australia. Syria, Australia.
Mhm.
Chile.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
I know where all these countries are. I'm just fucking with you. That's the dense Europe is where I do get lost. That dense Europe bunch of countries is tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go Spain.
It wasn't
France,
even a country.
Germany,
Lithuania is not a
Italy.
country.
It wasn't.
When?
Before the 90s or so.
What the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, but a
It
lot of
was part of
countries.
Russia, but before part of Russia, it was still a country.
Drop the phone.
Well, West
My
Germany is
Sorry for
not a country now, but it was.
Yeah, but Lithuania is a country still. Okay. Okay. What country does Norway border?
Sweden.
Finland.
Bro, I want to ask the American guy.
Oh, my bad.
Fuck. Let's see.
You don't think Ivan's American, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
What-
actually American.
What countries does America border?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Canada and Mexico and the other one's an island and Canada again. So that's it.
Wrong. Wrong. No, I actually don't know. I know
It
that
is
Canada and Mexico.
Canada and Mexico.
That's it.
Yeah. Unless you count the chain of islands in Alaska to be bordering Russia.
Ooh.
With some ocean.
You know.
You used to own that, right? That was part of your country.
Yeah, I think so.
We stole it from you. Aha, sucker.
Nice. Thank you.
America. Fuck yeah.
True. Okay. Tell at least one country that borders Brazil.
Am I allowed to answer? Or...
No, let the go first.
Honduras. No. Not Honduras.
Peru.
Fuck. Okay, another American answer, but it's okay. Okay. Now this should be easy because America should know about this, okay?
Okay.
Okay. What country, at least one country that borders Iraq? Tell me.
Kuwait.
Nope.
I'm the American too, fucker. Give me my props. It is Kuwait.
Yeah, I think he's right.
Wait, Iran.
Oh wait, no, Kuwait's really
no.
small.
It is really small, but it has to be bordering Iraq because Saddam didn't cross any other borders to invade it, right?
You're maybe right,
Oh
but
yeah, no, he's right. He's right.
who's right? The American?
Kuwait borders Iraq. He's correct.
Okay.
Stupid
Then he's
American.
correct.
Yeah.
Let's go. You know the country that you invaded. Let's go.
That's right. We can remember our imperialism. Don't worry.
Let's go.
Did we invade them or did
Let's
Israel
go. USA.
Okay. What country does North Korea border?
Bro, these countries are so easy.
Yeah, you're funny. I'll give you that, dude.
Say it, bro. What?
South Korea.
Good
You were
job.
afraid for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I
What
helped you right here.
country does Serbia border?
Ooh.
I don't think. Oh.
Oh, Russia, right? On one end, but
I don't think Serbia is a country.
Yes, it is.
Serbia?
No, there's no way Serbia is a country.
Yes, it is, bro. What
Wait a minute. If you get this wrong, game's over. You lose.
Yeah,
Somebody look it up. Serbia,
Oh, yeah.
Look it up. Somebody look it up.
That is true.
You fucked.
Sorry.
Game over. I win.
I was thinking about the other thing. Sorry. I was thinking
And
about
does it border Russia?
No.
No.
Fuck.
It's basically like in the middle of Europe, I would say.
Yeah, it's like yeah.
Oh yeah, it's an Eastern European country. Not like Eastern, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay. Okay, I need to translate this. I forgot how to say it in English.
Ask Ivan, he's got you.
Okay, what country does Finland border? Easy. This is easy.
You should know this one.
This is super easy, man. Please.
Mother
I even know. I'm retarded. I even know.
It borders Mother Russia.
If I had to guess, which I do because I can't think off the top of my head, I'm going to say the Netherlands, but I'm probably wrong.
No, it's Mother Russia, bro.
Mother Russia, of course. Bro.
What's the other half of the Netherlands? What does it share its border with?
Germany and Belgium and shit like that. Luxembourg.
And the ocean.
It's the North Sea, though, right?
The North Sea?
Or the Atlantic. I mean the Antarctic. I mean the Arctic.
It's
Arctic
like
Sea.
close to the UK. It's like right under the UK.
Under the UK. Okay, yeah. All right.
Like to the right, kind of.
But how could borders work on a flat Earth?
How can what work? Borders.
How can borders work on a concave hollow Earth? Is the real question.
How can borders even work? We should not have borders.
No, we should have borders, bro. Borders are good.
No.
Borders are base. You know this.
That is
Yeah,
true.
bro, you don't want third world people flooding your country.
Okay,
Tell
okay,
that
okay.
to our president, please, if you don't mind.
Okay,
The
American
real
show.
question, the real question is, could you achieve first world status without taking advantage
Of course not.
No, the answer
those
is no.
third
Yeah, you're
world
right. The answer is
countries?
no.
And if the resources were adequately shared, wouldn't
Well,
we
you
all be
could.
at a higher state
Germany
evenly?
is like a first world country, and they're not very imperialistic anymore.
Russia is. Oh,
But very import driven, you know, so they
Well, I
use,
thought Germany
it's
was like,
because of other countries.
don't they like export like cars and shit?
I think at this stage they've probably set up facilities in other countries,
Oh
but
yeah.
it's all about that opportunity cost, whether it costs you more to actually produce it in-house, you're going to outsource that function somewhere else that has a cheaper labor cost or a cheaper land cost. And with the whole EU and that union, you know, they've kind of outsourced a lot of things, which has weakened Europe. Same like for the US, outsourcing all their production to China. Most of it.
Hmm. China's gonna take over the world soon.
That's why I think we should all just let it fall, because you're right, it comes at such a cost. All this iPhone fucking cheeseburger bullshit is really not worth it in the end. Really starting to get fed up with it.
Yeah.
Didn't ask for it. Was thrust on me. Don't want any part of it, and then they don't tell. We can't go anywhere. Oh, you gotta stay here. You can't even leave your own country anymore.
You have to wear the mask.
Yeah. Get the jab.
I'm gonna go make some food. I'll be right back.
Hey guys, I'm gonna run out real fast and grab myself something to eat. I will be right back too.
Later. So how did the game start with what country borders what country?
me. I said that American people do not know geography.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I would say a
That's
vast
what I'm saying.
majority don't.
That's what I'm saying. Bro. What?
Anybody want to talk about the lack of the globe?
What globe?
There you go.
The globe never existed and never will.
I hear cartoons. You're hot mic.
Sounds like the good violent kind too.
Oh, my bad.
Sounds like a good violent kind. LOL.
When I was a kid, cartoons, everything you saw would have led to somebody's death if you tried it to emulate it.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything. But life was different in the 70s and 80s. People smoked on planes in restaurants. Like it
Mm-hmm.
was just like a different world. People don't understand. That Russian go and report to his handlers.
Who? What?
So it would seem.
But you know, how are the
We
health
had it.
concerns never considered when it came to like smoking in an airplane or smoking around children, breastfeeding while smoking?
Right. Big tobacco had doctors paid off, so it never got raised. And as people got sick, it was like shrug shoulders and say, we don't know. And they kept getting paid.
Damn.
And then like every person must have been in on it. If
Not in on it. It's not like in on it. It's just the culture.
Deceived.
You never stop and think about it because you grew up with people like smoking all around you, in your house, everywhere, so you never stop to think to question it. Just like the ball.
Yep. There's a lot of people that argue the smoking thing and speculate that tobacco, pure tobacco, is not the same as whatever they conjured up in their manufactories.
May or may not be true. Don't know. Never cultivated my own tobacco, dried it, and smoked it to see the difference. So,
yeah.
But I wouldn't doubt. It would not surprise me in the least bit that they aren't adding some shit that's going to make you sick. You know, Roundup's on it, right? That can't be good.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, the only thing that I would speculate them adding would be chemicals that would enhance the addictability of it. That'd be the only logical thing.
Well, bigger plant is more yield. That's profit. So anything that'll help it grow or get a bigger yield.
So, yeah, and inadvertently, if they can get something that causes addiction, and that's not the safest chemical out there, but it achieves the purpose that they want, they're going to use it. So the damaging effect may be just ancillary or supplementary to a larger desire. But I watched a study where Marlboro found out an additive that they could add, which increased the speed at which it burns, meaning that the cigarette burns out quicker, so you light the next one sooner.
Yep.
So
There was a
all of
lawsuit,
those kind
right?
of aspects, you know.
Wasn't there a lawsuit about that?
No, this is standard in their product. Like they
I thought I
put
heard
little
something about
machines.
this, and the paper was what it was doing it, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was the paper that caused it to burn
a chemical on the inside of the paper, but
Right.
that chemical also transfers onto the tobacco when you smoke.
Yeah, of course. You're breathing the whole thing in, of course, yeah.
But they have these artificial lungs, kind of like how they use ventilators to keep people alive.
Yep.
They have those things pulling these cigarettes, and then they test all different chemicals to see how can it pull quicker, how many holes we can place in it so that less of the nicotine or gets through to the person. So they also make it quite porous so that you don't get too much, or so that you're always constantly needing the next one. It's or the whole entire mindset is about increasing consumption. So same thing with
Fucking
Coca-Cola.
insidious.
Coca-Cola talks about their average user is someone who should consume 1 liter per day. And they talk about their heavy consumers is up to 8 or 9 liters per day.
9 liters per person. You
Per
know how many
person
calories
per
that
day.
is?
And then
that
their
like
goal
9
is how do we get the person who's having 2 liters today up to that 9? Because we want to increase consumption, because then obviously we can push more product. So
I haven't had 9 liters of Coca-Cola in the last 10 years.
yeah, props, man. Once you know that it's poison, like one of my best friends works in Atlanta for head office Coca-Cola.
Mm-hmm.
And when they talk about us, like, you know, pushing your medium consumer up to heavy consumer and the psychology, they figured out that the sound, when you open a Coke and it goes, that sound normally gets people's mouths salivating for Coke. So they started buying time slots where they could stick that in, even subliminally, into messages around lunchtime in everyone else's adverts, because just that sound caused people to get up, leave their desk, go buy a Coca-Cola, come back. So yes, and if you think about it as a poison and that they're trying to manipulate you to go buy more of that poison, it's this world. Hey, man.
There was a movie back in, I want to say it was 2010, 2012, around there, and it was about this guy. And I don't remember much about it. I kind of started halfway through. I saw it and I was never able to find it again, or I forgot about it. But this movie was basically about a guy who could see how people were being affected by consumerism, and they were like these like parasitic entities.
They live.
No. This was a much newer movie than that. And the monsters were CGI, but it was along those lines, except it was much more religious. Because at the end, it shows the guy killing the Red Bull to All right, I'm not going to get into it, but anyway, the the premise is that all these addictions and stuff is not. It's like he would see a family standing outside of a restaurant, and then they're walking by, and all of a sudden the entity would come out and tap the kid on the shoulder and tug at him, and the kid would, mommy, I want McDonald's. It's not right now, and the thing would be more, struggle for the kid, and the kid, mommy, and they'd give it to him, and then the thing would have this like gleeful look on his face, and it's like, that's kind of what it feels like is going on, even though this is kind of allegorious. It was very creepy the way it was displayed, but it's very
but that's actually
revealing.
very accurate.
Yeah.
Like in terms of the spiritual, I don't even know what to call it, but like the spiritual battle that goes on in that realm. You have certain people who possess something called spiritual discernment or discernment of spirits. And when you listen to them talk, they often say that they can see entities sitting on our shoulders, and that effectively that entity is like steering your head. And the way, kind of like what you said there about the entity tugging on the child, it's these things we acquire over years of engagements and moments of vulnerability. Then these things almost rest on us like we're carrying the weight of the world on our shoulders, or you've got the monkey on your back. And as that thing sits on your back, I've heard some of those like really spiritual people talk about how these demons vomit onto you. And as they vomit onto you, that's when you portray that sin. So it's almost like they're covering you in this thing, and then you go and fulfill like adultery, or you go and steal, or you go and do pedophilia, and there's actually a demonic entity linked to each one of those, and that we have the ability to create one in another, or if we can actually identify those in ourselves, we can start to remove them. But that I in my personal experience, like growing up in the church, there was this one person who you could enter the room and they would say, "You're a smoker and you drink alcohol," and they could start listing the things that you do by looking at you. And you're not in close proximity, so it's not like they could smell the cigarette smoke or anything like that. They could just look at you and start listing off a presence that they were saying that they could pick up. And that to me blew my mind, that if you think about all these individual humans walking around, it looks nice and clean. Like we look like ants, but it looks clean. But imagine how many demons are sitting on each one, and all those different engagements that are happening on a spiritual level that we can't see. How many people are going off just to go do something that is actually self-destructive because something is sitting on their back, basically puking onto them, telling them to go and do that. It's
This must
quite
be
a
based
hectic
on
visual.
that because they were riding on their shoulders at one point. People were carrying them around, but they weren't vomiting on them, if I remember. They had them like have these either tentacles or like trunks, like an elephant trunk that would latch onto them, and it looked like it was sucking something out of them as they walked around. But the things would get bigger and bigger the more people they fed on, and a few of the bigger corporations, like say it was the PepsiCo demon. When you went by the building, it was like Godzilla or King Kong just kind of lurking around the building outside, and it had all these tentacles leaving it, going all over the city, just sucking in people. It was very creepy.
Wow, very. It's visually accurate. It's like if you think about the long arms that reach out. In marketing, they often talk about the distribution of your product against Coca-Cola, because Coca-Cola has one of the deepest distributions out of anything in the world. You can buy a Coke at the tip of South America. You can probably buy a Coke in Antarctica. You know what I mean? It's like it's everywhere. And that kind of reach would imply this giant octopus-like monster with its tentacles out everywhere. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, sometimes if you can kind of muscle your way through some of the lower budget Christian movies specifically, they're kind of like tough because usually the acting, but usually somebody with quite a high degree of intelligence and insight wrote the movie. And if you can just make it through the acting, oftentimes those movies can be really good. I've watched my fair share of them.
Well, this is also something that, like, I've always wondered. The wisdom that comes out of a human, that like collective knowledge or that true wisdom, then when it gets captured on a book, then we refer to the book as the wisdom. But the wisdom came from a human first, and he simply put that down in a book so that it could be shared for generations. Now, we live in a society where, like, if it's not in the book, it's not important, and it doesn't matter what you're saying today. But how did the stuff get in the books was by someone saying it, and then someone recording it. And it was when I was having this real spiritual journey of, like, do you read the Bible? Do you go to church? Is the Bible true? That whole journey that I think all of us have been on. And through that thing, it was like I had this tremendous sense of peace that you get communicated to your heart. Like Adam and Eve, they wouldn't have been given a book in the Garden of Eden. God spoke to them in their hearts. And God speaks to all of us in our hearts. And then sometimes men write it down and then it can get passed on for generations to come. But that wisdom is an internal thing. So like when you have a filmmaker making a film like this, where he's taking parts of documented spiritual realm stuff and putting a little bit of a spin on it, that could be like real deep, meaningful stuff that people should see just as much as reading that book that changed your whole perception on certain things. And that book came from a man, and it came from a man's ideas. So, but we dissociate. Like the moment it's written, it's like fact. Like look at what all the great philosophers wrote about, and they were so wise. Read their writings. But like, there's wise people today saying just as wise things that are being shut down. How does that make any sense? The wisdom starts in a man, or in the divine spark in a man, and it's the recording of that wisdom that we then hold as the pinnacle. But it's actually we are forsaking or disregarding the billions of other pieces of wisdom because it's just because a man said it. But it was the whole thing about if you don't read the Bible, you're going to go to hell. No, because Adam and Eve, they didn't get given a Bible. God spoke to them in their hearts. And we all have that little voice inside of us that tells us yay or nay, do it or don't do it. Why are we doing that? We want more for our lives. The thing that pulls you up from your bootstraps when you've hit rock bottom. There's something else. And it's that, real engagement with the source of the wisdom. I know some East, like New Age religions, talk about source and universal energy and blah, blah, blah. And they mean it like not God, but I mean the source being God, And when you put that together, when you put you as a receptor or receiver in alignment with the thing that's emitting all the signals, then you can emit more signals than you were even capable of knowing that you are able to emit. So it's just such a fascinating thing that you meet people who are truly wise that don't know they're wise, but they are. And then you meet people who think they're wise, but they're actually not. And then in the Christian space, I looked at all my fellow Christian brothers and I thought, are these guys just believing the story? Kind of like the ball story. There's this figure in the sky, and if you do this, you're going to go to heaven, and if you do that, you go to hell. And then did they just dive in with both feet and say, all right, I'm going to believe in this little figure in the sky? And then when you realize that the flat earth is real and that this place is created and that there is a creator, it's the most profound understanding that it's not a story that I just have to believe that there's a creator. It's almost demonstrable that this is divinely, intelligently designed, and our position in this place and our engagement with everything is intelligently designed. That it's no longer just a story that you have to believe. And yet when I tell my Christian friends about the flat earth, they all think I'm crazy because they're just believing it's just a story. I don't know. It's weird. Sorry, I went quite on a long monologue there. I hope I didn't lose you.
No, I'm here. I'm listening. I would
Do you think wisdom is intrinsic? Like, do you think it's within
No,
you,
I
or
think
do you have to
I
get
think
it
it's
external?
no, I think that it is one of I think it's gained in several different ways. One through experience, but not everybody has the opportunity to do so because everybody's experiences are different. Everybody has experiences, and what people do with it will, I think, result in whether or not they're going to be wise or not, right? So if somebody has experiences, they don't learn from their experiences, then they will never have wisdom to share with others. Otherwise, I think that wisdom can be a supernatural gift. That's my personal opinion, and based on some of the spiritual gifts that are discussed and later on in the Bible. But I think Adam and Eve actually might have had more direct communication. I think it was less supernatural initially, in the garden at least. Now, post garden, very likely that it changed around, but I think it was actually natural communication. Yeah, but I don't know that for certain. It just seems to make a little bit more sense on how it says they're being communicated to and stuff. Not that that's super important.
Yeah, like that supernatural aspect, like you're saying, is sometimes you even surprise yourself with what can flow out of you when you're in that connected with your creator state.
Yep.
Sometimes you even surprise yourself. You didn't even know you had that inside you in the first place.
Yeah, mine is gifts of knowledge and gifts of discernment. And I've used that in a counseling setting throughout my life.
Yeah, mine scared me off. My youth pastor, right from young, I was always in a leadership type role. I would lead the group of kids below me, or I'd participate with the adults to help keep the kids in check. I liked that I could communicate to people, and then they can understand, and we can get there quicker. And my youth pastor came to me and said to me as well, I've got discernment of spirits, I've got praying in tongues, or let's say I have the ability, if I work at them, for God to bless me in those fields. And he said to me, I would also potentially one day lead some sort of a church or some body of people. And at age 15, 16, that was not what I wanted to hear. I didn't want to be a pastor. I didn't want to be a youth leader. I was like, I'm just doing this while I'm young, and when I'm old, I'm going to go work and make lots of money, And it sort of drove me away when I heard, there's like all these big expectations of me now. But yet throughout my life, I've had the ability to sort of sense the evil in people and not engage. Or the praying in tongues thing is mind blowing. When I haven't done it for a long time, but when I was close to God and I was doing a lot of sacrificial, giving up a lot for Him, He would allow me to pray in tongues, and it would flow out of me that it would just be like waves of goosebumps. Like I couldn't explain the sensation. But then there's always this thing in the back of your mind doubting because you don't understand what you're saying. So there's always this doubt, like Satan's always hitting you. Did you say what you think you did? Don't you want a definition of that? Like there's always this self-doubt. And part of that, allowing those gifts to manifest, is like selfless expression. You're doing it for other people. It's not for, hey, look at me, what I can do. It's more, this is going to benefit you, so let me share it with you.
The verse that always comes to mind when I hear the word sacrifice, I just looked it up. It's in 1 Samuel 15:22. And Samuel said, Has the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to listen than the fat of rams. And
what? Just repeat that again.
The whole thing, or just the second half?
Just the second half.
Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to listen than the fat of rams. So listening and obeying is more important than thing we might feel
And
like we could
offerings.
do for God, yeah, or give to God or whatever. And this is one of the elements of misconceptions about religion. Well, at least the Christian religion is that a lot of people on the outside look at Christianity and they're like, oh yeah, they have to do good stuff and they get to go to heaven, blah blah blah. And that's how people look at it. And that isn't accurate on a lot of different levels.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I
Because
find it.
the work was
I
done.
find it.
Long story short.
You know,
Well,
everyone's got like their busy lives, always rushing off to the next thing. Sorry, but I'll let you speak now. Everyone's rushing off to their next thing, and sometimes when you just stop and listen to someone and really hear them where they're at, you almost see the spark in their eyes. You know, holding eye contact with someone and genuinely listening, even though you're busy and you've got 1,000 other things to be doing. That moment of listening is quite profound, and you can change people's lives in a very short conversation by just listening. It's, once again, the Bible's just so full of wisdom.
Mm-hmm. So on to the more relevant topic. I have been having this conversation every couple of weeks with somebody that I know in real life, and they're not quite twice my age. How many years difference? I think around just under 30 years older than myself. Maybe right, yeah, somewhere in that range, around 30 years. And we've been having the Effie conversation, and he's asking all of the normal questions for the most part. How does this work? What about this? And it's very interesting because I wasn't the introducer. He has a brother-in-law that apparently is 100% FE and has been apparently for years, and he's the one he learned about the topic from him first, and then you know, we were talking about all sorts of stuff. You know, apparently there's a lot of history in western North Dakota and northwestern North Dakota with weird things that have happened that have caused people to be a little bit more open and or curious about the way that the government lies. And anyway, it's just fascinating to do the face-to-face conversation as opposed to online. This morning I was reading back through this list. I'll post the link. I posted it earlier, but it's how many? 146. A long list of logical fallacies. Well written. Not your typical description. They provide a couple of examples, and it actually reads very nicely in learning logical fallacies. And there's a handful in there that I'm like, gee, like every day, every single day, you hear these from everyone, not just like one side or anything like that. So it's interesting. I was going somewhere with what I was gonna say. Yeah, North Dakota apparently has a lot of history with like cattle mutilation and stuff like that.
So you were talking about having conversations with people twice your age.
Yeah.
What was the point of? Are you finding that they're not listening, or they're not receptive, or they are
Oh,
receptive?
Yeah. On the FE subject, he's receptive, but it's still it's difficult to conceive of, and I can relate. Whole lifetime. I mean, most everybody feels the same way. It's really hard to visualize, right? It's not hard to like understand, really. You just go, oh, well, that all makes sense once you like evaluate, scrutinize the data and the evidence. You're like, okay, that all makes sense. But you have so many images, and stories, fairy tales and stuff that you have built pictures of in your mind, and so it's still knowing one thing, but visualizing the counter of that thing is difficult. It's because how do you visualize something you've never seen? The same could be said of the globe, except for people believe that they've seen it because representations of that idea have been, like inundated or flooded people's eyes and experiences in every context, at least as far as media goes, movies and music and some visual and audio, both. But yeah, I don't know how many people sit back and go, yeah, when I close my eyes, I 100% see a flat Earth. That's what I see when I close my eyes and think about it. Like, I don't know how many people have made that, and maybe it's like language. They say that when you're learning a language, it's that um, you're over the hump of fluency when you're dreaming in that language, for instance. When you're not having to do internal translations, you're beyond the point of standard fluency or whatever. And maybe it's like that, but
But I think it's the visual representation, like you said. You have to see something that causes you to unthink what you had previously in your mind. So what's peculiar, I found that exactly like you say, when you close your eyes and you visualize what it is, then during the first few weeks to months, yes, you visualize so many different things. Everything's on the table. Could it be concave? Could it be hollow? Could it be, you know what I mean? When you figure out that it's not a convex ball, then you realize, well, what is it actually? And then you look at like that Picard who said it looked like an upturned disc, or like the edges were upturned. And there's various support that kind of indicates that maybe we are in like a sunken depression, and that's why the water collects here. So indirectly, if the exterior is higher than the center, that conforms with concave. But then when you start to look and you think about the water being level, and you start to like piece together these different bits. But I found that the guys who could visually represent things were often the ones who would make their point the quickest. So the guys who had the 3D rendering skills that they could show, all right, this is what a moving runway looks like while a plane tries to land. And then you see the plane crash and explode. And then you see a stationary runway and the plane lands like we all experience it. And you can visually see what was being discussed. And I think that this whole thing requires a lot of depth perception or mental agility, mental dexterity, to be able to visualize, like, where would the stars be in relation to the Earth 6 months apart? Why, if the Earth's spinning around the sun and, we turn 24 hours every day, why isn't day and night opposite 6 months apart? Because you've turned, You got to
not everybody
visually
has
see
that.
the
It's
stuff.
called visual spatial reasoning, and not everybody has that as a strong suit.
Yeah, definitely, and that's where the demonstrations or the visual representations. You know, if a picture says 1,000 words, then a time lapse says 1,000 pictures.
Oh, I'm feeling so.
You're hot micing, Ivanov.
Oh, sorry about that.
I only say so for your own dignity.
Yeah. Well, it was like that 200 Proofs by Dubay had some great
Yeah.
visuals. And then when you dug deeper, you saw that a lot of those visuals come from like My Perspective and various
He's
other
back at it with his
3D
little
rendering guys.
videos.
He's back at it.
Yeah, he's been making little short videos, like 6 to 10 minute videos, and they're concise and they're topical. Like one he did recently on gravity and stuff. And I mean, he obviously, well, maybe not obvious. I don't, as is common, I don't agree with everything the man says. He's a little out there with some stuff, but he's really great at the visual stuff. He's really great at giving clear examples. And
Did he just drop out, or am I going deaf? What's going on?
Yeah. I don't know. Went into a serious robot. Maybe his phone died.
That was kind of scary.
The AI got him.
It was low-key scary AF.
I've had dreams where I'm like, no, the Earth's flat, and everybody's like, yeah, we know. And I was like, really? Oh my God. And then I wake up, I'm like, fuck.
The Earth is red. Is that what you said?
The Earth is flat.
No, the guy who just spoke now?
Oh, sorry.
The guy who had the dream?
I had
Is
a
everyone
dream.
lying?
No, I had a dream that, I'm walking around trying to tell people the Earth's flat, and everybody's like, yeah, I know. And I realized everybody realizes, and I was like, finally elated for about half a second. Then I woke up, and I was so pissed.
Did they just say, yeah, I know? Like, they were kind of like robots?
Yeah, like, where have you been? That kind of like, yeah, stupid.
Oh, it's like you woke up from a fever dream.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're in a dream, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's... Sometimes my dreams are really, like, they provide really interesting psychological insights. Like, I just find out the weirdest things that I didn't actually know about.
yeah, people that have been around on this server for more than a year, no, I used to be here about 50 hours a week, and people got used to the fact that I'd just be talking, and all of a sudden, I'd get yanked out of the matrix. And when I get a phone call, my headset switches over to my phone. I get no warning. And it makes me trying to say things, especially when I'm
Not a
monologue,
problem.
very difficult.
That's all right. You work from home, or do you have to bring
No,
home
I
to
work
work
from
to
home.
do this 40 hours? Oh, okay.
Work from home.
So 50 hours a week doing this. Are you insane?
I work from my actual schedule 7 to 4, but usually I'm there a little early, and then they're a little late. So starting in what year was it? It was when the server started. Like it was like I joined the server about 25 days after it started or something like that. And then I was in there like in it for about a year, about 45 hours a week, just nonstop. It was good times, good times. And then I just got a little tired of beating
Is
my head against the wall and kicking dead horses every day. Get a little burnout sometimes trying to reason with irrational people, and
Yeah.
just decided to do some other stuff with my time. And I'm back to boredom, so that's why I'm here again. Basically.
And now you get to entertain drunk teenagers when they're like, "Hey, you want to talk to an asshole flat earther? Ha! Let's join their Discord." That's what you get to deal with.
Hmm. No, I still enjoy. I like talking to the people that are willing to use their brains and not just spew their programming. People that are willing to, but then there's some people that are really good at faking genuinity, and they're falsely sincere.
Yeah.
And those people are nauseating and very aggravating because oftentimes their charisma allows them to maintain a position of respect. People look at them as, oh, I'd rather talk to this guy than this dude that's just saying, well, where's the edge? And wouldn't cats have pushed everything off the edge by now? Like, you'd rather talk to the sophist a lot of the times, but the fact of the matter is that sophist, he's dangerous
He's a
dude.
psychopath. That's what it is. He's a fucking
What is a
psychopath.
sophist? I've heard that word thrown around, but I don't actually know what it is.
I sometimes provide my own definitions, but when it's easier to just type in the word because I'm already sitting on Edom Online or the dictionary. It's amazing how often I keep these tabs open for the dictionary and etymology, but I just love words, and there you go. That's the etymology of sophist. The actual
Oh,
clear.
documents. Okay.
No. In 1828, this was the definition of sophist, which is pretty funny. A professor of philosophy as the sophists of Greece, or a captious or fallacious reasoner is the alternative meaning. So those are not quite antonyms, but
pretty close.
But they're close to antonyms, because I mean, just because you're teaching philosophy doesn't mean that you're using fallacious reasoning. So yeah, that's interesting how almost opposite those definitions are for the same word.
It should. Well, it doesn't. If you just read it for what it says, a professor of philosophy, as the sophists of Greece, right? So we have professor of philosophy, and then number two, a captious or fallacious reasoner. How it doesn't necessarily stand that a professor can't be fallacious. So maybe they knew back then something about philosophy that we should, not that inherently it is fallacious, but that it can be used in such a fallacious manner that you should be careful.
And this is definitely one of those situations where I have to look up the word that's in the definition of the word I'm trying to better understand. Captious, I don't use that word. That is some
captious.
old language type stuff. I feel like I've heard the word capricious, but I'm not sure if it's a mispronunciation of this word or a different word altogether, but disposed
think it's
to find fault.
It's going to have something to do with, captive, capture.
Yes.
These are the words, you know what I'm saying?
There you go. And that's why etymology is such a beautiful thing. If you understand prefixes and suffixes of words, man, you're going to do way better on the language portion of an SAT or GRE or whatever.
Yeah, I remember. I was an Eagle Scout, and my my routine. I was very routine as a young boy. Was to come home and learn 5 words out of the dictionary every day. And
That's a great routine.
Yeah, and I just kind of like scanned around, or if I heard a word I didn't know, I tried to remember it, that kind of stuff. It wasn't like I went from A to Z or anything like that. But when I took my SATs, I remember going in, and I was always good at math, and I did my math, and I'm doing my vocabulary. I stand up, and the woman, I go to turn it in. She says, "No, you're supposed to do both sections." I was like, "I did both sections." And I left. I was home for an hour and a half before my girlfriend got home. And she started screaming at me, well, "You're going to fail. You're not going to get into any colleges. Why didn't you finish the test?" I'm like, "What do you mean I finished the test?" She goes, "There's no fucking way. There's no way you read it all." I didn't realize people read so much slower than me. It never dawned on me how much slower people were reading than me.
I am a really slow reader because I read sentences 2 to 3 times almost always. If I care about the material, I'm probably going to read each sentence 2 to 3 times. And yeah, that definitely makes for slow. Like if I'm reading a novel, I'm not usually rereading sentences. I'm reading it, I'm following along, and I'm visualizing and so on. It's a story. But if it's a dictionary, if it's a technical writing or anything like that, I'm rereading to really instill in my mind the full meaning of each sentence. Making sure that I'm not proceeding without fully understanding all the words in the sentence, so on and so on. So I tended to, especially as a test taker, I tended to be the last one done. And I always envied the kids that would finish first and be like, "Oh, I know the answers, and I know I'm just as smart, if not smarter than these guys." But I was a slower test taker because, quote unquote, the teachers were always like, "You're overthinking it." I'm like, "No, there's like 4 valid answers here," and anyway.
Right, you're trying to double, triple, quadruple check yourself. Am I sure I can't find a way this is the answer? Yeah.
Yeah.
But learning in general is a skill, and a lot of people don't put any credence into it, unfortunately, and it takes a toll. And you can see that you got a whole generation of kids who literally can do nothing other than show up and run a register, or not even that half the time, run a register, or put product on the shelf. That's basically what it boils down to for jobs now, especially in America. And ever since the pre-jab era of everybody being at home, there was no work, no services, no nothing. And everybody's going to be used to it now. Stupid will stay stupid is the point. There's no incentive to learn anymore. They get to just vegetate and succeed somehow.
So have you heard of the different trades being in severe deficit, in great need of employment, like carpentry and electrician and HVAC?
No, not in
and those
my
sorts of
area.
things?
I work at a community college, a trade school too, and our numbers are down again this year.
Oh, as far as available positions?
No, as far as like, well, yeah, for the student body, yeah, our total student body is at about 50% right now.
Well, what I'm
And it
saying
wasn't a
is
big community
supposedly
college to
there's
begin with.
a national deficit in regards to those trades that the industries are aging out. Like carpenters are like an average age in their 60s. You know, things. Are you seeing that sort of thing, or?
Well, I can tell you that right before. Hold on, I got a my microphone thing or my headphones. 1 second. Shit. Yeah, right before they sent us home for the great day off, they had made a decision to like reduce, like they a couple of the programs, like they closed one whole school. The automotive school got closed down, and then they reduced 2 other programs, scopes, and when they came back, they were planning on opening automotive again, and they had a big meeting, and all of a sudden I personally think what they decided was listen, the campus is half empty anyway, and our revenue was up because we kept all the tuition and all the money when we closed down, and we made people go home to do it, and that worked out just great. So let's keep doing that. And they're just slowly closing us down now to do all distance courses. That's what's going on. And as far as like, you know, I'm sure that we need carpenters and plumbers and automotive techs and all that good stuff, but the incentive to go do it is low because again, all these kids just got finished getting out of high school, and instead of going out to a job, they spent a year fucking off, and they're told they can do it again.
True. My curiosity, like, this has been a problem and a growing problem for decades now, you know, at least the last 15, 20 years. And my curiosity, I mean, I'm not doing it, so that I'm part of the problem because I do other stuff, but everybody has different skills, so on and so on. But I mean, there's so many people out there that have 2 hands and a brain and not a job. And it just seems kind of interesting because carpenters make good money, and it's not actually, I mean, it can be backbreaking some days, but it's not backbreaking every day.
The kids that I'm dealing with literally can't be bothered to open the books in the classroom that they're in while they're being told to do it. I've seen it with my own. I went back and took some courses.
I know.
It's fucking disgusting.
I know what you mean.
Insidious. I had one of the professors come up to me after the semester and say, "I'd like to thank you." I said, "For what?" She goes, "You are the best student I've had in 10 years." I'm like, "What?" I'm looking around the room, and I'm looking. There's sleeping kids and everything like that. You must have read every book 4 times before you turned in. Everything was analyzed, and it was great. And I'm like, you know, that's great, but then why pass all these assholes? And the ultimate answer was, I'm like, if the work was that poor, why don't you demand more? It's how I basically place it. And he says, well, I can demand more out of them, but if I fail them, they won't give me a class next year. So I basically have to pass a certain number of kids. Yep.
It's so like that in so many
every
fields.
professor is interim now. None of them have a, you know, they're all part-timers. Because it saved money.
Benefits, man, that health insurance. Yeah.
So they all work at 2 or 3 schools part-time. And they go from my school to another school. I live in an area where there's a lot of schools you can drive to within about 40 minutes. Probably figure out where the hell I'm at with all this information, but yeah, the entire area of the economy with all those schools for years was based on student bodies coming and spending their money in their off time, you know, rich parents sending their kids to school with money. So a lot of local town businesses and mom and pop shops that lived off of the economy of these schools, they all died last year. They're all gone. They didn't open back up, even though kids are starting to trickle back in. They can't afford it. And they can't afford to make another investment and hope that it doesn't happen again. So that's all gone. I'm telling you, this is a ripple effect, and the stone has just hit the pond. We you know, there's more and more coming. We haven't seen all the effects of our already, you know, lost year of fucking around.
Yeah.
And the other thing is like the lack of a sense of self-preservation in these kids is appalling. Like these are city kids for the most part in the area that I'm in. A lot of the schools around here aren't, urban, but this school is, and just listening to an average conversation is like, I don't know how to say this without sounding offensive, but it's like two wild animals screaming at each other and
Yeah.
making absolutely no sense. A lot of posturing and body language, and zero communication. And that's like every little interaction you see. It's just mind numbing.
Yeah, much like the movie Idiocracy that I rewatched a couple of weeks ago.
If you have a bucket with 3 gallons and a bucket with 8 gallons, how many buckets do you have? 2? Correct. You're the smartest man alive.
Checks out.
Notice everybody in that movie had a tattoo?
On the you talk about the barcode thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are they? What did he say? How come? No, did he say how come you don't have a tattoo? He said it in
Hey,
why. I think
where's
he
your
said
tattoo?
why come you
Why
don't
come
have
you don't have
tattoo?
Why come you don't have a tattoo?
Yeah.
You
That movie, man.
hot latte, full body latte.
Yeah. It's getting there.
Yeah. Carl's Jr. is dispensing medication to people. I mean, we're not far off.
Yeah.
So
I know.
my
I
prediction is
like
that
the
we
welcome to Costco. I love you.
yeah. Costco, I love you.
That was
Do you know where you're
hysterical.
going? Yeah, I went to college here. No, I went to law school here. That's what he says.
Yeah, I went to law school here. At
Of course I
Costco?
know where I'm going. I went to law school here.
Gee. Ay.
Anybody here still like that globe? Anybody?
Bro, every TV show, every news show, every movie, like I'm always like, listen, I understand all the symbolism, all the best possible symbolism for the globe, but I just still don't understand how it's possible that everybody seems to have one on their bookcase um or their desk. Um it's
That's Hollywood's fault because we've seen globes on desks of important, smart people in every Hollywood production ever. Indiana Jones, globe on the desk. Amelia Earhart, globe on the desk. Any adventurer, any hero, anybody who's going to do any world
sure.
traveling, globe on the desk. And what do we do before we fly and make our trip? We spin that globe whoosh, right for you. And the little red dot shows you how you travel along that curve. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's as I was reading through that fallacy list again, one of them on there was the reification fallacy, which I first learned was the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, which is just really wordy and kind of fun to say, but pretty wordy. Well, that list.
Misplaced concreteness is the reification fallacy?
Yep, fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Yeah, but it has a different name for it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's a long list. Okay, so they call it mistaking the map for the territory, and I was like, oh, gee, that's awesome.
Right, like mistaking the model for the thing, right? Or the painting for the subject, right?
And then it goes on to say that the ancient fallacy of treating imaginary intellectual categories, schemata, or names as actual material things. And man, that's got to be one of the most popular fallacies.
The thing I notice about these fallacies are, even though if you said it, I don't know it. When you say it, I go, of course, that's logical. Why wouldn't you think that way? I already know what a logical fallacy is without knowing it because I have logic. Correct. And I know if it doesn't adhere to it, it must be a fallacy. I don't need to know the list to know if I'm about to make it a mistake. Sometimes you miss it. You know, sometimes it's a step or two removed and you stumble over it and somebody reminds you, go, oh, yeah, yeah. But for the most part, I think everybody who has enough sense about them to walk through the world and not fucking die walking out their own front door can use logic.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the adherence to it that's the tough part.
So this one right here is unfortunately a little overused, and I think that some people, it's not quite an ad hom. It's, let me see if I'm posting this the right place. Okay, yeah. Not exactly an ad hom. It's called othering.
I'm guessing that's like scapegoating.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen when we're like, oh, well, he's a Glober, so he's just gonna be like that.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
It's like the hand wave dismissal. So what's the hand wave dismissal?
What is that on that description?
Yeah, if there was a fallacy that fits the hand wave dismissal, what would I call
it? Let's see. Wave of the hand. Argument from incredulity, the popular fallacy of doubting or rejecting a novel claim or argument out of hand simply because it appears superficially incredible, insane, or crazy, or because it goes against one's own personal beliefs, prior experience, or ideology. It's the argument from incredulity. Well, that couldn't possibly be true because I don't believe that.
Right.
That's actually how almost every Glober comes into the argument about FE. That couldn't possibly be true because it's not what I believe.
Yeah, that one's already in the chamber waiting to be fired when they walk in the door.
Yeah.
But don't these seem self-evident to everybody else, or am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. I'm oftentimes in a conversation with somebody and I'm like, that's a fallacy, and I feel
don't know which
inferior.
one.
Exactly. I feel inferior because I don't know the title. Because I feel you know, when you're in a certain environment, you feel like you have to name it or it's not valid, which is probably another fallacy of thinking.
Right. I did it yesterday to myself. I stopped myself. I'm like, that's a fallacy, and I almost people talked over, and I let them because I realized I'm not sure which one. And QE's in the room. He'll fucking destroy me if I screw it up. So I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut.
You know, you don't have to know how something is wrong to actually know that it's wrong. Something can be anyway.
Yeah, he's a stickler. He wants me to know the nomenclature, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, it makes you stronger, kind of things.
Yeah. Oh no, I get it. He's got his own style, though. I mean, I respect it, but And I got a lot of that myself as well, but he's relentless with zero compassion.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put on mute for 1 second. Be right back.
Uh-huh.
Anybody got any brainstorming ideas on how to present the flat efficiently? For people
Efficiently,
who want
that's
to
a
just, yeah, like just the arguments that are simple to understand, so they don't have to do a whole lot of thinking to understand that there's something wrong. May not realize what it is, but I just want people to leave the room, even if they're frustrated or whatever, with at least one or two solids. I love the gas pressure. I think that's solid and pretty easy to understand. I know everybody's kind of got their favorites. I just wanted to maybe hear them while we're in a lull, unless somebody else has something they want to talk about. And obviously the observations that are too far, especially the really long ones, because when you say it's at 10 miles and it should be at, you know, however many feet, 17 feet or whatever, to them they're like, oh, refraction. That's the bigger the number though, the harder for them, I
okay.
think, to go to
So this
refraction.
is what came up in my conversation. Um, Either we see what we see, or we don't see what we see, and according to the consensus, or according to the textbooks, however you want to call the mainstream knowledge or whatever, right? They make both claims. Now let me continue. And and if you're talking to somebody that's a reasonable, logical person that appreciates non-contradiction, or the natural law of non-contradiction, for instance, then you can proceed from that foundation. So I used an example of this Elinellian eclipse model that they propose to explain, and their proposition. You can start from there, or you can start from, excuse me, for thousands of years, people navigated using the stars. The pyramids were built with these channels that point directly at certain constellations. These these different things um, seem to be extremely reasonable to expect that things are where they appear to be, because if they weren't, then these other things wouldn't make sense, such as the navigation and construction of um, astronomical architecture and
Right.
stuff, whatever. So you could start from that, and start with that as your basis, and then move on to however. Oh, and by the way, supposedly the way that we know the distance of the Earth to the Sun is because of specifically the ability to see things where they appear to be, and completely hinging on it being where it appears to be. Then you move on and you explain that the only way that they can explain certain phenomenon is to make the claim that things are not where they appear to be, such as the Selene eclipse. If you go to like a NASA approved website, and I'm saying that facetiously, but if you go to one of those websites, it will say this is the apparent position of the moon and sun, and here is the actual position of the moon and sun, and the actual position will be below the horizon for both items. Okay.
Really? When did that
Absolutely.
start?
Bro, it's hilarious. If you look up the official explanation of the Selenelian, it's embarrassing. But because they make the claim that it is that the
That's
sun and the
fairly
moon
new.
are here it is. Here's the
Got it there.
cup. This in a different language. So I
can
apologize for the,
translate.
but you just need the graphic. That's like Dutch or something. I don't even know, but where's the English? Here it is.
Oh, it's curving around the radius, eh?
Precisely. So I'm going to delete the other one. This image that argues for globe. I'm putting context because some people read the chat and never listen to the
Yeah, they don't know what's
conversation.
going on.
Argues for the globe. That argues for the globe. Debunks heliocentrism.
Nice graph artistry, whoever drew that. Very nice. Better than I could do.
Yeah, that's that stuff. All right, so my point here is that they make a claim that the actual position is not where the apparent position is, and therefore they immediately invalidate everything that has ever been stated about the things in the
Based
sky,
upon their position, right?
which was founded upon their apparent position.
Mm-hmm.
So how could we ever know the distance from the Earth to the sun? Because we all know that nobody's ever gone there. We all know. Everybody can agree nobody went to the sun. So
You just opened up your ruler and found that all the numbers say 6 on it. Uh-oh, what are we gonna do? We can't measure anything. What are we gonna do?
So anyway, I feel like pointing out any of the inconsistencies like that can be some of the most effective ways of pointing it out.
I didn't realize. So is this in the thing you dropped? It's the hand drawing is depicting the shadow of the Earth and the shadow of the moon facing each other. Is that what somebody?
I think that's what Get Me Get is demonstrating. The unusual thing is like this picture right here, which you might have seen. This is a Selene.
Broke down. So no. Right. That's it, and I don't care how you explain that. It is impossible. How is the shadow coming from the top again? Why does that? Why does the moon look like it has a Netflix logo on the top of it in this picture? You see the Netflix N on the top of the moon, anybody? Or am I crazy?
Yeah. So, were you in the middle of something? Or anybody talking?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So that picture demonstrates that the shadow is illogical because the moon's above the
Yeah.
horizon. The shadow you would expect, if the Earth was the obstruction, you would expect the shadow to be from the bottom up, not the top down. And again, their graphic still is horribly insufficient at explaining that shadow position. And I think that some people have argued. I've heard different globers argue that it's inverted, but then that would
That what is
be
inverted?
that the shadow is inverted because light. Hashtag because light does stuff.
Doesn't matter if you invert. It's not the inversion of the shadow. It's the direction it's coming from. The shadow isn't flipped. It's a ball anyway. You wouldn't tell if it was inverted because it's supposed to be a round shadow. But it's
Mhm.
approaching from the wrong direction. That's my
Precisely.
problem.
Yeah.
And there's a giant black Netflix N logo on the top of that moon. This is an ad campaign. We've been had. You
Say
don't
say
see
what
that?
again?
Doesn't it look like the Netflix N logo on the top of that red moon, like tilted away from us slightly? Like there's a big black N on the top. I might be seeing things, but that's what I see when I see that
Which
eclipse
picture?
picture with the moon. Excuse me, with the moon being eclipsed from the top. At the very top
Oh,
of the
okay.
ball, the shadow is extra dark, but it's like in the shape of an N, like the Netflix logo. And to me, that's a little too coincidental. Like they're like, oh,
Oh,
free ad
that's funny.
campaign, make that look like an N. But
That's
in any
funny.
case, what was
Yeah,
the
no, that's
movie?
a
Oh,
pretty.
Hancock, where they put the ad on the moon. That's what I was referencing. You
Yeah.
saw that.
That movie was
But it,
interesting.
yeah, it's a nice little take on the superhero genre, I thought. But yeah, this is impossible. And what's the rebuttal is that it is flipped. But how do you get to approach from the wrong angle?
Yeah, precisely. I mean, it's a mysterious phenomenon. And I don't know how eclipses work or why,
Oh,
but
but I'd love to see that demonstration how they're gonna. And to scale, I want a bulb in relation to the size of the objects we're, casting shadows on to be relative to the size of the Earth and the Sun in the same distance. So we're going to need a basketball, a softball, and a golf ball in about 150 yards. And we'll put a light on the basketball, shine it at the softball at the far end of the field, and it should do this, right?
yeah, and there are those demonstrations, but they demonstrate the exact opposite. There's
Yeah, I
not
figured they would.
a way
Logically, amazing. Yeah.
yeah.
Adheres to exactly
Um,
what I figured it would do.
but the demonstration again, if any way that they attempt to demonstrate it continues to further falsify the foundation of heliocentric knowledge.
Right.
With that aspect of things not being where they appear to be. If things are either where they appear to be and they do have the appropriate well, appropriate and inappropriate, because you can't have it both ways, long story short, and they're
Right.
trying to have it both ways.
So what are they going to try to do? They're going to try to calculate the terrestrial refraction it would take to bend the light of the sun around the moon to project the moon higher on the horizon than it actually is, and somehow make the shadow turn. And then they'll
They
claim, "Aha! See, we can." I
they
don't
can
know.
do that, and
Yeah.
I'm sure they have in their own minds. However, once they do that, they've falsified the foundation for how they know
Yeah. I
anything about
understand
the.
that.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
trying to figure
it's
out
a
how
catch
they're going to
22.
illogically try to break it down, like a rumpus style argument, like something like,
Sure.
Oh, well, of course you'd expect to see it. Where would you expect it to come from? Of course it comes from the top because gravity, or, it'll be something along those lines.
Yeah.
And they will attempt to hold both true at the same time, 100% guaranteed. They're going to try. Obviously, it doesn't work, but that doesn't stop them from being illogical anywhere else. But yes, this is definitely nail in the coffin. If you're basing measurements and predictions on an object based on where it is, and it turns out it's not where you thought it was, whoops.
Its nickname is the Impossible Eclipse. By the way,
This looks
Selenelians.
like the Grand Canyon. Is this the Grand Canyon?
I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
forget
don't
the
know because
internet. You
there's
don't have to take
spots
our
in North Dakota that look like that.
Black Hills, yeah. Yeah, I've
never
only
knew
been to North Dakota as far as Fargo and its surrounding town. That's it.
Oh, gotcha.
And the drive to the airport in where we fly out of Minneapolis, I think. Does that sound right? No.
Yeah, Fargo to Minneapolis. That's like
Yeah.
a 3.5, 4.
Yeah, that was about it.
hour.
Yeah. So that's where we flew in and then drove to Fargo. Fargo.
Yeah, I haven't found very many people with harsh accents yet. I'm in the Northwest, though. I don't know if that really makes a difference. I'm probably 45 or 50 miles from Montana.
Yeah.
How do you define a harsh accent, mate?
That's a good point. I would say that there's, I'm about to get a bag, or whatever, or I'm a boot, I'm a boot to grab a bag. When the words are, the Midwestern, as far as American accents go, the Midwestern accent is the de facto official accent for America, and what that means, or why that is even in a sentence, is because of news media, where back in the 50s or 60s, they had not honed in exactly how they wanted to do it, because previously people just heard the dialect of their locality because of
Right, it was
radio.
regional. Yeah.
And then once national news became a thing, they had to find a way to make it more palatable for everybody, and it became kind of the norm to get as neutral of an accent as possible. Now, I'm not from the Midwest personally, but I would say that because of where I grew up, maybe, or whatever, in Atlanta, being a quote unquote melting pot and everything, my accent tends to be more neutral than
Yeah, I wouldn't
others.
have picked you for a Georgia accent, that's for sure. I heard some country ass Georgia accents.
Yeah, for sure. It depends on where you live. I was in the
Yeah.
suburbs, and there's just a different environment.
Well, good globe buster proof. I like it. Keep that one in my back pocket.
Yeah, this picture that Get shares, it is a very I've tried to rationalize, okay, is there any reasonable explanation for that?
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Those aren't filters. Those are all just straight lens shots.
No. Before that one, the moon
okay.
one.
Oh,
Well, the other moon one, the Earth and the moon one,
Earth.
allegedly.
Right. The one that looks like fake ass CGI. That one. Yeah.
That one. So
why is there a tight ass shadow on the Earth reflected there by the moon? Do you see that along the right hand side? Does that look like it's casting a shadow on the surface of the Earth there at the size of the moon? Do you see that?
where?
So the right side of the moon, quote unquote, as you approach, from the back smooth ass side that doesn't look like anything to where the craters should be, there's that black line. Is that on the side of the moon or is that being cast on the Earth there? Are they trying to imply that that's the shadow of the Earth? I mean, the shadow of the moon on the Earth? And honestly, it looks like it's just laying on it. It doesn't even look like three-dimensional. This is horrible.
Yeah, I don't think I'm saying what you're saying.
Okay, so where it says Earth from the moon, right? And you got the box showing where it's
Okay.
from.
Yeah.
Follow the edge of that moon now down past the horn-like white cloud that's kind of coming out from underneath it. And right there, it starts, you see this blackish line start forming. Looks like it's wider than the edge, and it might be on the surface of the Earth below it. Like
Oh,
they
I see.
painted in a shadow to make it look more real and didn't think about it when they did it.
To give it more of a three-dimensional
Depth.
appearance.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah, as for that, I don't know. If the point of that photo, of course, or photo image is to point out the perspective difference. So
Right, I see it. Yep, the size of the moon versus the size of the Earth on the horizon. Yep, nonsensical. Even though that image, the moon is kind of, or the Earth is kind of faded out in the background, you can see its border. It would take up 3/4 of the sky or some shit. Nothing like that.
I try to take the adventure of suspension of disbelief and try to imagine it being real and try to make sense of it. Could it make sense? Is it possible that the perspective is just that unusual? And here's what you would do. So you would do a soccer ball and a traffic light.
Okay.
Okay. So you got a soccer ball, and why do I say that is because a soccer ball is about 1/6 the size of a traffic light. Traffic lights are huge. So if you were on a soccer ball, you'd have to be smaller than an ant. I feel like if you were on a soccer ball, the same equivocal distance.
An ant would be the size of like Delaware on a soccer ball. It would be huge. It would have to be way tinier than that. But yeah.
I know. But you have to be really, really, really small.
Yeah.
But how far would the soccer ball be away from the traffic light if you were to play the whole thing out is the question.
I forgot. I think it's like 26 or moon widths or something. I can't remember. 13 or 26. Why is that number jumping in my head? Moon distances from the Earth. Like you could fit exactly X amount of moons between its orbit and
Well,
Earth.
they claim that every planet in the heliocentric model could fit between the Earth and the Moon conveniently, almost to the dot. No joke.
Wait a minute. Did they change the size of Jupiter on me when I wasn't looking?
I know.
What happened?
Exactly. Here, I'll get the image.
They're just making shit up on the fly now. Who cares? Wild Wild West.
Yep. I'll just copy this whole thing. Here. Their claim.
Yeah, okay. That's
checks out, bro. Checks out.
Yeah, it checks out. Yeah, checks out, man. Between the Earth and the Moon, huh? Yeah. That's the moon back there on the end of Uranus, huh?
Yeah.
Not enough room for Pluto. Good thing we got rid of it before this happened. Well, all I can say is it's elegant and
It is.
balanced.
It is.
Yeah.
It would make a great background image for your desktop.
Hey, you know what else is cool? Weather report on Jupiter, same as it has been for 78 years in every square inch. Not a single cloud's moved in 78 years. Good job.
Yeah, they're conservatives. They're really good at staying the same.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah. If
So
I hurt myself enough, I can just about understand how people believe that. Yeah.
I just thought of something. So the gravity of Earth is holding that ball that far away, right? Moving around that whole distance. That's a good visual for that portion of their story, if you ask them. So the Earth's way over there, and the moon's way over there, and it does this radial loop around it like that. It's taking its time going around. And now, when it gets close to the moon, towards the sun side, you still don't think that the sun's gravity not even the sun. Let's go to Venus's gravity. Venus's gravity has got no effect on Earth. Venus has no effect on Mercury, neither back and forth. It's only the sun has individual gravity over each planet, and they don't interact with each other somehow. Why is that?
Well, the it's
How
math.
does gravity select the sun's gravity? How does it select just the bodies and not their moons, number one? And then how does each planet's gravity only interact with the sun's in their own moons and not the other planets? Gravity is very fucking selective. It might be a
Yeah,
racist.
it's a little bit of a democratic process. What happens is the sun gets a certain number of votes, and its number of votes is always higher than everybody else's votes, so it trumps everybody else's votes.
Well, fucking stunning and brave. Stunning and brave.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Stunning and brave is the new amazing accolade you get for selling your soul to the devil on TV. You get called
Oh, okay.
stunning and brave.
Okay, gotcha.
It makes me sick. Just looking at that sideways picture of planets makes me sick now. And I used to stare at the fucking poster in my first grade class for hours, just imagining what that shit was like. Motherfuckers.
I completely relate. I get it.
I was either going to be an astronaut or a shark hunter. One of the two. Because I love Jaws. So those are my two passions, the ocean and fucking space, amazingly. And now
Yeah.
I'm terrified of the ocean and I don't believe in space.
And you'd probably have to get a vaccine to do that as well.
Yeah. Either one now. Yeah. They're not going to let you scuba dive and use a tank and spread your corona on it and give it to somebody.
Yeah.
Instead of what's the globe, I'm gonna start hitting people with what's a vaccine, and they're gonna be like, "What? No, just explain it to me."
Well, no, they don't have an idea. Even the doctors don't, because they're calling what they're giving us one, and they know what one is supposed to be. And I love these have been going through every single failsafe has been observed in the making of this, as it has been in the past. Impossible. Used to be testing for years. We just sent it out the door in 4 months.
I just got
So
a
you're a
text
liar,
message.
liar, pants on fucking fire.
I just got a text message from the secretary of my boss at my work saying it's now mandatory for all people working in disability to get the vaccine. So everyone's booked in. She took it upon herself to book everyone in. And so I
Yeah,
just
they
said,
want you to just not even go along. Tell her to fuck
can you
off.
show me the information that says that it's mandatory? And she just hasn't replied for 4 hours.
Yeah, she's not gonna. Right now, she's on the horn with legal right now, saying, "What are we gonna do about this troublemaker?"
Yeah.
Honestly, that's exactly what's going on. HR is scrambling to find a way to either A, threaten you with being fired, or
Yep.
B, just fucking fire you and get you out the door now so they don't have to deal with you. One or the
Yeah,
other.
well, I was on a pretty good wicket. I make 120,000 a year just as a care worker. But I mean, they could pay me 300,000 a year and it wouldn't matter. 500,000 wouldn't matter. There's no way I'm
As soon
kneeling
as
to this.
as soon as I get told it's mandatory, I'm going and I'm applying for SSDI immediately. I am not fit for work ever. If you attempt to send me to work, I will murder somebody. Put me on a lie detector test and tell me I'm a liar. I'll get paid. I promise you, they're gonna label me psycho and they'll pay me the rest of my life.
Well,
That's the way I'm going.
99% of the time, mandatory doesn't really even mean you have to get it, I'd imagine. They just want everyone to believe that you have to, otherwise something's going to happen. So then that just gets the majority of the people to go, oh, well, it's become mandatory. I better go and get it.
Yeah, but this time it feels like the 1% where they really want this to go through. This is one of those big plan time type of operations, and they're not going to let it go to waste or fuck it up. Personal belief, obviously, no proof of that.
But don't they say that they need a certain percentage, right, to reach their goal? So it needs to be 70%. They're saying 70% in Australia.
They're telling you that, then their goal is like 50%. They want to make
Exactly
sure they
right.
hit it.
So technically, all they need to do is just lie a few times about it being mandatory, and they'll reach the goal.
Yeah, we went over this last night. Like somebody had said that they think that there's not going to be, this is it in America, no more vaccines because we kind of hit a stall in the numbers. But I told them there's really been no sanctions. Wait till they put some more pressure on you and make it a little bit more uncomfortable for you to not have it. A whole bunch of people are going to tap out, and then the next week they'll add another sanction. More people tap out. Eventually, they will hit the hard liners, and that's when they'll know who the enemy is, and that's when the real shit hits the fan. I think.
Yeah, good point. I think you're right. Damn.
Well, there's a special sentence in a book says even the people that even the elect could be fooled. There's some interesting stuff, and you just
Well, I made a poll on my Facebook. I've got like 5,000 flat Earth friends on Facebook, and I made a poll asking if any flat earther is getting the vaccine because I haven't had a conversation or come across any of them. And so far, I've had I think 400 replies. Every single one of them no. So if there is one group of people that is completely 100% anti-vax or anti-this vax or anti-all vax, it's flat earthers. So we're the enemy.
Here's a little anecdotal thing for you. So my boss is it's kind of a old school. Well, he's a Caribbean islander, a native. Let me put it that way. So when he come to America, he's got a different kind of set of ethics and stuff like that. This guy's kind of old school. He's worked hard his whole life, but has very little trust for the government. So when this started happening, this is one thing I could talk to him about. I'm not going to mention specifics for obvious reasons, but you know the subject matter I'm talking about. So we discussed this, and it's no fucking way, never, never, never. They can fire me. I'll go to court. Blah blah blah. Next week, I got it. How'd that happen? Well, my daughter wanted to go someplace and was told that she needed it. So I couldn't tell her she couldn't get it, so I had to go with her. Then she told me she was afraid and she wanted me to get it too first to make sure it was okay. So I did. So that's how it happens. That easy. He just wanted to make his daughter
I've had
happy.
100 conversations with him about how we're not getting it, and power to the people. And the secretary just said, "You've got to get it. It's mandatory." And she booked him in, and he's like, "All right, I'm getting it." And I texted him back. I said, "Bro, she's just off her guts on meth. It's not mandatory. She doesn't even know what she's talking about." And he's like, "Well, it'll be mandatory soon, so I may as well just get it." I was like, "Well, what about our 1,000 conversations?" He's like, "No, well, business is business. So yeah, everyone will fold like a deck of cards. Let's be honest.
Like I said, not everybody. I predict anywhere up to maybe 30%, but I doubt it. Probably more like 15, 20, but up to 30% of people are going to put their foot down.
If they were
Yeah.
like your mom and dad have died and their funeral is on this day and you need to get a vaccine in order to attend their funeral, I'd be like, well, I'm really sorry that to my sister that I'm not going to be there.
I would just show up. I would just show up. Do you think there's going to be armed enforcement to stop me just waiting on the case I might show up and I'm not vaccinated?
And maybe
No.
so, I'm
maybe.
I'm absolutely guilty of being more passive. I consider myself a kingdom builder rather than a warrior. I'm more of the guy that defends the castle than is willing to go out into the
I'm not disparaging you
battlefield.
at all. I hope that's not how it came across.
No, not at
because
all. No.
I totally respect that because I understand that my own nature is very self-destructive, and it's going to lead to my death probably. But
I hear
I get
you.
it. But
We need
tribally,
both. We
I
need
know I'm
both,
also
though.
necessary. I'm right. I know that
Yeah.
my role is necessary.
Yeah,
So I'm
for
okay
sure.
with it. That's the one thing that when I finally accepted flat Earth, I was like, all right, God, I had no idea, no religion, no whatever. You just show me what to do. I'm opening myself up. I'm waiting for instruction. You made me. You know how fucking skeptical I am. You're gonna have to make me unskeptical. And that was the agreement I made. And he's been doing it for me nice and slow. He's been very kind. So
That's the way it should be. Submission to the one who made us.
no, I haven't had anything that makes me think I should suddenly have a sudden belief system anybody else shares. So I don't know.
Yeah.
You take that for what it means. But I am much more comfortable in my life right now, and I accept whatever happens. I feel like I have done everything I can. Whatever I get is what I get. I get what I deserve. I'm gonna do my best to make up for the things that I shouldn't have done. That's the only way I can live at this point. But without realizing that the earth was flat, I wouldn't be this altruistic. I know I'd be more selfish.
It's I mean, the evolutionary model and I mean evolution in general is it demands selfishness. It demands looking out for yourself. Every man for himself. Nothing else really makes sense within that system. Extreme selfishness and then also proliferation would both be massive goals because you'd want to, for the sake of your own ego and pride, you'd want to proliferate that which was most successful. So if you had any self-concept of success, then you'd want to proliferate. And in what is the word for it? Indiscriminately. Not monogamously. It would be monogamy would be completely irrational within the evolutionary framework. You would want to disperse as much as possible because
I give a fuck.
That would make the
Oh,
most sense.
sorry, didn't mean to do that. And I didn't mean to unmute in the middle of that sentence. Apologize.
It's all right. It's all right.
And I got my brother. He's the only person in my life, I think, that basically listens to my rantings, and he's smarter than me, but he's also way, way less confrontational. He's more like you. He's a passive negotiator. He loves to solve problems with his head, you know.
Yeah.
And he's going no fucking way. But his wife is going, what are we gonna do? This is crazy. Why are you even worried about it? Blah blah blah. And that nagging is, I am afraid, is eventually gonna get to him, even though he says he's standing. You know, I was married. That shit did not work out for me. Boy, I don't like being told what to do. His wife though kind of runs the show, so I'm kind of worried. about that. I've even had nightmares about it, where I'm kidnapping his kids and running into the woods. But that's for another day.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, if you're the kind of guy that is a man with a plan and you're not passive, you actually are more likely. Um, I don't mean to say this in a weird way, but you're a good catch for the right kind of woman in that, and by right kind of woman, I mean universally right in that, um,
My procreating days are
women
over,
just.
son.
I
But
hear you.
yeah.
I hear you on that. But I'm just saying, like, deference, it should be the natural position. Not that they should never speak their mind or any of that, but
Right. It's a yin
when
and
it's
a
all
yang. You
said and
can't have two
done,
yins or yangs. You got to have
yeah.
a relationship, and neither can be what the other is. You need to come together, and that's why it's got to be by design. All this is happening at the same time. People can't
Mhm.
see that. They're crazy. They have destroyed everything about us within the span of 10 years, basically. Well, 20, but it really ramped up the last 10.
Mm-hmm. I seek my wife's opinions on things, and when it's all said and done, she's like, "You need to make a decision." Like, alrighty then. Thank you for permission.
Right, but your wife could also know you well enough to know when you're about to fuck up, and
True.
you should be able to know that when she's the one who should, you know yourself that you're not going to recognize it, so you know when to really take her advice when she really means it. That I've seen a lot of relationships, like my
For sure.
grandparents. There's a way to do it and be happy, and I would be so happy if I could get what was her name? She was. Red Sonja. Remember her name? Bridget. What was her name? Nielsen? Bridget Nielsen? Some Amazonian woman, some big ass blonde that could whoop my ass. She wants to go out and hunt and earn, do all that. Be my guest. I'll stay home with the babies. Great. I'll take that, but those roles need to be filled. Both of them. And we have outsourced both of them now to government. First it was just child caring, and now it's the labor too. Great job, everybody. But traditional roles definitely based. Do you have kids? Church? Oh crap! What was your name? Gospel? Oh, he's probably on a call. My bad. Shout out to the government agents in the room. What? You know there's at least one, right? Taking notes. If there wasn't before, I guarantee you there is now. And I apologize for that. Yo, there's too many flat Earth channels in this place. I can't even navigate it. Yo, that Bigfoot guy is hilarious. He's literally one of the funniest guys I've ever seen do anything.
Which one? You're not talking about Armstrong Bigfoot Tracker on YouTube, are
Somebody
you?
posted it in the chat. This dude, Peter Kane, dog training. He claimed to have like a frozen Bigfoot. Somebody posted a video. This guy, he's just anything he does is cringy as hell. It's so funny.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh yeah, I have Big Dumps blocked because he's obnoxious. Just he
Is he
just sits
like
back.
promoting this? Yeah, I didn't even go in
No,
there.
Big Dumps used to be banned from this server. He just sits back and I don't know if he rolls dice or punches a random video finder, but he'll just post the most nonsensical I don't know.
Is it
I
a
don't know.
bot?
Very bot-like in behavior, but he's talked, or no, he's not talked out loud ever. Well, no, that's not true.
Big Dumps, come prove you're not a bot.
Big Dumps did talk out loud once. I think I got under his skin with some of this stuff because I see certain people's behavior, whatever, at least what they demonstrate, and I pass judgment. I'm like, well, if this is all you've got, this is all you do all the time, this is my opinion of you. It's, it's
Yeah.
not very prejudiced, it's judicial. You've given me all that I need to know about you until you prove yourself otherwise. I'm going to have this opinion of you that you're
Well, this guy's
ridiculous.
clearly a troll because if he posted this at all other than to mock it for any reason, this guy is clearly if you were to make a guy that you
I
wanted
know.
someone to watch for 30 seconds and say, "Oh, this is bullshit, never look at a subject again." This is the guy. So this is how they get Bigfoot out of the world. You just send assholes like this making videos, and it's so ridiculous that people don't even spend 5 minutes.
So I'm actually subscribed to a guy that I'm pretty certain has mental illness. I'm not
You
making
don't
fun
think
of him.
you
Like,
don't think it's a show, huh? You think it's for real?
no, this guy, he is hardcore about Bigfoot, but I don't think that this guy. I'm sorry, I'm eating food. I don't think he's attached to reality.
I agree.
Armstrong Tracker. I can't remember his name, but I'm Armstrong Supernatural Earth Beings Tracker is his YouTube channel name. And he's got 51 or 5.1 thousand subscribers. I'll just DM it to you because it's fascinating. I think that the stuff I've seen him. Oh, weird. You can't do that. You used to be able to just click on somebody's name and send a message. Is
I
that?
got to accept a friend request. I got you. I got another
Oh.
one. Where's the other one? And here you are. And anybody else? Or is that it? That's it. All right. It should be good.
Gotcha. So his channel is interesting, but he's very. So I think that he's sincere, but I also think that he's a crazy person. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he ate cat food and
Yeah.
that kind of like a guy that's probably nice to have a coffee with, but apart from that, you wouldn't really want to spend too much other time with him, you know. But
Yeah.
I've watched some of his videos because he'll like leave very, very cryptic messages. Here's an example: 100% video proof again, so don't ignore it anymore. A Bigfoot in open dog sitting. It's a taste. And I'm like,
sounds like you should have some pretty
"What?"
convincing stuff. I'm kind of
And I
interested.
watch his videos, and then I'm like, oh, okay. So
As you can see.
because the leaves on this tree are missing on part of it, you went and took a bunch of leaves off of this tree, and then you filmed it, and then you said this is evidence. I don't know what's going on, but he's a real one.
So is it like a Kaufman-like performance, or are they really that, that detached from reality, but they survived somehow
I'm pretty sure
up to this point?
this guy is homeless and
This guy
has
with
just survived.
This guy with so he lives out in these woods then? Dang.
I think he lives in his car.
Oh, well. So this is probably a campground or something. That's why it looks so clean. Or the woods don't look all overgrown. Yeah, the level of paid, it looks like paid, what was it, paid agents? Is that what we were going with for a title? This might be an industry. This might be where all the NASA money goes to, is paying people to get online to make sure the information does not get out. Just so much shit into the barrel that you can't see the fucking fish at the bottom.
Yeah.
With everything. Now where's my friend request? What happened? Oh, there it is. Okay. If there's any rhetoric believing people in the room right now, if you want to type in chat and answer if you feel like it. I got a question. Why does no one feel the need to answer or rebuttal when it's given in this room? Every time somebody advocating for the ball comes in and they give an argument and they hear the rebuttal, no one addresses it for the most part. There was a young lady the other night who was very, very receptive. That I think went really well. I don't know if you were there for that or not, but
So what? Can you give me an example?
so someone will say, "Well, what is your problem with the flat Earth? I mean, what is your problem with the globe? Well, there's no proof of it. Well, what's your proof that it's flat? Well, that's not how it works. Well, I want proof of this. Okay, well, we'll go there first for you just to make this go smooth, and then you start to describe why you can only see so far on a ball. And you ask them if they understand something, and usually 99% of the time they don't. And that's crazy infuriating because all these people are arguing. They don't even know their own side of the argument at the basic level. With zero facts, zero understanding of it. They just know that they're on the winning side and they can come in and kick somebody while they're down, is what I think what it is. And they just come in, and then you have to explain to them their side of the argument, which feels totally ludicrous and insane to begin with. Because even though you
Yes.
are legitimately trying to help them in this insane endeavor, they refuse your help. And then
Yeah.
they refuse to believe anything you tell them, and they refuse to go check for themselves.
Yeah, and people have been asked, why do you feel the need to come to a flat Earth server? And you're argumentative, yet you don't understand all the details of your own argument. Like that's not how this stuff should work. Wouldn't you agree? And they're like, I know enough. Okay, demonstrate it.
The one I heard of the most the last day or so is just because you don't understand it doesn't mean science guy doesn't understand it. While they simultaneously just admitted to you that they have no idea where they have no sense of direction in this argument, let alone a leg to stand on. It's insane. It's such an insane fucking position to be in multiple times a day. I don't know how you guys have done this for years.
It's the appeal to
It's
authority
crazy.
fallacy, because what they do is I don't need to understand it. The experts understand it, and I trust the experts.
Yeah,
that's the argument.
But where is the logical thinking? Like I said, you just named the fallacy. I didn't know the name of the fallacy, but I instinctively knew it was a logical fallacy.
Yeah.
So where is the thinking ability of this fucking generation? You notice the age range too is generally the same too. I don't mean to. Yeah.
Yeah. No, who are you going to offend? If it's either true or it isn't, right? If you say something and somebody's like, I object, okay, fantastic. Help me understand how I'm wrong, right? I mean, but very few people, especially the young people, lack the fortitude to articulate anything except, just I'm going to go back to Tinder and Instagram and TikTok. TikTok.
TikTok,
Talk
yeah.
about a little bit of a spell, right? TikTok wasting your life away. TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok, like time. You're right. Holy fucking shit. Oh man.
Yeah.
They're gonna it's like you think you're, you know, in a room, right? Somebody's led you somewhere with a blindfold. They told you they took you home, and you're walking blindfolded and they're leading you, and then you get into a room and they flip on the lights and they turn it on and you're in a torture chamber and you're about to get murdered. That's what it's. These people, I'm really starting. I thought that the realization was insanity driven. The refusal to actually believe. When I was hearing the arguments over the years, I'm like, oh, all you got to do is calm them down and have them think. And by the time I hear the people who are making the arguments, they dealt for a few years, so their frustration isn't known to me. So I didn't understand. They've already done this 1,000 times. That's why they're not being more patient, because they know where it's going. It only took me like 20 hours to figure this out. It's frustrating. Don't worry about it. That's what a job is for, to ruin your day. Everybody's got one. Well, not anymore. When it gets to be too much of a pain, you know what to do. Just quit and go on unemployment.
Sorry.
No, don't worry about it. It's your job.
Gujarati.
Just mute me when I get to be
Gujarati calling me. Indian scammers.
Oh, okay, yeah. See, I don't go on the computer enough to have any scammers call me.
Hello, this is Elizabeth calling from. This is Elizabeth.
Oh, you got called out again. Don't worry. Don't answer the phone doing that because you'll get fired for racism. Make sure you lose the voice.
Yeah. They called back Microsoft services.
They called
Yeah.
back. I'm sure because it says on the ID, Microsoft, it's perfectly safe. Just give them your sys key and all will be well.
She said, in order for me to never call you again, I need to speak with the owner.
Crafty scam. They got you. They did the Duke, the juke, haha, and they thought they were gonna get you.
Yeah, so I just said scammer. Hey, I've been trying to learn some Hindi phrases.
Yeah.
It's not an easy language. Not for me, at least.
No, it doesn't. The written part looks scary. I don't like characters. Characters are hard for me. Like
All right.
I don't mind. Like I know some French, I know some Spanish, and know some, but and I could probably figure out with a pocket dictionary I could get through anywhere basically. But those other languages, squiggly line, booger stain, fucking question mark. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say.
So I looked up this phone number, and it is not Microsoft.
I'm guessing it's like Calcutta or New Delhi.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. What got posted?
Microsoft Advertising Support Specialist.
Get their houses in order. Uh-oh, shit. Thank you, New Perspective. Gotta watch this.
Okay, it's not Microsoft. It's a separate company that does Microsoft advertising.
And they
basically
called back twice. So they bought a license to scam you from Microsoft. That's what happened. You should call Microsoft immediately and say, this is your official notice that your third party is scamming people. Any scams this point forward, you're responsible for, and hang up. That's what you should do. Because there's no way that Microsoft doesn't know these people are out there using their name to scam people.
Mm-hmm. MSFT Ad Center, NVUS scam charge. People are talking about getting charges on their credit card. The charges come from the country NAURU. What is that?
Say it again. It's what?
NAURU. It's not a country. Is
NARU? Nauru?
Is that an island somewhere? It is a country. Island sovereign state in Oceania. What? Hey, they have a cool motto. Their Nauru's motto is God's will first. Not bad, Nauru.
Call them back. Maybe they're based. Maybe this is the sign from God. Hey, we're getting a collection of people in the island state of Oceania. Come on down. Jesus is making an appearance. Who knows? Come on, let's see.
No.
I don't think so. I don't recommend it.
Interesting.
That is pretty interesting. What mailing list did you get on?
Well, my company is fairly large. It's not my company. I work for, but I work for it. But it's and we don't get too many scam calls. We get tons of solicitation calls, which this, from what I can understand, is so those vehicle warranty idiot calls that like every person in the world gets.
Are you talking
Your
about?
vehicle warranty is expired, and this is your
Yeah,
last
yeah, yeah,
chance.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
You know how
So
far it gets into? The long pause before the recording starts is as far as it gets on my phone, and I hang up. I
Yeah.
never hear those things anymore.
Yeah. So that isn't by legal definitions, a scam. It's only by ethical or moral. It's on the gray area between almost a legal scam.
But they're actually selling you something, so it's gray. But what you
They're
just
selling you
described,
something that's garbage, but it's all within the scope of the law, basically.
right? So what did she call you about?
Microsoft advertising, apparently, and I'm looking it up. And
And
that's
then
what
you
other.
hung up, right? And she felt the need to call
Yeah.
you back. What did she say the second time?
I didn't quite yell at her, but I said, "You are a liar. You are a scammer." She's like, "Sir, I am not a scammer." But all the scammers also say they usually hang up because they don't
Yeah.
want to waste their
Wanna
time,
waste time,
real
right?
scammers. So because of the way that she acted, I actually am leaning on the side. This is not a full-fledged scam. It's more of the you don't need it, a fake product situation type thing where, oh yeah,
She's
we'll help
probably
you
paid,
out with advertising and
right? And then nothing gets done, and you get put on another mailing list. Good stuff.
all right, new perspective. While we're posting, gee, I can't post it on this server. Here, I'm gonna share another video with you. I know you mentioned not having any particular religious beliefs, but this guy is a really interesting guy to listen to. He's got two different YouTube channels. One's called Canon Press, and speaking of based, that guy is super based.
Okay.
And he has a really firm understanding of the issue at hand regarding culture and stuff. Is really an encouraging thing to listen to, at least for me. I just like sharing
You retired?
encouraging things with folks. What's that?
Is he retired? I'm
That's a
about to
good
go to.
question.
I'm just watching this first video, but I was gonna go check it out. I was just wondering if he was.
It's fairly active on YouTube. I don't know
Yeah.
occupationally.
I'm just wondering how much time.
Relevant.
Yeah.
Mm.
This is scary. Hold on. See, I'm suspect though about this guy giving what is apparently classified information out on YouTube, and there's no consequence, retired general or not.
The video I sent you?
No, the one I just finished watching prior to about to watch yours. The one that was posted.
Oh, bro. I had some people. I have a family of family by anyway. Some people within the family, my wife's sister's husband's side of the family. So like, several steps removed. But whatever, we know them, blah blah blah. They live in Las Vegas, and they supposedly have immediate first degree friends that work in the CIA. And back in April or May of 2020, they told us stock up, watch out. The truckers. This was, you know how the whole truckers strike thing was getting
Right.
threatened like in November. They were telling us about it in like April or May, very many months before then. But they said that it was a 100% sure thing that it was going to happen, which it did not happen. Those are the sorts of things that, okay, it sounds to me like somebody really did violate their job, CIA agent, right? And
Mhm.
did leak information, which, I mean, as far as I understand it, you could be guilty of treason in some cases when you do that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
But they were wrong. Only because it was probably hyped a little bit out of fear, blah blah blah. But I don't know. There's weird things like that where it seems as though people do risk life and limb, as it were, um, or a treason charge.
Well, I mean, I am not necessarily against a whistleblower.
But
You
not on
have,
YouTube.
yeah,
Not on
well,
YouTube.
not
That's
only
nothing.
that, it's just, it's, well,
There's no
the stuff
plausible
he was,
deniability if you
okay,
say it on
the
YouTube. You know what I
information
mean?
matters here. This is the way I look at it. The information matters. So if the information you're going to release is a threat, I'm throwing air quotes in the air, threat to national security, end of
Yeah.
air quotes. That is a very broad spectrum of activities. That could include anything from creating a nuclear device
Mm-hmm.
all the way down to delaying the president's lunch before a meeting.
Sure. Or just
So,
even misinformation potentially, depending on the channels
right,
that you were able to infiltrate.
misspeaking could lead
Espionage,
to it.
right?
Right. So, I think I mean, in any that would be taken in consideration in any court martial. So, I mean, ultimately, if the information is like 24 hours before and you tell your close friends you need to prepare yourself and they find out later, nothing's going to happen, right? If this general, former general, gets on his YouTube channel months before an operation and starts blabbing that people need to be prepared, to me, that screams misinformation because this guy, retired generals typically they're not really retired. They're still in the know, and while they're not openly operational, they consult for sure for the government afterwards, and
Yeah.
it's very rare for anyone to speak out afterwards. Usually, you know who it's going to be because they're having a little headbutt session on their way out, and they're the ones that end up um, sounding more patriotic. I won't say that they are, but they appear more patriotic when they get out as far as being an American and helping the people of America versus helping the government prosper, which is where they twist that quote unquote threat to national security. They extend it from the state of the well-being of the nation and its people all the way to now it means my job. National security, threat to national security can include me getting caught doing something that might get me fired. That's a threat to national security. That's insane. So if you're releasing that kind of information, you should get a reward. You should get a medal, and we should promote you into a position where your moral fortitude and willing to risk yourself is put to good use for everybody's benefit. So it's really a sliding scale, is the way I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
You release, if you do something and it doesn't need to be purposeful, but it's for zero benefit, basically, not to defend anybody's life, but just for whatever reason, and it leads to troops dying or something like that, you're gonna go to the bridge for life. And if you openly commit sedition or treason, they should, I think, every case of sedition or treason should be televised on pay-per-view. And I'm not being facetious because ultimately, when leaders are afraid for their own necks, the psychopaths tend to like the position less, and you only get people who are willing to put their life on the line for somebody else, willing to step up because the threat is right there. Instead of putting the gun at us to pay taxes, we turn the gun around on our leaders and say, "Do what we say." That's the way it should be, as far as I can tell. Quote unquote, unquote. Whatever agency agent is listening. P.S. Go fuck yourself. I'm done.
Oh, did you serve in the military?
Yes, I did.
Okay, gotcha. What branch?
United States Marine Corps.
Very good. Well, thank you for your service.
It was between wars, so I didn't do that much serving, but I appreciate it. I was lucky to get out right as we invaded Iraq.
Hmm.
And I got a bunch of threats to come back. We need you. It was a bomb dog handler. And they wanted me to walk around the desert with a 6-foot leash looking for IEDs. I was like, you can go fuck yourself. We'll promote you to nope. We'll give you a nope. We'll make nope. Well, you know what's going to happen is we're going to pass a law and we're just going to scoop you up and you ain't going to get shit. Well, we'll see you then.
I'll be happy to serve when that time comes.
Yep. But I'm not going to
Yeah.
volunteer just to keep you happy. Sorry.
Yeah.
And if they had dragged me back in, man, I would have skirted the line every single day. I wouldn't have cared.
Yeah.
But
We've got Hala here. Somebody muted Ginkles, probably for good cause, I'm sure. Oh, Hala has left. R.I.P. Ginkles has left again. Ginkles was in earlier.
like Cankles with a G? Is that what you're saying? I
Basically,
didn't see
something
it.
like that. And now Obi-Wan. See, these people keep like merry-go-rounding in and out. Kind of stay
Dory or Ginkles? Ginkles? What's up, Ginkles?
Obi-Wan's the other one.
And Obi?
I don't know. Are
You
these
people are
guys?
bots. These are the agents. These are the agents. I told you. What's up, boys? You're welcome for the overtime, fuckface.
Adam.
It was a joke, by the way. I wasn't calling anybody a fuckface.
Edema glue.
Sir Vagabond, New York City. What's up?
What's up, everybody? How's everybody?
Hello, hello.
Pretty good. How are you? Hola. Chilling. How's everything been?
Been having a simple, relaxing conversation today, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, good to see you, Gospel Bear. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I've been around, but not in here very much. I've been hanging out last couple of weeks. Just things have dried up in other areas.
That's all right. So what were we talking about before I got here?
He was mentioning Imaglo. I want to call you Imaglo instead of I'm a globe derp, but he's talking about how what's the word for it? Unbelievable it is that somebody would be releasing military intelligence on YouTube, basically.
Cool.
We bounced around all over. I can't even really remember.
So what do you think about like the whole like vaccine passport thing? Well, we're not supposed to talk about that here, right? I forgot.
No, you gotta find code. What I mean,
Yeah.
I feel that there's more generic ways to have that conversation, though. I mean, there's a lot of things that you could consider mandatory. I mean, are speed limits not mandatory? Pragmatically speaking.
Yes, but when the speed limit, when you break that, the chances of actually hurting yourself or somebody else are a lot lower. When somebody mandates some other things, then everyone gets a little bit hurt, or maybe a lot more than they realize.
I would say I'm going to push back a little bit and say that increased speed is a greater risk than doing the same thing we've been doing for the last several thousand years, or basically forever, in other words, as in walking around without inoculations, walking around without protective equipment. That's what we've been doing for, since the beginning of mankind, as opposed to only in the last 100 years have we been traveling in triple digit speed, and that is far more unusual and of higher caliber of risk, in my personal opinion. And I think that the evidence speaks for itself when you see a collision of somebody that was going 100 miles an hour, for instance. But anyway, that wasn't my
Is this
main
code for
point.
boxing I'm hearing? I got in the middle of this. This all sounded very codish.
Boxing?
Yeah, were you guys talking about jabbing and right hooks? You know, jab,
Oh,
jab,
yes,
jab, jab,
yes.
right hook? Okay.
But yeah, in
Alright.
regards to mandatory identification means.
Well, they got to know who's fighting. I get that. Yeah.
See, I like that code. That's very very lighthearted. It's fantastic.
You know what you know what I realized, Gospel Bear? It's like when I grew up in Astoria, I had like a group of like 14 friends, and what we did is like we created our own language. You know, so it's
Oh
like
man.
whenever we were around other people, we could say whatever we want to say, but they would never know what we're talking about. You know what I mean? Because you like, so that's why like language is such a construct because everyone speaks English. If someone listens to your English, then they'll know what you're talking about. But if you created a language off of fake words or fake hand gestures, then it's like only the people next to you know what you're talking about because you guys all internally formalize that language.
I hope judges and lawyers don't figure
I
this
think there's
out.
power in that.
Yeah, and that's part of what tribes and clans and nations and different groups of people having their own language is a form of defense.
Yeah.
The peasants and the king, the peasants had their own slang and stuff, and it prevented them from being more, easily found out. And I agree, language is important. It's when language is being quote unquote universally mandated to be adjusted, the meaning thereof and stuff that is horribly destructive.
Yeah, horribly destructive. Like I do agree with Jordan Peterson on that point. I realize he's spot on. It's like you don't, the way that you speak is also intrinsically linked to the way that you think. So it's like when people are like saying you can't say that, you can't say this, or this has to say this, like you're basically putting people in an ever shrinking box.
Mhm.
Well, on that point of language, part of the reason we have such a jumbled history is because it seems like the imperialists from the past went around just destroying and essentially reformatting the native languages. Like China, for example, has lost so much history and it's been changed so much because they had so many different like conquerors come through and essentially change the language. So it's like it's nothing of what it used to be, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, you can only think through the words that they've given you, right? So it's like there are certain concepts or things about yourself that you may not ever come to realize because there's no word for that.
I think you would develop some of that on your own, right? Like, because I mean, when you're walking around and you see something you don't know the name of, you don't go, I don't know what that is. You go, what's that called, right? So you could assign it anything you want if it didn't have a name.
Sure. I was thinking more about like feeling states, like how you feel internally. If there's no word to represent that, then it's like it
Oh,
almost doesn't
okay.
exist.
You were right, but our emotions aren't really a verbal expression, right? It's our body language that really gives us our state of mind and well-being as an
Yeah, I
expression.
agree with that. I
So
agree with that.
I can tell more by a person's posture, and how they're moving, and how they're looking around than you know. It's one of the things
Mhm.
that I was taught, and body language is super fucking important. I know when somebody's up to something before they know they're gonna fucking be up to something. I honestly do.
Yeah,
Just looking
I
in a
know what you
room,
mean.
I can see who's up to no good. It's
Me
simple
too.
for
I
me.
see them coming a mile away. I'm just like, oh, this
Yeah.
guy's up to no good. That's why,
And
like, me
that
and that guy
prediction
will
has
never
gotten
come
me out of
together.
trouble a couple times. It's like it's
Oh
almost a
yeah, big
sixth
time,
sense. That's why
big time.
I move with confidence in a lot of ways, in a lot of situations that would make people uncomfortable. Tight room, lots of people. I mean, I've got things kind of figured out in those situations, but it's mostly because I can see the danger coming right with enough warning to give me a fighting chance, you know. But
I
a lot of
understand.
people,
That makes
as long as you put a fake smile on your face, you could have the knife in your hand, gripping it with white knuckles, and they wouldn't know the difference.
sense. You have to almost be able to see past the facade they're putting on.
And then you have sign language, right, and gestures, so you can get more and more complex minus language still. If anybody's got pets or animals, farm animals, you know when they're not feeling well or they're happy or whatever, and you can't speak with them. So that's why I think language is a trick. I think, yeah, it's important, but I also think it's also our biggest downfall because language is used to fuck you over more times than anything else in life. The way, that's why understanding is important. Yeah, I know, but why should everybody become an expert in this magic, basically, is what it is, right? Spelling, magic spells.
I was gonna say
So
spelling, bro. Like yeah.
I think it's there. It's a deception. It's a trick. It's magic. I think that's what it's called for a reason. The more you use it, the more dangerous it is. We should be relying on something other than the words that come out of somebody's mouth. It's their
No, I agree.
actions that are
I
important.
agree. Yeah, I think body language is the original language, but it's been subverted by physical, I guess not physical words, but by just spoken words, So if you just don't worry about what people say, just worry about how they act and how their body language is moving. Like their face will tell you everything. The way that they carry themselves, or their arms crossed in front of you, all of those little things, just from like sales experience, like it's taught me so much because I can see how you feel based on how you carry yourself.
And that's not to say you can't train yourself to obfuscate your emotions with your language. You can become aware, but it's much, much harder. There's all those involuntary things that you really have no control over.
Exactly, yeah. So like in poker, like I used to always wonder to myself, like, how did the same, set of guys end up at the final table? Like that used to blow my mind. And I was like, oh, Jared, they're just reading body language. I was like, they're just better at reading body language than the other people. Because your cards are your cards, you know what I mean? But there must be a
Right.
differentiating factor. And it's like, oh,
And the
they're
young guy
slowing.
doesn't have a lot of experience at knowing what his tells are and trying to suppress them, or trying
Exactly.
to mimic them to throw people off.
Exactly.
Par for the course, Sir Vagabond. I still involuntarily disconnect because of my job.
I understand. And you're still at the place where they produce like tombstones, right? Was that it?
Urns. No tombstones at
Urns.
all. Just just
Yeah,
the.
urns. Yeah. Apologies.
No, it's fine. Yes, I am, and I've now held this job in 3 states.
Nice.
So
Nice.
now I'm in North Dakota now, which
So
is a
you guys
super base state.
nice. So you guys make the urns in house?
No, I just do phone calls and emails and stuff. They do in Oregon. They make the urns, and then of course we retail other urns because no one shop could make all the different materials.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The news really impacts people's behavior, though.
Oh, big time.
We
My father used to be.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I
I
was
was
saying my
just gonna
father
say
used
we
to be
get
glued.
surges.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Yeah, my dad used to be glued to CNN, so like I know the effect of the news on the human psyche.
Yeah, used to be. You said.
Oh yeah, so he passed away already. So
Gotcha.
Sorry for your loss.
okay.
I know. I feel the need to express sympathy for those that may or may not realize they need it. I don't know why. I apologize. Anybody else noticing this like bot-like behavior between Ginkles and Obi-Wan in checking
Yes.
again to come back in and not do anything? Do they have voices? Has somebody heard them talk?
I see that Kakoi, which I don't know Kakoi, but he seems to be up there communicating with them in the check-in. At least the Obi-Wan guy, and for whatever reason, I'm hovering over that and it doesn't tell me who's in there. I just see the little icons.
Is
I have
that
a feeling if I click on it, it will teleport me up there, but
don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm not feeling like doing that. Yeah.
Right now, they're explaining the warrant for them to come in and collect data, and to keep his mouth shut.
I've never heard. I've heard trolls pretend to be government agents, but I've never heard anybody confess.
I pity the government agent that confronts me on YouTube or Discord. Give me a break. I'm gonna
Yeah,
let
isn't that
loose.
like traffic? Isn't that like traffic duty?
Yeah, like
I don't.
whose wife did you bang to get this job? That's my question. What is going on with your career that you're in this position?
Yeah.
I don't
Is
even
your
know if they choose it.
is your name
I don't even know
Jody?
if
Hey Obi-Wan, what's up? Hey Ginkles, what's going on?
They have VC
Hello,
verified.
fellow human beings.
Oh.
All right.
Turn up or get closer to your mic, because
Sorry about that.
Hello, fellow flat earthers.
Welcome.
Hello there.
What's up?
Nothing
Greetings,
much.
fellow civilian, fellow non-law enforcement civilian. Welcome.
Thank you. I feel honored and welcomed gladly.
Your partner, supervisor, or whoever, Ginkles, welcome as well.
But no, I don't know him. We just got like verified together just a while back.
you just somehow kept on entering and exiting the room at the same time over and over again for the last 4 hours, but you don't know each other?
No,
It's all right.
I haven't met him. It was just
That's
like I was waiting and just like listening first before like I got ready to speak. I was just like a bit busy.
Yeah, I always love to see those kinds of incredible coincidences. And by incredible, I mean unbelievable.
Yeah.
This is lighthearted, by the way. Don't get scared. It's okay. We don't mind.
Do you have any questions about the subject matter?
No, I'll just like listen for a while, and then if I have anything to say, I'll
Take
just
notes,
say it.
gather information, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll learn if you listen. If you don't, you won't.
Greetings,
Well,
Ginkles.
does anybody know if anybody in here has any proof of axial rotation?
That would require a radius, would it not?
Axial rotate. Proof of that? I mean, it would be contrary to our natural experience, of course. I know
So
that
to have axial rotation requires an axis, right?
Yeah, for sure. You have to
What's going
presuppose
around
a
that?
whole lot.
Yeah, gonna have to do a whole lot of presupposing to get here. I don't think I want to do that. It's work. I don't like imagining Narnia.
Takes faith, it seems like, huh?
Faith is hard.
I was gonna say it just takes a whole bunch of belief then, huh?
And then some. And then some. Then you got to inhale bleach and hit yourself over the head with a hammer 5 times to convince yourself it's okay.
Oof. Would that hammer be an Acme hammer by any chance?
Yeah, and your eyes pop out of your head and go back into sockets repeatedly.
Yes.
Peru.
Yeah. No, indoctrination takes time, though. What do you say, like kindergarten through 12th? Like, what, 13 years?
I had a globe in my preschool. I remember it was fucking huge. You couldn't wrap your hands around it to get to the opposite ends, as a, what was that, about 4 or 5?
What are those good 36 inches?
Yeah, but it was right on the floor so you could, handle it. So they wanted you to feel the topography, and And you could ask, where is this? And she would show you, and everybody go, ooh, you know.
Mm-hmm.
How far away is that? How long would it take to get there? All that, you know.
Anybody can queue up the not for educational use picture?
Yeah. Every single one I've ever seen. Every store I go in and I see one, I go, ooh, I'm gonna check. And then
Yeah.
I'm gonna, if it's not, I'm gonna go and buy it and then use it for educational purposes and see what happens.
I'm just like, who made them do that? What regulator caused all the manufacture? What lawsuit took place
Right. Somebody
that
got
they
sued.
have to spend an extra, 1.5 cents for the sticker to?
Yeah. It's a cover your ass thing because they got sued once because somebody smart enough to see the scam brought them to court and they're like, and they did a little, well, what do we do to cover our asses magic?
Well, hypothetically, it could be as simple.
Cha-cha-cha.
It could be as simple as this. Somebody measured the topography and they were like, you have Mount Everest at 7,000 miles tall based on this. And they're like,
could be.
well, fine. It could have been that. That'd be the
It could
most
have been.
benign reason for why
I've
that
never
sticker
seen
exists.
I've never seen the most benign reason when dealing with government be the actual reason.
I know. That's true. I agree. I agree with that. But I'm that guy. I'm always coming up with the best devil's advocate, the best benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to give them everything I can, and I can never give them enough, no matter how hard I try. I've been trying for like a couple of years now.
You always got to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Because we're about to take their ball from them. That's why.
When's the last time somebody's called you Lemon?
It's been a while.
It's still the name in my head. But what's up?
What up, Lemon?
I'm good. How are you?
Chilling. No complaints.
I think one by one, all of their globe canards are falling for other flatter possibilities.
Their castle of canards is falling.
The main thing is getting to their Jesuit mind programmers and controllers in these schools that push this Greek pagan model for its humanistic, man-centered effects. It appears to glorify man's intellect and man's reasoning over other things like common sense and biblical revelation. In the Bible, especially along with ancient texts, we have a general pattern of flattish land covered by some sort of dome covering.
Well, way more reasonable than the alternative.
It also has a certain element of elitism. Don't trust your senses, trust us because we have the tools, the math, and the methods to think more consistently and more thoroughly than you can. It has an inherent hatred for common sense and the common man.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about common sense and critical thinking and logic because it doesn't seem like there's a lot of that going around anymore. Because even if we were talking about the different forms of logical fallacies, and someone had to compile a pretty comprehensive list, and we were just talking, and it's like you don't need the list to know there's a logical fallacy happening usually. You know there's something wrong. You just don't know which logical fallacy, how it's titled. You can usually describe why it's illogical. And you know this inherently if you've had to reason your way through anything in life, I think. And I'm going to call them kids because they all seem to be from the same age group. If you're like under 30 right now and have a voice, it's going to derp, derp, to derp, derp, to derp. So I think that logic has skipped a generation.
Well, we've been taught, to worship the hierarchy. The Jesuits did their work well. Whether it's some Greek pagan from 2,000 years ago from the mystery school or, some person in the Jesuit educational religious hierarchy, they are going to make everybody else serve them at the top. So it's best just to keep your head down and not ask questions and just accept whatever they tell you. Critical thinking is not for the people under their thumb. It's only obedience and compliance. And if you dare to think outside the box, well, you get the hammer.
Yeah, that's typically how it goes.
I think inherently, I knew even as a child that letting somebody else in my mind was not acceptable, and that included, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that
Of
came out
course.
the right way, but yeah,
No, it came out
but
perfectly.
letting somebody just, decide what I can and can't like or think, or it's just inherently obtrusive, right? And
Of course. Because how do you know that they're right and you're wrong?
right. Why am I not allowed to figure this out on myself? And yeah, I get
Exactly.
if your reason is to protect me, well, thank you very much, but I have to take a risk at some point. Mama Bird kicks you out at some point, and you got to fucking fly.
Exactly.
So let me fucking
Exactly.
fly.
Yeah, I think people are starting to wake up slowly, but they're like, "Will I get fired for this? Will I lose my blue pill friends? Will I lose an endorsement? And stuff like that." Because the
Yeah,
group's enforcement is pretty heavy. You question Darwinism, or you question the shape of the earth, or these sacred canards used to build up this humanistic, atheistic human edifice. Well, they're going to come after you hard. These zealots do not play around. They have the power and they're going to keep it, by all means necessary.
I know that, but again, in my mind, it's to take. I would not have made a very good captive servant. I can tell you that. I would have been the guy sharpening a twig in the middle of the night so I can get one good lick in before I go.
Yeah, me
And
as well.
it's just unacceptable to me, despite the threat of death. And I know that sentiment carries through a portion of the population. And we were talking about it earlier. It's probably because it's necessity for times like this. Somebody's got to die for doing the right thing when others refuse to do the right thing for themselves. Because unfortunately, there's innocence involved. So all these idiots right now that have kids that don't know any better, these kids are helpless, and it's not their fault. And if they do make it, they're just going to turn into worse versions of what raised them. So it's like, fuck.
Well,
Somebody's got
Yeah.
to do something.
there's
Can't
usually a
just let this
pendulum
go on.
swing.
The
It's
pendulum swings back and
the knee-jerk reaction. Oftentimes, you notice if you look at the different generations, they swing from one extreme to the other.
yeah,
And
each
then
generation tries to address the things that the generation before didn't address properly. And it's like the false cult pendulum. I'm sorry, the Foucault pendulum. I called it the false cult pendulum for some reason. Silly me.
Silly
It's
you.
when
you see what I'm talking about? I'm a globe. You see what Big Dumps just posted? You see what I mean? I asked Indio who invited that guy back. I don't understand that kind of stuff, but whatever. The
it does
permaban
make
list must get scrubbed from time to time.
it does make for a lively discussion.
Not that. Look, did you see this crap post?
From Big Dumps, I haven't seen this one. Talking about UFOs. What the hell?
Yeah, bro. He just posts stuff that's off in left field like constantly. I haven't blocked on my end, but I see one blocked message pop up, and I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, gee, they let this guy back in. Why?
Well, I mean, aliens for me are just a dead letter. I mean, if the Earth is flat and covered by an impenetrable dome, that's, strike one for me with aliens. How the hell did they get here? And strike two is the accounts of people who have had alien abductions, okay, but they say they end the moment they pray or cry out in Jesus' name in like 40% of the cases. So these quote unquote aliens are looking like something else, probably a demon from hell or a fallen angel or some sort of deceiver.
Some type of deceiver.
Yeah, but I think they're preying on the fact that humans don't know that we're under a dome and we don't know what lies beyond our physical land. So somebody
was
that knows
move
more is
A.
going to say it again.
First thing it did, first move A, was to remove God. Why? Because when you bring in devils and demons, we won't know what the fuck is going on and what to do.
Exactly. Chaos breaks out. What do you guys think about the Bitcoin surge?
Expected.
I think it's a trap.
Yeah,
You
but I
think
believe so.
You think it's a bear trap?
It's a honey trap.
Oh, in general, not market moves. You're not talking about bear and bull. You're just talking about.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
talking about crypto in general, and this is like an enticement thing. Suck it all up, spend your money. It'll turn out great, just like every other investment.
Well,
Doesn't matter who invests. Everybody knows where the money ends up. So it's like playing the lotto. Yeah, well, a couple people might make some money, but guess what? Most of you are gonna get screwed.
Yeah. I'm thankful that I had what I had and did what I did. I ended up cryptocurrency and what I had, which was a very small amount that turned into a decent amount, allowed me to move into the house that I now live in, and accomplish drastically necessary things like the replacement of the boiler system, which was horrendously expensive, the redoing of the electric panel, which was also everything's expensive. Stuff's expensive, but if it hadn't have been for the crypto surge back in March and April, I would not have been able to swing everything that I pulled off.
I'm definitely not giving financial advice, and that sounds like it worked out for you great. So you obviously
But
made the
it's the
right move.
exception. I agree with you. It's
Right.
the exception.
And I think what it is now is your success is going to entice more and more people to come in and dump into the investment. And when it hits the magic number that makes them comfortable to dump and run, they will. And everybody will be left holding their hands, and they'll blame it on somebody else. Oh, the power went out because of terrorist guys. What? We lost the Bitcoin? Oh no, nothing we can do. Oh no, back on unemployment.
Yeah, I mean, if they cut power, then all currencies are invalid. So there's that, and that's why skills and tangible goods are king over those other things. But like, if you were to ask my opinion of Bitcoin's current position, I see it as a 75% investment. You're buying 75 cents on the dollar, but hypothetically, in the short term. But let's say you bought it right now, 45K. I guarantee you, in the next 2 to 4 years, you will see 60% loss.
Not 4,500, 45,000 is what it's at.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So you will see Bitcoin. Okay, I say will loosely, not literally, but it is extremely likely that if you bought at 45, you would see 15 with a 60% loss. However, it's not loss unless you sell. It is very evident based on the history of Bitcoin that even if you bought at 45, within the next 5 years, sometime in the next 5 years, you will see 200,000, meaning you can have up to a 4x off of an investment into Bitcoin. Now that's up to, because we never know what actually will happen. So it's the whole risk reward thing. You're going to see up to 60% loss, up to 400% gain, and that's your margin. That's your range with Bitcoin. Reasonable. Unreasonable things happen, which is what happened with Doge. Extremely unreasonable, right? 2 years ago, Doge is sitting at half a penny or a third of a penny or a quarter of a penny, and now it's at 25 cents. It had gotten all the way up to 78, almost 80 cents. So some people 160x'd, some people 300x'd, some people even more. Kids, young people
Yeah,
play
that's what they
around
were.
with that.
They
But
were
then
all
other
about
people
it.
are like, oh my gosh, these people are making so much money. I'm going to buy Dogecoin at 55 cents. And then,
Yeah.
it goes up to 70 and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm making so much money, but they're not because they're not selling. And now now they've lost 50% of whatever they put in because it's sitting at the 50% mark. And that's how it works. That's crypto, at least for now. I think it's fascinating. It's better than lottery tickets. I'd stand on that argument pretty strong.
Yeah.
Um,
I wouldn't be so angry with it if it was labeled as gambling. You are
oh
gambling,
yeah,
period.
yeah. Well, then again,
But people are investing this for their future,
oh yeah, I have a crow.com, crypto.com card. You go buy groceries at the grocery store and you immediately get 2% back. No, it's not a credit card. It's a debit card that you put your own cash on. It's not attached to FICO. It's not attached to anything. It's literally just a cash card, but you get crypto.com, you get Crowcoin rewards that just build up. I mean,
Yeah, I think there's an overlay, like, well, and this is just my opinion, obviously, but I think people are being put into this hyper fearful state because psychologists and investors, they know people are less likely to invest when they're in a fearful state. Because when you're unsure about things, that's not the time when you give out money, because money is like, valuable, obviously. So when you're in
yeah,
a fearful state, you're less likely to give it out. So to me, it's very like strange, I'll say, that the global pandemic, mind you, has overlaid like the rise in Bitcoin. So if they're trying to switch people over to a different currency, and they didn't want people to like invest in that, but they wanted to slowly like build it up on their own, or like the thing that would like, I think if they were in control of it, they can see how many of the masses are invested at the current moment, assuming that they have the type of insight. They can literally like have hedge funds and banks, international monetary systems like skyrocket Bitcoin in the short term while people are in such a fearful state. So like when I hear about like the Delta variant, I say to myself like, "Ooh, people are gonna be terrified." And then that would be the time when Bitcoin pops its highest and
yep,
fastest. So now you can't even afford to buy it.
yep,
So like, people that have forecasted this, they said if basically only 3% of like the global fiat currencies as well as the different hard assets, so gold, silver, real estate, were to go into Bitcoin, just 3% of that world, I don't know, the world wealth as
money.
it exists in current, yeah, exactly, money and all of those things related to money, should only 3% of that go into Bitcoin, it'd be worth $1 million a coin. Now, I do believe it could be a hoax. It could be like everyone pumped their money into Bitcoin and like, be all excited. But then I think about the fearful state. I'm like, oh, people don't invest when they're fearful. That's just, people have like done so many calculations on this to figure out like, when people are really fearful, they really don't invest. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not fearful. So I told my friends about Bitcoin when it was like at 1507, and they've all made a shit ton of money at this point. The irony is like I made more money than them, but I knew like this was something worth at least looking at. And like I don't know if it's gonna be like everybody dumps their money in it and like, the entire like computer network or electrical grid goes down. So then people are literally beholden on the government, because that's an option as well. But it's definitely a space worth like looking at if this is the transition that they're trying to create. Because remember, everything that's digital has metadata, so they're able to track what everyone does on a global scale. Like, because cash is still available. When you use cash to purchase and buy, no one can know what you bought, because it's a physical medium. So like I can see just for like the amount of insight it would give a government in terms of what is everybody doing, where's all the money going, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like who's interacting with who, like that's supreme control. So like just knowing the depth of this own flat earth lie, I'm like, oh, they would love a system like that. So, you know, just thinking from like an evil perspective, if I was like some evil fucking, you know, genius, I would be stroking that cat and like trying to get everyone onto Bitcoin, even though I
Yes.
might make some millionaires in the moment, I can track where their money is going. And I could
Yep.
also like crush them should they like try to dissent because I can see who they're interacting with, where are they getting their money from, who's giving them money. Like I can shut that channel down. So the person that dissents will always be beholden. So that's why I think it's I'm going to invest heavily in it just because like I don't know, but I would still rather be on the wave as opposed to off the wave, you know, should the wave come.
So what's really interesting about market movement is that the actual stock market also moved in conjunction with the crypto market, much to a much lesser degree, but it did move in the same patterns. And that is
Yeah.
when it, like the saying, I forget the guy, maybe it's Warren Buffett, when there's blood in the streets you buy, and when everybody's living on the high horse you sell. Or that's not the exact quote by any means, guys, but it's something along those lines. But the point is, when there was more fear, right? Okay, so right before like February of 2020, Bitcoin was what, $1,800 or 2,000 something. It was so low, just so low compared to the 17,000 high that it had in 2017 or whatever,
Yeah, something
2018.
like that.
So anyway, but everything was peachy, right? Except for a little bit of chaos with the election and stuff. Um, but anyway, then all of a sudden, the SHTF news and fear mongering and all that hits, and then we start seeing movement, and then okay, I'm thinking 2020 versus 2021. The movement was very slow until the summer. There was a boost in the summer, and then there was a boost in the fall, and then again in the winter, and it was like a stair-stepping increase. And that also coincided with, more so, the huge increase coincided with the election transition. So there's some weird stuff, but
No, I,
basically when crazy stuff is happening in the news, you can expect the prices to go up. When the news is boring, you can pretty much expect it to be stagnant.
yeah, true. True.
But lo and behold, when stuff's going crazy, I don't know about anybody else, but as far as I'm concerned, those are usually the times when, again, lo and behold, I don't have any money to buy anything. I don't have an extra
But that's always
$50. It
but
always
that's
works
always
out
how
where
it
I'm like,
is.
I know now is the right time to get this, but I don't have $40 to spare. I
No,
need
I
everything
understand.
I've
I
got.
understand. But
And
that's where it's like, you know, so for example, it's like, remember, like if you have an infinite mind and you can come up with ideas, that's the thing that they're trying to stifle. That's why they try to keep you on your phones and like, you know, lessen your attention span because they don't want you to get to like a meditative state where you could just like, you know, be prolific with generating ideas. Because
Mhm.
should you be focused on providing value for other people, what's gonna happen is you're gonna see the world from the perspective of like, oh, I just want to see what people are struggling with. You know what I mean? And then every time someone voices a concern or a struggle or a pain or fear or whatever, should you just be focused on solving that problem, the value that you're going to need to invest in like any new currency or any new real estate project, whatever, it's going to come from that ability to see their pain and be able to solve it in real time or create a website and company around what you saw. And then what you want to do is find the largest blue ocean that someone else has not solved that problem and solve it. And
Mhm.
like, it's a lot of work. Obviously, it's not easy. But should you adjust your focus to just looking at people that way, then you're gonna see like, you know, like the Looney Tunes like cartoons where like, you know, like the the fucking villain was like hungry and like he would see like the other person was like a chicken bone or a chicken leg or something. You know, it's like you can almost just look at people like chicken legs, but see their problems as the dollar signs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
Because then you can always find the resources, even if it's just like a one-on-one consulting, or if it's, you know, I'm trying to think of like, you know, given your skill set, there's always going to be something you can see within them that you can solve. But it's like, how did you deliver the message? Because once you like make them adverse to the way that you said it, they're no longer listening and they're no longer buying. But should you say it in a way that they're receptive to, and they can see the value, like they can logically follow a path to see that pain being released, then you're going to get the money. And you know, you want to give before you get. So solve a problem and then ask for a sale for something else that you're offering.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I was always romanced and or tempted by rewards credit cards because, you know, you think to yourself, well, you know, extra money, I'll pay it on time, blah, blah, blah. Well, when you can offer something, I mean, I don't know how long crypto.com is going to be able to do what they're doing, but
What's crypto.com?
so crypto.com is just another platform for cryptocurrency, but they have a
Exchange?
card. Yeah, yeah. But they also have a cash debit card that you load up and you get anywhere from 1 to 8% rewards back. So
Okay.
1% is the lowest tier, and depending on how much Crow coin. So the way that they're basically working is because you have to stake your money for up to not up to, it's 180 days, so 6 months.
Okay.
You,
Okay.
so I did the $400 option. I had extra crypto, and I just converted it over, transferred it to Crow, staked it, got the card, and it's metal. It's really cool.
And you can use it in stores?
You can use it anywhere. It's a Visa debit card.
Oh, that's great. So what they've done is like they've bridged the divide. So it's like I can have my crypto and still use my crypto in stores, because I guess they create like I guess the 180-day hold allows them to put that money in like kind of like an escrow type of thing where they've got their own money in the bank and like they can trust you because you've secured that card with your own money. So
Correct.
I
And
assume they won't let you spend more than you
the card is loaded with
Sorry, go ahead.
fiat though. I cut you
Okay.
off.
Yeah, that makes
But just
sense. Yeah, that makes
but
sense.
yeah, let me see if I can find the best link here. Metal Visa cards. Why is this not doing
So
anything?
they're basically just holding the exchange on their servers. They're basically saying, we see how much money you have in your Visa bank account, and then we'll give you we'll basically say, we know you have that in Bitcoin, and if it goes up, because you still have the money in the card, which is if they are the bank, then they have the money to like put in on your behalf. So they're basically just floating you on the crypto markets and then remunerating you on the card within their
As far
real
as
bank
what you
account.
have staked, yeah, and you'll
Exactly,
So
exactly. That makes sense. Yeah, that's going to be the wave. I think it's like if I can launch that type of a system, yeah, because people are, that's the thing. Like, how do you get to use your money? Like, of course, you're tying it up in crypto, but it's like, what if I need tangible money at the moment? Like, I need to have my card available to me. Should you want to buy in fully, you need a way to be able to use your money in real time.
Yep. So that's the deal, and they have all types of extra rewards based on your staking level. And fancy colors. The card is metal.
Yeah,
It's got
it's enticing.
Yeah, it's enticing. But what's cool to me is just the risk. Worst case scenario, the Crow coin becomes worthless, right? And I lose the $400. And the question is, did I earn more than that in rewards to counterbalance my losses in the worst case scenario situation? And if I didn't, then oh well, it was a X dollar loss. which gets exponentially more ridiculous if you are on the higher tiers. But for me, it was worth it. And crypto, I feel like they've got a good thing going. They got the best, literally the best possible website domain you could have. I mean, at least in my opinion, it's as simple and to the point and universal as it gets. So, quite literally universal in that it is one word. But anyway, they're doing a pretty good thing and good job, and then they offer other rewards in addition to the staking rewards. You also get like Spotify and Netflix and Amazon Prime and Airbnb discounts and
For free
airport
or discount?
discounts and or free depending on your tier. So
Makes sense. Yeah, they're just trying to, like, add incentives.
exactly. Yeah, that Obsidian card requires $400,000 staked.
Got it.
So it's very much similar to people that would have the American Express Platinum card or whatever, that no limit
The black card.
titanium. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
this
know
is
what I'm talking.
Centurion card. Yeah.
You know who has one of those?
Hmm.
Well, I guess he's not that public of a figure, but his name is Dick Harpootlian.
No, I don't know what that is.
No, yeah, I guess I thought he was like in a senator type position, but so I used to serve coffee to Lindsey Graham, but also this other politician, local politician in South Carolina, and his name was Dick Harpootlian, and he's the only person I ever saw with one of those titanium black cards, and it
Yeah,
was
but it
like,
becomes, it becomes part of like the shell game. So like in New York City, what you realize is like Manhattan is like hyper condensed island, right? So it's like
yeah,
obviously on the corporate side, it's like the quicker that you can pull that card out, the person and the owner of that establishment now knows that you have some considerable wealth. You have to, because you can't apply for the
exactly,
card. You have to be invited for the card.
yeah,
So at the end of the day, it's like that's a tool that people use to open a lot of doors. It's like I see it as like
yep,
a key, but
yep.
can you make that key, right? Through your own self-discipline and your own, financial situation. Can you make that key? And then that key can open all of these other doors that were previously closed to you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He was one of the most arrogant people I ever did deal
Of
with
course.
too.
Of course, but I think he may have done that. You never know if that's who he actually is, or if like that was his persona that he used to like create this guy's such a dick. Fuck, I hate this guy, but he's rich. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes their mind, assumes where he may not be, because like no guy can act that cocky unless he was rich, because he'd be starving in reality. But if he doesn't look like he's starving and he doesn't act like he's starving, and treat other people like he's starving, then you wouldn't assume that. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean he's not starving. You know what I mean? It's like some people may play that role to garner position or favor with others because they're trying to manipulate them.
So he was a senator.
That's right. Oh yeah. If he's a senator, then he's definitely made that money. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
like those doors are already open to him, so like he can get a black card whenever he wants to. He's a senator. You know what I mean? Don't think American Express doesn't know who just got elected senator. You know what I mean? The American Express still wants to keep their business functioning as well, so they have to like bow down just like everybody else does.
Uh-huh. How interesting. He wasn't actually in office when I was serving him. He was running. The guy
Oh, nice.
wasn't really well aware of that stuff because I didn't have a keen interest in politics when I was in grad school. I just wasn't interested. But
Yeah, me either. Like during college and so I didn't, I'd hear it on the news, but I didn't like put all of my energy into politics. I was like, listen, I don't know. My father just taught me at a young age. He was like, beware of beautiful words. You know, people that are just speaking beautiful words all day. It's like, you know, what are they actually doing? And I was like, oh yeah, beautiful words all day over there. I was like, I'm not interested in what they're talking about. I'm more interested in what I came here to do and get and achieve and become. Like, cause that's all I can control. Fuck what they're talking about.
So we're being not chastised. We're being there's another better word for it. Gentle correction or whatever.
What is that?
Well, we D to the V was like, let's talk about flat Earth, like what this server was built for. It's like, well, yeah, you try, and nobody wants to talk about it. They're, oh, I just want to sit and listen. I mean, nobody sits
Yeah.
around in a circle talking about having 10 toes and 10 fingers, you know, every
Yeah.
day, all day, every day, because everybody already knows this information.
Yeah,
And
but you know, I think sometimes it's like the willingness for other people to speak is like the environment must be created so it's comfortable where they don't feel like they're gonna be like called out as stupid. You know what I
I
mean? So
agree.
it's like the person has like they have the floor to speak and like because everybody talks. Like think about like being at home with your family. You talk to your
Hmm.
family. So it's like
Yep.
you have the ability to speak.
Yep.
But at some point, like we get uncomfortable with others and then the voice kind of like shuts off. It's like, but it's not supposed to shut off. It's supposed to be like you can go outside and talk to all the other people, you know. But like I think that's the magic that they've created. Like the you know that persona that they created. They're trying to judge who everyone else is instead of using their own voice. Instead of you know they spend all their time judging instead of speaking. So thus they can't learn because they you know they're just their own thoughts are just running in their head because they've asked no questions. So you can't pull
So
information if you don't ask any questions.
exactly. On that, creating an environment. That's what non-related topics actually serve a benefit of is making new people comfortable that actually flat Earth isn't the only thing we ever talk about. However, many of these things are interconnected and related. Um, but go ahead, Ginkles, that isn't even here in the room, but you know, never said a word.
That's okay too. You know, that's all right. Like, you know, sometimes it takes them, you know, a couple of visits and maybe they'll speak eventually. You know, what are you
Yeah,
gonna do?
I'm
as well.
criticizing their criticism. Why y'all talking about crypto? Even though Ginkles never said anything, never asked any questions, but
Oh, okay. I just saw the text. I wasn't looking at it.
is criticizing the topic, even though they weren't willing
Yeah,
to ask. Um,
a question.
yeah.
Like we're here like to answer questions, obviously, but if they don't ask any, then you know, like I think I'm of the same, you know, thought process of like unsolicited information is never, you know, never wanted. You know, people don't want something, they don't want to be pounded with information.
Well, they did
You know,
come
you want
here
someone to
though.
ask genuine questions. Say it again.
I said they did come here though.
They did come here though. So I'm like, well, you have to ask the questions. I was like, if you're the
Yeah.
curious one, I'm not curious. I'm here just chilling.
Yeah. So what's up, Obi-Wan? I know that you talked a minute ago and we know that you have a mic and you said hello to some degree. What do you know about the nature of Earth that you live on? What do you know and what do you believe? Notice there's a distinction between the two.
I agree,
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan. That's a very good thought.
Fantastic.
No, I will say though that it's not like we're uncompromising, and you know, we decide that okay, certain topics are off the table, but if certain topics flow off into different ones, you know, sometimes it opens up the conversation to a more interesting topic, and then we can go back to flat Earth. It doesn't always need to be so
Exactly.
strict.
Exactly. Well said.
And for sake of I don't know, sanity, we try to avoid topics that are divisive and or always lead to conflict.
Yeah, and if they're unwelcoming as well.
Yeah.
Typically,
And I
belief-related conversations almost always
you
lead
said
to some
leaf
type of
related?
belief-related conversations almost always result in some type of hostility.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's an irreconcilability element of it. That's why it's
Hmm.
like you see politicians like they just focus on all of the arguments that are irreconcilable because then it's like you just keep people arguing all day. Because if something comes down to a belief at the end of the day, like we're never going to agree because the beliefs are different. You know, it's like they just keep them mired in that argument. So you're supposed to like almost like see that mire of misery that people are trapped in mentally, and just like walk over it.
Yep. Obi-Wan, calling Obi-Wan. You're our last hope, Obi-Wan. Isn't that what Princess Leia said? Obi-Wan, you're my last hope. Or I don't know what she said. I only watched that movie a couple of times.
The whole thing is set in a second law of thermodynamics violation, so I understand.
Listen, I started watching Star Trek after coming to the realization about all this stuff, and I still enjoyed it as the fictional story that it is.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
It's
forget about it.
the fictional story that it is still enjoyable, but
I mean, some of those actors. I mean, the real Spock, Leonard Nimoy. I mean, he was really an excellent actor. I know it's a simple role, but it's not when you're talking about preventing microexpressions. The man was a legend. That's not easy to do. So anyway, back to the radius claims or the gas sticking to a ball claims,
but
or
someone has an R value.
yeah, they say so.
Yeah, but I'll say about George Lucas, it's like I definitely think he must be part of a supreme inner circle, because it's like look how far he was able to take people's minds to. He envisioned like other planets, other dimensions, other, you know what I mean? He's envisioning this in his head, so thus he put it into reality. But it's like he if anything, he's done the most damage to perpetuate the space lie, because he took people's minds all the way out there as opposed to being like firmly centered on the ground.
Sure.
So that's why he made so much money. He's like, he kept people's mind in the stars all day. Like, you know, and I think that's the name of the game. Like, you know, talking about is one thing, creating like visual, like, you know, cinematic. You got like, you know, composers creating like amazing scores that go with the visuals. Like, no small task he pulled off there, but it's like the effort, the intention was always to pull their mind further and further out from like focusing on like being in charge or ruling.
Meanwhile, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was going to change the topic, so you can go first.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I was just going to say, meanwhile, there was so many political subliminal messages. Not just what I mean political, I mean socio-political, as in just political ideology that was being communicated. Feminism
big time.
and all. I mean, that's not the only one, but that was a glaringly obvious one in the original, and so on. But yeah, let's go ahead. Checkmate.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to ask a question. You know the current knowledge we have of the second sun.
The setting sun? Is that what you said?
The second, as in
the
first
second.
and second.
Oh,
Black.
Did you
Black
say
sun.
knowledge?
Yeah, you know the current knowledge we have of the second sun. Like we've got videos of like a so-called second sun, right?
A so-called. Yeah, go ahead.
Because we haven't seen an actual like circle in the sky, it's always been like I don't know what you would call it, like a flare from the horizon. Does that mean that we would need some sort of canvas for us to actually see it? Like, you know, we can see our actual sun just with you know the naked eye. We don't need anything in front of it. The other sun, I've only ever seen things that are like in the background, never in the the foreground.
So my issue with that is that if I can't see it with my own eyes and it requires some type of instrumentation to observe it, I'm going to conclude, naturally I hope, that it could be the instrumentation and a duplicate of the image and not an actual separate thing. The nature of the crystals involved in photography. So there's an entry point of a lens and an exit point of a lens. That in and of itself is requisite, right? Every lens has a front and a back. So by nature of even a single lens, but most cameras don't have just one single lens, right? They have more than that. But with that said, you have a front and a back. You're already opening up an opportunity for Snell's law to take place.
Well,
How dare? Go ahead.
Yeah, like variables to come into it, and does it almost become a disqualifier of a natural observation because you're using a camera or you're using an instrument?
I would say so. I'm sure there's probably folks that would argue that, but I would argue yes. I think that it invalidates it as a natural observation.
Sorry, mate.
It's okay.
I'm calling to my brother.
It's all good.
I did hear you.
Yeah, it's fine. Good timing. So that's why I pushed back and was questioning the word knowledge related to it. The potentiality for it, sure. I certainly reserve a place in my mind for the potentiality of multiple other objects in the sky that cause the different phenomenon that we see, such as solar eclipses and potentially even a lunar eclipse. It would only, it would seem to reason that there's other objects that serve the function of the timepiece of the sky that we look at.
Yeah, and I don't assume that I know what's going on, beyond the stars as well, because there's no way to know. So it's like, that saying of like, as above, so below. It's like, what if there's a mirror to like the physical world and the spiritual world, right? But it's like nothing is tangible. So the trees exist, that everything that exists here exists up there, but it's just the, you know, non-physical element of it. But I mean,
Yeah.
imagine all that interacts with itself that you have no consciousness of.
Yeah. So Ginkles is back. We're not talking about crypto anymore, Ginkles. Go ahead with your question about the relevant topic. I mean, imagine getting VC verified a few minutes ago and then not speaking up.
I'm back, but I'm not Ginkles.
No, I think it's just a factor of like, wanting to hear about the topic, but not really expose yourself for what you know at the current moment. But at the end of the day, learning is a painful process. You have to actually like hit the brick wall and come to the fact that you did not know the answer to that. But that process is extremely painful for most people. They don't want to be challenged on their positions or their lack of positions or their lack of understanding. So they don't chime in. But like, this isn't a place where people get ridiculed. We just want to hear the honest questions.
Liars get ridiculed here harshly, though.
Liars get ridiculed. People that have honest questions will never be ridiculed because it's an honest question. You're just trying to like figure something out. If people hold that position, they'll never be ridiculed because we can all tell who's like trying to be funny and like trying to like like be like I don't know what the word is, but it's like they're trying to like hold a position and like puff their chest out. But it's like just ask honest questions and you'll never be ridiculed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Those people have a big ego.
Sure,
Yeah.
but I would. I'm going to disagree with you a little bit there, and I'm going to say that I think the largest the biggest motivating factor of why people come in here to attempt to ridicule Flat Earth is out of two things. either programming because they feel programmed to do so,
Of course.
or the ones that are actually attempting to be somewhat sincere out of fear, because the potentiality of the falseness of their perceived reality is terrifying. So
Exactly. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
Of
that
course.
those are the biggest motivating factors.
And I think like, let's be honest, like we had to go through that painful process as well. So I understand. I get how you feel. It's like it doesn't feel good to be wrong or be like the idiot in the room that didn't know. Because it's like you almost have to say, "Wow, I was a fucking idiot." But most people
I
don't want
think
to call
it's
themselves idiots.
Yes, it's hardest in my opinion for non-creationists, because if you're already a creationist, you're more than halfway to understanding the oh well, okay, that makes sense. I can't believe that all those lies are fed to folks, but cool, that's how he made it. Okay, or that's how it was made, if you want to speak in passive language without gender identifiers.
Yeah, but I think there's a deeper issue here, and like I'm gonna come off of flat Earth a little bit because it's a different topic. But it's like I think the connection to that is like my father, like, my grandfather was like military in Haiti and like my father's super strict. But like as like a little kid, he used to like make us take cod liver oil every day. And
Mhm.
like he used to make us like consume like iron supplements every day, like religiously. Like we didn't miss a day. Like and I hated how cod liver tasted. But then
Sure.
when I got older and I started studying like, the ability for the brain to grow exponentially should you consume these things at an early age when that development is it's like, most precious. What happens is like the synaptic connections in your brain actually develop way faster. So it's like I'd be in class and I'd be like, well, I understand what they're saying. It's like I get it. Like I can follow all of this because it's not easy. It's not hard for me to just memorize what she said and like make it some type of funny way in my brain. So it's like when it comes back up, it's like I know exactly what she said because I was able to relate it to a joke faster than other people. So I always just remember the joke because I want to make myself feel good and like that feedback mechanism because I know I'm gonna laugh at the joke when I remember it. It allows me to just remember shit instantly because like I made it fun. And it's like that's like the hack you can do. But like if I didn't get all of that cod liver oil, would I have been able to think of those jokes and be so like gregarious and funny? It's like I don't know. Because I see other people in a depressed state, I'm like, wow, they can't learn. Because you're not having fun. I was like, you don't think learning is fun. And if you don't have that belief, then how would it have been fun? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
So literally one of the reasons I come in here is because you get to learn from so many different backgrounds and literally cultures just from all around the world. And everybody has a different little set of knowledge to put in their own little 2 cents. And I get to have my voice heard when I want or need to. And like, it's just about, so does everybody else who actually puts forth the effort. This
I
is an
agree.
amazing little thing that we have
I
going
agree.
here. Thank you
But I think
everybody who's participating.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, he nailed it. But I think it also serves us in life as well. The better that we're able to communicate, like, the mental wranglings that are going on in our mind with a like group of people, the more that now when you're going upon the world, when you have to like speak to someone that's probably not as the same at the same intellectual capacity, because they haven't taken the time to formulate their words properly, you have a huge strategic advantage over them. Huge because like you've taken the time to like think about very complex subjects. So the simple subjects that everybody else is struggling with, you can always help them figure those out. It's the whole thing I was talking about, the problem solving, because the more that you get your thoughts out, the more that they don't boggle or plague your mind, that monkey mind thing goes away and you can laser focus on what you want to do because you got rid of all the noise. But most people don't want to get rid of their noise because it's kind of like awkward, whatever.
Ginkle's left again.
Maybe he'll come back.
That's the most cringy after show I was at.
What are you talking about, Oakley or something?
What happened?
It's even Nathan has even pointed out, and I've stated so many times that. So they're like, oh, but they should have like. So they're trying to say that they should get Nathan somehow to talk to or being a guest in what's that dude, the famous, I forgot, jiu-jitsu guy that hangs
Oh,
around.
Joe Rogan?
Eddie
Joe,
Bravo.
yeah, Eddie Bravo.
Eddie Bravo, yeah.
Oh.
And we're like, even Nathan was like, yeah, but this is, he shouted me out. Doesn't mean that he's willing to have a sit down or yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, dude, it's like you're asking, I mean, and then Arwen says, well, you should come to my show. Da, da, da. I told him, the difference is that, yes, Arwen can help Nathan. Nathan can help Arwen because their popularity is probably similar. But what's Nathan going to bring to Eddie Bravo? There's no clout, for Eddie Bravo. It will only be clout one way, right? And then
Yeah,
that's exactly right. There's no point. And they're talking about, oh, but then it should be like a conversation between him and Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I was like, fuck y'all. It's again the same bullshit. What
Wait, which
they
other
have
guy?
nothing to win with Neil deGrasse.
Okay.
It's like this. It's the same bullshit. It's like y'all, you have nothing to bring to them. They have everything to lose and nothing to bring. They got nothing to gain.
To be
And
fair, sorry, I agree with you that everything about like NDT and all those guys, but with Eddie, it's a bit different because he's had Eric Dubay on his podcast, and Eric Dubay isn't like bringing clout or anything. I think he just wants to talk about Flat Earth.
Yeah, I agree.
Still, but
He's a champion.
how much when Eric Dubay had a actual let's say it's a sub in YouTube, he had over millions. What did you say?
Yeah. Would you like
It was
to,
up there.
like?
But how many subscribers does
Would you guys
Nathan
like to like
has?
bring Eddie Bravo to the server so like he can have a conversation here?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that this popularity, in other words, he had subs, he had people that they had. In other words, Eddie Bravo had at least, let's say, 500,000 people that could probably start listening to him because
Mhm.
Eric Dubay went to Eddie Bravo's show. What is it? How many subscribers does Nathan Oakley has? What, 50,000 maybe? If
I don't know. I mean, you're right from that perspective, but I just feel like Eddie's different. He's not doing it for the clout thing. I mean, what does he have to gain? He's not going to have flat earthers buying his jiu-jitsu memberships and stuff.
I understand, that's why he only does it like once a year or so. He doesn't do this 100% of the time.
Yeah, I don't think he's got anything to lose though, because he's put his name out there enough, along with the flat Earth kind of.
It's not that he has nothing to lose. He doesn't. I'm saying he doesn't have nothing to gain from it. Only one that will gain will be Nathan. 7,000 subscribers, Nathan. No, like it's this.
That's true. I guess there's no harm in trying though.
I mean,
I agree
there would be harm, but what I'm saying is there's no. Even though, yes, he loves speaking about it, he gave him a shout out. That's hell of a freaking awesome shit. But having to say he already gave you a shout out, and I'll be like, hey, would you want to speak to me? That's pretty cringy, man.
I mean, it depends on how he goes about it, right? If he just puts out, if he puts an open invitation out and he just goes, "Hey Eddie, anytime you want to come on the show, just let me know. We'd love to have you." But
for 7,000 for 7,000 subs, but I understand. Like I said, the only one that would have to gain would be Nathan. Eddie will have nothing to gain off of this.
That's true, but I don't think it's that kind of relationship.
But sometimes it's like, sometimes maybe they're looking for someone to have a deeper conversation with them, but they can't find them in the universe that they're in. Because if no one, like, think about like Eddie Bravo. He's on Joe Rogan. It's like he's probably in a universe of people that are like gone. They're not like very grounded because they have all this money and resource and power, but Eddie Bravo seems very disciplined. Like to learn jujitsu is a very disciplined martial art. It's not a lazy kid sport. You know what I mean? Like these are the kids that like think through every bodily movement to like win position over someone so that they can choke them out.
I
I
understand
mean, like
that.
it's
I definitely
very like
understand that.
detail oriented. So I think he would want to come have a conversation here, if anything, because maybe
He had
just
a
a
conversation, like I
conversation.
said. He had a conversation with Eric DeBay because Eric DeBay had a lot of people hearing his voice. It was
Of course,
something
of course,
that,
of course, of
and
course.
so that's what I'm saying. The difference is
So
that it's a big difference between Eric DeBay and Nathan Oakley. Huge.
Of course, of course,
So do
That's
you
what I'm
think
of
that
course.
Eddie
It's
Bravo
just
had
another
something to
voice.
gain
It's
when
just
he
another
spoke to
voice that
Eric Dubay?
yeah,
Oh
but
hell
it's just
yeah.
another voice for him to listen to. You never know how those voices are going to interact or whether they'll get along swimmingly. You never know. But it's almost interesting to bring people that are having that conversation together so that you just see where the conversation goes.
Dude, if we put it like that, if you bring Eric Dubay here, will you think the servers
Yeah.
would not fill out?
Yeah, of
Maybe for a
course.
bit,
But it's
yeah.
like that's
And then you
okay.
don't think
You
our
know what I mean?
stream
Like,
would at least hit 1,000 people watching it?
yeah, probably. But what's wrong with
Exactly.
that?
That's what I'm saying. No, it's not nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there isn't nothing wrong with that. But how many people would Nathan Oakley bring compared to? It's the same. If Nathan Oakley comes to our server, how many people would come?
But you never know
I mean,
because you
probably
never
the
know
same
who's
amount of
involved in
people.
that.
No, it
Because you
would
never
not
know
get filled
who's
out. Nathan
involved in
Oakley
that
been here.
conversation at that day, right? You never know who's involved in that conversation at that day.
I didn't mean the same amount of people as Eric Dubay. I just meant probably the same people that are here all the time.
Yeah,
You know?
What I'm exactly what I'm saying is that there's a difference between Eric DeBay and Nathan Oakley, meaning there's a
No,
popularity
huge
difference.
difference. Huge
Yeah,
difference.
that's what I mean. That's why I say that. Well, Nathan Oakley compared to Eric DeBay going to speak to Eddie Bravo is a big difference because
Mm-hmm.
Eric DeBay has a lot of people that he has reached, unlike Nathan
Sure, of
Oakley.
course.
But
Now
then,
Nathan Oakley would in a few years probably reach 100,000 people. Yeah, Eric DeBay would definitely sit with the dude.
Yeah, but Nathan Oakley he does his own thing as well. But in this server and Nathan Oakley server or his show, it's just it's just people having the conversation about the subject matter. You know what I mean? That's all it is. And like his way of speaking is different from my way of speaking, and everyone's different. But that doesn't mean like certain people wouldn't get along because they speak differently. It's like sometimes it's like
The-
when you see the back and forth and the questions that they ask each other, that kind of determines how that conversation goes. But you'll never know if they never knew about each other, right? Because
yeah.
I
What
don't
I'm saying, the
I don't know
difference
that
is
he
like
goes into some of these. You know what I mean? I don't know that he's researched and knows about some of these servers or that Nathan Oakley even exists.
yeah,
You know
but
what I mean?
what I'm saying is that I mean everybody knows at least knows that Nathan Oakley exists and actually give him a shout out, right? So we
Okay.
understand that, right? He probably would have
Okay. So
if you wanted to have a conversation, he would have done called him already, right? Now the thing is this:
what was he invited to?
no, he hasn't. They're just trying to make they're trying to manifest something, I guess.
Well, what I'm
But
saying is that what I'm saying is that if someone has not
Nathan Oakley himself is saying it's no it wouldn't be possible just because exactly the same
But I
thing I'm
wasn't talking
saying.
about Nathan Oak. I was talking about this. I was talking about this server. This server. Our server, not Nathan Oakley.
Sorry. No, I mean
Bringing it.
I must have missed something because my wife has asked me a question. What I
That's
was
okay.
what I was speaking was with somebody going to Eddie Bravo's. I mean not Eddie Bravo's location, which I'm trying to say is like an amateur trying to fight a pro fighter.
Why do you see it that
Unless
way?
that because again
It's a
it's an
conversation. It's not a
amateur.
fight.
I understand that. What I'm saying is the popularity wise and the way it's not about the
But why are you worried about the
conversation.
popularity?
Listen, it's not me. It's not me worrying about it. As I'm saying is that that's the way it works. Unless
It works the way that it works.
sorry.
Invitations are sent out all the time.
Yeah,
People
but
accept or deny.
okay. Well,
But it
who's
always
gonna?
depends on who
But
the
again,
invitation.
you think Eddie Bravo will accept an invitation from Nathan Oak?
I don't know. I don't know how Nathan Oakley speaks to people. I know about when I speak to people. I can't speak for other people.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess you're missing the point then.
Perhaps.
I see crypto.
Guten Tag.
Is that crypto?
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? Like, what day, man?
¿Cómo estás, señor?
No habla español.
Allegedly.
It sounds so great with an English accent, though.
Viva la Franco.
Buenos dias. I only know a few words in Spanish, but. Tudo bem?
Tudo bem?
Oh, bit of Portuguese, very nice. Ni
Yeah,
hao.
why not? Fuck it.
Ohio, konbanwa.
I have no idea what that means.
Oh. Ohio gozaimasu.
Good morning.
It is good morning, and then Ohio konbanwa is good evening. It's Japanese.
What language? Japanese.
Konnichiwa.
Annyeonghaseyo.
Kwajaniseo.
Annyeonghaseyo. Anyone? So that's a no. Oh, I disconnect for you.
Mic check.
Hello.
Hello, Gosper. I've got breaking news. We have this just in: a direct measurement has been done by Glove Believers off the coast of California. Let's go to our correspondent in the field. They have found a over 200-foot drop in a 20-mile stretch of ocean. And I'm bullshitting. Back to you, Gospel Bear.
You say, is it a wave? It's like they just found a wave and they're like, curvature! It's curving water.
Curving water. Haven't you ever? Actually, I've heard that argument. The water doesn't curve, and they're like, "Haven't you heard of waves?" And it's like, oh gee, I don't know how to argue with this person. They're like, "Yes, I won." Oh, yes, you did, sir. You did win. Congratulations. Now you can go collect your participation trophy in the back of the room.
Inflate your dance cap, put it on. Make sure it doesn't fall off. There's a window over there you can lick.
I've heard so many crazy examples of curved water. And they're the reification fallacies or non sequiturs, or there's something. They're just wrong. Like ice.
Yeah, ice sculptures. I don't know if you've. I heard ice sculptures once, and I was just like, no, just no.
Do you find it acceptable what you just spoke out of your mouth? What? So I guess all of the VC verifieds are just MIA now. They were in and out for the last few hours, and then they oofed. They oofed away. Whoa.
You know, not to state the obvious, but if that measurement could be done, it would have been done, and we wouldn't be here 5 years later. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Or just a like an absurd release from NERSA. I don't know why, for whatever reason. I was gonna say NERSA, but then I knew it was NASA, and I was gonna just go ahead and say NASA, but then I was like, yeah, I'll just go with it. But yeah, whatever. Like, what if they just were like, okay, fine, guys. Yeah, sure. We have like 40 million photos, actual photos, raw images of Earth. We just think that they're ugly. We've been sprucing them up, but here, okay? Now shut up. But like, that is, how is that not, I don't know. I can't figure that out. I mean, I can. It's quite obvious because it just doesn't exist, but the photos don't exist. But if they did, I cannot conceive of a reason why. Why not? Just because they're ugly is the claim. That's what at least that's what I understand of their claim, is that the reason that they don't show actual photographs of Earth is because it's all dull in color and it doesn't look the way that we've been raised to believe, and there's a part truth in there. I mean, does anybody, you get where I'm coming from in saying that, like, that's the role that they should, I mean, that's what they should do if they could? Wouldn't that help their case if such a thing existed?
No, then what we're gonna ask them is, why would they lie?
No one ever lies. I mean, has anyone ever lied before?
No, not at all. I've not seen it.
No. Especially not governments. Why would governments
These
lie?
guys?
Wow.
Salt of the earth, these guys.
But just what amazes me even more is when you ask them, like, oh, do you think governments lie? They're like, obviously, but not about that. And you're like, how would you possibly know what they're lying about? Like, you
Exactly.
That's the point of the lie. If you know it's a lie, it doesn't work. You fucking idiot.
True.
So true.
Oh.
Thank you, Jimsy. You're always there for me.
Do you know what really amazes me is that we have to explain this to them. Like, you didn't figure this out yet. This is like bargain basement logic. You didn't figure this out, you're not going to get the Earth's flat.
Exactly. And the thing is, like, I would never even try to have them rush the process, because, like, if I rush the process, your brain's gonna break. I was like, I already know.
It's like you just see them just stop, and then just smoke starts pouring out the ears. Oh shit, I broke him. Put him down. Pour cold water on him. Give him 10 minutes.
A brain that is dead cannot be resuscitated.
I see, like, bread. Say again.
There you go.
No, I see like a breadcrumb process. It's like I have to literally drop one breadcrumb at a time. It's like I almost can't overfeed it, you know?
Yeah.
You were coming in super low, Jimsy.
I was trying to broach this. I was trying to broach the subject of the Georgia Guidestones with my family earlier, and they both looked at me like, they're like,
"How'd that go?"
About as well as you'd expect. My sister was like, "But what's the point of you telling me this?" And I was like, "Does there need to be a point?" Like, the point of the story is the story. I don't know.
And they can't get that. I'm like, yo, maybe I'm just saying what I think. I was like, are you even thinking over there?
What really saddens me is that my family are like, they're very intelligent people and they just don't get certain things, and you just think,
Oh, my family too, hyper intelligent when it comes down to like basic shit. When it gets more complicated than they want to consider, they tap out. I'm like, oh, so you're the lazy one here. It's like, now I know it's not me. It's like, it's you.
yeah, because you know it's not like it's not their ability to think. Like it's that they can't be bothered to think. Then that's much worse. It's like if you're just a complete dumbass, fine, I just won't even bother. But I know you can. I know you can figure this out. You just don't want to.
Yeah.
That's actually worse.
Yeah. Oh, I understand. Yo, literally, Crypto, I cut off everybody in one fell swoop. I was like, woof, I cut off everybody. And then what I said to myself was like, you know what? I'm just gonna sit over here, build all the things that my mind can produce, but like quietly, off grid, off path, so anyone can see what I did. And then they're like, oh, these guys, he's got a brain. I'm like, yeah, I got a brain. I was like, so it's like I realized you almost need the physical evidence so that the idiots can see it because they're not smart enough to figure out the conversation.
But a lot of the time, even when you present them physical evidence, this is like, what's that for?
But remember, it always has to come down. It always has to come down to like what they believe they can create in reality. Because it's like what they can create is at a certain level, and should you exceed that by a multiple, they're like, oh, this fucking guy's smarter than me. I obviously think I'm smarter than you. But it's like I hate that it's that way because it's like you can't even have the conversation because they're like mind locked on where they're at in terms of what they think they can do or create. Because that's where the fear sets in.
Yeah, and I think the mind lock is really it's really easy to demonstrate with, for instance, Eratosthenes, right? That's a fantastic example because Eratosthenes, as everyone here knows, doesn't prove anything. And you can calculate the circumference of your flat floor through his method. Everyone knows that. It's just maths.
Exactly, yeah. It makes sense. Yeah.
But like trying to explain, I remember trying to explain this to someone for about 30 minutes before, and I was actually trying to get him to repeat back the assumptions that Eratosthenes made, and he wouldn't do it. And it's just like, fam, even he tells you he does this. Like, you're the only person in the world who doesn't know this, you know.
Yeah, but they can't see the assumptions, because I'm like, I try to like laser focus their mind. I'm like, is that an assumption or is that something we know? And it's like they can't get past it. I'm like, yo, is he assuming it or do we know it? And like they're like, no, he knows. I'm like, no, he's assuming he knows. And he's convincing you that he knows, but he's assuming that fact because it can't be established as a fact.
Well, because the problem is that they've already built all of this ego on top of it. So first of all, they quote unquote know that you're thick. They quote unquote know that they're correct. And if the thing that makes those two things true actually isn't true, then they have to start all over again. They don't want to.
Exactly.
So therefore, it isn't an assumption because he knows you're thick and he knows that he's right. But of course he doesn't. If his evidence is based on assumptions. So it can't be assumption, it must be fact. It's fucking, you can see them building it in their brain and then trying to explain it back to them, this is what they're doing. They'll deny it because you're the stupid flat earther pointing it out. It's just so fucking meta. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's why I was just like, Jerry, you're taking so much energy trying to solve other people's problems. I was like, you know what, fuck them and their problems because they're not gonna figure it out anyway. I was like, so I just took all of my energy back and focused it on myself. I was like, yeah, I get whatever I want right now. Like I'm looking at like 108-foot like Mangusta yachts now. I'm like, fuck it, let me just see how much this bitch costs. I'm like, all right, $3 million. I was like, all right, how can I find fucking $3 million from the fucking idiots that exist around me? It's
literally.
At that point, if I can't get a yacht, I was like, you told me the guy in the yacht is smarter than me? No fucking way. No fucking way. So it's like, it changes your mindset and how you like see ideas and like, it's like, I don't know, it's just, I'm tired of being around morons, bro. And I'm just like, I'm going to charge them now.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I was a little less moral because, I mean, what I would probably do is just, I would be like, okay, what do stupid people spend money on? I will lie to them to extract their money. Like, if I had no morals, that's exactly what I would do.
Well, listen, I had them, and I was, you know what? Enough. I was like, these morals aren't serving me very well. I was like, go get this money, go fucking, militarily arm my fucking compound and get a boat on the water that has Gulf access, and I'm out. I was like, I'm not fucking dealing with idiots anymore. What for?
Guess how many
They're
people
gonna
have to
remain
wear
idiots.
masks on my yacht? 0. Right.
I think the answer to your question, Crypto, is OnlyFans, isn't it?
Chris, are you gonna start an OnlyFans?
Why not? Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. Listen, that's no way to make money, bro. There's gotta be an option here.
It's on there, to be fair. I remember seeing a TikTok of some guy who's. Do you guys know the Kuma meme?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy literally looked exactly like the Kuma meme. And he was like, and he had an English accent, which made it even worse, because I fucking feel so ashamed. And he was like, I engage in self-love 6 times a day. And I was like, a day? A day? You can't have a job if you're doing that all day. You can't do anything. You would just be... And then it was 7 times a week, and I was like, I couldn't work out if this guy was lying or not. But then he's going on about, I support women's work online, and I was just like, Jesus Christ, you think you're supporting women by jerking off to them online? Like, how many problems are there with this guy's thought process? Like, I can think of at least 5 off the top of my head. I'm not even trying.
I have one of my best friends who jerks off 6 times a day, bro.
Sorry, it's a bit sordid, isn't it? Go on.
Here's the funny part. His life is in utter shambles. And I'm looking at him. I'm just like, yo, bro, stop jerking off. I was like, how about you focus up a little bit?
Yeah, literally.
And he just can't hear me. I'm just like, all right, bro. Like, keep on.
Go and get a girlfriend. Most of that shit will solve itself.
Yo, fucking hilarious, bro. It is what it is. Leave him there, bro. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm fairly convinced that autosexuality is on the spectrum that's part of the agenda. And by spectrum, I'm referring to like homosexuality, transgenderism, pedophilia, autosexuality, bestiality. I think that it's all on a spectrum, and autosexuality is definitely one of them.
Oh, what do you mean by autosexuality?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Self.
Does he mean like beating off?
Right. So, what they call self-love, which actually isn't self-love, it's actually very destructive. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, because obviously, look, men who do that all the time are pathetic. We all know that. We all know that. Like, there's like probably a healthy range, which I have no idea what that would be. But men who are only doing that, they're pathetic, and everyone knows it.
I agree.
So if they're pushing that shit, then it's because it makes men weaker.
Of course, I agree. So I agree with that position, but I think there's a balance in there. So it's like the more that you jerk off, the less that you're gonna accomplish. So there's this, I forgot this guy's some Asian doctor, I can find his name. Basically says is like he basically says like ancient chi art. It's like you're building chi through just jerking off, but it's like you're not supposed to bust. You know what I mean? So if you're busting all day, no good. But if you're jerking off all day, you're building chi. So it's like he just says like people have forgotten like the self-love thing is like so many people are focused outwardly into what's going on with other people that they don't even build their own chi when it's right in their hand. You know what I mean? It's like, no, build your chi, just don't bust. But the guys that are jerking off and busting all day, that's why they're just fucking lackadaisical. Like they're draining all their energy. That's a life creating force. But you just, you're coming in on, you're squirting on the tiles all day. Like, what are you doing? It's like, it's valuable, dick.
Yeah, but even if they're not quote
Just
unquote
fucking wasted.
busting, they're still like giving their brain cheap dopamine. They're basically like overdosing their brain with dopamine, which is, more addictive than heroin.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You can still get the dopamine release, but don't bust. It's like
No, but this is the thing.
So the more you stretch it out, it's like you still get the dopamine hit.
The act of giving yourself cheap dopamine all the time, I think it's proven to shrink your brain.
Yeah, I agree.
The
So you become more animal than man at that point, because you can't really function and like command any attention because you can't even hold your own attention. You become so impulsive.
just to be clear, the drugs like heroin or whatever, all drugs do is cause your body to release those things at different rates and intensities. They themselves are not the thing that are doing anything. The drug is already in you. Adrenaline, dopamine, all the other neurochemicals they're already in us. Which
Exactly. It's
means
just triggering the release. They're just triggering the release at different states. I mean, different percentages, right? So let's say it was
correct.
0 to 100.
Which means that we have the capacity in and of ourselves and our body. It stands to reason that our body has those for a reason, and if we, but through different functions, whether we broke our leg and our body needs to do something in order for us to not pass out, right? Or a happy good thing happens and then there's release, whatever. They're there for a reason, and we can access them without substance assistance. That's what I used to tell the youth in the drug program that I worked in. I was in a group home with these young kids, 13 to 17, that were all part of the system as a result of having gone through juvie or whatever and drug charges, and then they came to live with me for a year. But that was one of the things that I shared with them was, guys, drugs are just lazy man's way out. And it was a challenge that they actually were provoked by, which was my intention. They were fascinated by the fact that, that's how it is. And anyway, knowledge.
No, I understand completely, yeah. At the end of the day, it's like, the reason that they didn't focus their mind on what they actually wanted to accomplish is because in the beginning, they didn't believe they could have accomplished that thing. Because once you started there, that's where you're going to end. Because you had to have the belief before you actually took the action. And you wouldn't have taken the action if you didn't believe you could do that action. It's like, imagine like getting in the ring with Mike Tyson. You'd never get in the ring unless you believed you could beat Mike Tyson. You had to have that belief. It might not go your way, but you had to
or
have
you
that
believe
belief
that you were gonna.
Hey, what happened?
I think he just cut out.
His mic got muted, I'm pretty sure.
I got cut out as well. I think Discord's having problems.
No. Oh, he's deafened.
Oh, he might have just had to go for a phone call. Sometimes he does that as well.
Oh, okay.
He'll probably come back in about 2 minutes and say, "I'm the worst person in the world." Then something else. It's kind of his shtick. So.
So, from what you guys were talking about, you were talking about like the effects of what drugs have on people and how they make your brain smaller, basically, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of came in halfway through the conversation, but things like video games and masturbation have an effect on us the same way that drugs do.
Well, remember, I can't measure it, right? But I assume someone has measured this before. But it's like, obviously, like, I don't trust just pictures, so it's like I almost have to like, be able to like get to the point where it's like I'd have my own electron microscope so I can look at shit and figure out like, all right, what is going on there biochemically? But it's like until I can look, I won't know. It's like I'll be believing, and like I don't, I learned not to fucking go down that road, you know?
So the way that they conclude these matters of levels and stuff is through MRIs as well as blood tests. So they infer, to my knowledge, this is how it works. They infer based on the MRI and the different parts of the brain being lit up in relationship to, okay, this drug does this, this behavior does this. At both situations, the brain is lighting up in the same places, and the blood tests are matching proportionately, and therefore, like, it's that level of inference. So all of the graphics and pictures that they draw and the little dopamine things floating around in your bloodstream, you know, I don't know about all that for sure, but they're definitely, I mean, experientially, I've
Yeah,
never done
exactly. But remember,
drugs,
you
but
still have the feeling sense within yourself. I think it's like
exactly.
the more that you're able to like grade how you actually felt and figure out like is this serving you or taking you in the place you don't want to go. If you can't come in consciousness of like how did you feel and what action did you take, then you're never gonna figure this out because you're letting your just emotions run wild and you're just exuding them because you have no conscious control over what was my emotion, why did I feel that way, like why, like how am I processing this? Am I getting what I want? And if I'm not getting what I want, I'm always gonna be fucking a slave to like how I felt. Because the thing is, getting what you want takes conscious thought. Exuding
Right.
emotion takes no thought.
Somebody's hot micing something. I think it's crypto.
It's crypto. Ban him.
Yeah.
Yo, mate, did you see that? You think I was in the wrong?
Stupid, they do like 30, 40 miles an hour.
I looked, I indicated for ages, I didn't see anyone, I went, and then he slams into my, and then he blames me, and I'm thinking, I didn't fucking see you. He must have been on the road.
Oh,
Into
no. Oof.
Wait, did he almost get in a car accident?
No, I think he actually got hit, but he's yelling, so I think he's okay.
I muted him just to protect his privacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, that sucks.
I would hate to be on the other end of him yelling at me because he's so eloquent. You would feel so puny. Oh,
exactly. You'd be torn to shreds. It would like ruminate in your mind for fucking months.
I think it was a worthwhile conversation to hear, but it's his privacy, so.
No, I understand. That's fine.
that was an interesting experience. Thank you, whoever muted me.
We
What
heard,
happened there?
just for clarity, we did hear about 5 seconds of a little bit of it, but then you got muted.
So some dickhead in the cycle lane. Well, bikes are only meant to, in London, bikes are only meant to cycle in cycle lane, right? I mean, they cycle wherever they want and they cycle all over the place. So anyway, I'm in the road and I've looked across, I've looked for ages, I've been indicating nothing, no one there, nothing. I turn left, cyclist hits me in the side. And I'm like, where the fuck did he come from? So he must have either been going way too fast or must have been in the road where he shouldn't have been. I don't know what happened, but anyway, I got out, he was okay, and he's looking at me like I was at fault. And I was like, are you serious? I didn't even have to get out to check if you're okay. I could have just driven off. And here he is. It's just like, I just think that these people are a bit like, oh, you know what? He's just, the fucking cunt has just driven past me. He's on an electric bike. That's why he was going so fast. Right? So he's on an electric bike in the bike lane, not really looking where he's going, not caring that people are indicating, and he's just But the thing is, when you're in this situation, when you're actually the weaker person on the road, you should be driving defensively because you could kill yourself.
Exactly. It's your
Fucking
life.
idiot. That's kind of, yeah. Anyway, whatever. Like, I'm not really that shaken up because I know that I wasn't in the wrong. But it's like,
yeah.
I'm amazed that people do that to themselves. You know.
Oh yeah.
Do you have any damage to your vehicle, Crypto?
No, only cosmetic stuff. Not even really any scratches. So.
All right.
But I was indicating for ages, and then I turned and then smashed. So.
How you doing, mate? You right?
Yeah, you're right, Chad. How you doing, mate?
Oh, I just done 3 miles jog, so getting
fit.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Any good combos in here today? Discussions?
Not really. That's
Yeah,
still flat.
hanging out, cracking jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a bit of what's his name, QE, and these guys saying that observational science, quite an odd term. You've got to do more than just look at something to make it science, I think. But there you go. That's my opinion.
Well, if observational science is a thing, then literally everything is science, because there's very little that you can do without looking at it first. So everything is science now. So if I check out a girl walking past, that's science?
Yeah.
Okay. Science doesn't have any value then, I guess.
No, just totally meaningless.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much what postmodernism says, isn't it? Postmodern science, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or in the words of Francis Schaeffer, the age of non-reason.
Yeah. Is there any regular Globers in here? I saw a couple yesterday. They were from times past. Can't remember what their names were now.
Yeah, I saw Frost Knight yesterday, but he kind of leapt out before I could get in.
One,
yeah. Wonder if he's still brain dead.
I guess at least some of those guys actually can actually understand an argument. They are actually speaking English, and they do. They can actually comprehend. But you get a lot of guys who don't even comprehend.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them don't even really, they're not even at the level where they can even understand what you're saying, which is really sad. Because they're so convinced, we were talking sense about 10 minutes ago, they're so convinced that you're stupid that anything you say must be wrong.
Yep.
And so they won't even have the conversation with you at any honest level.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they can't, because it's like, it's the reason that they fear the conversation is because like they know deep down within themselves they don't want to really have to put forth the work that they've done or the research they've done because they don't want to be wrong, so they'll always shy away from that interaction.
Yeah, I've got no idea why they do what they do.
Me either.
I don't understand why they hassle us as well. It's like, okay, you've got your belief, we've got our belief. Why don't you just Stay over there with your belief. Why do you come here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why do you come here? Because, like, I think it's like in the conversation, like, hey, these guys are actually able to have a conversation with me about this topic, but they don't understand why. I'm like, you don't understand why because you didn't take enough time to look into the subject matter, so then you can speak about it intelligently. So when they trip on their words or they lost in their thoughts, or they don't know what question to ask, and that's because like that anxiousness takes over them. They can't feel that feeling because that's them thinking that they're stupid. But it's not. It's not that you're stupid. You didn't try hard enough. You didn't focus enough. Like there's no stupid people. There's people that just can't focus
I disagree with that. There are definitely stupid people.
because they can't focus. But it's like
No,
if they
no,
learned how to focus.
no.
Think
Some
about
people are
it at a
just
young
idiots.
No, think about them. Think about taking them as a young child. Like imagine like I would have beat them savagely. Like think about like a what are those dogs? You know,
Like a pit
not
bull.
a German Shepherd. No. What's the one like pointy nose, black?
Yeah, German Shepherd.
Doberman.
Doberman
Could be
pinchers.
Doberman.
Like imagine you train like a Doberman pinscher to be like super focused, super laser like everything perfect. You can do that in your child as well, but the child's not gonna like the pain that goes along with that type of training. See what I mean? But you could
I don't agree.
train
It's like
child.
no. Okay, let's put it this way, right? Could you ever train a pit bull to run as fast as a whippet?
No,
Why not?
because of the biophysical limitations of that animal.
Yeah, it's not physically capable, right?
Yeah, it's not physically capable.
So some people have mental limitations, but they just can't think that way.
Of course. But so what plagues my mind is like I say to myself, it's like, well, if I were trying to be in charge, what I would do is like I'd make sure like I feed the peasants the shit that doesn't make their brain grow, but their bodies can still work and be productive. You know what I mean? So what I was saying is like my father used to like shove cod liver oil in my face at like 5 years old. I think 5 years old, like 3 years old. You know what I mean? Like, and I hated the taste of it. But then when I look into the research of, it, I'm like, oh, that's like one of those like it's a precursor to neurological development. So it's like I felt like a genius, but I was like, man, I never said anything. I just sat in the corner because I realized my mind told me that was the best play. Never say that you're smarter than you actually are, because then someone else is trying to constantly test your intelligence, but they're stupid. So they're going to be just burning through your time through their own stupidity because they haven't taken the time to do the research themselves.
Oh, sure.
But like how much of their not knowing are you going to let burn into your life? That's the thing. That's the counterbalance here. The more that you know you don't have to worry about what the people that don't know are doing because they don't know. But you have to literally let them not know over there. Because it's like they're only going to suck your energy because you do know. And you're constantly going to be able to answer their questions because you know. But, you have to figure out how much of your energy do you give to them and how much do you keep to yourself. Because remember, and you know how to do research, you know how to figure out answers for things. But never let them suck your energy because I realize that just doesn't fucking work.
We've got to roll this entrant into the VC.
Who
He
just
was
came
here
in?
for a second. His name was Mortek. If he comes back, he got
Okay.
nervous
You
that
know?
fast. No. No. I don't know anybody. Seriously though. I feel very very limited in my social context, social network, because I don't network on social media, quote unquote.
Probably for the best.
Discord is literally the only there's church to an extremely small degree, living in a town of nobody. Less double digit numbers is nobody to me.
So
And
how many
then there's
people are in your town?
my family. Just under 100. Average age is
In your
close
town,
to
100 people?
is close to 80 years old is the average age. Almost everybody here is
Jesus.
retired. Yeah. Yeah, I
It's
moved
not a lot of
to
people.
hashtag paradise.
Where are you?
North
I don't know if
Dakota.
you mind me asking, but just curious.
Nah, it's fine. Middle of nowhere, North Dakota.
North Dakota.
I live in almost Canada. I live more north than 1/3 of all Canadian residents. at the
Okay.
49th parallel or 49th latitude, whatever.
Cool.
Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. But it is not. It had pros and cons. Pros and cons. I don't like big cities anyway, so not complaining.
What's up, everyone?
Hello.
Chill. What's up, brother?
What's up? Not much. Finally, some sun, man. Last few days was pissing rain.
Oh, wow.
Oh well. Any Globers in the house?
No, we've been poking the ones that have been trying to come in, but they're all like nervous and stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, Ruther just joined us, but I think he or she was a flat earther or looking into it.
Yeah. I'm looking into a lot of stuff and like some electro magnetism and stuff like that. I really want to like learn about like the Tesla coils and all that stuff.
Okay, cool.
And that that need to learn about that stuff didn't come up until I started looking into flat Earth.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, have you heard about Ken Wheeler?
Who?
Ken Wheeler.
No, I don't think I've heard of Ken Wheeler before.
Yeah, he's a glower, but he has some interesting views about how electromagnetism and stuff like that works on the Earth. Yeah.
Okay.
I can look up his channel 1 second.
Yeah.
He's pro Tesla, anti Einstein, so that
There we
gives
go.
him
Okay.
a
Step in the
little
right
bit of
direction.
but still he's a flat earther and or he's a glower and a camera expert, which makes it pretty I think a bit fishy, man. Camera expert and then not understanding that the new technologies we have these days with the high-end zoom cameras makes us debunk the globe very easily.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to like learn about that stuff, how to utilize it, see if I can set something up in my house that like utilizes magnetism and you know Tesla coils and all that stuff. Try and figure things out here.
So I've posted this channel. Yeah, he has a couple of interesting views about how electromagnetism can be used instead of the quote-unquote gravity narrative and stuff like that. He has a few books out and yeah.
All right, I'll look into it.
Sure.
I'm
not saying he's correct, right? I'm not saying he's correct, but he's a guy that holds an alternative view on how the world works, and yeah.
It's always good to have someone think that way, yeah. Oh man, sorry if I sound like absolutely tired.
Okay.
I'm on like a diet right now, and I just kind of like had like a cheat meal real quick, and that cheat meal is making me want to pass out, dude. And can't really do that because I'm at work.
Yeah, I heard that. I hear that a lot. I don't eat diets. I'm a slim person, but yeah, when I hear that a lot when people take a a sneak meal, then their body is like refusing it. It's like, I need to shut down now.
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah, it's the diet I'm doing is actually pretty intense. It's the carnivore diet or the zero carb diet where it's like strictly like meat and that's about
Okay.
it. Just testing it out and see what it does for my body. Then I went out and got Chick-fil-A today and I'm regretting that right now.
Yeah.
The standard American diet is so trash. It's actually so bad for you. It's crazy. And it's designed that way, so
Yeah, well, good luck with that, man. Hope you achieve what you wanted to do.
yeah, I appreciate it. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of join and kind of listen while I
Okay.
did some of my work at the computer here.
Yeah, sure. We also have, if you're interested, a few channels about nutrition and health. So you could, if you
Okay.
are interested, you scroll down. Let me look at it. Maybe I can tag it. Nutrition. Yeah. So I just
Yeah,
tagged
I'll
you
look
in
into
it.
some of that. Sweet. All right, well, I gotta get back to work. I'm gonna
Sure.
mute my mic real quick.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Welcome, extremists. Oh, wrong chat. And now back to the biggest glower of all, Dave Hinkle.
It's obviously and observably a globe. What's your problem?
Yeah, man. I always see a horizon, right?
Yeah, I mean, everywhere you look, there's globes, so it must be a globe. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Have you tried to talk to Rother yet? You got a
Yeah,
PC verified.
yeah,
Oh, that
he's.
was Rother? Okay,
Yeah, that
never
was.
mind.
Okay.
All right.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm going back to the globe. There was a direct measurement of Earth curvature done today. I reported on it earlier, but that was bullshit.
Oh, who done it?
These globe believers went out to a 20-mile stretch of ocean water and they detected 260-foot drop between point A and point B with a direct measurement.
Oh,
But that did not really happen
oh,
because if that really had happened, none of us would be here 5 years plus. You know? But
Imagine,
that's
right?
all they need to do, really. Is go out there, find that hump of water. It'd be simple, right?
Right.
It's a globe.
Yeah. Instead, you got these anti-flat earthers
Yeah.
coming
They
here
want
and then twisting
they want to go
everything
around and
that's. Yeah, go ahead.
you know they just want to go round and round with the words battling back and forth. And
Mm-hmm.
all they got to do is show us the damn curvature. You know, is it that
Right.
hard?
Oh, yeah,
Anyway,
it is that hard. Yeah, and then they come around and show us their simulation, right? I've punched in these numbers, and then look, in this simulation, the Earth is a ball. So, right, we have the black swan, and when I punch in these numbers and turn this dial, Earth becomes a ball again.
yeah, they twist it and turn it any way to make their globe fantasy real.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, we're just sitting here looking for some actual reality. It's not forthcoming. Back to somebody else. I'm getting ready to go into a dead zone.
Okay. Yeah, I was just at Nathan's, and This guy asked, so what was his question exactly? I don't want to strawman him. If we can show pressure in an open container, what would that prove? That was his question. Nathan said, well, you need a container, right, to get gas pressure. And then Chocolate asked him, so is an open container a container? And then he went, yeah, I'm not going to answer that. That's a loaded question. Oh, because, of course, right, Nathan pointed out, Blue Marble Science coming in with an open container, whilst his title of his video is gas pressure without a container. And then he shows a long tube, which is a container, right? And these globe trench level zealots need to, they need to follow each other, right? They can't say, well, no, Blue Marble is wrong, right? And an open container is still a container. Can't do that, right? But eventually they will eat their own. They're basically already doing it. Neil deGrasse Tyson telling us the Earth turned underneath the football. And then the trench level zealots, no, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. Never turned underneath anything. So they eat their own to keep up the lies in the web they weaved. Oh, what a tangled web we weaved when first we practiced to deceive.
Yeah, Roger, I think it's giving me PTSD arguing with people over things.
Oh, I get that.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I have to actually talk to myself so that I can remind myself that it's not doing me any good.
Well, I can only laugh at this point because, and I know this is off topic and I'm going to bring it back, but I was in the supermarket and was paying my groceries, and then this girl behind the counter, she was talking to our acquaintance, and yeah, I'm gonna get married and this fall, and yeah, and hopefully everybody got the thing, and if they don't, then hopefully they got a test, and yeah, and then the lady said, yeah, but yeah, you never know, right? You never know. So everything I laughed, right? It was like, okay, so you want people to get their thing and to get their test, but and then at the end, yeah, well, you never know. So everything that was said was like, it's like shit, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
And I laughed. You like, oh.
I'm about to drive 25 hours later on this month across the nation to my sister's wedding.
Where,
And
so where you heading from and where you heading from and to?
Indeed, to GA.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And
That'd be a nice drive. You gonna make stops?
I'm looking forward to it in a lot of different ways. You know, my parents haven't seen their grandkids for a little over 2 years, for instance. But anyway, if I am encountered with any level of vac supremacy or shaming, I'm already ready and prepared to just say, "Well, it was nice to see you. May
But
God be with
why?
you."
But you know, remember they're gonna have their opinions and perspectives as well. But it's like, even if you know you're right, it's like it's almost like, like so I think about my family. My family is a piece of work. But it's like I almost want to keep like dropping the breadcrumbs because it's like once I stop, I was like, they're not gonna figure it out. But it's
Do
like
you?
give a
Let me
fuck
ask
about them.
you.
Like even
Let me,
though painstakingly as it may be, I was like, I'll
and
still keep dropping the breadcrumbs.
that's what I wanted to ask. I mean, do you ever get sad about
Of
the
course, of
the
course,
level of foolishness or ignorance?
of course, every day,
Yeah,
all day.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's how it is. It's like these. It's it's lost, and it's this is how it works. I don't. Have you ever had a friend that moved away, and then you guys were super close, but then just because of proximity, it just doesn't work out anymore, and then
Of
they
course,
make
yeah,
new relationships, and then they basically change altogether, new person
sure.
basically.
But
Well,
that's
that's
always
what it
gonna
was
happen.
like.
Because remember,
I went off to
but remember,
college, and
like
my sister basically was an influencing factor in their life, um, even though she's like 7 years younger than me, and she turned them as blue pilled as you could possibly be over the course of like 20 years or whatever, however long
that's
it's
the
been.
course of like being around a certain demographic of people. Because remember, people
Yeah.
think in groups, right? So it's like they're challenging each other mentally. But if
Hmm.
they're not in a mentally challenging circle, then they can never be mentally challenged to the point where they can realize things. But remember, they're
Yeah.
choosing their circle based on their own comfortability.
It makes me incredibly uncomfortable for the people that I love um to look at me with or treat me as though I don't know, that shame, imposed shame or whatever. That, I mean,
Remember,
that's
the
a
feelings
really
stay within. The
painful.
feelings stay within. I understand, but the feelings stay within you is under your conscious control. The way
Yeah,
that
it's
they
true.
feel on their
Absolutely.
end towards you is, of course, an emotion that they're exuding towards you, but the choice
Yeah,
to feel that feeling is still your choice. So it's
that's
like
true.
I can just look at you like you're stupid. I don't have to co-sign the stupid look you're giving me. But should you want to sit down and reason and do the math together, I realize one of us are gonna poop out faster than the other, and I know it's gonna be you.
It's a refreshing take on it in regards to confidence in your decisions and your choices and stuff. And I have strong confidence. Um, I do, and I'm strong on my convictions.
Cooper?
What's that?
Oh, sorry. I was talking to the dog,
Uh,
asking if he wants to go outside. Sorry.
it's all good.
Talking to the
But yeah,
dog, talk about crazy.
and if that's true, I ought to act like it. So I get
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Remember, it's your life at the end of the day.
Is this
Yeah,
a
but
little
and
man?
it's not just me that I have in mind, right? It's for the protection of my children and wife
Of
in
course.
mind, because they, like my children, they can't defend the decisions of their parents. So that puts them in an awkward place. It's just a really but it's, you know what? I think you're right though. It's worth going through that learning experience so that,
Yeah.
because hey,
Because imagine if it
it's only
clicks
going
one
to
day.
get worse.
You know what I mean? Imagine like the breadcrumbs you put down, like they actually pick them up and they actually think about it, and then it
Sure.
clicks. They're like,
Yep.
"Oh wow, you're trying to tell me the whole time." Yeah, I was trying to tell you the whole time, but if
Yep.
you
Yep. Yep.
fucking
Yep.
took this long, 'cause remember, like I would just hope that they catch it. Remember, I can't control if they do or they don't, but I know the
Yeah.
right answer. So it's like I'm just gonna keep just dropping the breadcrumbs and just doing me while you figure it out. Because you can't slow down for other people. You're bound to like do yourself a disservice at that extent.
Hmm.
I talked to my older brother, who's got a lot of influence with the rest of my family, and he's on the complete opposing side that I am on. and he was so condescending, and I just had to eat all of that and try to look past it. But after when we'd ended the conversation, I was sitting here crying, so I didn't realize, how badly it was affecting me. That's what it is.
I understand. It makes sense. It's like, because like you're just pleading with someone to try to fucking listen to you, but at the end of the day, it's like, your pleading is like it's an expectation that you're casting in your own mind that they treat you one type of way. But until you start to communicate with them in a sense where you see the reaction that you wanted the entire time, we almost have to take conscious control of like, how did I communicate this? Was I stern? Was I like not playing, or was I like just trying to like hope they would listen? But if they're not the type of person that would listen in the first place, then you put that energy into someone that was not a listener. They're so hard charging in their mind, and that I think that's what creates a lot of stupidity within men or man, because the more that they're hard charging, they don't want to listen to anyone around them. That means they've not been willing to take in outside perspectives. So that means their vision is so narrow and so shallow, they can't listen because they don't want to go through that painful process of like knowing and not knowing and being challenged and talking through what they're feeling and what they're thinking. They don't want to go through that process, so they'll stay guarded.
Isn't that a natural state of man? Like she gave the example of talking to her brother. I mean, brothers and sisters and family members as pillars of the family core. In a way, they're supposed to be there to support each other
Of
in many
course,
situations and keeping the
especially
family
when
strong, because the
exactly.
family, the core of the family is important, and it's pillars like brothers and sisters, moms and dads, uncles. And at this moment, I see an unnatural state of the family environment, and
Of course, but you see that with the degradation of the family was always going to be like the goal, because it's like individuals can be controlled way more than like groups
yeah,
can.
but that's
Groups are
that's my point.
extremely hard to control.
I didn't finish my point. That's my
Sorry,
point. That it's unnatural. It's an unnatural environment.
I agree.
And if you think about who is coming into this conversation, who is inserting ideas into people's heads, it's not just the guy that you see, when you someone at work, or it's actually the media. It's a whole machine that you are battling.
It's fabricated characters that are inputting this point of view into people's minds, and it's having an effect on people's day-to-days and decisions that otherwise it wouldn't happen if it wasn't by this programming.
Yeah, but like it's the whole like Matrix example. You know how the guy, he wants to get plugged back into the Matrix. He just wants to just go with the flow and just live a non-stressful life. That's a choice. People choose not to look at, outlandish topics or conspiracy theories, or they, that there's information that exists in the world, and some people want to consume a certain amount of it, no more, because they don't believe that their mind can handle more. They feel like if I look into this, I'm gonna go crazy. But remember, like it's just
It's coming from an authority from groups, and since they've been getting that information every day, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours a day, and the other people they normally talk to in their preset environments are passing the same information. Once you come with an alternative, a more fundamental, natural law, logical, objective side of things, they can take it. Many people,
Yeah,
they
but that's
don't
why
want to
it's
hear.
like, but that's what, yeah, but that's why I feel like it's imperative that you use the Socratic method. You never can tell somebody something. You have to only let them come to the realization on their own. So that's why the Socratic method is so powerful, and they, kind of get rid of them because they were like, "Oh, this guy figured it out." If you just ask questions, and the subsequent nature of the question builds their mind to the point where they can understand a topic. If they don't get tired of answering questions, right? Because most people get tired of thinking. Because remember, to answer a question, you have to think. So that's where you turn that
Yeah,
thinking
they're saying
brain.
like almost like suggesting the alternative information, suggesting it, not pushing it, not shoving it.
Exactly, not pushing it, just suggesting it. And then seeing how they take the smallest suggestion. So your ability to break down complex topics into very small grains, that's the whole breadcrumb thing. I have to give you the smallest fact, you know what I mean? That like none of us can argue with. If we look it up together, this is a fact. And then build a smaller one on top of it, smaller, you know what I mean? Extremely slowly. And they'll get it if you do it that way. If you do it the other way and you're trying to tell and just show examples, it's like, yeah, but their brain didn't come to that realization point. Your brain did it the slow, painful way. You thought about it, but they haven't thought about any of it. So you have to make them think about it. And the only way you can make someone think is to ask them a question.
I agree with what you're saying, and the suggestion is powerful. But let's like even when you
Well, the
suggest the alternative
question more than so the word I would use is question more than suggest. Question. The suggestion is like you're putting forth
a lot of
you're
people
putting
are
forth a
open to
claim
what
in the
you're
suggestion.
saying, and it's definitely
Say that again?
applicable. A lot of people are open to what you're saying, and it's applicable to, I would say, a big amount of people out there, like a big number. But once they try to apply this and they try to go for the alternative information, they might go to the normal means of investigating or questioning.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine.
They may not even find an alternative. They're just gonna get the main information or an alternate construct of it.
Well,
You
that's
know
an
what?
assumption. You're saying that they're going to do that. But remember, it depends on what questions you ask them at what point.
Yeah.
'Cause remember, it just takes sometimes a couple of questions, strategically placed that makes somebody else's brain start to, kind of like ruminate on that question you asked them. So it's hard to do, but it's like if you ask the right question, then their mind is trapped into trying to figure out the answer.
You're right on what you're saying. It's just that to find that information, my point is that it's being made way more difficult, and even there's people that will find the correct information and they will flag it themselves with the cognitive dissonance and say this is not coming from our authority, so therefore it's not valid.
Of course, but
So they discard it.
the dissonance hits when the subject matter is too great for them to digest. That's why their brain shuts off. It's too much information. They can't reconcile this argument right now. So that's why it's like the smaller that you can break down that argument to small questions and understandings, the quicker that you can get them to have the whole pie. But you can't give them the whole pie. You have to almost give them like a pepperoni at a time.
Well, good advice.
You're right. Suggesting and questioning definitely is important. I remember that saying, question everything, and that used to be kind of like a common saying, not these days, but it still applies.
No, I remember it.
Factcheck.org. It's quite funny, the people from the Snopes who do the fact checking. Those people are literally ex-sex workers. They're very dodgy people.
Yeah, I was chiming in the conversation when we were talking about the source that they'll go to. They'll go to factcheck.org. For instance, the CDC, what they're saying that they, oh yeah, by the way, the PCR test is not sufficient as a diagnostic tool, which we all know Carrie Mullis said this as well, but they supposedly came to this conclusion. Well, guess what? Factcheck.org has your back and says that that claim is false.
That's what I'm saying.
So factcheck.org will always be there to help you out, to realize that when somebody says, I have 5 fingers, factcheck.org will be like, this claim is disputed, right? And people will be like, oh, see right there, it's disputed. And they'll not actually take a second to look up the definition of the word disputed and realize that called into question is all that means. It has nothing to do with refutation or refuted, which is an actual accomplishment, whereas disputed, I can dispute that the United States name is even the United States of America, or whatever. Maybe that's not a good example, but whatever. You can dispute anything. You have to actually do something to refute it, though.
Exactly, but the connotation of dispute means it's still under dispute. There are people that are arguing this topic. That means it hasn't been resolved yet.
Yeah,
So
the
as soon as
presence of
dispute has been
Bigfoot
resolved,
is disputed.
exactly, disputed, but it's like it hasn't been proven. It's just disputed. People are just talking about it.
Precisely. But anyway, you said pie and then you referenced pepperoni, and I was like, oh man, that's a real New Yorker. No. I put in the chat and I said pie, cherry, pecan, apple, southerner,
Oh
pizza,
yeah, pepperoni,
New Yorker.
New Yorker.
Yeah. It's just funny because I get it. I know what a pizza pie is, and I completely get it right away. But every time I hear the word pie, I'm definitely thinking of a crispy crust with some type of filling in it.
I hear you.
Which, well, tomato. I mean, crispy crust with something in it. I mean, pretty much the same thing. Crispy crust with something in it.
Listen, I like both pies.
Yeah.
Non-discriminatory.
I'm always disappointed though. Like, what disappoints me so much is things like factcheck.org. I'm like, you could listen, I would make so much better of a liar than these
Exactly,
guys.
but you're gonna always be disappointed by someone that's dumber than you because they're dumber than you. But it's like, I think we have a hard time saying that. We're not even saying it, like, because you don't have to say it, right? It's like, even if you think it and you perceive it, it's like you should never be at a more disadvantaged state than someone that's dumber than you. It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, and that is the sadness that I experience when I think about these things, because I'm like, gee, these people, like some of these dumb people, they have a lot more zeros in their life than I do. Not that really is the
No, but remember, it's like,
end all.
but remember, they found a niche that served them and was allowed them a certain level of freedom. You know what I mean? So it's like those freedoms are, they're valuable. They're hard to come by. So it's like you almost have to see, like, am I the dumb one or is he the dumb? You know what I mean? Because it's like, if he's smarter than me, he produces better results. Because the results are all that matter. The theory about everything is one thing, but the actual doing of it is another thing.
Well, in this argument that I'm having with my brother, he eventually links me something, and when I open it, I immediately look to see who's the author, and it's just a journalist. And then I read the whole thing because I want to. I don't want my brother to catch me out that I'm just, talking at him. I want to feel that he must know that I'm fully engaged. And then when I look at it, it is just fluff. It's rubbish. It's full of fallacies and it's full of her opinions. And she puts other people's opinions in there. There's nothing of substance whatsoever. And I just think when I think, is my brother serious? I always upheld him as, the smart guy in the family, and he's not stupid. And I just
No, you just assume a certain belief state, you know? Because remember, like to almost accept some of this like esoteric understanding, it's like you almost have to like let go of the fact that I know. You have to say almost like, you know, I don't know. Let me just look at all the information, then I'll decide what I know. But if they make that decision before they actually know, then they're almost like it's that ego of them. Like they don't want other people to know that they don't know, so that they'll always like they'll just throw something at you because they think you're as lazy as they are, and you're not going to actually read an entire article. No, I'm going to read the entire article, and I'm going to like underline and bullet point your shit. Like we can have a conversation about it, but then that's when they usually tap out. They don't actually want to have a conversation about the article that they sent you. See what I mean?
do you know how I suffered at the hands of my brother when I was a teen? He was always telling me that I am stupid. Not in a horrible, cruel way, but it was always implied that he was the smart one.
Or maybe you took the implication.
And there's two things that I remember from when I was a teen. Because we were a household that used to discuss things to death. We were always talking and arguing about things. And the one thing was that during one discussion, my brother said to me, never make generalizations. If you do that, you are a stupid person. Always differentiate and look for, don't just associate things with each other. That's not the way smart people think. And the other thing was that he actually quoted, is it Socrates who said, all that I know is that I know nothing. And this is the person that I'm now trying to talk out of his cognitive dissonance and
Yeah, so that means
I'm
he's
just
formed a
hitting a
very specific path to believe that he's the smart one. So he doesn't want to reason with someone that he believes is not as smart as him. But that's a huge fault, because how would you know who's smarter than who if we didn't get down to like the meat and the potatoes and the details of the argument? How would we know?
So my brother was actually instrumental in making me smarter than him in the end.
Yeah, pretty much. You're welcome.
The irony.
The irony.
If it wasn't so important, I would let him have the argument. And I won't just bow out like and say, like the ballers say, why should I care? Why does it matter? But there are things going on that are so important to get to the bottom of. It's really just sapping my energy.
Yeah, but you're letting it to some extent.
Yeah, I have to keep on making this correction in my head where I have to build myself back up again, because these things, they really floor me.
Yeah, but you either hold on to the floor or you let go of them because of the misunderstanding of other people. Because they're, you can't make someone understand something.
Oh, there's Sunny.
There has to be that curiosity there.
Hello, Sunny.
You can't be responsible for other people.
Sorry.
I won't even mention flat Earth to my brother. He's already called me a Luddite.
What do you call
it? Sonny, what's up?
What's up? I just wrote these words down just now as I was listening to you guys. I don't know what it was that made me not wanna listen to what was coming out of the mainstream mouth. I feel vindicated, it's all related. I see all I was meant to be.
Yeah, yeah.
live to be free. I hope that someone will join me. Cause right now life is a little bit lonely.
Yeah, feeling it, bruh.
That's it for now.
That was hot, Sonny.
Well done.
I know it's hard to pick yourself back up sometimes. But what are you gonna do anyway? In the meantime, what other choice do we have but to rise up above and to realize how good it is, everything we have? Isn't it funny how just a few notes give off this resonance? Oh, a little out of tune there. Anyway, I'm just rambling on.
I've discovered that Gregorian chants and blues are no mix for each other.
What? Gregorian chant.
You know what? Leave it up to me, and I will mix that.
I've been listening to some 8-hour track of like Gregorian chants. I even think it's in French. Funny enough. But
did you hear the Tibetan nasal thing they do with their nasal?
Yeah, and Mongolian throat
I was just
singing.
going to link that.
That is wild. I'm like, what instrument is that? It's unbelievable.
Those Mongolians, bro.
Brah.
Pretty serious.
With the humming, with
You should check out a band called HU.
Can't hear anything because the guitar is pretty loud, Sonny.
Oh, sorry about that.
Somebody was saying something. That's why I said anything at all.
So I could probably back the mic way back to like there then or something. Is that what you're telling me?
Your mic is fine, Sonny. Sounds good.
Yeah, I wasn't criticizing the way it sounded. Just you can't play the music and then somebody else talk at the same time and it be very easy to distinguish.
Yeah, that's why I have to. If I back it way off, though, yeah, I don't want to interrupt the conversation.
It's all good. I mean, We were talking, but it was kind of, I think, at a transition point, maybe.
That's what I was kind of feeling. That's why I interjected.
I like chicken. Sorry.
Oh man. Time for a group laugh.
Yeah.
Funny. It's funny, man. I don't care how serious it is. And believe me, I can wake up in the morning and stuff some days seems really serious. Like, oh my God, like I made a mistake yesterday. Now I have to recover from that. I have to make a phone call and say, oh, I'm sorry I missed this appointment or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's...
Are you talking about who are we talking about?
Just in general, stuff in general.
Oh, okay.
Speak for yourself, Sonny.
I'll speak for myself.
Just messing with you, bro.
I know. Jamsey, you're the best, man.
I don't make mistakes.
Sorry.
Especially yesterday. I didn't went out.
Jamsey, you're one of the brightest among us, man. I seriously. You truly are.
You mean in the game Among Us?
No, just from what I sense about you in conversation and the way you interject, you're so funny sometimes. I literally have
optimistic,
for a few minutes, you know.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Coming from you. Like your music. But that coming from you, bro, that you have a lot of experience in many things. Like every time you speak, I'm like, Sonny's talking. Gotta mess with him a little bit. He tries to sound so smart because he knows a lot.
I know I like to be messed with, actually. Please do. If you have an opportunity. Don't pass up an opportunity to mess with Sonny. Like, I'm game. Go for it. I like it. Yeah, sorry. Say it again.
The other day, my daughter made a bracelet, and she spelled the word Sonny, and I tagged you in the text chat and sent you.
It almost made me cry. It's sort of like, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's how sensitive I am. I don't show it too much, and that's for a good reason. But anyway,
I know where you coming from, Sonny, bro. I'm sensitive. It's okay. Choke on my spit. That's what I did. You're me. I'm gonna still sit here and play and sing for all of you. And to tell you that you can see the world in a different view. Did you know that the world is flat? Did you know that the world is flat? When you fly in a plane in the air, no, I didn't see no curve. Cause I'm afraid of heights, so I never even flew. So it's alright if you can take the camera and record it for me, and you can see I just love everyone. So clap your hands. I'm gonna come up with some crazy lyrics, Sonny.
That was Enoch.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I enjoy jamming out with you, Sonny. I mean, if you can call that jamming out.
So check it out. Listen to what I just thought of, Enoch, for that part. Maybe like a little intro, like an intro or something, maybe. How about that?
Bro, that gave me the goosebumps, man. Ooh, I was feeling it.
I like making the guitar sound like I don't know what kind of instrument you call that. A hammer. Dulcimer. With my fingernails of my right hand.
Yeah. That sounds like a whole bunch of hammer-ons, bro.
It's hypnotic.
Wow.
Look how harmonical that is.
See, there it is.
Yeah. Hey. It just feels so good, bro. Did you know that we are starting low? Did you know that we are starting that the earth was flat too.
All sort of like arms, yeah.
Curvature. Did you know that there is no way you can take gas pressure without accident? Did you know there's no spin of the Earth's rotation? Did you know there's no such thing as Earth's rotation? It's okay, people have no fear. The earth is not a sphere. It's okay, have no fear. There's no way to fear, 'cause the earth is not a sphere. We got our song, Sonny. We got the song, bro.
Earth is not a sphere. Earth is not a sphere. Oh, shoot. Yep. How would you people be able to forget about your troubles if it weren't for us musicians?
Ayo.
Everybody's like, Any clubbers in the room? Maybe I shouldn't invite like that. Retake. Why'd you change the Master Chief? You freaked me out with that. I'm like, what? Who the hell is Master Chief?
Oh, my bad.
I know. I just.
You just, what?
I just figured it out.
Oh.
I knew it was your voice. I'm like, what is that? Who's Master Chief lighting up? I just thought I didn't have it scrolled down far enough or something.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I noticed that you guys didn't recognize me for the first couple days.
Here's some morning penguin sounds for you.
What was that?
Penguins.
Ah, penguins.
That shit was funny the last time you played it.
Quite unusual sound, isn't it? Here's a rubber ducky warning. Here's a rubber ducky warning. If you're getting unruly, you're going to hear this.
That was too funny.
That's a warning. You could be muted soon.
Was that your squeaky duck?
Yeah,
Was
bro.
that your own squeaky duck?
No. Sounds pretty real though, huh?
Right. I think it's your own squeaky duck, bro.
How do acoustics work on a globe?
What?
Acoustics.
Acoustics.
It doesn't.
Acústicos en español.
How does a pool table work on a globe?
So I just read that Kumo resigned.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah. He's a rapist.
I mean, if the Earth was spinning, wouldn't the balls on the table be like moving too?
Yeah.
Yeah. They'd be flying out the window down the street a couple miles.
Right?
In
I
a
was just thinking the same fucking thing.
couple of seconds.
Yeah. If you hit the ball and it left the table, right, the table would turn underneath the ball, and maybe you could pocket it then, right?
So every time you knock the ball off the table, it's because of Earth spin.
Yeah, according to Neil deGrasse, that would happen, right? Earth turns underneath a football, so it would also turn underneath a pool table ball.
And if it doesn't come off the table, then that means it just the trajectory wasn't quite high enough to make it over the bumper rail.
No, it's the gravity. The gravity was holding it down.
Gravity? What gravity?
What's gravity?
Some people are very clueless about claiming gravity because yesterday we had the example of this guy saying gravity this, gravity that, and I try to be specific about Newtonian gravity, Einstein's gravity, telling him that those are ideas, claims, and the difference of those between those and specific gravity, and then I read some of the definitions of specific gravity about density and that stuff, and he said, "You said gravity. You said gravity. therefore globe, because you said gravity."
Yeah. I like the part. Here's the part that really interests me is because if we can change an actual medium that something is and show a different effect, there you have it, right? We're actually controlling and manipulating something. They haven't controlled and manipulated anything for gravity. It's never been done. So sorry. That's what they say in experiment. You have to have a manipulate. You have to have something that you, the experimenter, manipulate, right, folks? Right? Yeah. So if we can manipulate the medium and cause something to go in a different direction for one, right? Then it's over.
Gotta be manipulated.
But in their minds, this gravity word is just a blanket for everything in their belief to work. Like if the globe is real because of gravity. That's it. That's the whole explanation of the globe.
Because of gravity.
And if you say specific gravity, which has a specific definition, and it's verifiable, repeatable, density, buoyancy, the medium, like you're saying. But since it has the word gravity, therefore spinning globe.
Yeah, since you have that word. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's the same thing when they get to the black swan. But it's amazing. It's astonishing how people can avoid the most obvious things that can be repeated over and over again and still deny all of their senses. It's such a trick, I like I forget who was saying it yesterday or the day before. Talking about how there's this really small minority of anti-flat earthers. I think it was Elijah. Yeah. It's an even smaller percentage than flat earthers. Anti-flat earthers. So that's interesting because most people aren't anti-flat earthers, just a tiny little minority on the internet only that we encounter here. I was just trying. The reason I said that is just to get a little juxtaposition on the whole thing we're experiencing, this, whatever it is. The PSYOP.
Yeah, because there is those trolls that they don't care about anything. They just see the word flat earth, and all they have in their minds when they hear that is this spinning disc or this disc flying through space, because that's what they saw in Google and that's what the propaganda is telling them. So they come here to troll the ridiculous idea that this cartoon, it's beneath not real, because the ball cartoon is the real one. The ball cartoon that I seen in Google, it's real, and the flat cartoon is not real. So they come here to troll. Then you have the curious the people that actually hear the alternative to the globe, and they actually want to find out what it actually means, and they have questions, and you can hear they're genuine about, even if they still believe in the globe, whatever, but they still question. And there's a big percentage of that kind of people. But then there's this small minority that is the flat earth debunkers, and they just over there just to say it's a globe, no questions asked. There's no other way it could be different. It's not a flat earth. That's it. Even if I have no proof for the globe, it's not a flat earth. That's it. I think that's a small minority that are kind of zealots, argue against flat earthers just because flat earth is stupid. Because reasons.
And if flat Earth was such a stupid, archaic, dumb thing, why are all the anti-flat Earthers day in day out battling it, right? Fighting it with all of their power.
Yes. That's the part that's really enlightening, you know? Go like, holy mackerel, like
It's such a trigger, and it's pumped or pushed by, I don't know, maybe some agenda. We can see the agendas on the government talking about it, and taking the videos down and the accounts down because of misinformation, whatever. But these characters that develop, like the fake characters in the YouTube channels, these professors, Dave and blah blah blah, and also the characters that join in here and they say that I'm a concave earther, flat Earth is wrong, or I'm a whatever earther, Google earther or whatever, or they even lie about being flat earthers just to come in here and mess with the information and what this server is for, which is the conversation about objective reality and what we experience, and putting that to the test, questioning the information that we have been given and putting that to the test, and that's a blasphemy if you trying to question that information of the globe and stuff. For some people, it's blasphemy.
Yeah. What's becoming really clear to me is, I mean, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with like people that write plays and movie scripts and things like that. So if you think about character development, now I'll leave it to your own judgment. Like when we speak to some of these people, but if you let them speak long enough, you start to see, like there's something interesting twist in some of them as far as character goes. Because when they start, I don't know, you guys know what I'm talking about. When they start contradicting themselves, it starts to reveal something that to me seems like a flaw in the character development. I'm serious. I kid you not, That's what I'm seeing. So if there's one thing I'd like this generation to know is about the anti-flat earther character development programs. No doubt being implemented. Yes.
Is there like the natural contrarian that it will go against flat Earth, and it's in their psyche to go contrary on whatever a flat earther is saying? There's people like that. Then there's the liars, the trolls that just lie because whatever, and they just make up stuff, and you can tell they don't know what they're talking about on any side. They're just going contrary of what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's definitely these characters that have been developing, and they they are these anti-flat Earth characters.
So if that's the case, if that's the case, you're dealing with people who have sat down and with a pen and paper and written out an outline of everything to say in almost every situation they can think of to go against flat earthers.
Last night a guy joined and he said, I have an argument against flat Earth, and we were here listening, and he said, just letting you guys know, vacuums don't suck. And Barrymore opened his mic and he said, nobody here is claiming that. And he explained to him about high pressure, low pressure, and the guy just left the chat. He didn't have a reply. He just bounced.
Didn't have a reply. That's even funny after the fact,
You flat earthers are stupid. Vacuums don't suck. Like, okay, we know that.
Yeah, they just come in with this presupposition like, oh my gosh. Who's in charge over there? Can we speak to the person in charge? Because you're sending over some rejects here, and it ain't working. Just saying.
You know, another big one that I've seen, and it's like a mockery, is the so-called ice wall. That flat earthers say, talk about the ice wall being the edge of the world, whatever, and it goes deeper than that. You know, it's not like that's the end of the world. I don't see any flat earthers saying the ice wall is the end of the world. The ice wall is actually a term that was used by the U.S. Geological Survey that supposedly surveyed the Antarctic region, and they label this ice wall, and they call it ice wall. So when we talk about the ice wall, it's something that is there, that is being surveyed by.
Yeah, we didn't do it. Flat earthers didn't make that shit up.
But they mock flat earthers saying, "You guys say there's an ice wall." Like, no.
Yeah,
The Geographical Survey people say is an ice wall. So yeah, it's there. You can find the documents. They call it the ice wall, or the ice. There's another term for it. I forgot the term. I'll find it. Ice shelf, yeah, or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, and the Antarctica thing, they say flat earthers claim Antarctica doesn't exist, blah, blah, blah. It's these characters trying to just mess around with information. And I think that they do it against flat earth. They have this argument against flat earther, but it's for new people that are actually watching the conversation or listening to take them away from the actual points that people are trying to bring forward, you know, like no curvature measured, that kind of stuff, movement of the ground, gas pressure. They obfuscate about these important topics, and they want to talk about where's the edge. Where is the edge?
And think about that. The U.S. Geological Survey was the first one. I think was in 1958, the same year as NASA was created. You have Admiral Richard Byrd down there for the better part of like 25 or 30 years or something, right? Off and on.
Sonny.
Then they end all of like Admiral Byrd leaves. They come back. They do the U.S. Geological Survey in 1958. Then they create freaking NASA. 1959, the Antarctic Treaty. And in 62, they start blasting the freaking firmament.
Coincidence there is, Sonny.
Yeah, so that's you got to follow that timeline, man. See, if people don't know that, then they are going to come here confused.
Btaxman 98. I think you open your mic and try to say something, but you're kind of roboting. If that's the case, if you can hear me, I think he tried to say something, but it was kind of
Now they
not in
dipped.
this.
Now they dipped. Beta Sigma 98.
Welcome back.
There you are. Beta Sigma, are you there? For some reason, I saw you lighting up, but we can't hear you for whatever reason. So you need to go to your settings and adjust your sound settings. Yeah, it's funny though. Like, people try to bounce information, like controversial information through the flat Earth community. They try to reverberate and triangulate people against each other. That's very suspicious. And homie here, don't play that. Like, if there's if there's some information that somebody ought to have, then they need to go contact that person individually. Why the fuck you contacting me? I don't play that.
I have a question.
Yep, sorry.
Go ahead, Stuart.
Go ahead. Hi, welcome to the server.
Are black people allowed in the Black Earthers community?
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, you deserve
I
to
mean,
be.
Yes.
Craig,
Yes. There you go.
Craign's
No,
only work
no,
on flat Earth.
The answer is yes.
He's a troll. He's a troll earther.
Yeah, easy to
Wait,
tell.
wait, wait.
intelligent question. Look,
The
that's why
answer is
nobody
yes.
has. That's why everybody's missing their bike. Okay.
One observation I've made in this server is that half of the Globers here are actually secretly racist.
Yeah, it only comes from that side. What was Mimas about to say? Mimas, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just joking. He said, "Never mind. If you didn't get it the first time, it's not funny the second time."
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it was funny. I was kind of.
No, I don't think I don't think these guys like this are racist. It's just racial jokes. They're edgy. It's fine.
Yeah, they try to be.
Yeah. Like, I come from the age where a racist was dragging people behind trucks. That's racism to me.
I know. Yeah, I came from that geographic area.
Which not at all ended by the time I was a kid. But that's what racism was. Racism was not words. It was not feelings.
Yeah, they shut our schools down when I was.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Stuff going on. It was really bad.
But yeah.
Who knows who these people are, man?
Talking about characters.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy joined and started talking about crayons working on a flat Earth.
Crayons?
Yeah, crayons. You know, he said black. I mean, black is like a color.
Black
and
crayons work. Yeah, they work.
Yeah, they work on a flat Earth.
They work just great. Because you have to have the paper flat horizontally on whatever table or desk you're using.
But if I'm white, does Earth will curve then? If I'm white, can Earth curve then?
No.
No.
That is a negatory.
But why?
You can also use crayons to draw for drawing globes on a flat surface.
On a flat surface, round Earth. I like the ones that say round. That used to really bother me. I used to get so angry when they say round. I'm like, now I don't care. I know what they mean. If
Why
they say,
I, like a white guy, experience flat Earth? Because I heard that only black people can experience flat Earth.
Wait. Black people?
There's
more than one. Said,
what's that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
White.
I know there's a crayon that's called that.
I've never seen black people. I've seen black crayons.
Some people with the darker skin, I don't know.
Oh, people with darker skin than lighter skin? Yeah, that works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, okay.
Works perfectly, but it only works with the sun coming from above you. Just saying. That's why it works, because the sun is above us. From horizon to horizon. The horizon's not rising. Horizon.
What's horizon?
Yeah, that's a question for the day, Glovers. What is the horizon? Could you please come in and tell us what you think on that topic? What is the horizon?
Edge? Is that an edge?
Is the horizon physical? Anyone care to interject? Is the horizon physical? Anybody?
Can the horizon be viewed with first-hand observation?
Well,
there's two horizons.
Is there such a thing as a horizon you cannot see?
Right, there's a horizon you cannot see and a horizon you can see.
An imaginary horizon somewhere that you can't see. Okay.
That I heard 2019. Before I never heard for that, but 2019 it started to be that we don't see the real one.
How many invisible horizons are there?
Look, I'm telling you right now, live on a permanent, the sun's flat.
2 to the power of 19,037.
Look, I'm telling you right now, the sun's flat. We live under a permanent. Listen to my words, the sun's flat. Sun's flat. Hot doesn't exist.
Gotta break the globe habit and follow that rabbit.
Yeah, listen to my words, the sun's flat. Blue does not exist. By the government, deceive you. And also, extraterrestrials create the container that we're all in right now.
So what's up, Juju?
Yeah, you got proof for that?
You want some attention, right? So you still think we're living on a spinning water pair?
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, talking to you, man.
So,
I didn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
do you
Sure.
believe we're living in a spinning ball?
Spinning ball? Who said
In a
that?
vacuum?
I didn't say anything about that. I mean, could be possible. I don't know. No,
Okay.
not vacuum. It could just be air and all that. I never said there's a vacuum. Never made that claim right there.
No, the vacuum of space is what I mean.
I mean, I've never seen space. I mean, for all I know, it was just
So, but what
infinite.
do you believe? What do you believe?
All I know, it could just be infinite blueness.
But what do you believe about the shape of the Earth?
I don't really know. It could be trapezoid-like. It could be. I don't really know.
So you're on the fence?
Yeah, I'm on the fence. For me, it's not like a big deal. If it's like flat, if it's a globe, if it's like squiggly, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just.
Why is here?
Okay.
Why you're
like,
here?
Well, welcome to the server.
Like, I don't care. I don't care for football, but I'm going to. I don't want to like. I don't like football, but I'm going to watch football every day.
Because I see no evidence that it's like curved or flat, and I'm
Mm.
just listening what people got to say, and
Yeah.
By the way, I find it so crazy how there's so many people that believe that like if it's flat, it means like it was God that made that. Like I'm literally like dumbfounded by how many people.
Okay, Juju. I know where this comes from. Did XO triggered you? Is that what is happening?
Ooh, XL? What's
Yeah.
XL?
Did he trigger you? Because I banned you for a day, right? Because you were talking shit in the lobby.
Wait, what do you mean talking shit?
Oh, so I need to pull it up. You seriously?
No.
Juju,
No, because
do I not? Yeah. Do I need to pull it up?
What do you mean talking shit? I know what I said, but it wasn't talking
Okay.
shit.
Oh, well, you know what? It's not true what you said about Earth not measuring flat because it does. So I don't know where you got that from, but
Well,
Earth
Juju.
measures flat.
Yeah, he said there's no evidence of it curving or being flat, when the lack of evidence of it curving is the evidence that it is flat.
No, that's non sequitur. I see no evidence that it's flat or curved. Like either way, it's like
So you've seen no evidence, or you just refuse to look at the evidence?
no, because like when I look outside, I mean like when I look out my local area, it's my local area.
Bro,
Yeah, so I'm
you're
on the
not
fence.
listening. You're not
No, I am
listening.
listening. Like I don't have a precision. That's
No.
my
You know, you could go to the beach right now and look 5 miles down the beach. You should not be able to zoom into the shoreline, no matter what anybody says.
Or
Even 5
unless
miles away. But lighthouses are seen at over 100 miles away. They would be thousands of feet below a geometric curve edge, bro. Do you understand that part?
Do you also realize that
Do you
if it
understand
is
that part, that lighthouses
false.
exist?
Wait, what?
That lighthouses exist. Why do you think they exist if in 100 miles, which are seen over that, would be thousands of feet below a physical curve edge? Do you understand that part?
Okay, I don't know what you're getting at though, because
Yeah, that I'm getting at, a ball needs to measure freaking curvature, which means drop over a specific amount of distance.
but
correct?
but that distance is only based upon a current size, which means, for example, if it's like a lot bigger than what they think it is.
Oh, wait a minute, hold it right there. So you're saying the size is wrong?
It very well could be. I don't have a precision on it. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay. So the whole entire model's failed right there.
Yeah.
That's very
If
smart.
the radius is incorrect, the
Very
whole
smart. So
heliocentric.
thank you
Yeah,
for
I'm saying,
that. We
yeah,
appreciate that. That's great.
because
Yeah,
like
we
I
make
don't
it
have a
flat
percentage.
every time, bro.
It
Long
could be
distance
all
photography.
wrong.
Oh,
I don't
just
know.
stop talking for a second. Long distance photography and infrared. So they can't gawk refraction because it's 99% no refraction in infrared, right? And we see distances of 275 miles. That should be under a mile. The top of that far mountain should be a mile below a physical curve edge that doesn't
Again,
exist.
I
Bro.
don't know this because like I haven't measured it myself and such, so I literally don't have a position on it.
I'm just telling you the exact evidence that we have, that apparently you haven't seen the Black Swan, you haven't seen the islands back beyond the Black Swan, which are 30 miles away, which make the Black Swan three times magnitude of the Black Swan itself, makes the Earth radius
Hold on,
264,000 miles.
I'm about to be absent a little bit. I gotta pick something up, so I'm gonna be absent for a little bit. I didn't want to cut you off, but I literally gotta pick up a package.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a question about what you said about infrared. Did you say you cannot see refraction with infrared?
It cuts out 99% of any atmo conditions. It cuts it out completely.
99%. Interesting. I thought that might be the case, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's a killer. It's a globe killer. Look at the Jay Tollins media. I have an image from a screenshot that I made of one of his videos up. Let me find that. I'll put it in the live stream voice chat.
I can't look at anything. I'm driving.
Yeah, I think the main problem with Juju is that he doesn't want to admit, right? When Earth measures flat, then chances are, a pretty high chance is that it is created, and that is something he doesn't want to acknowledge.
Wait, did Juju get banned or did he leave the
No,
chat? Because he's not
he
here.
left. He left. He needed to pick up a package, so he didn't
Did he
get
get
banned.
banned?
No.
Oh, okay.
And that's probably a deal breaker for a lot of people, right? They got indoctrinated with, and I was one of them, right? I told everybody who believes in God is crazy. How can you believe in God, man? What the hell? And then when you come to realization that the Earth is a flat, level, non-rotating Earth, then it all changes, right? You need to reconfigure that notion, and then it all changes. And people, when they see the evidence, right, Earth, it measures flat always, and then comes the point, well, what is it and who created it? And then they just stop. They just stop and, nah, man, Earth is a ball and it came from a singularity, and God couldn't be real because then I have to, then I will be accounted for my actions, right? I think that is the biggest problem with most glowers these days. I'm not talking about anti-flat earthers, just blue-pilled normie glowers. I mean,
So that's why I like doing screenshots like this, because it's got the name of the YouTube video, and you can go look at Jay Tollin Media yourself. I can't verify those distances.
Well, I was just going to ask about that. How does he know, with those distances, how does he know what object is what?
Well, that's why you have to watch the video yourself. But the timestamp's right here, that where I got this screenshot, the timestamp, so you can go look at the whole video yourself. I wonder if someone can do the math on this because I'm actually not that good at it. But to take those islands back there from Santa Barbara at Miramar Beach, this is where the Black Swan was taken from, as you can see. Habitat and Hill House are off to the left. Those islands are a minimum 29 miles. So if someone could do a P, if then, not P, not Q kind of thing for the Black Swan, if at 10 miles the horizon would make the Earth's radius 264,000 miles, what would the islands at 29 miles make Earth's radius? See what I'm saying? Need to brush up on my trig. That's for sure. Rusty.
If I remember correctly, it was to the moon or around 250,000 miles or something. I don't remember. But
Yeah, what QE said was 264,000 miles, if I'm correct. And so what would the islands be?
Yeah, that he also used to say if it was even further around where the islands are, then that would be around as big as the sun is claimed to be. I forget the number on that, but just like with the other number being similar to how far away the moon is supposed to be, I use that as shorthand to remember that.
So in any case, millions of miles.
Yeah.
It's done, slam dunk, man. Anybody can go there to that beach. You could go
But
there.
the point it's a ball, only it's bigger. That's the point.
Yeah, you try to get around those kind of numbers of bigger. Oh my God.
Like,
right?
50 times bigger now.
50 times bigger. Yeah.
Like we passed even the moon distance.
Right. That's why it's probably safe to say millions of miles. That's far enough out. Like, who cares?
Sense of scale. Here's the globe they tell us we need to live on.
Yes, right? Mm-hmm.
That's how big the Earth needs to be if we can see that island. So they're screwed.
Yeah, that is absolutely freaking ridiculous. Yeah, it would make Earth's radius the size of the sun or something like that. Which is what, 980,000 miles in diameter? Is that about right? I'll have to check. I think it's like almost like 900 and something thousand.
No, the sun is also bigger 50 times.
Yeah. So if Earth is 50 times bigger, then the sun is 50 times larger also.
Everything
and all
is
the
50 times bigger
times larger. Everything's 50 times larger.
And then its explanation is there.
So then how could you possibly ever go there? That's ridiculous. Yeah,
But
well, we know
they only mess up with the numbers, nothing else.
only the numbers. Oh, yeah, that's right.
1 degree is too left or right,
What a joke, man. It's a joke. It's a big joke. It was probably a dollar prince's bet, a pinky bet or something between princes. Let's do a dollar bet.
Is that guy still watching video?
On this wacky Earth, this wacky Earth, globe Earth thing, we're gonna perpetuate. to the can't fog a mirror the masses.
And the average global response to what y'all were just covering is, but it's still a globe because reasons and stuff.
Yeah, we got lots of reasons. We got people that believe in the reasons and people that believe in them. And they have a consensus of beliefs amongst themselves.
Because it's so simple to understand that it cannot be flat. It must be bigger ball.
Can't be, because we're spending all this money. It can't be.
Yeah, but if that doesn't matter what they are spending, Sonny, because if they're wrong with the numbers, that's not right to say people these numbers and that is not that, you know.
Yep.
What that mean? I don't know. It's bigger. That mean that distance is also bigger, like from London to New York.
It's called fraud. Yeah, you're right. It's called fraud.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how much miles to New York to London.
How many miles to New York to London? That's a good question. I would say at least 1,200. No, it's more than that, isn't it?
Let's say 1,000. Doesn't matter.
How much?
1,000.
Well,
1,000.
across the Atlantic's about 3,000 and change.
3,000 across the Atlantic?
3,000. That means it's not 3,000, man. At least it's 30,000.
That was way off.
You know? At least it's 30,000.
Let's see. I've flown across it once. 3,000, yeah, wow. 3,461. 3,400. That's a long ways across water. Wow.
But that's not real distance. It's bigger.
50 times bigger.
That means when you take
for the extra fuel.
Yeah, when you take the aeroplane, I don't know, you need to like 20 hours or 1 day to reach to New York from London.
No, it doesn't take that long, man.
No, only 5 hours, but yeah.
No, it only takes like 12 hours, I think.
Less.
Right? 6 to 2 hours. Oh, 6.2 hours.
Yeah.
Wow, that's short. Yeah.
Now we need to calculate what speed we need for 6 hours to reach that distance.